Sitting together, he used to be a young man of 20, traveling across the country, challenging over 100 martial arts schools. But he was rejected and oppressed by the martial arts community because his moves were too cruel. Therefore, he could only choose to hide in the martial world. His name is Leviathan from the Heijian martial arts lineage. Initially, he thought that with his top-notch martial arts skills, he could become famous everywhere. But now, he can only take care of an old, run-down shop. Recently, he was diagnosed with acute leukemia, so he always feels fuzzy and tired, living day by day in darkness. One day, unexpectedly, a man and a woman came to the shop. The woman asked if he was Leviathan. Leviathan was slightly surprised and asked why the woman was here. The woman introduced herself as Leviathan, the manager of the Chinese Martial Arts Association from Guangdong, and her grandfather's name is Loi Hong Sin. According to seniority, she must call him An Trey, elder brother. When Leviathan knew the woman's identity, his attitude became more enthusiastic. During the conversation, Leviathan inquired about Loi's health. Upon hearing this, Leviathan said that her grandfather had passed away last year. Hearing this, Leviathan stood silent. Tea spilled from the cup, and it took a while for him to recover. Although Leviathan was still too young at that time, Loi Hong Sin still imparted all his knowledge to him. When he learned that Loi had passed away, Leviathan clearly explained the reason for this visit. She wanted to invite Leviathan to Guangdong to be an advisor to the Martial Arts Association. Upon hearing this, Leviathan asked how she knew he could help. Seeing this, Leviathan explained that his reputation was renowned, and it was better than disgrace. They didn't respect him, but they were certainly afraid of him. Leviathan bluntly said that fear wouldn't help her. She was too late because he had just been diagnosed with leukemia, so this trip of hers was in vain. Seeing this, Leviathan didn't give up but advised Leviathan to continue his martial brotherhood. The Martial Arts Association was the lifelong dedication of her grandfather, and she couldn't just stand by and let others turn it into a tool of power or their own advantage. At this point, Leviathan's face showed a scornful and disdainful expression. He stated that what he hated most was those grandiose schemes, but he couldn't distinguish her from those people. In short, he was a weakling who couldn't help. If she wanted to stay for dinner, he would make dumplings for her. If not, he invited her to leave and light incense for her grandfather. Leviathan ordered the guests to leave, and Leviathan didn't insist anymore. She left a business card on the table and told Leviathan that her grandfather had taught countless disciples, but he particularly valued him. Did he know how highly her grandfather regarded him? A martial artist must have 3 parts of evil in his heart, and among many disciples, only he had exactly those 3 parts accurately. Whether he agreed or not, she still hoped that those 3 parts of evil in him hadn't disappeared yet. Leviathan said this and walked out of the shop, got into the car, and drove away. Leviathan smiled bitterly, intending to close the shop and rest. But suddenly, a large hand blocked the rolling door. The blocker was a man with no eyes and a terrifying face like a ghost. Leviathan's heart pounded at the sight. He recognized him as Leviathan's bodyguard. The bodyguard didn't say anything but kicked high towards him. Leviathan was caught off guard, hastily raised his hand to block, but was still kicked hard and fell to the ground. Even the floor tiles shattered. Before Leviathan could react, the bodyguard advanced and kicked him in the chest. Leviathan raised his hand to protect himself and simultaneously struck a powerful blow to the guard's knee joint. The guard's right leg immediately made a cracking sound. Leviathan took advantage of the moment when his opponent was in pain to stand up, facing the guard, making him feel nauseated. Next, Leviathan stretched out his hand and grabbed the guard's shoulder tightly, simultaneously grabbing his wrist, then delivered a powerful punch, turning the guard over onto the ground. A fierce gleam flashed in Leviathan's eyes. His right hand suddenly increased in strength. In just a second, the guard's arm was broken. Leviathan paralyzed one leg and one arm of his opponent, causing him to groan in pain, then collapse on the ground. Leviathan turned to grab the phone, but unexpectedly, the guard growled and rushed forward to attack him from behind. Leviathan kicked accurately, hitting him in the neck, causing him to break his neck and die on the spot. Seeing the guard's body hit the cupboard, Leviathan said slowly, "That was quite scary." Suddenly, Leviathan felt intense pain in his bones, his head spinning, and strange images flashed in his mind. He opened his eyes in horror, wondering if he was about to die from leukemia. His head spun through memories, from the doctor's announcement of his leukemia diagnosis to the battles he had fought, or a blurry woman being bound by iron chains. At this moment, a fat man clapped his hands and walked in, startling him awake. He thought about whether it was real or just a dream, or his skillful kicking. Once having the upper hand against the opponent, they could only take the hit. Unexpectedly, he was defeated by a move, turning failure into success. Sure, here is the translation of the passage. In the martial world, it is rumored that the Lai family's double sword technique from He Jiang is exceptional. His martial arts skills are also very sharp, right? Leviathan tried to endure the pain, sat up, and asked where the girl who had just come in had gone. The fat man laughed cheerfully and pointed towards the counter. Leviathan also turned back in surprise when he realized that the ghostly figure from earlier had disappeared. Leviathan sat back down on the sofa and asked the fat man what he was here for. After being pointed out, he said he had no connection to the people from earlier, but the similarity between them was their interest in him. He asked Leviathan not to mind, mentioning that he was just borrowing an idea from the bodyguard. He introduced himself as Guang Duom, or Mac, and jokingly asked if Leviathan wanted to eat dumplings. Then, he laughed loudly and said he might be able to cure Leviathan's leukemia using a more advanced method, bone marrow transplantation. Leviathan immediately sat up, asking what he needed to do. He approached and said to try it out, as in any case, it's just death. But this is a path of no return. Leviathan laughed at the response, realizing that anything was better than waiting to die. After receiving the affirmative answer, suddenly he waved his hands and thick black smoke rushed into the shop. The black smoke immediately enveloped Leviathan, and this strange scene made him open his eyes in astonishment. In the next moment, he felt like he was falling into the ninth circle of hell, with countless strange images flooding his mind. After a long while, Leviathan slowly opened his eyes, but was surprised to find himself in an underground martial arts arena. Two fighters were fiercely battling on the stage, surrounded by enthusiastic spectators cheering. Leviathan rubbed his temples in confusion, feeling disoriented. He glanced around and realized that this was an illegal underground fight, and the fat man was nowhere to be seen. Just then, an information window appeared within his sight. Leviathan understood that it was preparing a new identity for him, without being detected by anyone. Following that, a task board appeared detailing the missions he needed to complete, as well as character attributes. He had been training in martial arts since childhood and had almost reached the maximum level, but the symptoms of leukemia were still evident. Before Leviathan could fully absorb all this information, a shadow suddenly patted him on the shoulder. Leviathan unconsciously grabbed the person's wrist, but the man in European clothing immediately cursed and shouted at him to let go. Leviathan thought of a task in the list, which was to fight in the 7th arena, so he stood up and followed the man to the arena. At that moment, he was extremely excited. The fat man had brought him to Hong Kong in 1986, where he was sure he could find a cure for his leukemia. The MC in the arena was extremely excited, introducing the martial artist as the main character of the night, Chachai, famous for winning 6 consecutive matches. The entire audience erupted into cheers like a tsunami. Leviathan smiled coldly, his mouth curling up at the corners. Just then, Chachai chose his first opponent, pointing directly at Leviathan, who had just appeared. Leviathan was ready to test his strength in this new world. As they faced each other, the atmosphere was intense. Leviathan leaped onto the stage while the MC continued to praise Chachai's achievements. Leviathan remained silent in a defensive stance, ready to use the 7th Kui Chuang technique. Chachai did not hesitate either. He lunged forward with a punch to Leviathan's face, but unexpectedly, Leviathan swiftly dodged to the side, avoiding his opponent's fist. Then, he rushed towards Chachai's flank. His left hand pushed up to deflect the straight punch, while his right hand dropped down like a knife, aiming for Chachai's throat. The opponent hurriedly tilted his head to avoid the attack, but in his haste, his footwork became disordered. Leviathan immediately slipped behind him and delivered a swift kick to the back of his knee, causing him to lose balance and fall to the ground. The man in white clothes sitting in the audience saw this and applauded, praising the precision of Ladium's Kui Chuang technique. At that moment, Chachai got back up, no longer underestimating his opponent. He cautiously raised his hands, preparing for the next move. Ladium attacked first, rushing forward to punch him in the face. Chachai quickly clasped his hands together to block, then leaped up to kick Ladium in the head. But to his surprise, Ladium managed to block the kick. After blocking the punch, Ladium immediately lifted his knee to block the other kick, the sound of bones breaking clearly audible. In the next second, Chachai collapsed to the ground, screaming in agony like a pig being slaughtered. Everyone knew that his Thai boxing was fierce, but they didn't expect that Ladium's Kui Chuang technique was just as deadly. The MC, stunned by the scene on the stage, stood frozen, while the audience erupted into cheers. Many people exclaimed in anger for having bet on the wrong martial artist. At that moment, Ladium reminded the MC to announce the result. The MC, startled awake, announced Ladium's victory. It was a feeling Ladium hadn't had in a long time. Then, Ladium turned to the MC and asked why it wasn't a deathmatch. So who am I fighting next? At this point, the man in the white shirt laughed loudly and explained, "Hey kid, in Longthan, the arena only opens when there are bets placed. Someone just placed bets on Chachai to fight continuously. If nobody bets on you, you can only go down to the stage." The man in the white shirt stood up, put his hand into his shirt pocket, took out 50,000 NDT, and said, "Would you dare to fight me? Whether you win or lose, the 50,000 NDT is yours." In Ladium's eyes, the 50,000 NDT seemed like a huge amount of money, especially in the 80s. Ladium was hesitating whether to accept this condition or not when suddenly a notification appeared within his sight, stating that in the world of Diemfu, money could be exchanged for Diemfu points. Although he wasn't sure about the functions of Diemfu points, Ladium decided to agree to the condition of the boss. Before this, a staff member from the martial arts hall ran out, saying that it wasn't according to the rules. However, the boss scolded him severely and kicked him away. The man in European clothing stepped aside eagerly, looking up at the stage. Unable to stop the boss, the man in European clothing approached Ladium and said he could continue winning fights if he wanted to. According to Ladium, just one fight was enough. Ladium wiped the blood from his nose, which was caused by his leukemia, and said he knew what to do. Despite still having a fever due to the illness, the excitement of fighting made him extremely thrilled. At this point, the boss ordered his men to send Tiu Ka, a disciple of the 8th Kui Chuang master, to fight. Tiu Cha had trained under a master of the 8th Kui Chuang, who belonged to the Train sect, and had suffered 5 broken ribs from him, leaving the grudge in his heart. Therefore, he always wanted to fight the successor of the 8th Kui Chuang. Hearing the boss's order, Tiu Cha immediately jumped onto the stage and bowed, introducing himself as Doja Qian Cha Dai Dao, inviting Ladium to compete. The exchange of martial arts techniques between sects was a rule in the martial world. However, most of Ladium's martial arts skills were from his family's tradition, so he only coldly said, "Hey Jiang." This introduction angered Cha Dai Dao, who thought Ladium was looking down on him. Without saying anything more, Cha Dai Dao swiftly attacked Ladium. Ladium raised his hand to block Cha Dai Dao's weak strike and pushed down to block Tiu Chao's knee kick. After successfully blocking the first wave of attacks, Ladium intended to step back, but unexpectedly, his opponent reacted extremely quickly, advancing to punch him hard in the face. A sudden burst of force transferred to him upon impact. Using reflexive force, Ladium jumped back to create distance from his opponent. In surprise, Tiu Cha was indeed a master, not a clueless novice, with extraordinary skills in Doja Qian. After saying that, Ladium tightened his fist, getting ready to fight seriously. "Be careful, I'll fight for real," he said seriously. As he finished speaking, Ladium bent down and rushed forward like lightning, delivering a powerful punch towards Tiu Chao's face. But unexpectedly, a cold voice suddenly rang out, "Stop, Ladium!" Ladium couldn't help but startle, immediately halting his attack. Both fighters looked towards the direction of the voice. The man in the white shirt also turned his gaze, only to see a group of people advancing. Leading them was a red-haired young man, who turned out to be Hongkwai, the manager of this martial arts hall. Seeing Hongkwai's aggressive approach towards the man in the white shirt, he said, "Why can't we watch fights in Longthan? Your dispute with Mr. Ngo is your business. We just come to the arena to make a living. But you treat my arena as a cockfighting pit. You like to go up, then go up. You like to go down, then go down. That's against the rules." Faced with Hongkwai's firm attitude, the man in the white shirt remained silent. Tiu Ka, seeing his boss being humiliated, immediately jumped down to say, "According to the rules, what should I do to fight him?" Hongkwai said that Tiu Cha had to start from the first stage, and if the referees deemed his and Lydium's achievements equivalent, they would arrange for the two to fight each other. Upon hearing this, Tiu Cha was excited and looked eagerly at his boss. His boss nodded immediately, agreeing to allow him to compete in the Longthan arena before leaving. Tiu Ka then turned to Lai Diem, clasped his hands and said, "There aren't many traditional martial artists on the Kulong stage. Today, my disciples have been waiting for you to stand firm. They will have a fair fight." Seeing him preparing to leave, Lai Diem called him back and asked if 50,000 NDT was still valid. Hearing this, Tiu Cha chuckled and said it was still valid. Shortly after, he received 50,000 NDT. After receiving the money, Lai Diem decided to exchange it for Diemfu points. The information in the frame changed, indicating that he had received 5 Diemfu points. In this Diemfu event, unlocking the right to purchase items was added. Now he understood that Diemfu points could buy all sorts of things, such as skills to identify others' weaknesses or special medicines to alleviate his leukemia symptoms. Seeing the shopping right, Lai Diem's eyes lit up as he found a cell regenerative supplement to cure leukemia. This was surely the promise made by the fat man. The medicine cost 300 Diemfu points. Seeing this, Lai Diem's lips curled slightly. It meant he needed to earn 3 million NDT within a month in Hong Kong in the 80s. Leaving the martial arts hall, Lai Diem returned to his place in the Diemfu event. This time, he was arranged to play the role of a martial artist for Hongkwai. Lai Diem remembered Hongkwai's words to him. "At Longthan, this land is only 1.5 hectares wide. The organizers are the big shots here. If the organizers say something, no gang dares to speak up. Although you are my fighter, in reality, you work for the Feitu faction. Feitu is an executive member of the organizing committee and also my boss. All the big and small arenas in Longthan are managed and operated by Feitu. From now on, you just focus on fighting under my guidance. Money, women, brothers, everything will be provided to you." After that, Lai Diem understood more. Currently, he was competing in grade 4. Winning one match could earn him 5,000 NDT. The higher the grade, the more a fighter could earn, such as in weapon fights, where someone might die in a night, and earning tens of thousands was normal. Rethinking, Lai Diem put his hand into his pocket, having exchanged all 50,000 NDT for Diemfu points. Now, he only had a few loose coins left on him. Lai Diem sighed lightly. Earning 3 million in a month was not easy. Just then, an orange cat approached Lai Diem. Lai Diem was amused and prepared to bend down to pet it. But a girl ran up and picked the cat up. Lai Diem asked the girl where room 413 was, the one Hongkwai had arranged for him. The girl hugged the cat and looked at Lai Diem hesitantly, feeling that he didn't seem like a bad person. She then led Lai Diem to the apartment building. Shortly after, they arrived at room 413 to thank the girl. Lai Diem offered her some pain relief candies he usually used. At that moment, a hoarse voice from the opposite door was heard asking who was talking. Upon hearing that, the girl quickly ran back home. Lai Diem stared at the door opposite, finding the voice quite strange. Meanwhile, at a casino in Longthan, a bespectacled man lost a gambling game and angrily slammed a wooden box onto the table, asking how much it was worth. The staff opened the box to reveal several ancient scrolls, one of which depicted an unclear handprint. The man in glasses was immediately escorted out by the bodyguards, who mocked him for trying to exchange torn papers for money. Unbeknownst to them, behind them, a shadow held a stone and struck the bespectacled man hard, causing him to collapse in pain. The shadow then took out the scrolls from the box and, with a cold smile, discovered that they were indeed valuable relics that they didn't understand. The fearful man hurriedly crawled out, begging for mercy, but the merciless shadow raised the stone again, smashing it down and killing the bespectacled man despite his pleas. Leviathan, in his entire life, had never lost in martial arts fights. Even when traveling to Longthan in the 80s, he continued to win consecutively. Hearing someone calling him back, he turned around and saw Hongkwai waving at him from the stage. Leviathan's overwhelming strength had prevented other masters from daring to step onto the stage, so Hongkwai decided to take him to larger venues to fight. Excited, Leviathan agreed immediately. As they walked to the Angayafu skyscraper in silence, Hongkwai provided Leviathan with some information. The most important thing was to find a major sponsor. Now, he would introduce Leviathan to a wealthy woman. In a dimly lit room, a beautiful white woman was sitting on a sofa. Hongkwai walked in, smiling, and greeted the woman before introducing Leviathan. Mimicking Hongkwai's way of addressing her, Leviathan called the girl Judai. Judy observed Leviathan with interest before commenting on his appearance, wondering if he had the ability to stand on the stage. She assured him that even if he couldn't, she would support him regardless of the amount of money involved. At this moment, Leviathan held a microphone, telling his boss to come up on stage, implying that he would take a plunge. Hearing this, Judai quickly got up from the sofa, approached Leviathan briskly, and assured him that if he won, she would treat him very well. Then, Hongkwai took Leviathan to the stage and introduced Judy's background. Judy was a major sponsor in Longthan. Her husband used to be a billionaire reconciliation judge. If he won this match, he would be considered stable in grade 6. Clinging tightly to her thigh, he was sure to rise rapidly. After a few days, Leviathan and Hongkwai became familiar with each other. He said as long as he wasn't forced to sell himself, he could fight anyone, even a tiger. As he stepped onto the stage, Leviathan began to think randomly. If she was wealthy, then 3 million would probably be a small number to her. Just then, seeing his opponent enter the stage, Leviathan quickly focused his mind and prepared to start warming up his limbs. His opponent this time was named Kadamanami, a wanted criminal who had committed multiple murders in Donga. He possessed a high-level Okinawa martial art and had won 3 consecutive matches, resulting in 2 deaths and 1 injury among his opponents. The injured person had both arms broken by him. The white flag fell in the middle of the stage, signaling the start of the match. Leviathan attacked first, rushing towards Kadamanami. He aimed a strike at Kadamanami's throat, who quickly raised his hand to block it, and then dodged Leviathan's dangerous green dragon move. His right hand quickly locked Kadamanami's arm to try and break it to get the DMFU. In her private room, Judy watched the match, sweating coldly. She thought Leviathan's life was over. She had witnessed this scene tonight before. However, Kadamanami had not yet used his strength. Leviathan kicked him with his leg, sending Kadamanami flying. Hongkwai, seeing this, whispered to himself, acknowledging that Leviathan was truly formidable. After landing a hit, Leviathan calmly announced the name of his technique, Kok Nu, passed down from the Southern Martial Arts School of Backatsmen. Today, I will pay my respects to my master, he said, before unleashing a flurry of strikes towards Kadamanami. The relentless assault forced Kadamanami to retreat hastily. Leviathan then swung his fist continuously towards Kadamanami, and eventually, the match ended with Leviathan's overwhelming dominance. The entire audience in the martial arts arena fell into a stunned silence for 20 seconds before erupting into enthusiastic cheers. Leviathan, after pulling back his fist, stood still, breathing a sigh of relief. He calmly regained his composure even when going to the restroom. This was the first time in his life that he had killed someone. However, for someone like Kadamanami, Leviathan didn't feel any remorse. He understood that this was not a place for compassion. In his mind, he had made up his determination. I'm here now. 3 million, novels, and everything else must be grasped in my hands. Back in the rest area, Leviathan noticed that everyone emitted a red light, a special ability when traveling in DMFU. Enemies would emit a red light, with the intensity indicating the level of threat, similar to Tiuka. Leviathan's master arrived and handed him a sum of money, saying it was from Judy for him to buy decent clothes for tomorrow. He also instructed Lydium to open a bank account, as the winnings from the bet would be transferred there. After bidding farewell, Lydium waited until A2 dispersed before taking her home. However, as they arrived at her doorstep, Lydium suddenly felt excruciating pain, causing him to collapse and lose consciousness. After some time, he woke up, still feeling the pain, but it gradually subsided. He quickly took pain relief medication and pondered about his current situation before eventually drifting off to sleep. The next day, Hongkwai gave Lydium a mobile phone and instructed him to dress neatly as he would be meeting Judy. After parting ways, Lydium traversed through the narrow alleys, encountering a scuffle between a young man and a girl. The man was berating and hitting the girl, while she continuously apologized. Lydium recognized the girl as A2, the one who had guided him before. Without hesitation, Lydium intervened, swiftly disarming the man and protecting A2. The man's lackeys surrounded Lydium, but he remained undaunted. Lydium confronted the man, who recognized Hongkwai and quickly apologized before leaving with his entourage. Lydium and Hongkwai then continued their conversation over a meal, reflecting on the events of the previous night. As they talked and ate, they suddenly heard a commotion outside. Lydium rushed to the scene and found himself in a confrontation with another person who possessed military-style combat skills. Both of them instinctively engaged in a lock, recognizing each other's expertise. They eventually backed off from each other, realizing they were evenly matched. At this moment, Lydium could clearly see that the person in front of him was a man around 30 years old, wearing worn-out clothes and with a scar clearly visible on his forehead. He smiled and apologized to Lydium. Through the conversation, Lydium learned that his name was Handong, and they were from the same hometown. Handong brought a group of people to Hong Kong to seek opportunities to get rich. While they were chatting cheerfully, Lydium's phone rang. It was Hongkwai calling. He instructed Lydium that there were hidden thugs in the building where he lived, and the police had been informed. He advised Lydium to be careful not to go out to avoid being harmed. Hearing this, Lydium quickly ended the call, telling Handong that his friend was drunk. However, Handong had heard everything clearly. Just then, A2, the girl looking for a cat, appeared in front of them. Seeing A2, Lydium was startled, quickly knelt down and asked if she had any loose change to help him buy candy. A2 nodded and hugged the cat, running to the street. She reminded Lydium to wait for her here. Watching A2's figure, Lydium slowly turned back, unaware that Handong was looking at him ominously from behind. A gun was pointed ominously at his head. "Please forgive me," Lydium murmured. "I don't want to do this either." He stared silently at Handong, who held the gun firmly, indicating regular training. At this moment, a red light flickered in Lydium's eyes. A quick glance marked the target, who was trembling. Lydium received information: the remaining soul of 9 bird heads. If he failed, his points and the right to purchase items would be wiped out. The more artifacts appeared within a 5 kilometers radius, the greater his reward would be. Luckily, the system would notify him if there were any artifacts nearby, or else it would be like searching for a needle in a haystack. Handong's status was weary, slightly injured. His gun was hot, reaching 39%. He had deep training skills, enhancing his overall combat abilities. The threat level was down to black. Despite having the system's support, Lydium remained motionless. He knew that if he made any sudden moves, Handong wouldn't hesitate to pull the trigger. While his master's 8 weird techniques and his martial arts skills were at 81%, they were useless against a gun. Handong then pushed Lydium through several alleys to a small, discreet clinic. Upon entering, Handong immediately ordered his men to tie Lydium up. Lydium thought to himself that Handong was being cautious. The doctor in the room walked out, seeing Handong bringing someone in, then grumbled and complained. Handong laughed, saying he would pay extra. Immediately, the doctor's attitude changed, saying they were all friends and should help each other. However, as soon as the doctor turned his back, he was shot by Handong. He said the police were looking for them too quickly, suspecting the doctor the most, so he decided to send him away. Handong instructed his men to prepare to leave immediately. Lady thought Handong was indeed a decisive and ruthless character. Now was not the time to delay. If he didn't leave soon, he would be surrounded and unable to escape. A man named K-Fan asked about Tiu Kim, and Handong quickly approached Tiu Kim, telling him that in Hong Kong, robbers weren't sentenced to death. He hoped Tiu Kim would stay behind to get treatment and return when things were calmer. Tiu Kim listened in disbelief. This was his older brother, the one he trusted the most. Just then, a man yelled out, accusing Handong of betraying their comrades, and Handong pointed his gun at him. The two argued, and the man, furious, kicked the suitcase on the table. Money spilled out, and 2 faded golden ancient papers fell to the ground. Lady saw the opportunity and quickly grabbed a surgical knife from the tray, grabbed Kaothan, and stabbed him in the throat, saying to Handong, "I'm taking the knife out. He'll die instantly." Handong stepped back and went to attack another man holding a gun. The man quickly picked up the gun and fired, but thanks to the framework, Lady avoided the bullet. He struck the man and he fell dead. At this point, seeing his comrades killed, Handong's eyes turned red. He endured the pain to leave the gun behind. Lady didn't hesitate, grabbing the surgical knife from the tray and preparing to finish Handong off. But just as Lady felt his leg being held back, it was Tiu Kim on the bed, holding onto him tightly, trying to stop him, and giving Handong time to escape. Lady turned back and swiftly swung his arm, using the surgical knife to stab directly into Tiu Kim's solar plexus. Tiu Kim's death helped Handong gain precious time. By now, he had picked up the gun from the ground. Lady leaped forward, thrusting the surgical knife in his hand downward, while Handong also raised his hand, aiming the black gun directly at Lady. The sound of gunfire echoed in the silent room, and the system's voice echoed in Lady's head. Target status: critical condition. Duration: 9 minutes, 43 seconds. Unable to find the target's weak spot. 5 pink points depleted to cancel the target lock. Target eliminated. 2 puzzle pieces obtained for the copybook collection. Event Diemfu officially launched this time. Note: the more puzzle pieces obtained, the greater the advantage. Additionally, within a few minutes, Lydium had defeated 4 ruthless robbers. He went to Longthan police station and sat in the long hallway after filing a report, absorbing the newly acquired information. Handong and his gang had just robbed a bank and kidnapped a batch of artifacts. Initially planning to auction off 5 original artifacts, he hadn't expected to randomly obtain 2 pieces. Were the remaining 3 pieces already sold? With 2 pieces acquired, the event was officially initiated. Following the mission instructions from the system, the most important thing this time was to awaken the heritage from Longfan police station. Lady met Hongkwai waiting for him. Seeing his annoyed expression, Hongkwai quickly said that they too had informed him, so how could he arrive so quickly? Also, Judy had deposited bail for him outside. People were waiting for him there, so he should remember to thank her. Seeing Lydium's discomfort, Hongkwai added that she was worth hundreds of billions, tall and beautiful. She even pursued him, but he still wouldn't give in. Next, Judy draped her arm around Lydium, like a couple shopping together. That night, in a luxurious restaurant, Lydium and Judy sat facing each other. Judy was satisfied, looking at the suit he had personally chosen for Lydium. Meanwhile, Lydium felt extremely regretful about the price of the suit, equivalent to a cell-enhancing pill. Seeing Judy's charming appearance, Lydium asked quietly what she understood about him. Judy replied, "I can understand why someone would spend money to put a fighter in the arena. But I find it hard to understand why a woman would invite a murderer who just killed 4 people to dinner." Instead of answering Lydium's question, she asked him what he thought when he saw her. Lydium took a slow drag of his cigarette and said he thought she was worth hundreds of billions. If he were desperate, he would kidnap her. Just a little demand would be enough to live a lifetime. Judy's eyes flashed with surprise as she looked at the dreamy smiling Lydium. The night ended, and Lydium walked alone in the dark alley. Suddenly, his chest felt like it was on fire. The system notified him of the location of an artifact piece. "Attention, receive the target. It's only 10 meters away." A 3D map of Longfan suddenly appeared before him, and Lydium stared intently at the target, chasing after it. Passing through 7 or 8 narrow alleys, the system announced the end of the 1-minute time limit. Although he couldn't catch up, he had at least confirmed that he still had 2 artifact pieces in his possession. Surprisingly, he encountered Tiu Chao and Kuka here, and the 3 of them sat down to chat. When Kuka asked why he was here, Lydium said he was chasing after thieves who stole his wallet. Hearing this, Kuka laughed and said he was already famous but dared to steal. Indeed, he was a hero in Longthan. Then they talked about Tiu Chao, who had used Chinese martial arts to defeat a group from Thailand. Suddenly, Lydium asked Kuka about selling heirlooms, making Tiu Chao break out in a cold sweat, wondering how he could be so short of money. No wonder he was paired with Judy. After that, they arranged to meet at the arena, and Lydium returned, sitting on a bench, murmuring while holding 2 artifact pieces. 9-headed bird, the strange Kwang eyes, and the fat guy who calls himself Mac. All are mythical figures. From the ancient legends, there is no basis, but it was the fat guy who brought me to Ku Longthan. This camp is truly extraordinary and magical. There's a hoarse voice that calls me Diemfu, the wandering traveler. So what is Diemfu? And the person holding that ancient artifact, whenever I approach, he moves away. He seems to be aware of my existence. In other words, I am not the only traveler in this world. The other party acts so cautiously. It seems not easy to deal with. Perhaps those who become Diemfu imposters are not ordinary. Currently, points are scarce. I can only buy S-cell enhancement drugs beforehand. Otherwise, getting sick on the floor would be troublesome, resulting in a direct loss of 10 points. Diemfu buys S-cell enhancement drugs. The medicine takes effect immediately. Shortly afterward, Lydium feels his eyelids heavy, then slowly sinks into sleep. The next day, when Lydium opens his eyes, he feels refreshed, without any discomfort from illness. Lydium stands up, rotates his palms, bounces on his feet, then suddenly unleashes internal strength, circulating power like a dragon. Terrifying strength hitting the wall, causing a loud noise. At that moment, in a high classroom of the Fuckinghia building, Hongwei holds a stack of documents, reading diligently, and asks the middle-aged man opposite, why did they two personally go to meet Tuthian too? He is Liu Tritom, the #1 combat manager of the Ku Longthan camp. Looking at the stack of papers, he says softly, they two personally met him, mainly because of Tuthian 2's grandfather, Tu Thuongdin, the direct disciple of Dietfan, one of the 4 great celestial kings of Vinswen, who won 32 consecutive matches at the Longthan Arena, making everyone afraid to challenge. Longthan's underground arena of the Fuckinghia building. Lydium sits in the stands, watching the match attentively. Down there, Tiu Cha and a strong man enter the field, each holding 2 knives, while Tiu Ka carries a tiger claw handlock. Compared to weapons, Tiu Ta's tiger claw handlock is somewhat disadvantaged, but considering the situation, Tiu Ka still holds the upper hand. Lydium is engrossed in watching when a slender white hand pats his shoulder, and a voice asks if he minds someone sitting next to him. Lydium looks up to see a girl in sportswear, with T-shaped eyebrows, long ponytail down to her waist. Lydium smiles at the girl without any annoyance. The girl lazily pouts, her long slender thighs showing no excess fat, her perfect figure clearly displayed. She sits next to Lydium, takes out a small bottle of wine from her bag, and takes a sip. The strong scent of wine fills the air. Lydium chuckles and says, women don't usually drink white wine. She wipes her mouth and replies, it's become a habit that's hard to break. The girl calmly watches the 2 fighters on the floor and slowly explains, the legal authority is Vanthan, while the martial arts moves belong to Long's refined Hawkeye style, within the extreme realm of Lang's Road Flower Fist. Vanthan's great horse stance, the flexible defense of Lang's Road Fist, blending the 2 seamlessly to achieve such mastery, can be considered the highest level. This kid is quite talented. Tiu Cha now firmly holds the upper hand, advancing his foot, knees striking his opponent's chin, causing him to lose balance and revealing a vulnerability. Tiu Ka lands a strong punch, knocking out his opponent, ending the match. Hearing the girl's muttered words, Lydium's enthusiasm drops. He asks if she likes watching martial arts. She seems quite knowledgeable about traditional martial arts. The girl smiles and says, "When I was young, I studied under the baton of the master Truong Thantan, considered the successor of the Bat Quay headmaster Donthi." Then Lady Im inquires about the martial arts headmaster on the arena. Did she watch him fight? Could she tell him more about him? The girl tilts her head and gently says, "He's not fighting today, and I don't pay attention to his appearance, only his fighting style. It's not orthodox Bat Quay, probably originating from some northern wandering martial arts schools. This guy is going to run into big trouble. You should be careful if you want to buy him." Lydium thinks for a moment and asks for her name. The girl tilts her head to look at Lydium with a gentle smile. "I'm from the Du family, Duthuk. Those who know me in the male martial arts community call me Thaytu." Lydium is greatly surprised. "So, you're Thaytu, the authority behind Longthan. I didn't know your subordinate." Before Lydium can speak, her charming voice rings out, "What's his name, Lydium?" Thaytu, the imposing figure of Longthan, doesn't even know his subordinate. Judy approaches with a smile, her seductive figure captivating everyone's gaze. She sits next to Lydium, wraps her arm around him, and says, "You don't even know your boss's boss. Hongquai hasn't told you." Duthuk tilts her head to look at Lydium. "So, you're the pride of Hongquai. Thought you were just here for fun. Everyone at the fucking Gia building calls me Thaytu. So, you should too from now on," she says, looking at Judy. "It's been a long time since we met." Judy's expression briefly changed, but she still forced a smile and said, "It's been a long time, Thaytu, and you're still as beautiful as ever. However, women should take care of their appearance." Thaytu didn't seem bothered and replied, "Mrs. Dang is absolutely right. I'll remember that, Mrs. Dang. Oh, by the way, if there's any suitable cosmetics for me, please introduce them to me." After hearing Mrs. Dang's words 3 times, Judy said in annoyance, "All right, I have to go deal with something before." Then she grabbed Lydium and led him away into a private room. Judy angrily threw her purse on the floor and muttered, "This woman must be deliberately calling me that." Lydium handed Judy a glass of wine and chuckled lightly. Although they had just met not long ago, this was the first time he had seen her angry like this. Taking the glass of wine, Judy asked with a wrinkled face, "Why are you still laughing? How did you feel when you first met the boss behind the scenes? Is she beautiful?" Lydium replied seriously, "She's my boss, so of course she's beautiful. But still not as beautiful as you." Judy looked at Lydium in silence, thinking to herself, "If they too can win Hongquai's wholehearted loyalty, then I can do the same with Lydium." Then Judy pulled Lydium to a small window and said, "Do you know? Recently, there have been many strong newcomers at Longthan. They're already very powerful." She pointed down to the arena. At that moment, a match had just ended, and a man lay motionless on the ground, his neck bleeding heavily, clearly unable to survive. His opponent stood beside him, wearing a scary mask, his weapon resembling a nose-slicing knife made of steel, with his entire body made of cold iron. The fresh blood looked very strange. Lydium was slightly surprised to see that. Landiantaw is the unique weapon of the wandering martial artist faction from the north. Although it looks like a nose-slicing knife, it's actually a lethal weapon. Then Lydium asked Judy if she wanted to bet on him. Judy stood next to Lydium and gently said, "This newcomer named Von Hai is Haxuanghong's disciple. Haxuanghong is very arrogant, so she's annoyed with him and doesn't want to lose to him. How confident are you in facing him?" Lydium smiled and replied to make her feel sad, "I'm sure I have a 120% chance." Judy laughed, thinking Lydium was joking. Then she took a roll of film from the table, intending to show Lydium his fighting style. But Lydium stopped her hand from behind and hugged Judy, making her blush as he said seriously, "I mean it when I say 120%. Judy looked at Lydium with closed eyes and lightly kissed his cheek. Lydium was taken aback. Judy took advantage of the opportunity to escape from Lydium's embrace, muttering to herself, "This guy is definitely trying to flirt with me." At that moment, the system's voice suddenly sounded, reporting the location of any ancient artifacts that had been found. "Please pay attention. Ladium quickly woke up and went to the window to look down at the arena. Vomhai had taken off his scary mask, revealing a childish face, and his opponent was standing beside him. Ladium smiled and said nothing. "Hello, both of you. Let's activate the reddest array system together." Both sides of the system simultaneously sounded. "You have found your companion on the rooftop of the Fuckingia building." Analyzing the current situation in his head, Ledium realized that his companion had just found Trong Min Vien. The information he knew about him was that he had the highest level red array skills and a 69% proficiency in ancient martial arts. Knowing nothing else, a companion was someone who traveled together. Conflicts of interest might arise, but the goal was the same. Killing a companion wouldn't be rewarded. Looking at his current event progress, he only needed to win 2 more matches to reach rank 6. As for the ancient artifacts, he only had 2. He still had no clue how to awaken the soul of Kugadiyu, but there was no rule saying he had to do it alone. The principle was that this task could be completed with Vonhe's help. However, the Dianfu event also depended on the number of ancient artifacts found. The more pieces there were, the higher the rewards. With only 5 pieces in total, it was difficult to determine who had more or less. At that moment, the rooftop door suddenly opened, and Trong Min Vien stepped forward, standing about 2 to 3 meters away from Ledium, silently staring at him and saying bluntly, "I don't like beating around the bush. Give me your 2 pieces of ancient artifacts, and I'll find Kudadiyu's soul within this time frame. Earn some more points and wait for the right time to leave." Then he looked at Ledium and asked urgently, "Do you agree?" Ledium replied coldly, "Longthan is complicated and chaotic. Our game could be very troublesome. You've trained in martial arts since childhood, but you're still immature. Instead of facing gangsters like me, it's cleaner to fight on the arena. Are you afraid that I won't agree?" Ledium saw through Trong Min Vien's thoughts, making him tremble with fear, his forehead covered in cold sweat. Ledium walked straight past Trong Min Vien and said, "See you tomorrow on the arena." As soon as he finished speaking, Trong Min Vien let out a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, Ledium also noticed the person holding the ancient artifact, who always appeared and disappeared. It wasn't Trong Min Vien. Just as he returned to Judy's room, a blonde-haired man walked out from the room, looking down at Ledium and smiling. "Dim Goam, huh? Tomorrow, I'll see who the real Dim Goam is." After saying that, he hugged a charming girl and left. Surprised, Ledium entered the room to see Judy standing by the window, while Hongkwai sat silently on the sofa. Seeing Ledium enter, Judy asked softly, "Diem, what kind of weapon do you need? I'll ask Hongkwai to prepare it for you." At this point, Ledium also guessed what was going on. It seemed that the blonde man who had just left was Trong Min Vien's backup. This time, they would probably have to fight with weapons. Trong Min Vien's weapon was the Landian Ta octagonal club, which had many strange properties. Ledium pondered for a moment and said, "Hongkwai, help me prepare a sword, at least 1 meter long, preferably 1.3 meters. Hongkwai was surprised and said, "I'll prepare it right away. I arranged it this afternoon." Hongkwai led Ledium to a small ice cream shop on the 2nd floor. Sitting opposite each other in silence, the atmosphere was somewhat heavy. Hongkwai knew that Ledium's opponent this time was not ordinary and asked if Ledium had gone for a health checkup as he had suggested last time. Ledium took a puff of his cigarette and said softly, "Hongkwai, you don't need to worry too much. I know my own health." Ledium looked at Hongkwai thoughtfully. Hongkwai was a good person, whether he was sincere or not. He really took care of him a lot. Seeing Ledium's calm demeanor, Hongkwai's heart grew heavier. They two had mentioned that when watching Ledium fight, he showed signs of weakness or illness. There were things Ledium didn't want to tell Hongkwai, but Hongkwai didn't need to care. Hongkwai said, "Ledium, you've only been in Longthan for about 10 days. I don't want to worry about you too soon. If things don't work out, you can rest for a while and go with Judy. I'll take care of you." Ledium felt Hongkwai's concern was sincere. In his heart, he thought if he could really live here, it might not be a bad thing. Then he smiled and said to Hongkwai, "Your personality doesn't really suit the underworld." Hong Kwai laughed bitterly. Thaitu said the same thing. When Lydium heard about Thaitu, he looked Hong Kwai straight in the eye and said seriously, "Will Thaitu watch me fight tomorrow?" Hong Kwai, a little embarrassed, asked, "She may watch depending on her schedule." "Why do you ask?" Lydium took a sip of his strong wine and said sternly, "She must watch me fight after this match." On the way back to his apartment, Lydium muttered to himself, "The smell of rotten fish in this alley is getting stronger every day. It's disgusting." When he got home, someone knocked on the door. Opening it, he saw Atu's innocent face. She came to bring him a lunchbox. She heard he was living alone, so her mother made some barbecued pork for him. "Thank you for taking care of me," Lydium said happily as he accepted it. "On days when you come home late, my mother often brings food for you," Atu said. Thinking so, he told Atu, "Atu, your house nearby doesn't have lights on at night, only candles. Is the light broken, or did I go over to fix it?" Atu suddenly lowered her head, her face grim, and declined Lydium's offer before leaving. Though Lydium didn't understand Atu's attitude, he didn't think too much about it. When he entered Atu's house, a strong, foul odor emanated from the room. Atu's eyes dimmed as she entered the room. At the Fukingia building for the underground fight, the arena was crowded with people. Lydium held a sharp sword, 1.3 meters long, with a wide blade shining brightly, blood staining the blade's surface. Engraved on the blade were 8 large characters. The key creates countless achievements, completing the dragon strike. Lydium stood in a fighting stance, silently admiring the excellent sword. In the audience, Judy worriedly asked Hong Kwai, "Where did this sword come from? Can we trust it?" Hong Kwai calmly replied, "Don't worry, this is Thaitu's personal treasure, a weapon bathed in blood. There should be no problem." In the stands, Duthuk sat among the crowd, silently pondering. With Lydium's current health condition, he wouldn't be able to withstand the Hon Keem's fierce attacks. But that guy wasn't a fool seeking death, or was he mistaken? At that moment, Truong Min Vien also stepped onto the stage, ripping off his cloak to reveal the Landiantaw club, 90 centimeters long, with a shining blade, 4 inches wide and 2 inches thick, and a pointed mouth like a bird's beak, slightly curved. Recalling the red array system, seeing that Lydium's ancient martial arts level reached 81%, 12% higher than his own, Truong Min Vien knew he had to exert all his effort to have a chance at winning. Both sides greeted each other, introducing themselves. Truong Min Vien, the disciple of Chi Tu Man, and Lydium, He Jiang. Truong Min Vien held the club in one hand, his legs slightly bent, drawing a circle on the ground with his right foot, then using force to leap, his eyes revealing a cold and ruthless look as he aimed the club straight at Lydium's face. Lydium swung his left hand, his fingers curved, straight into the club's body, the force so strong that Truong Min Vien's hand trembled. His attack pushed back. Seizing the opportunity, Lydium tightened his grip on the sword, swinging it upwards, aiming at Truong Min Vien's left arm. The sword gleamed brightly, cold and sharp. If this strike succeeded, Truong Min Vien's arm would be paralyzed or even severed. Sensing the dire situation, Truong Min Vien swiftly turned his wrist, gripping Landiantaw tightly, and swung back, slashing straight towards Lydium's solar plexus. Lydium hurriedly dodged, but still received a deep, jolting wound on his face. Truly, no opponent could be underestimated. With his left hand slightly bent, fingers forming a bird-like shape, Truong Min Vien aimed straight for the pressure point on Truong Min Vien's wrist. Truong Min Vien grimaced in pain, letting go of Landiantaw involuntarily. Seizing the opportunity, Lydium swung his sword directly at Truong Min Vien's face, almost instinctively. Drawing upon his core strength, Truong Min Vien quickly backed away from Lydium's attack. He Jiang Lai, expertly wielding his sword, Lydium tightly gripping the hilt, and his left hand holding the Lamdium guard, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, although Truong Min Vien managed to evade Lydium's lethal strike, his left arm still suffered a deep wound from the sword, blood incessantly flowing onto the ground. In the blink of an eye, Truong Min Vien was injured in his left arm, losing his weapon in the high-class box above the stands. Hong looked at Trong Minvian, his expression darkening. To him, Trong Minvian's life was worth little. He was merely losing face in front of Judy, which was unbearable for him. Meanwhile, Judy remained smiling, no longer showing the concern she had before. On the arena floor, Lydium threw Landianta aside, crouched down, and lunged towards Trong Minvian's small, sharp sword held in his hand, aiming for Trong Minvian's legs. Trong Minvian quickly leaped up, avoiding Lydium's attack in mid-air. With his left foot, he kicked Lydium's hand holding the sword, then kicked across Lydium's face with his right foot. Lydium supported himself with his right hand, twisting his waist, and the sword drew a circular trajectory, directly slashing upwards. Seeing the dangerous situation, knowing that failure to avoid would likely result in being cut in half, Trong Minvian reluctantly let go, and thousands of people in the air fell to the ground. Before Trong Minvian could catch his breath, the merciless sword descended straight towards him. Trong Minvian couldn't dodge in time. His right arm was struck by a long blow. However, instead of retreating, he took advantage of the moment the sword descended and rushed to attack Lydium. Seeing this, Lydium quickly exerted force, and the falling sword resembled a deer's fang, stabbing straight towards Trong Minvian. Trong Minvian swiftly leaped up, both feet kicking straight onto the blade, with such force that the sword fell to the ground, slamming heavily onto the arena floor. At this moment, within Trong Minvian, a fierce beast from ancient times emerged. The decisive moment of the battle had arrived. Trong Minvian leaped up, his heel kicking fiercely into Lydium's chest in mid-air, then spinning and kicking towards Lydium's hand holding the sword, causing him to be hit in the mouth, blood oozing. The system announced that Trong Minvian was facing the power of the Kai Min beast. He could obtain some information about the beast. Did he want to sacrifice a DMFU point to view it? Lydium agreed to exchange points, and the system displayed that Trong Minvian's status had changed to the Inner Soul skill, adding a new skill, the inherited Kai Min beast Inner Soul. Every attack would carry the power of the Kai Min beast, burning the opponent's soul each time, and could be attached to any weapon, with effectiveness at long range only 30% compared to close range. Intense pain. Lydium released the sword, dropping it to the ground, just as Trong Minvian landed, blood gushing from his shattered heel. A heavy kick slammed into Lydium's shoulder, causing excruciating pain. Lydium knew his right arm was disabled, and he himself was thrown away, crashing heavily into the arena wall. In the blink of an eye, the situation reversed. Trong Minvian's right foot, enveloped in the power of the Kai Min beast, emitted a faint red light. Then a flying kick sent the sword flying into Lydium's hand, stabbing straight towards him. Lydium's eyes were ice cold, staring intently at Trong Minvian. "What is your Truong Datin at this moment?" Trong Minvian's eyes were vacant, answering almost subconsciously, "My sister." Lydium fell silent for a moment, grabbing Trong Minvian's collar, threateningly saying, "You shattered my right arm. I will leave a lasting scar. Should I kill you for revenge?" Then, Lydium threw Trong Minvian off the arena. Trong Minvian fell heavily to the ground, then stood up. He couldn't help but ask, "How could you have learned the Trok Kwok Man's evasion technique?" Upon hearing Trong Minvian's question, Lydium gritted his teeth and replied, "Ask your sister about that. She's in the room." Hong Kuei breathed a sigh of relief, finally letting go of the tension in his heart, while Judy smiled triumphantly, her body drenched in sweat. She said to Hong Kuei, "You should go outside. Remember to close the door when you go back to the restroom." Lydium endured the pain of his dislocated shoulder, returning to its original position, looking at his reflection in the mirror. He silently resolved to win one more battle to complete his first mission. When he threw away his sword, I was really worried he would lose. Tiu Chao's voice suddenly sounded behind Lydium. Lydium responded lightly, "Are you so free that you come to watch me fight? Who will you fight with?" Tiu Chao replied, "A youngster from Vinexuen." Lydium licked his lips, turned back to Tiu Ka, and warned him to be careful not to capsize the boat in the gutter. Although Lydium had a rebellious temperament and few peers in the martial arts world, he genuinely admired Tiu Cha, a person with a tough exterior but a warm heart. In this age of declining traditional martial arts, Masters like Tiu Cha were rare. At that moment, someone outside the door announced that Tiu Cha's match was about to begin. Tiu Cha walked towards the door, then turned around and said to Lady M, Truong Ni, the showman, "He's not really a big shot." Without hesitation, he left. Lady M was taken aback, suspecting. Could it be that wealth cannot seduce, power cannot subdue, and poverty cannot change his will? Speak your mind clearly, then lead with dignity, intellectual. You thought I was selling myself to Judy, huh? Lady M muttered to himself. This kid is from the underworld and still wants to teach me. However, his style is indeed commendable. Underneath the arena, Tiu Cha was warming up, while his representative reminded him that his opponent was no ordinary person, very ruthless. In 10 matches, the opponent either died or was disabled. Don't hold back, the representative cautioned. Tiu Cha lightly laughed. I've never held back, just don't need to kill them all. On the arena floor, Tiu Cha didn't use the tiger's lock grip, but held a 9-ring broadsword. His opponent was a handsome young man, about 18 or 19 years old, difficult to predict as a ruthless person. The young man looked at Tiu Cha, smiled, and said, "Life and death on the arena, regardless." Tiu Cha smirked, not responding, just nodded to Doja Qian and Cha Dai Dao, and the youth imitated, nodding to Vinexuan and Tu Thien Tu. The battle between Tiu Cha and Tu Thien Tu finally began. Tu Thien Tu drew his weapon, the Batran Dao, a technique, and a name of Vinexuan. The blade was shorter and narrower, its sharp edge piercing directly, every move deadly. Tiu Cha's eyes were slightly cold, knowing his opponent was no ordinary person, no longer underestimating. The broadsword swung wide, each move full of authority. Tu Thien Tu's Batran Dao also relied on speed. Both sides clashed with speed. In the blink of an eye, they exchanged 10 strikes. Tu Thien Tu's Dao was slightly faster, but Tiu Cha changed his breathing rhythm, the broadsword slashing straight towards Tu Thien Tu's eyes. Tu Thien Tu dodged to the side, and the two clashed blades. The battle was relentless, still a speed contest. In the blink of an eye, Tiu Cha had struck 21 times. His broadsword was fierce. At this point, Tu Thien Tu could only defend. Blocking horizontally, one blade swung up, leaping back defensively, covering his whole body. Tiu Cha held his broadsword with both hands, raising it high, each swing aggressive. Tu Thien Tu hurriedly stepped back, using the most effective evasion technique. Tiu Cha's broadsword gradually accelerated its steps, the extreme flower technique, combined with the 9-ring broadsword, striking continuously, causing Tu Thien Tu to retreat continuously. Suddenly, Tu Thien Tu stabbed his Dao straight towards Tiu Cha's face. Tiu Cha couldn't dodge in time, his face receiving a deep wound, but Tu Thien Tu was also hit in the chest by Tiu Cha's Dao. Leveraging the momentum, Tu Thien Tu bent forward, the two blades crossed like butterfly wings, striking forcefully into Tiu Cha's abdomen. Blood gushed from Tiu Cha's wounds. Tiu Cha couldn't believe what he saw before him. From a dominant position just now, the situation had been reversed in the blink of an eye. Tu Thien Tu smiled lightly, knowing he had won this time. Lady M entered the medical room slowly, looking at Truong Minvian lying on the bed. Despite being seriously injured, he now seemed normal. The inherited strength seemed to have a strong impact on the teacher's body. The nurse placed her hand on Truong Minvian's leg, and Lady M smiled deeply, speaking softly. It seems the lesson has been learned. The nurse withdrew her hand slightly, looking back at Truong Minvian, then left. Lady M didn't beat around the bush, extending his hand to take the relic. This was also one of the main purposes of his visit here. Truong Minvian looked slightly annoyed, saying, "In my chest, my left arm is broken, and my right arm was slashed 40 centimeters long. You took it yourself." Lady M sat closely beside Truong Minvian, slipping his hand into his jacket and retrieving 2 pieces of the relic. He asked directly, "Is this your first time participating in the Diemfu event?" Truong Minvian replied that it was his second time. Lady M then asked, "Wasn't it a fat person who brought you here?" Truong Minvian responded with surprise, saying it wasn't a fat person, but rather a wonderful beauty whom he couldn't forget. Lady M pondered for a moment and then asked the question he most wanted to know. What reward will you receive for completing the Diemfu event? Trong Minvian's eyes lit up with enthusiasm as he said that for the first completion of the Diemfu event, he would definitely receive an extraordinary power, surpassing the ordinary. Lady M remained silent, puffing on his cigarette, saying tersely, "Don't bother speaking. Any tactics are useless. If it's really useful, it should be me lying here." Then he added, "And then what?" Truong Minvian looked at Lydium uncomfortably, explaining the rules of the Diemfu event. He said that after completion, all actions would be scored, and the higher the score, the higher the purchasing power. The most effective way to increase purchasing power was to kill people. Lydium took a deep drag on his cigarette, not saying anything. Truong Minvian continued, saying that perhaps in a couple of hours, his Kai Min power would disappear, but his right hand would be fine. Lydium felt noticeably relieved upon hearing this, knowing that several tough battles lay ahead. A disabled right hand would be very inconvenient. This was the best news of the day. Lydium stood up and looked intently at Truong Minvian, asking one last thing. "The person who's been playing cat and mouse with me for the past few days, was it you?" Truong Minvian looked at Lydium with a hint of suspicion and replied, "I don't know what you're talking about. It definitely wasn't me. Besides, I don't know what the relationship between you and my sister is." Former lover. Lydium said nothing more and left without looking back. On the way back, Lydium still admired Truong Minvian's physical prowess, handling 3 swords with just his fists and feet, fighting fiercely. Just then, his phone rang. Lydium saw that it was from Hongkwai and answered. Immediately, he heard a commotion on the other end, a soft female voice calling, "Adium, right? Come to the arena and lead a young man out the back door. On the way, if anyone blocks you, beat them to death." Lydium was surprised to hear Theitu's voice. He quickly made his way to the upper floor of the arena. At that moment, in the arena below, Kuka emerged, his sturdy figure covered in tattoos, his eyes red with anger. Hundreds of people surrounded the arena, trapping everyone inside. Kuka, with a stern face, looked at Theitu and said, "If I can't kill that kid today, no one will leave here." Lydium approached Hongkwai and Theitu and asked, "Who should I safely escort out of here?" Hongkwai gestured for Lydium to follow him backstage, where a young man with bandages around his abdomen sat, various wounds covering his body. The most severe was in his abdomen. When he saw Lydium enter, the young man's eyes lit up excitedly. "You're Dim Guam," he said. Lydium didn't answer, only asking if he could walk on his own. After receiving an affirmative answer, Lydium led him straight out the back door of the main hall. As they passed through, the young man, Tuthiantu, continued to speak excitedly, saying that once he left this arena, there would be no more opponents for him. He had been practicing martial arts for over 10 years, and had never been as excited as he had been in the past few days. Tiu Ta was very strong, and his broadsword had made his arm numb. Unfortunately, he was a bit faster. Suddenly, Lydium stopped. Although it was only for a short time, in his heart, he had regarded Tiu Cha as a friend. Yet here was Tuthiantu, severely injuring Tiu Cha and boasting about his traditional martial arts training. Did he believe in martial ethics? Tuthiantu shook his head in surprise. "Ha, that's outdated," he said. Upon hearing this, Lydium suddenly burst into laughter, kicking Tuthiantu's bleeding abdomen. Tuthiantu was knocked back a meter, crashing into the wall behind him. Lydium stood still, cold and indifferent. "I thought so too," he said before walking away. He didn't want to be minced by Holianthang's men, so he quickly got up and ran. Tuthiantu wiped the blood from his mouth, looking at Lydium, who said, "I'll definitely pay you back for that kick." Just then, his phone rang again, a voice full of resentment calling out, "Where are the dead bodies?" Lydium replied calmly, "I'm working. Just had a phone call with Judy." Leading Tuthiantu to escape near the stairs. Holianthang's men are looking down on Lydium and Tuthiantu from above. When Tuthiantu passed by, the two suddenly stood up, intending to grab his shoulders. But a dark figure darted by, delivering a powerful blow to one of their jaws. The other one, seeing this, quickly reached for the dagger at his waist, but his eyes widened. Lydium kicked him hard in the face, causing both men to faint immediately after picking up the dropped dagger while still on the phone. Ladium saw a group of Holianthang's men running towards them from the stairs, wielding weapons. He immediately threw the phone to Tuthiantu and kicked one of the thugs straight in the face with his right foot. Then, he performed a swift turn, twisting his waist and punching the chest of another thug. Finally, with a quick push and uppercut, he knocked out the last thug. Tuthiantu, still holding the phone, was bewildered. "Edim, what are you doing?" he asked. "Why is it so noisy around here? Can't you hear me?" Before Tuthiantu could speak further, Lydium snatched the phone and whispered, "Sister Judy, I'm almost done. I'll call you back later." Then he hung up and quickly urged Tuthiantu to hurry. At this moment, the back door of Fakungia building was locked with iron chains, guarded by a group of Holianthang's men. Seeing Lydium, the leader said, "Ah, you're here." More than 10 men stood up, weapons gleaming in their hands. Lydium and Tuthiantu approached slowly. The leader's eyes shone as he said, "Didn't they tell you to find someone to get the guns? We're in trouble. Hurry up and get them." One of the subordinates replied, "Boss, it takes time to find someone to get the guns. You're too impatient. I haven't had time to get them yet." Seeing the two approaching, the leader hesitated on how to handle the situation. Although the opponent was skilled, he had been injured by Tiu Ka and was surely seriously wounded. What's more, they were armed with knives and daggers used for hunting. Meanwhile, Lydium remained calm, exuding a menacing aura. His eyes emitted a red glare like that of the god of death. The leader nervously looked at Lydium, sweating profusely. "If you haven't found the guns, you're dismissed," Lydium said. The leader gave the order, and Lydium had safely escorted Tuthiantu out of Longthan, away from danger. Tuthiantu began to complain, saying that he had been unjustly defeated and refused to admit his mistake. Lydium sighed inwardly, realizing that life had no principles here. It was about karma and tactics, not rules. Tuthiantu seemed to be completely ignored, which made him grind his teeth in frustration. "In 15 days, I'll be healed and ready to fight you," he declared. Lydium didn't respond, and Tuthiantu just walked away. 3 days later, Lydium brought a shopping bag to Fakungia building. Hongkwai smiled and joked, "Looking handsome, aren't you? Just came back from a date with Judy." From Hongkwai, Lydium learned that the matter with Holianthang had been resolved. Under the pressure from the Longthan gang behind the scenes, they finally backed down. In the training room, Duthuk, dressed in workout clothes, revealed her seductive figure among the female students. Her determined and serious expression seemed out of place. Lydium entered and Duthuk greeted him, jokingly mentioning Tuthiantu. "No one in Longthan's arena can beat you. That kid was just there for fun. Regardless of the outcome between you two, your position as the arena's boss is secure," she said. Lydium thanked her jokingly and said, "I'm not worthy of being the boss. I'll make some money and retire to the countryside." Duthuk became annoyed, seeming to see through Lydium's thoughts. "You don't want to work with me, do you?" she asked. Lydium remained silent for a moment before suddenly laughing and saying, "How could I refuse to leave Fakungia building?" Lydium asked Hongkwai if he knew which hospital Tucha was in. Hongkwai looked at Lydium with a deep understanding and smiled, saying that it was rare to see someone caring about emotions like him. Then he told Lydium the name of the hospital. Lydium went to the hospital room, where he found Hosenku. "Tu Ka was severely injured because of you," Hosenku said angrily. Lydium shrugged and replied calmly, "Blame yourself for getting involved. If he hadn't bothered me, both of them wouldn't be in this situation. If he doesn't mind, let them talk alone." From the moment Lydium entered, Tiu Chao's eyes never left him. Hearing this, Hosenku gave a sign of consent, and Lydium approached. Hosenku left the room coldly as Lydium calmly peeled a fruit on the table. He carefully asked about Tiu Chao's injuries, thankful that the emergency treatment had saved his arm. However, he warned Tiu Cha that his arm might ache when it rained, and he would need 6 months of rest in bed. Lydium listened quietly to Tiu Chao's weak complaints, but understood that a severed arm was a serious blow to his martial skills. He advised Tiu Ka to withdraw. Tiu Cha weakly smiled at Lydium, thanking him for his advice. As Lydium prepared to leave, Tiu Ka suddenly called him back, thanking him for his guidance. As Lydium left the room, he felt a sense of relief. Meeting with Tiu Cha had been like water flowing and flowers drifting. It was all just passing guests on the mountain and river, obstacles on the road of life. In the Vinexuan Martial Arts Center, Tu Thiantu was being taught by his grandfather not to engage in fights anymore. However, he refused to listen. On June 28, year of Bingan, he married Xin, with no prohibitions whatsoever. In the noodle shop, Judy couldn't believe that Lydium would say the words break up again. She stared deeply at Lydium, trying to suppress her emotions to speak. Lydium withdrew his words and spoke as if nothing had happened. Judy, with eyes blazing, told Lydium, "I can throw you into the sea for fish to eat tonight. I guarantee that there will be no Dimgoang in Longthan tomorrow. Do you believe that?" Lydium remained silent, lighting a cigarette. He knew that now was not the time to hesitate but to speak directly. Judy's voice, resolute and low, made it clear she was not joking. "I've calculated everything meticulously. The money I've bet for you every night, buying underwear, even spending thousands of dollars. And you? Just a bowl of noodles for a few bucks, and now you want to break up. Break up, Lydium." Lydium put down the empty bowl and wiped his mouth. Without lingering on Judy's words, he called for another bowl. Judy slammed the table, stood up, her eyes like fire, and said to Lydium, "You think you can break up just like that? Tonight, you can be thrown into the sea for fish to eat. I guarantee it." Lydium responded calmly, "All right, thank you for your kindness then." With that, he hung up the phone, sitting quietly on the bed. Lydium lit a cigarette and pondered, his eyes fixed on the wall. He muttered to himself, "If I had truly kidnapped her at first, it wouldn't have been this complicated. Time in this world is running out. I hope I don't leave too much damage to Judy. Furthermore, A2's matter needs to be resolved too." 2 days ago, Hongkwai suggested that Lydium move to Fucngia building, but Lydium refused. Time was running out, and he didn't want to cause more trouble. Now, in the middle of the day, walking in the alley of the apartment building, Lydium still felt cold. A little cat suddenly rubbed against Lydium's legs. "This isn't AMA from A2's house, is it?" Lydium looked towards A2's house, which was indeed wide open. Lydium pushed the door gently. Inside, the room smelled strongly of decay, making him frown. The smell of rotten fish couldn't be this strong. Lydium placed the cat down and went to close the window tightly. "Who's there?" A hoarse voice sounded behind him, making Lydium's hair stand on end. A horrifying face appeared behind Lydium, and A2, who had noticed the door wide open, hurriedly pushed it closed. When she saw Lydium standing on the chair, holding a newly replaced light bulb, A2 asked, "Are you back, Lydium?" Just then, A2's mother called from the kitchen. "Lydium, stay for dinner, okay?" "Yes, thank you, Aunt," Lydium replied. Lydium looked at A2, who was silent and bowed her head, then smiled and said, "A2, can you give me NDT 100 to buy pork? I want to cook something delicious." But A2 refused, and Lydium's narrowed eyes seemed to sense something. Shortly after, a delicious meal was prepared, and although Lydium didn't eat much, only some vegetables, the conversation flowed relatively smoothly. After bidding farewell to A2 and her mother, Lydium returned to the apartment building. Lydium stood still for a moment before calling Hongkwai. "Hong, is there still a vacant room in your building? I want to move there." Before waiting for Hongkwai's response, Lydium hung up and sat on the bed. He lit a cigarette and contemplated, his gaze fixed on the wall. The system's notification flashed in his mind, and he pondered. The soul of A2's mother, full of remorse, unable to leave the mortal world. Children cannot bear to leave their earthly realm. It seems that ADM's advice was clear enough. I have to use A2's mother's soul to supplement the soul book. A2 won't blame me. The image of A2 kept appearing, and Lydium, a man willing to kill to survive, felt remorse for the first time. He couldn't bear to shatter A2's dreams, to destroy the warmth of her family. At this moment, Lydium took out the remaining 3 pieces of relics, and felt a flood of information surging into his mind. The ghost of Nu-O, his martial spirit, was created from the soul book, swallowed at calculation time. The points could receive a stronger transmitted inheritance or other rewards. Should I swallow it? The golden paper in Lydium's hand suddenly burst into flames, a pale golden flame in the air. Lydium heard the powerful roar repeatedly echoing through the system's notification. The soul book has swallowed it. The remaining soul of the Nuo demon. After exchanging information with the notification board, Lydium continued to think. Do demons really exist? If they do, I wouldn't bother anyone. The smell I smelled at A2's house couldn't be rotten fish but the smell of death. Tonight in Longthan will be unusually peaceful. In Fucknia building, Lydium entered the room and looked at the sword on the weapon rack. 8 characters on it were surrounded by dragon energy. Lydium has taken my sword. Where are you going this late? Duthuk looked at Lydium calmly, waiting for his answer. Lydium turned back to Duthuk unperturbed. I have some personal matters to take care of. It has nothing to do with the arena. Duthuk approached slowly, pulling a chair down to sit, and said, If you're not in a hurry, why not talk to me? What's going on between you and Judy? Seeing Lydium silent, she continued, Women are fragile, and it's easy to distinguish between light and heavy matters. After spending the night with someone, it's not easy to bear the responsibility alone. Can you understand a little? Acting on the arena isn't easy. Lydium looked at Duthuk strangely and replied, Do you really see me as a wolf, Feitu? They say the strongest person in Longthan isn't Hongkwai, but you. How about we wear protective gear and have a friendly match? Duthuk tilted her head, smiling at Lydium. All right, if it helps to ease your anger, that's my specialty. In the spacious room, the two faced each other. Lydium held a sparkling sword with a serious expression. Hey Jiang, please enlighten me, Lydium said. Duthuk held a large black and green broadsword behind her, the weapon of the 8 strange gates. The blade was as wide as 5 fingers, with a horse's tail-shaped handle, and a straight blade ending in a bit kui, 8 trigrams, motif. Hey Jiang, please enlighten me, Duthuk responded. Meanwhile, in a villa in Thuithuilone, Judy, wearing a high-necked nightgown, muttered angrily, I won't let him go easily, that's for sure. Suddenly, the phone rang, and her assistant handed it to her. Judy remained silent, her face slightly unusual. Before hanging up, she poured herself a glass of red wine, and her assistant noticed Judy's startled expression, quickly asking what was wrong. Judy explained that some ancient relics stolen from the bank had just been counted, and some rare ancient books by famous artists from the feudal period were missing. There was a high reward for those books, and coincidentally, Judy had seen them when he changed clothes. Judy murmured angrily, That scoundrel from 36 Bindan is definitely up to no good. Meanwhile, Lydium approached A2's house with the relic piece of the soul book in his chest, feeling it heating up. Gently pushing the unlocked door, he was hit by a strong smell of blood. Pulling back, he saw blood splattered all over the walls. The dim moonlight illuminated the room, where A2's mother sat motionless, seemingly waiting for something. The atmosphere was eerie, making Lydium break into a cold sweat. Lydium approached the woman, trying to bear the stench. As he finally saw her face, he realized it was decaying, with flies buzzing around large, disgusting black patches of rotten flesh and oozing wounds. The woman's eyelids suddenly opened, revealing rotten, gnashing teeth, and she lunged at Lydium, grabbing his neck. Lydium quickly retreated, drawing his sword, and struck the demon's head. The woman leaped, narrowly avoiding the fatal blow, and crawled on all fours, strangely. Her red eyes stared intensely at Lydium, making him shudder. Suddenly, she charged at incredible speed. Lydium didn't flinch, thrusting his sword towards her chest, but she grabbed his neck with her rotten, clawed hand. Lydium attempted to pull back his sword, but found his strength depleted. With no hesitation, he kicked the ground fiercely, his right leg striking the sword's hilt. The entire blade pierced through her body, leaving only the hilt protruding. At the same time, her sharp claws left 3 deep scratches on Lydium's face. As he opened his eyes again, she had vanished. Lydium turned around, only to feel a sharp pain in his side. A light bulb flickered, revealing a sharp knife stabbing into his side. Lydium instinctively moved, grabbing the assailant's shoulder, but she slipped away. Surprised by her speed, Leviathan couldn't react in time. With no other choice, he drew his knife, and blood sprayed from the wound, numbing the intense pain. Leviathan chuckled lightly. Auntie is even more ruthless than I am. Is it more cruel to die like this, or to meet again in hell, and see who is more ruthless? The room fell silent. Leviathan remained vigilant, his eyes uncomfortable but unable to blink. The blood on his eyelids gradually seeped in. Finally, Leviathan couldn't resist blinking, and in that split second, a grotesque, rotten face lunged menacingly towards him. Leviathan suddenly sprayed blood from his tongue, hitting the woman's face. She recoiled, and Leviathan, without hesitation, thrust his sharp knife into her face. Just then, a scream rang out, "Mom!" Leviathan jerked, pulling the knife in mid-air, and reluctantly changed tactics. He kicked her forcefully, sending her flying. At that moment, A2, pale and trembling, held a gun, her red eyes pleading with Leviathan not to hurt her mother. As she trembled with the gun aimed at Leviathan, the notification board appeared. Truong Suong 2, suffering from starvation due to prolonged contact with parrots, gradually losing vitality and lifespan. The danger level is white. Leviathan approached slowly, looking at A2 and said, "Where is your gun?" His expression indifferent. A gust of wind suddenly came from his side. Leviathan didn't hesitate, swiftly kicking a high stone towards the woman, sending her flying. Leviathan felt the impact weaken her significantly. A2, frightened, closed her eyes tightly, her pale fingers gripping the gun's handle, but she couldn't pull the trigger. Leviathan approached and snatched the gun from A2's hand, firing a shot into the air. With a thud, A2, terrified, sat on the ground, releasing her child. She stood up shakily, growling at Leviathan, but dared not do more. Leviathan's expression became complex. After a moment of silence, he said calmly to A2, "A2, go inside and wait. I need to talk to your aunt for a moment." A2 bit her lip, tears in her eyes, but she didn't resist. Though her expression was fierce, her tone was gentle. "Good girl, go inside and listen to your mother." A2 hesitated for a moment. Leviathan then grabbed her arm, pushing her inside, locking the door and breaking the door latch. A2 banged on the door, begging Leviathan not to kill her mother. She asked why he came to disturb them. "I just want to stay and take care of my daughter." A2 cried and banged on the door, begging Leviathan not to kill her mother. She asked Leviathan why he came to bother us. "I just want to stay and take care of my daughter." Listen to that question. Leviathan was silent for a moment, then calmly said something. "I must take my aunt today. I will ask someone to take care of A2. It's definitely better to be around aunt waiting to die. I also have to do this for my life, because I don't have the qualifications to teach you anything. We should still let strength speak for itself." She trembled and asked why he wanted it, took her soul and said. Then he took the fragment of the lake from Raz's chest, said he wanted it. She stared at the lake debris, suddenly relaxed and said, "You want my soul? It's the same whether it's me or someone else. I can agree to your conditions. But you must swear to take care of my daughter," but was rejected by Leviathan. "I won't be able to say the last time. No matter what, I will try to take care of you. Whether Atu believes it or not is up to you." Leviathan suddenly discovered blood stains on his shirt, decided to attack quickly and win quickly. She suddenly raised her head. Eyes emitting red rays roared at Leviathan. "Remember what you said." A powerful stream of soul power gushed out. The light disappeared and her body collapsed. The lake debris on Tai Leviathan changed. "You have awakened the remaining soul of Ho Qian. Friend has completed the most important part of this event, and has the right to end the event. Diemfu. Decide in 10 minutes whether it's over or not. If you refuse, you must complete all requirements. Can return to the real world. The remaining requirement is to get to 7th place on the floor. Failure to complete Kulong Qian will affect the reward. Look at the lake debris." Leviathan thinks it's not the time to end and refused to end. Leviathan's expression became complex. After a moment of silence, he said calmly to A2, "A2, go inside and wait. I need to talk to your aunt for a moment." A2 bit her lip, tears in her eyes, but she didn't resist. Though her expression was fierce, her tone was gentle. "Good girl, go inside and listen to your mother." A2 hesitated for a moment. Leading then grabbed her arm, pushing her inside, locking the door and breaking the door latch. A2 banged on the door, begging Leviathan not to kill her mother. She asked why he came to disturb them. "I just want to stay and take care of my daughter. That's all. Listen to me, dear. You should go inside," Leviathan said. A2 hesitated for a moment. Leviathan then firmly pushed her inside, locking the door and breaking the latch. A2 cried and begged, but Leviathan remained calm. He understood her helplessness and gently placed his hand on her head, saying, "Go with me." At a karaoke bar in Longthan, the notification system rang out. The opponent had completed the key part of the event and had the right to end it. If the opponent chose to end it, it would be considered a failure, and they would immediately return to the opponent. In a red light, a young man threw a glass forcefully to the ground, his voice full of determination. Finally, the figure of Diemfu appeared, even captivating Judy. After taking A2's mother away, Leviathan took off his coat and covered the body, then opened the door and found A2 curled up in the corner of the room, her eyes empty. The room was full of corpses. Leviathan reached out to help A2 stand up, but she bit his hand hard. Blood flowed, but Leviathan remained calm. He gently placed his hand on her head and said, "Come with me." In an apartment in Fugnia Tower, Leviathan leaned against the door smoking. A2's hair was wet, wearing loose clothes. Seeing this, Leviathan said, "You only have a few days left here. I will find a way to take you out of this city so you don't have to see me again." A2's voice sounded hoarse and angry. Leviathan chuckled, then left the room, thinking, "I only have a few more days here. I need to arrange for A2 quickly." Outside the door, Leviathan picked up his phone, looking at Judy's name on the screen. He hesitated on how to start the conversation, but eventually called Judy. "How have you been these past few days? Have you used my brain tonic and nerve tonic?" he asked. The response was an angry voice. "I poured that tonic into the toilet. I'm about to flush out your strange papers too. I'll go home and get it." Judy asked if she could come back. She had never valued this name before, but Judy was firm in front of A2. A2 adjusted his coat, revealing a gun on his hip as a reminder. "I just want to warn you not to play tricks," he said. Meanwhile, Leviathan continued to search for Judy, analyzing the situation. This person had been testing her for several days, always appearing in places with many gangs. Surely, he was a gangster, and he had guessed A2's identity and his relationship with Judy. Intentionally allowing Judy to find out within a month was a tough opponent to deal with. As Leviathan drove to Judy's mansion, she received a call from an unfamiliar voice. 20 minutes from now. New Thing Apartments on Batland Street. Today, I'm clearing the way for you." Just as she received news that Judy had been kidnapped, Leviathan followed the directions to Batland Street. Batland Street was famous for being a red light district in Hong Kong, with convenient traffic and a bustling population. Everywhere were hotels, bars, and nightclubs, making the nightlife vibrant and endless. Leviathan held a dagger wrapped in cloth, observing her surroundings cautiously. Suddenly, her chest felt hot, and the system also notified her of a discovered piece of ancient fiction. "Please pay attention to the rented apartment." At that moment, A2 casually lit a cigarette, having arranged things for many days for today's event. Judy's hands were tied, her face pale. She still didn't know A2's purpose for existing. She could only try to negotiate. "If you need money, we can negotiate. In a crowded place like this, kidnapping me won't benefit you. I'll cooperate with you to leave here, but please call my people to take her to the hospital," Judy said, then looked at Les' blood-soaked white shirt. Lee occasionally coughed up blood, seemingly seriously injured. A2 glanced at Leg with a mocking smile. "Don't worry, this fiery one suits my taste. I won't let her die so easily. As for leaving here, don't joke. This is my turf. Who stays, who goes, who lives, who dies, I decide everything now." In A2's mind, the warning sounded, "Attention! You have 10 hours left to return. You have not completed Objectives 2 and 3, where Objective 2 is the completion of the key part, and will grant you the right to return. Avu's second requirement is to eliminate all opponents in this event. Now, only one objective remains. You are very clear about your purpose. Just defeat Lydium, and you can complete objectives 2 and 3 and successfully end the event. Not an orphan, huh? How do you know Lydium if you've never been to the mainland? Judy questioned. Avu's train of thought was interrupted, and he smiled lightly at Judy. If you knew in advance and investigated me, why didn't I learn about your lover? He said, then looked sharply at Lydium entering the building, his face dark with thought. This is his 4th Diemfu event. Although he has experienced 3 Diemfu events, Avu's professional skills are not in combat but in reconnaissance, giving him the advantage. Therefore, he discovered Lydium's identity earlier, but in combat, his ability to fight directly is almost negligible, with a biological harmony of 63%. His rare martial arts abilities, combined with his bet-fexa capability, greatly increase the probability of winning. Although the 3xi only operate within a range of 200 meters, exceeding that distance will result in serious backlash, but in a cramped space like this, it's enough. Meanwhile, Lydium frowned as she entered the building, thinking about how cunning he was. In such a narrow space, using a sword would be difficult. All of Judy's bodyguards had guns. If he had special weapons abilities, why bother threatening Judy? If his abilities were extraordinary, why wait until now to act? If she had no work, the event would have ended long ago. He relied on negative thinking that she would come when she heard the news, so if she didn't show up, his plan would be wasted. At that moment, a cold thought emerged in Lydium's mind. Burn this place down, forcing him to appear, even if it harmed innocent people. They were strangers to her. Even Jugai, whom she had only known for 20-something days, wasn't necessarily safe. Without poison, one cannot be a hero. Furthermore, she wasn't sure if Judy had encountered any danger yet. This tempting thought was quickly dismissed by Lydium. In front of the strong, there are no difficulties. In front of the weak, there are only obstacles. Avu threw his cigarette down and extinguished it with his foot. At that moment, Lydium suddenly noticed through the mirror a silver-haired man holding the gun, hidden behind her. Danger! Lydium quickly rolled to the ground as a gunshot rang out. Sparks flew on the floor. Avu, behind the wall, clenched his teeth. Lydium's vigilance made him feel uneasy. Just as he peeked out, a bullet hit the wall, making him startle. Seeing Avu step out, Lydium quickly drew her gun and fired. The sound of metal shattering was unpleasant, causing a shudder. A black snake wrapped around the man, its black body 3 meters long. The man's large arm was hit, and snake scales fell. Lydium's serious face sweated coldly on her forehead. According to feedback from the system, the man named Lijiangvu currently possesses the ability of 3 snakes. Additionally, the system indicates that his skills also include Che of 3 snakes and a golden energy pill whose effects are unknown. The sight of 3 snakes exhaling gas sends shivers down one's spine. At this moment, the system's voice resonates, announcing that the prey has been detected. The prey and the initiator of the system are in conflict and cannot be reconciled. The only resolution is for one party to leave the game or for the prey to die. If the prey is killed, the hunter will receive the opponent's entire shopping rights in this event and 30% of the reward. There is a certain probability of devouring the opponent's abilities completely. If the hunter kills the victim, they will not be rewarded, but they can devour the victim's abilities. They can also receive the title of the hunter through special items. After learning about the 3 snakes and the hunter, Lydium made a plan since bullets were ineffective. She took out her gun, removed the bullets and said, "It may not hurt the snake, but it can hurt you." Glancing at Les' wound once again, she knew it wasn't the time for sentimentality. Her eyes turned red as she whispered, "Be careful, then jump out of the window. Running away is useless. That monster snake can't be killed. It's crazy in this world now." At that moment, Judy heard noises downstairs and whispered, "Could it be Lydium?" Lay continuously gnawed through the ropes on Judy's hands until finally breaking them. Judy disregarded her and jumped out the window. Meanwhile, the battle between Lydium and Lijiangvu became intense. The 3 snakes tightly coiled around. their black scales glistening like flowing water. Leviathan assumed a fighting stance, keeping an eye on Lik Jiangvu. Behind him, water flowed, his back smashed, but he seemed oblivious to the freezing water pouring down his back. The snake suddenly lunged forward, its sharp white fangs aimed straight at him. Leviathan swung his left leg horizontally to dodge the attack and simultaneously kicked the snake's body hard, diverting its attack. However, the force of the kick surprised Leviathan as it was incredibly tough. He immediately changed the kick into a jump, landing on top of the snake's head. Lik Jiangvu, fearing Leviathan's use of an old trick, without thinking, ordered the snakes to retreat and protect him. Seeing Leviathan's cold gaze at the snakes, he quickly analyzed. The snake's teeth seemed to contain a potent venom. Contact would result in losing a piece of flesh. While its straight rush speed was fast, its change of direction was poor, and the farther from the owner, the slower its speed. The snake's eyes were snake eyes, not snake teeth. Understanding the critical point, Leviathan actively moved forward. Lik Jiangvu, caught off guard and unable to order the snakes to attack, still let them defend him. They continuously pursued Leviathan. Leviathan maximized his speed, avoiding the snakes while closing in on Lik Jiangvu, making him dizzy. Unable to see Leviathan's figure, Lik Jiangvu then felt a strong wind behind him. He lost sight of Leviathan, but the snakes were still there. One of them lunged forward to bite him. At this critical moment, Leviathan smashed its head. Not stepping back, Leviathan's evil energy increased. His arm slightly raised, his whole body shook with effort in his abdomen. Thinking, "This arm is just like you." The snake rushed to bite Leviathan's right hand, but before its jaws closed, Leviathan slid his hand to the right, minimizing contact with the fangs. Blood spurted, but Leviathan seemed indifferent, turning his left foot to the ground, kicking hard. The right foot raised high and kicked Lik Jiangvu's head, hitting his temple, causing Lik Jiangvu to fly far away. The snake, as if struck by lightning, softened and fell down with Lik Jiangvu. Leviathan panted heavily, sweat pouring from his forehead. The fight had been extremely dangerous just now. Now, his heart was still pounding wildly. At this moment, the system's notification reminded that the opponent had activated the Golden Scarp's curse. When injured to the point of near death, the injury could be maintained at a non-fatal level while gradually recovering up to 30 levels of injury. Initially, the wound could not recover, leading to disability. At this moment, behind Lik Jiangvu, a man with white-gray hair appeared, exuding a noble demeanor. The light flickered as Lik Jiangvu, already struck with a fatal blow, stood up and rushed out. Leviathan gritted his teeth, intending to get up and pursue, but then looked down at his right hand. His index and middle fingers were severely injured, bleeding profusely. He tore his shirt to bandage his hand, lips curling into a sudden laughter. His laughter echoed throughout the apartment, making Lik Jiangvu, turning back with fear, shouted madness, "This man is insane! Where is your master?" Les stared at him intensely, a chilling smile on her face. "Your mother, where is she?" Lik Jiangvu, enraged, kicked Les' wound fiercely, grabbing the gun from the floor, then dragging the wounded Le towards the door. Suddenly, a voice rang out, "Why hurry to leave? Not staying to play with me anymore?" Lik Jiangvu startled. It was the voice he least wanted to hear right now. He immediately aimed the gun at Leviathan, who also didn't hesitate, pointing his gun directly back at his opponent. Lik Jiangvu suddenly seemed to understand something and asked loudly, "Aren't you afraid of the old lady?" Before Lik Jiangvu could react, Leviathan's fist was right in front of him. A powerful punch sent Lik Jiangvu flying, sensing the breath of death. Lik Jiangvu was determined not to think anymore. Past this ordeal, then it's time to calculate. The system announced his proactive destruction of the snake ability. He would fall into a limited participation period in the Deemfu events. His expertise would be reduced by 10%. Proactively destroying his own ability, a significant trade-off for a fatal blow. The snake roared angrily, its body shattered, and Lik Jiangvu turned back to attack Leviathan. A black beam shot straight into Leviathan's heart. The system announced, "You have killed the prey. You have gained all the purchasing rights and 30% of the opponent's event rewards. Due to not possessing any inheritance, you regretfully cannot acquire the snake. At Victoria Harbor in Hong Kong, a ship resembling a palace floated on the sea. Lydian was enjoying his golden noodles, having finished his fourth bowl, belching with satisfaction. Judy smiled, looking at the man in front of her, and softly asked what she wanted to know. Lydian quickly interrupted, knowing Judy wanted to ask something, jokingly saying, "Do you think we should order another bowl of noodles?" Judy playfully tapped him and said to the server, "Give him 10 more bowls of golden noodles." Judy looked at Lydian with a smile. "Today, I've rented the entire ship. We have plenty of time." The server bowed and retreated, leaving only the sound of the ship's horn echoing over the sea. Quietly, she asked why he broke up with her. Judy looked at Lydian, suddenly serious. Lydian shrugged. Why not ask the miraculous sea snail? Judy suppressed her annoyance and asked if it was because of Thetu. Lydian sprayed beer out unexpectedly. He didn't expect Judy to think so strangely. He said, "A sharp sword needs a suitable scabbard to rest in peace, not a sharper sword." "So why?" Judy asked urgently, "Is it because of Thetu?" Lydian shook his head. "You know, I love you, Judy." Lydian didn't respond to her question, but instead asked about the chef who made the noodles. Then he took a sip of noodle broth and finally told Judy that he was leaving Hong Kong soon. "Where I'm going doesn't matter. What matters is that I have to leave. As for the breakup, I've been thinking about it too. I don't know if there's something wrong with my brain." Judy, with her beautiful voice, sweetly replied, "Beautiful fit body, and rich. Just get into bed, then shake them off and take their money. You can't find anyone like me, huh?" Lydian then explained to Judy, "This girl is really nice. I shouldn't hurt her." He lit a cigarette with his remaining 3 fingers and looked at Judy intently. "Honestly, I thought you were just playing around at first." Judy gently stroked her hair, making her perfect face even more radiant. "Who would play around with me?" After saying that, she took Lydian out onto the deck of the ship to admire the Victoria night view. Then, she leaned into his arms, and they kissed passionately for a long time, reigniting the extinguished flame in their hearts. The next morning, the Fuckinghia A2 building asked Lydian where he had been yesterday. Lydian chuckled and told A2 that he had finished the procedures and would introduce someone to her, a distant relative he had found, who agreed to be her guardian. Both legally and emotionally, this person was more suitable for her than he was. A2, knowing her family were refugees, questioned the existence of relatives in Hong Kong, clearly aware that Lydian was lying. Lydian patted her head, reassuring her that what her mother said before leaving was definitely true. "I hope you live well," he said, looking at A2. Lydian knew he could only do so much. After a hurried knock on the door, Judy, with red eyes and a startled face, entered, falsely claiming she didn't expect to see Lydian in Hong Kong during that time, but assured him that she would take good care of the girl left behind. Then, she bent down in front of A2, her eyes still red with tears, and said, "Your name is A2, right? You can call me Judy." A2 looked at Judy intently, hesitated, then called her Judy and hugged her tightly. Watching the two crying, Lydian couldn't help but marvel at how skilled women were at acting. Judy deserves an Oscar, he thought. In Judy's luxurious villa, Lydian and Judy had just finished a night together. Judy looked at Lydian's injured right hand and asked if he couldn't defeat Vinxwin even with his injured hand. Lydian smiled at Judy. "Do you hope I win?" "Of course," Judy replied. Lydian confidently took a cigarette from Judy's hand and said, "Then I will definitely win." He's at the VIP room in the Fuckinghia building. They're replaying the video of Tuthiantu and Tiucha. Tiucha is wielding the great Tao of eternal devotion, gracefully cutting like flowing water. Tuthiantu has no resistance. Even I couldn't find an opportunity to retaliate among those 21 strikes that left Tuthiantu covered in blood. Seeing Lydian's serious expression, Judy asked, "Is Tuthiantu using the Batrandao, Deepfan's authentic inheritance? Are you confident? Still using a sword?" Lydian thought carefully before replying with his injured right hand. "Though the Hon Kim sword is powerful, It consumes a lot of energy. I want to change to a different weapon. Yan Yuang Viet's twin swords of the 8 secret orders. These are rare dual blades comprising a large and a small blade with dual crescents, symmetrically placed around a slightly defective middle blade, shaped like the number 10. This is a rare type of double sword compared to the lotus sword. Beside them, Feitu, who had been silent, suddenly spoke, using a tone of arrogance. Oh, still planning to use a sword. Seeing Feitu's attitude, Ladium thought to himself that he had been very caring since the beginning. Maybe we should cooperate a little. Thank you for the time we've spent together. Then Ladium gave a relaxed smile. Feitu, with a sudden movement, tossed his cigarette toward Ladium, took 2 steps forward, and delivered a powerful kick to Ladium's face. Ladium could have blocked or dodged the blow, but he let it land. It was a blow to his stomach, followed by a left-handed punch to Ladium's back. Ladium pushed Hong Kwai back with a parry and said, I've given you 2 moves already. Let's keep fighting. Hong Kwai laughed eagerly, and the two engaged in combat. At that moment, the door of the room was pushed open by Feitu, who shouted to stop the fight. Enough for now. Let Adim finish this match first, and then we'll talk. Then, Feitu looked at Ladium and whispered, Go with the flow. On July 7th, 7th Bindan, everything will be settled. At this point, Ladium's right hand was severely injured. His proficiency in ancient martial arts was at 82%, and he glanced at the supplement pills. Finally, he finished drinking and walked out the door. Judy was already waiting outside. Are you leaving after this match? She asked. Instead of answering, Ladium took out a small box from his pocket and handed it to Judy, who accepted it eagerly. Looking at the contents inside, she asked with a smile, Is this a family heirloom? Ladium chuckled. Except for the one I bought yesterday at the pavilion. Using this to smoke, your fingers won't turn yellow. Plus, you'll look stunning using it, like a movie star. Judy seemed saddened, holding the gift tightly and asking when he would return. Ladium remained silent for a moment before replying, When there's a chance, I'll definitely come back. Judy ran up from behind, embracing Ladium tightly, and whispered, Leave the gift in the room for you to remember. Watching Ladium's receding figure, Judy quietly took out a stack of documents from her bag and threw them into the trash can. These were Ladium's information. Judy knew the man named Ladium wasn't the one she loved. She seemed to understand something but didn't say it aloud, only knowing that she had once passionately loved that man. Whether he was Ladium or not didn't matter anymore in the underground arena, where the audience cheered loudly. As Ladium appeared in the spectator stands, an old man sitting calmly stood out amidst the lively atmosphere. When he saw the Yan Yuang Viet twin swords in Ladium's hands, he frowned slightly. He seems annoyed, murmured Tuthiantu, facing Ladium. The more bizarre the weapon, the faster the death. Have you heard this saying? Ladium remained silent, with Judy's image still haunting him. Tuthiantu continued, slightly irritated, Have you heard me? Still, Ladium remained silent, only saying, Hey Jiang Ladium. Tuthiantu replied, Vinixwan Tuthiantu. The final showdown between Tuthiantu and Ladium was about to begin. Tuthiantu approached, his steps gradually quickening from slow to a sprint, his sword swinging straight towards Ladium's chest. There was a clang as their weapons collided. The sparks flew from the sword's clash. Tuthiantu was taken aback, not okay. The straight blade of the Batrandao collided with the round blade of the Yan Yuang Viet twin swords. If Ladium raised his wrist, the round blade would cut off Tuthiantu's hand. Tuthiantu quickly used his sword to block and push down Ladium's weapon. As the pressure eased, the two weapons separated. Tuthiantu brandished the Batrandao, aiming straight for Ladium's throat. Ladium dodged by bending his body, but Tuthiantu relentlessly struck at Ladium's face. Ladium used the Yan Yuang Viet twin swords to block, pressing his thumb hard on the large blade, causing it to spin between his 4 fingers. Tuthiantu's pupil contracted as the outer blade spun straight into his palm, causing blood to spurt, but he paid no attention to the wound on his hand, his face even more excited. Regrettably, Ladium's Yan Yuang Viet twin swords only had 1 arm, not a matching pair. Hearing this, Ladium responded, If it were 2 arms, The blood flow would be from your neck, not your palm. Tuthiantu insidiously said, I'm not so sure about that. Then Tuthiantu bowed and advanced, using the Batrandau to attack Lydium's weapon. The left hand turned the blade to stab towards Lydium's neck. Lydium startled, thinking that by turning the blade, he was already dead here. This kid had managed to overpower one of his arms. Tuthiantu laughed coldly, rushing straight at Lydium, striking directly at his chest where he couldn't dodge in time. Lydium relied on the force to turn his body. Lydium had to sacrifice his left arm to him, and the blade flashed, cutting into Lydium's left arm. Tuthiantu sneered, wondering, You're injured even with a weapon in your left hand. What will you use to defeat me? Tuthiantu pressed against Lydium, who stepped back, using his thumb and index finger of his right hand to bend and stab straight into Tuthiantu's eyes. The old man in the stands stood up trembling, shouting, Thiantu! Thiantu! At this moment, Tuthiantu had escaped too late. Blood gushed from his eyes, screaming in agony. Tuthiantu quickly used 2 swords to cover his eyes, not pursuing, jumping back. Tuthiantu said, This move is called Kim Te Mak Mei. Choose the lesser of 2 evils when you can't avoid both. A moment later, Tuthiantu gritted his teeth, enduring the terrible pain, opening his eyes to glare at Lydium, both voices equally bitter. It's cruel. The Kwai Kwai leader is both agile and ruthless. Lydium didn't say anything, nor did he advise him to leave the arena, just shouted once again. Tuthiantu roared, wielding the Batrandau, lunging towards Lydium. One blade struck at Lydium's heart, another chopped down towards his right hand. The force was so strong that his injured left arm found it difficult to withstand, and another blow stabbed up. Lydium quickly used one hand to bring up the Lianyuan sword to block Tuthiantu's right hand. Tuthiantu's blade rotated from left to right, with both blades of the Batrandau pressing against the 2 sides of the Lianyuan sword. Feeling uncomfortable with the Batrandau's blade positioning, Lydium was surprised and tried to pull his hand back to retreat, but Tuthiantu pulled out 2 swords and stabbed them fiercely into Lydium's hand. The blades ran along his wrist from inside out, descending like 2 circling dragons. From Lydium's arm, one on the left and one on the right, they slashed straight up, blood spurting everywhere. Lydium kicked straight into Tuthiantu's neck. Tuthiantu didn't dare to take any more risks. Both of them startled and quickly backed away. From the wrist to the neck, the 2 long wounds were almost 80 centimeters long, almost cutting off the throat. Tuthiantu smirked, his beautiful face contrasting with his bloodshot eyes, looking very eerie. 8 terminations, double the pressure, he said with a grin. Taking a breath, Lydium looked at Tuthiantu, still fervently fighting. The dark cloud in his heart gradually dissipated, smiling at the venomous Batrandau. Both of them understood each other's intentions, shouting loudly, and the clash of swords echoed again. After 4 years of fighting, Lydium gradually fell into a disadvantage. His injured wrist made circular movements more difficult, mainly focusing on defense. Analyzing the situation in his mind, using one hand while his opponent was blind, this kid was indeed a quick learner, faster than him. 19 years old, truly an outstanding talent. In another round of combat, Lydium's face grew colder. His 5 fingers stretched out, tightly gripping Tuthiantu's throat. Tuthiantu was startled, quickly backing away a few meters, his remaining eye fixed on Lydium, smiling and saying, This time, I won't make the same mistake twice. At this moment, Lydium stood on the platform, his left hand hanging loosely, the Lianyuan falling to the ground. The audience below the platform were all astonished. They thought he was going to give up, but Tuthiantu suddenly realized something wasn't right. The kick just now had absolutely no force. It wasn't me who kicked him off, but he jumped up himself to kick me. Tuthiantu thought of this too late, already too late. Lydium's 2 legs were like steel rods, tightening around Tuthiantu's neck, the strength of 10,000 people tightening. He lifted Tuthiantu up, his knee bending, pressing against Tuthiantu's throat, then slammed him hard onto the ground. Tuthiantu's eyes were red, his 2 Batrandau stabbed upwards, but as he withdrew his swords, he felt intense regret. What was he doing? Lydium quickly used his other hand to bandage the wound, blood spewing everywhere. But he didn't care, just lightly said to Tuthientu, who had a bloody face, a mocking smile in his bloodshot eyes, "You're truly tasteless, not knowing any etiquette." Hearing this, Tuthientu said, "I've lost." Seeing this, Lydium also released Tuthientu, who stood up, his face full of blood, his bloodshot eyes grinning, looking very strange. "You're truly tasteless, not knowing any etiquette," Lydium repeated. Hearing this, Tuthientu said, "I admit defeat." Lydium slowly raised his right hand to show victory. Hongquai watched as Tuthientu was carried off, thinking to himself, "This kid, when he was lifted up by Lydium, he could either break his neck by resisting or fall off the platform, dead or defeated, but when he was on the platform, out of anger, he still drew his sword, knowing he had lost, yet still making others suffer. It's worth dying." At this moment, the old man in the stands warned the person next to him to take Tuthientu to the hospital. From today onwards, the person from the Vinexuan upper house was not allowed to set foot in Longthan anymore. Have you heard my words clearly? The old man stared fixedly at the swaying Lydium, who remained silent. Suddenly, the system rang out. "You have completed all the requirements of the Diemfu event. You will settle the accounts and return to the real world within 10 minutes. Lydium refused the doctor's treatment for his wounds, hastily bandaging them himself. In his heart, he reminisced about the past month. Today, Atu came to school to register, and when he returned, he had disappeared. She probably wouldn't be happy. Thinking like this, Lydium met Thatu on the way back to his room. The two didn't say anything, just looked at each other, then brushed past and entered the room. He saw a black suitcase with a piece of paper left by Judy. It seemed to be a hint for a code. Lydium felt helpless for not remembering, but then didn't care and used the Ainongvi to unlock it. Inside were numerous shining gold bars. The system notifies that each gold bar can be exchanged for 100 Diemfu points with no limit. On the gold bar, there is also a certificate of appraisal for the Diemfu item. Lydium holds the certificate in his hand and looks over at the golden noodle bowl, an alluring image of the woman lingering in his mind. Unconsciously, a corner of Lydium's mouth twitches up, and as he reaches out for the noodle bowl, he notices numerous cracks and fractures appearing around his body like shattered glass. The system's voice rings out, declaring that he has completed the Diemfu event this time. The Diemfu event completion count is 1, with a supreme rating given for the level of completion. Then, countless beams of light, previously hidden, twist and fracture in front of him. Within that light, the people he had interacted with over the past few months, including Atu, Judai, Lijiangvu, appear and disappear in succession. Lydium, still pondering, is interrupted by the system's announcement of his movement status under certain conditions. This repair session does not deduct any points. At this moment, 2 fingers on Lydium's hand have been severed, but are gradually recovering as before. Lydium stares blankly at his right hand, where all wounds have vanished, even his mental state returning to an unusually good condition. Then, the system begins its final calculations. Lydium's Diemfu points tally up to 500, with a purchasing power of 195%. He also obtains a scrap of paper, the Diemfu item he contributed for this final calculation. As he looks at the burning paper, the system announces an increase of 10% in purchasing power. Lydium decides to exchange 20 gold bars, obtaining 2,000 points, totaling 3,204 points. The special reward for completing the Diemfu event is announced, Ku.yu. He will randomly draw an item containing great power, the Ku.yu, as a default inheritance reward for completing the Diemfu event for the first time, which cannot be traded. A fiery sensation erupts in Lydium's chest as the ancient painting of a phoenix bursts into flames, transforming into the image of a winged woman rising from the ashes, then dissipating into tiny stars. At this moment, a phoenix tattoo appears on Lydium's chest, signifying the inheritance of the Ku.yu lineage. Its awakening level is 9%, granting the owner a permanent state of eternal purity. The Ku.yu lineage enhances its owner's power and speed of attack by 90%. It uses the owner's blood as a medium, accumulating all the damage inflicted upon it. When activated, it can predict and cause a powerful explosion, the strength of which is proportional to the accumulated damage. Leviathan hesitantly tries a few moves but feels nothing particularly special. He then asks the system about the purchasing power limit. The system lists various items available for purchase but warns that they can only be bought within this room and not outside. Leviathan scans through the items and is surprised by many of his discoveries. Among them is the Han Keem, an unnamed ancient sword from Longthan, with a sharp blade for killing. Since returning, Leviathan has been constantly thinking about this ancient sword. Surprisingly, it's available for exchange here, and Leviathan quickly selects it. In his hand appears a cold, imposing sword, which he names Hoing Long. Leviathan also exchanges for a hot gun, the M1911 pistol, and a language translation device, specializing in the martial arts of the 8 Wonders School at level 5. This enhances his close combat skills by 10%, unable to exceed the threshold of 79% to 89%. At this moment, Leviathan's mastery of ancient martial arts stands at 83%, and with the new device, it increases by 4%. Leviathan suddenly remembers Truong Min Vien, whose ancient martial arts mastery remained at 69%. It seems that breaking through won't be easy for him. Without hesitation, he selects the items for exchange, including a level 2 essence of hot key to enhance his skills. As the items infiltrate Leviathan, the system notifies him that he has unlocked 38% proficiency in hot weapons and increased his ancient martial arts mastery by 4%. Leviathan's chest burns with a pure sensation, a feeling that often requires 1,000-fold or even 1,000,000-fold training to achieve, but now he gains it effortlessly. Holstering the gun, Leviathan notices a strange tattoo of a red gate among the items. Meanwhile, in Longthan, Hong Kong, 1986, amidst heavy rain, Thaitu stands with an umbrella, watching a girl's poorly acted drama. When Thaitu turns away, a group of dark figures behind the girl moves menacingly, but Thaitu pays them no heed. Suddenly, gunshots ring out, and all the assailants fall dead. The girl, trembling with fear, explains to Thaitu that she truly doesn't know what's happening. It's not her fault. Thaitu gently lifts the girl's chin and coldly says, "You belong to me. Of course, I believe you. I remember when you first came to Longthan. Any man could take you out for NDT 200. But now, you've been with me for years. Why wouldn't I trust you? I drank a bowl of ginger water and went to bed alone. You've been taking care of your younger brother so diligently. I know. Even when you're facing difficulties, you always tell everyone. How could I not help?" As he says this, the girl cries under the pressure of her current circumstances. Her eyes plead with Thaitu, "I'm being forced. They kidnapped my brother." Thaitu coldly stares at the girl. "So you admit it, huh?" Before she can react, a small knife in Thaitu's hand flickers, and the girl falls into a pool of blood. Thaitu coldly instructs Ahon to take her away a bit, while the rest of them head back first. Hong Kwai carries the girl's body, and the others leave, leaving only Thaitu behind. Meanwhile, Leviathan notices an interesting hidden red gate tattoo. There are 2 images. A young green dragon wrapped around the shoulder called Than Long Bantai, with a 5% immunity to grenades and a 5% increased wound healing speed, priced at 20 points. The black dragon wrapped around the chest, named Song Long Fian Jiang, offers a 10% immunity to grenades, a 10% increased wound healing speed, and a mild suppressive effect on normal evil creatures, priced at 50 points. Suddenly, Leviathan's attention is drawn to the strange winged beast tattoo. It requires 1,100 points, and with a purchasing power requirement of over 180% from Diemfu, it offers a 30% immunity to grenades, a 20% increased wound healing speed, and an additional effect of the Bakt Kwai Thoi Lu Hong Mon state. Only one effect from the tattoo can be active at a time, so Leviathan selects it without hesitation. A golden light penetrates Leviathan's body as he calmly receives information from the tattoo. He smiles and murmurs to himself, "So your name is Chaos, huh?" Leviathan suddenly remembers the impressive gold scarf charm from this event. He then glances at the intriguing description and decides to purchase it. However, immediately after hearing the system's foolish sound, he crushes the box and a faint light floats up. A piece of blood-stained black magic that enhances immunity to dark magic. Lydium finds this confusing but decides to put the item in his pocket and pass through the virtual door. A long staircase appears before him, and as he walks, a blinding light erupts, and he finds himself lying on a sofa. Everything seems like a dream. The tea on the table still warm, Leuten's business card lying silently there. Suddenly, Lydium bursts into loud laughter, a liberating laugh that grows stronger and louder with each passing moment. This is the intense feeling of being alive for tomorrow. At Huangjiang Airport, as soon as Lydium gets off the plane, he runs straight to the Longfan Monument. Anyone who has experienced this will surely be drawn into its mystery. Arriving at the deserted place, it's as if everything that happened yesterday just occurred. Images flash before Lydium's eyes, pulling him back to reality. This place is now Longfan Park. He wanders aimlessly, feeling even heavier with the mystery surrounding Diemfu. Disappointed, he spends the whole day in Longfan Park, until suddenly, he tightly grips the water bottle and throws it forcefully into the trash can to relieve his emotions. Suddenly, a voice speaks up. Why so hot-tempered? It turns out to be the one who brought Lydium into the Diem world, Mac. It's all fake, huh? Lydium asks quietly. Mac replies, you think so too. Humans can't time travel, but it's not entirely fake. Have you heard of the grandfather paradox? There are no two identical leaves in the world, but there are many similar ones. If everything were a dream, how could you be cured? Lydium stares at Mac and says softly, the parallel world, to which Mac responds, it's correct yet not entirely. The parallel world is indeed true, but the differences between them may be much greater than you think. He finds a place to sit down and continues speaking to Lydium. The context of the Diemfu world has a myriad of connections with our world, but it's entirely different. Originally, Diemfu was South Diemfu, the birthplace of the mythical Engin tree that gave rise to the world. Legend has it that each fruit on the tree represents an entirely new world. And beings like us are just insects flying back and forth, feeding on the fruit's nectar, essentially wanderers. At this point, Mac's expression changes and he tells Lydium, I have an urgent matter to attend to. If you have any more questions, ask quickly. We won't have the chance to meet again. Lydium asks directly, can you explain more about how to enhance inherited strength and skills in Diemfu? Mac calmly responds, in Diemfu, except for a few special individuals, inheritance is divided into 10 types: celestial, terrestrial, human, divine, demonic, mythical, and others. Inheritance varies in height, but they are all equal in their own way. For example, Chutuk belongs to the demon race, but Chutuk is taller than Mac. However, now Chutuk can't match Mac. So you don't need to worry about the hierarchy of inheritance. When inheritance reaches a higher level, the physical strength of wanderers and their lifespan will increase. Each inheritance enhances in its own direction. Typically, the Mingthu beast has high healing and resilience abilities. The 3 snakes of Luan are slow to improve themselves, but have the ability to suppress creatures that obey them. Your bird-like dinosaur is related to wind, so its speed increases rapidly. Lydium then asks, how can I increase my level of enlightenment? Mac responds, that's by usurpation. But ultimately, you can only become the heir of one inheritance when you first step into Diemfu. However, if you have inheritance from an early age in the Sun High realm and control fire, you can still feel more suitable for yourself. After experiencing 6 Diemfu events, or inheriting 100%, you will have the right to compete for the inheritance title. The rarer the inheritance, the fiercer the competition. As for skills, there are 2 sources: increasing the level of enlightenment of inheritance and purchasing in the authorization section. Remember that sometimes these skills may clash with others or with inheritance. Diemfu will warn you. Finally, specialization. This demonstrates the level of power utilization of an individual. If inheritance is a profession in the game, then specialization is the skill of playing. Have you understood everything? Lydium looks at Mac intently and asks the final question. What is an escapee? Mac's expression shows slight surprise. not understanding where Lydium got that term from. Then, he looks at Lydium darkly and whispers, "Escapes are destroyers." After explaining some issues about Diemfu, Mac looks at Lydium seriously and says, "You need to know some rules of Diemfu. Firstly, disputes among wanderers are only resolved during Diemfu events. Secondly, you must not disclose any information about Diemfu events. Thirdly, limit the use of inheritance and artifact abilities that clearly do not belong to this world. Fourthly, Diemfu events occur every 2 months. If you want to return to that room, find a secluded place to meditate. That's all for the basics. Even if you have negative thoughts, Diemfu won't take anyone's life. But if you want to break your fate, you'll have to risk your life. The number of people who reach the highest evaluation on their first attempt is very few. I hope to meet you again someday." After saying this, Mac steps into the gradually disappearing rain in front of Lydium. Meanwhile, in Longfan, Hong Kong, 1986, Feitu stands holding an umbrella, seemingly waiting for something. The whole street is eerily silent, with only the sound of rain falling on the corpses. Suddenly, Feitu speaks, "Are you still not coming out, or do you want me to commit suicide?" Footsteps gradually approach from afar, and 11 figures of different shapes appear before Feitu. It's Team Akatsuki, among whom Nat Dao Ku-Dian speaks up. The one who abandons Diemfu will eventually be abandoned by Diemfu. Feitu, with a cold expression, remarks, "You dare to speak those words in front of me, not feeling ashamed at all." Then gazes at the group and says to a stout person, "You're quite something. I never expected to be bothered by a fly like you, who turns out to be the rat that betrayed Lydium. Initially, I wanted to train a newcomer, but unexpectedly found a big fish among the countless fruits of Diemfu," Feitu says, his eyes gleaming. Then, Feitu tosses the umbrella aside with both hands open wide, and laughter resounds. A giant black moon appears in the sky, and the storm dances wildly with lightning. Feitu's hair flutters in the wind as he turns his head to look at Hongkwai, then back at the stunned group. His face shows a bewildered expression, his eyes full of sharpness. He says with a determined tone, "I told you to stay away, right?" At this moment, the 11 bizarre individuals rush toward Feitu, and a fierce battle begins at the Lai family's house. Lydium is practicing swordplay shirtless. On the table are a rifle, a staff, 10 bullet belts, and 20 grenades. It's been 2 wins since the previous Diemfu event, when suddenly the system announces, "Wanderer, the Diemfu event is about to begin. You have obtained a Diemfu relic that can be used to replace this event or offer to upgrade your status. Upgrading your status in the upcoming Diemfu event will provide more assistance. Do not hesitate." Lydium chooses to offer it up. When he opens his eyes, the sky is bright, and crows are flying everywhere. The broken flags are stained with dry blood, and corpses litter the ground, as if they've just been through a fierce battle. Lydium rises, his fingers covered in blood. Looking at his bloodied hands, he chuckles, saying that blood is indeed a good omen. Suddenly, fresh blood drips onto the ground and forms into words. Time: 1592 to 1593. Location: Binhong. News: the rebellion has been suppressed, marking the end of internal rebellion in Japan. Toyotomi Hideyoshi unites Japan and boldly attacks Korea. The armies of warlords trained by me during the Warring States period, spanning over 100 years, launch an attack on Korea. In just 1 month, the 3 Korean capitals fall and the missionaries' forces disband. Advised by the Lingayan family to escape to Enghia Cha and seek aid from the Ming Dynasty Emperor, Vanlik, outraged by the news, I ordered the Sante army, led by Lin Hutong, to march to Binhuang to aid the emperor. Before the main army sets out, more than 3,000 vanguard troops sacrificed themselves in Korea. However, due to misinformation from Korea, these 3,000 vanguard troops suffer a major defeat and retreat. Reading this, Lydium can't help but sigh. Suddenly, the blood on the ground writhes and forms into another line of text. The requirements for this Diemfu mission are as follows. First, survive until the first armistice meeting. Second, fulfill the requirements of the Diemfu event. Find a powerful Diemfu relic capable of devouring enemies. Kill at least 3 types of beasts from the Warring States period of Japan. Kill at least 1 warlord from Japan. Kill Konishi Yukinaga, the commander of Toyotomi Hideyoshi's first army. Completing any of these requirements will officially start the event. Underneath is a footnote. You owe me a favor now. Pay it back. Lydium reads the footnote and recalls the dark light piercing Lit Shenvu's forehead before his death, murmuring to himself, "Ah, seizing the head of the general commanding the heavenly troops. This isn't a gaming manual. I must be playing make-believe. Fighting in the arena seems like child's play compared to battling on the battlefield. This mission is on a completely different level. Only in times of chaos can true heroes emerge. I want to meet the heroes of this era." It's clear that Lydium is now fired up for the mission. His eyes exude determination as he paves the way in an age of chaos. He receives a special skill bonus of 70% for this Diemfu event, which is equestrianism. After the event ends, he will forget this specialization, but he can permanently receive it by spending 700 Diemfu points to upgrade his status. Currently, he has the Tonki gift from Mac, which requires a 2-hour update. Patience is required. After the announcement, a system message appears on his left, saying that his exchanged weapons have been delivered. They must be carried and cannot be buried, hidden, or given to others. The ammunition and remaining parts will disappear if they are discarded or moved more than 200 meters away. Lydium looks in amazement at the short-range weapons, realizing that he must rely on himself to succeed. Reflecting on the mission requirements, he observes his surroundings, thinking that there might be other surviving soldiers besides himself. Suddenly, there's a crunching sound behind him. He turns to see a fierce beast digging its snout into a pile of corpses, seemingly enjoying its meal. Lydium activates his information panel, revealing details about the demonic beast, Manhwa, which can control dead bodies and possesses venomous blood. The beast notices Lydium and begins to approach with its rotten, red-eyed gaze fixed on him. Without a word, Lydium squeezes 3 bullets and shoots, but the beast deflects them, sending them flying out of its body. In a blink of an eye, the blood on the ground forms into words again. You must kill the demonic beast, Manhwa, to accelerate the Diemfu event. See that Lydium put away his gun and pulled out his sword to block Manhwa's attack. Swords and claws collided violently, causing splashes. Blinding sparks. Manhwa took advantage of the opportunity to bite Lydium's neck. Lydium leaned back to avoid the attack, then swung his sword and slashed Manhwa's stomach. Blood splashed. Lydium took the opportunity to kick Manhwa away, seeing that the situation was dangerous. Manhwa backed away quickly, seeing this ferocious beast wanted to run away. Lydium jumped up, swinging his sword. He cut it into 2 pieces in a stream of black blood, splashing the head. Manhwa suddenly turned around and rushed towards Lydium. I saw its stinky teeth getting closer and closer. Lydium activates the spell to cut the head in half. System notification again, he killed the strange beast. Manhwa increases the speed of Diemfu events. Lydium, nursing his wounded neck, realizes that his previous attempt failed miserably. Just as Lydium is frustrated, a bloodied hand suddenly grabs his leg. Lydium recoiled, intending to pull away, when he heard a weak cry for help. Carefully, he pulled the person out from under the rifle. Activating the information panel, he learned the man's name was Dangthianhum, who was suffering from a high fever and injuries. After confirming his identity, Lydium immediately used a yellow cloth charm. Under its effect, Dangthianhum's wounds on his abdomen healed visibly quickly. Dangthianhum, now recovered, stood up and asked, "May I know the name of the person who saved me?" Lydium replied, "I am Lydium." Upon hearing this, Dangthianhum quickly bowed and clasped his hands in gratitude. "Brother Lydium, I am Dangthianhum, a lowly officer. I'm grateful for your assistance." Lydium, maintaining his composure, instructed Dangthianhum to look around for any other survivors. However, Dangthianhum seemed disheartened. Lydium calmly said, "During the Ming Dynasty, when we failed momentarily, the court would send reinforcements. Brother, preserve your life today, and seek vengeance another day. Your loyalty will be repaid." Dang Thien Hung nodded, acknowledging Lydium's words, and pledged to follow his lead. Lydium then turned to search for other survivors, recognizing the urgency of the situation. Though the yellow cloth charm could only be used 20 times during this event, he knew he must use it when necessary. Amidst the chaos of Namthin and the complex circumstances, his personal strength seemed insignificant. His title of Tong Ki would only attract more idle followers or powerful but disobedient warriors. He needed to assess his own capabilities. The two searched the area for survivors. Lydium could only help those with severe injuries to free them. In the chaos, his good intentions only put himself in danger. Suddenly, a desperate cry for help echoed. "I am Bako, from the Thua Vo Don. Please save me." Lydium followed the sound and found a middle-aged man, covered in blood, trapped under half of a large weapon, unable to move. Lydium kneeled down and greeted, "Bako, wandering warrior." The man's voice was urgent, "Hurry, save me." Lydium swiftly lifted the weapon off the man. Using his strength, he hurled the heavy weapon away. Bako's legs were already pinned, making him unable to move. Lydium quickly asked, "What's the plan, sir? How should we organize our comrades?" But Bako did not respond, instead ordering Lydium to put down the weapon. Without hesitation, Lydium pushed Bako's legs aside, causing him to cry out in pain. But in an instant, Bako stopped breathing. Witnessing this, Dang Thien Hung said nothing, but only watched. Lydium, feeling a mix of emotions, muttered, "We've captured a spy. He may be a traitor." Dang Thien Hung pointed to the man and said, "He's Tom Tronco, the interpreter of Han Thon Fu. He accompanied the deputy general to Bin Huang." Lydium glanced at Tom Tronco and asked, "Do you understand the language of the O?" Tom Tronco, seeing the glimmer of hope for survival, admitted to understanding the language. Lydium approached him and asked for his name. Tom Tronco complied. Lydium patted him on the shoulder and said, "Tom, our interpreter, we want to return to our army. You may need to help us along the way." Tom Tronco quickly nodded, though inwardly cursing their recklessness. These fools are risking their lives. The whole of Triushan is on the verge of collapse, yet they insist on returning. It's like committing suicide while dragging others along. Despite his inner resentment, he maintained a cheerful demeanor. Lydium turned back to Dang Thien Hung and instructed him to keep a close eye on Tom Tronco. If he tries to escape, kill him without hesitation. After recruiting all the survivors, Lydium led the way. He silently lamented that, despite the chaotic situation, these people were not yet fit for battle. If they encountered the Japanese army, all his efforts would be in vain. But after their wounds healed, they would become a formidable force, capable of confronting the enemy. With these thoughts in mind, Lydium continued forward, realizing that the battle had only just begun. After rescuing all the survivors, Lydium and the others left the battlefield, heading towards a nearby village. Eventually, they found a house and knocked on the door. A worried face peered out from behind the wooden door, a man around 40 years old. Tom Tronco stepped forward anxiously. Thien said they were Ming troops coming to attack Oka. But before he could finish, the man hurriedly closed the door, refusing with a trembling voice. As the door was about to close completely, Lydium reached out, grabbed the doorframe, and forcefully pushed her way inside. The old man, holding a kitchen knife, looked shaken as Lydium pushed past him, and he dared not stop them from entering. Dang Thien Hung glared fiercely, causing the old man to tremble in fear and kneel down, dropping the kitchen knife in front of him. Inside that house, the old man's wife and children cowered in a corner, trembling with fear. Lydium coldly told Tom Tronco to explain to them that they were officials, not Oka, and that they only needed to borrow hot water and wouldn't harm anyone. Tom Tronco explained while Lydium asked if they had any silver. At this moment, a man with tied hair stepped forward, holding a silver lock of destiny. His name was Vuongsin, skilled in reconnaissance. Lydium took the lock and threw it to the old man, instructing Dang Thien Hung to find food and supplies and to take some silver if available. Vuongsin's lock was also valuable, and they couldn't let it go to waste. Seeing the injured people around her, Lydium thought it would be difficult to escape the siege. Suddenly, A soldier at the door whispered that the O had enemies outside. Ledim quickly ordered Vuongsin to help the seriously injured people into the house, while the rest of them went down to the basement. They would search for clothes and provisions. If there was any silver, they would take some. Shortly afterward, only 5 people remained in the house: the old man, his wife, Tom Tronco, Dang Thianhung, and Lai Diem. At this moment, rude laughter echoed as 2 men entered one after the other, activating their highest martial arts skills. Lai Diem was surprised to find that the 2 O enemies were quite ordinary, yet both had mastered martial arts at 70%. One of them had a knife scar on his nose and gestured for Tom Tronco to move closer, while Dang Thianhung discreetly warned him to cooperate. Tom Tronco laughed nervously, conversing with the bandit in Japanese. The bandit asked why there were so many people in the house, suspecting something was amiss. Lai Diem intervened, asking why the bandit didn't dare to use his knife against the Japanese, but only begged for mercy. As the bandit grabbed Tom Tronco's collar, Lai Diem noticed the girl on the bed licking her lips in fear. Sensing danger, Tom Tronco stepped forward to protect her, but the bandit angrily grabbed her, threatening her with his knife. Dang Thianhung was about to intervene when Lai Diem stopped him, reminding him not to act hastily. Meanwhile, the 2 bandits made advances towards the girl, and when the old man tried to intervene, he was kicked down. The girl's screams and the sound of tearing cloth filled the silent night as the old man cried and begged. At this moment, the old man's wife rushed out from the kitchen, wielding a kitchen knife, unable to bear it any longer. She hurled curses and charged at the bandit attacking the girl, but her attack was stopped as the bandit swung his knife towards Tom Tronco's throat. Clearly, he was dominated by lust and only thought of carnal desires. Dang Thianhung was about to act when Lai Diem grabbed his shoulder and spoke softly, questioning why he didn't dare to use his knife against the Japanese, but only begged for mercy. As they conversed, the bandits made lewd gestures towards the girl, and when someone tried to stop them, they were kicked down. The sound of a sword resonated, and the bandits froze, seeing Lai Diem holding a sword. In a swift motion, Lai Diem struck down one of the bandits, causing the other to panic and reach for his gun, but his hand was caught by Dang Thianhung. The sound of the sword echoed as blood splattered everywhere. Tom Tronco was thrown to the ground, bleeding profusely, and she was in danger of losing consciousness. In a blink of an eye, her head was slammed onto the table by Lai Diem. Unable to bear it any longer, Tom Tronco cursed loudly. Lai Diem kicked Tom Tronco away, stating that the lives of Daemon soldiers were more valuable than those of the Triusian people. Then, she pointed at the old man and questioned why he didn't dare to use his knife against the Japanese, but only begged for mercy. Afterward, Lai Diem tossed Tom Tronco's gun to the bandit. Vuongsin handed Dang Thianhung the Japanese knife, which he accepted, saying that while Oka was formidable, he preferred to fight alongside Daemon. At this moment, a voice spoke up, its face covered and its left eye blindfolded with a red cloth. He introduced himself as Diu Chat, who had trained in the Oka style. Lai Diem thought of the wound on Lao Diu's abdomen caused by a spear and couldn't help but worry. However, when Lao Diu confirmed that he was fine, Lai Diem didn't hesitate to throw him a sharpened knife. Lao Diu was surprised at the quality of the knife, as only high-ranking individuals could obtain such weapons. He also wondered how Lai Diem knew so much about the Oka bandits. Vuongsin joked sarcastically, making Lao Diu angry. He boasted about his martial arts skills, but even so, he couldn't match the sharpness of Tonki's martial arts. Lai Diem looked at the people she had saved, lost in thought. The 3,000 troops led by her father's trusted advisor were equipped with elite soldiers, despite any intelligence suggesting otherwise. Overconfidence led to the destruction of the vanguard. Most of the troops trained by her father's Ming army had been wiped out. 100 years of warfare was no simple matter. Reminiscing about the legendary generals of the Warring States period such as Haihachiro, Honda Tadakatsu, and Tromfi Natban. Lai Diem coldly chuckled, clearly eager to test her own abilities. She asked Tom Tronco which route they should take to avoid enemy forces and head towards the river to relieve the pressure. Tom Tronco drew a map on the floor with water, explaining the route. However, Lai Diem shook her head in disagreement. Though the longer route was safer, it would consume more energy. It was better to go straight through the Nipson range, saving energy. Even if the terrain was treacherous, they could still resist cavalry and have a chance to fight back. When Lydium mentioned crossing Nipson, the girl carrying hot water whispered to Tong Tronco, noticing his increasingly uneasy expression. Lydium asked him what the girl had said, to which Tong Tronco replied that she warned against going to Nipson because it might be haunted. Unexpectedly, Lydium's excitement grew at the mention of ghosts. As night fell beneath the snowy mountains, a white-skinned man retrieved a dead body, his expression uneasy. These were the fourth and fifth people to die after getting lost from the group. How would he report this to Kuroda? The body drifted away with the current, likely due to the actions of the Triushan guerrillas. Should they pursue? The man chuckled strangely, admiring the clean cut from the sword. He then mounted his horse, ordering 4 guards to follow him to investigate. Meanwhile, Lydium had reached Nipson, where snow fell, covering the giant footprints deeply imprinted in the snow. As they walked, the snow fell, and the sound of footsteps echoed. Suddenly, a village enclosed by a fence appeared. Lydium suspected something amiss when they saw no signs of life in the village or any smoke rising from cooking fires. After a moment of contemplation, Lydium led everyone into the courtyard, as they were all hungry and cold. Tong Tronco knocked on the door to ask for shelter. Surprisingly, a beautiful face peeked out from behind the door. The woman had long hair tied in a ponytail, her fair skin glowing like snow, bright eyes and white teeth, her slender figure alluring under a thin robe. Tong Tronco greeted her, and the soldiers looked on suspiciously at the appearance of a beauty in the wilderness. After a while, Tong Tronco returned, saying that the girl had allowed them to stay the night because she lived alone. Although Lydian was skeptical, she still led everyone inside. The crackling of the fire made everyone feel the warmth. On the stove, a pot of boiling soup was simmering. Lydium smirked at the large pot, wondering if the girl could finish it all. The girl laughed timidly and scooped out a bowl of hot soup for Lydium, her slender figure enchanting. As she bent down to serve the soup, her thighs briefly appeared. Lydium chuckled, embracing her waist, causing the soup to spill onto the floor. Living alone on the mountain must be very lonely, Lydium said as she embraced the girl. Before Lydium could finish her sentence, a noise interrupted them, and Lydium's face was struck with a red mark. The girl ran straight into her room, locking the door behind her. After she left, Lydium calmly ordered everyone to take turns guarding throughout the night, hoping to leave Nipson before dark. When everyone relaxed, she warned them to be cautious and only drink the warm soup. Lydium handed out bread for everyone to eat. The source of the soup was unknown, so it was better to be cautious. Lydium's eyes glanced over the soldiers tempting the bread, feeling the weight of their trust. Despite not being as dangerous as the life or death arena, she couldn't afford to be complacent for a moment. Surviving in the arena relied on skill. To escape and survive on the battlefield required much more. Seeing a fire, Diuchat volunteered to find clean snow to melt for drinking water along the way. A farmer stood up, wanting to take Laudiu's place, but he was opposed and argued with. Lydium stood beside them, telling the man to return before dark. When Laudiu was about to go, Vongsin ran over, handing him a gun to hunt wild animals. As Laudiu ventured into the snow and wind, everyone enjoyed the peaceful atmosphere. Outside, the sound of horses trampling on the snow echoed, and the door creaked open as a young man in O attire was pushed in. Behind him were 3 guards wielding red swords who stopped outside. Tong Tronco approached to talk to them, while Dangthi and Hung whispered to Lydium. Suddenly, the young man bypassed Tong Tronco, his face solemn, his voice trembling with excitement, asking if they were from Damon. Meanwhile, outside in the snowy terrain, Laudiu aimed his gun at a deer observing them. After the gunshot, his expression became serious, no longer paying attention to the deer, but turning to see a man with a red sword strapped to his waist. His demeanor was cold, his eyes staring intently like a wolf. Slowly, he wrapped a cloth around his hand, gripping the knife tightly, his eyes fixated as he slowly spoke. "Oh, pirate!" Turning back to the house, the first to react was Vongsin, who rushed forward with his sword drawn, slashing swiftly like lightning towards the lead youth. Simultaneously, the three guards lunged forward, aiming their swords at the wounded person on their side. Dang Thian-hung quickly intervened, urging his comrades to step back. Both sides clashed. Immediately after, when Vong Xin's sword was about to reach the young man, his arms, legs, and neck were suddenly entangled by long black hair. A chilling sensation spread throughout his body, overwhelming him with immense strength and causing him to tremble. He released his grip on the sword just before it fell, and a red streak of light flashed towards Vong Xin's face. A resounding clash echoed through the air as the young man continuously retreated to evade the attacks. His trembling arms couldn't stop shaking, and gunshots rang out. Lydium, holding the gun, aimed at the young man, the barrel still emitting white smoke. Seeing the shot not shattering the enemy's sword, Lydium said lightly, "Nice swordplay." The young man laughed and said, "You've run out of bullets. Why are you pointing the gun at me?" But unexpectedly, flames spewed from the gun's muzzle, bullets flying through the air, and the scent of burning hair lingered in the atmosphere. Lydium's calm gaze made it difficult for others to determine whether he had fired or not. Suddenly, the young man rushed towards Vong Xin and was grabbed by Dang Thian-hung, while Lydium took the opportunity to pull Vong Xin back. Vong Xin's face bore traces of blood as he narrowly escaped danger. Lydium activated the most advanced martial arts techniques, and the red-armored warriors, known as Sikbi fighters, joined the fray. Meanwhile, the elegant young man, Kobayakawa Masakazu, used his ability to summon a female ghost to attack. This strange technique surprised Lydium, but Kobayakawa Masakazu became even more agitated. He didn't expect the Ming guns to be so advanced. Lydium's hand tightened around his sword, and his eyes gleamed with anticipation as he seemed to conceive a plan. The Ming army had not yet reached the Bin Han Pass, and they were regarded as remnants fleeing the battlefield. Dang Thian-hung spat on the ground, shocked by the fluent Chinese of the Japanese. Kobayakawa Masakazu stepped forward, his gaze sweeping around. "Your comrades are seriously injured." Lydium raised his gun higher and spoke softly, "It's easy to underestimate me." Kobayakawa Masakazu laughed arrogantly and asked, "Then why don't you shoot?" Lydium followed through, turning his gun towards the furthest Exijbe warrior. Before the bullet hit its target, it was deflected by a dark figure and struck the shoulder of another soldier. Seeing his comrade fall, Kobayakawa Masakazu angrily called the girl to return, but Lydium had already thrown away his gun and drawn his sword. He ordered everyone to attack, and Kobayakawa Masakazu reluctantly ordered his men to encircle him. Lydium knew the secret of the ghost summoning technique. Lydium knew the secret of raising demons while shooting towards Kobayakawa Masakazu. This kid is almost invisible, but when shooting away from him, the speed slows down. Basically like three winged beams attacking directly. One is like magic at a deadlock. The black-haired woman was crawling on the beam closer to Lydium. Downstairs, Lydium and Kobayakawa Masakazu were still struggling. Both wondered, "I don't understand why my people went out. Haven't come back yet." The two sides seemed to realize each other's thoughts. Simultaneously looked at each other at this time. The woman with white hair like a werewolf crawled across the floor. Withered hands reached towards Vong Xin, when about to capture one. The white hand held her hand. Moment later, she was hugged tightly by the Kia woman. Her empty eyes suddenly lit up. Kobayakawa Masakazu paid no attention to the waiting girl. The subordinates returned to break the siege. Meanwhile, Lydium panicked a bit, clearly worried about Cho Ladiu. He decided to go first. War is about to break out. Then suddenly the sound of shoes rang out at the door, attracting all eyes. "It's Ladiu covered in blood." The hand held the head with wide eyes. He said hoarsely, "Laitonki, the Japanese army has gone up the mountain." Last, when everyone lost focus because of Ladiu's figure, Lydium did not hesitate to pull the trigger. Fire shoots out, hit the organ of a guy next to him. Kobayakawa Masakazu saw teammates fall. Kobayakawa Masakazu angrily called the girl back. Lydium threw away the empty gun, picked up the sword and gave orders. Everyone rushed up. Kobayakawa Masakazu also drew his sword. Lead as the rest into battle just fought. Dang Thien Hung's sword was cut in half, shouted a soldier throwing the sword in his hand. Chu Dang Thien Hung. The sword rotates and rushes towards Dang Thien Hung to receive it. Fighting with Sikbei, both sides fought fiercely, but all of Dang Thien Hung's attacks were all helped by Xichbi. Thien Hung bowed low. Rushing forward, the blade swept across the enemy's waist. Although the moves are fluent, but still no injury. On this side, the Hong long sword collided with the Japanese sword. Makes a terrible sound. In the light of the sword and the shadow of the blade were countless murderous auras, and relentlessly pressed the attack, forcing Kobayakawa Masakazu to defend himself. Though Kobayakawa Masakazu appeared surprised by Lai Diem's extraordinary strength, he continued to fight back, his trembling hands struggling to keep a grip on his sword. He was taken aback by the immense power of Lai Diem's attacks, which pushed him further and further back. The overwhelming force almost caused his sword to slip from his grasp, but he seemed oblivious, laughing strangely. Lai Diem noticed Kobayakawa Masakazu's change in demeanor and breathing, as did Dang Thien Hung, who had managed to seize the Tekbi warrior by the wrist and land a blow across his side. Lai Diem immediately sensed unease and shouted for Thien Hung to let go. Hearing the call, Dang Thien Hung quickly released his grip, narrowly avoiding the combined attack of the two XHB warriors. Seeing this, everyone rushed in to surround the two XHB, and the clash of weapons echoed once again as both sides engaged fiercely in battle. Despite outnumbering their opponents, Lai Diem's faction gradually weakened due to the precision of the XHB weapons and their sinister demonic techniques. Within moments, a soldier was struck in the arm, and Dang Thien Hung rushed to his aid, only to be struck in the wrist after just a few exchanges. Blood sprayed as the sword fell to the ground, and Dang Thien Hung collapsed, narrowly avoiding a fatal blow. He realized the sword was too fast. A moment slower, and he would have been cleaved in two. Suddenly, Dang Thien Hung saw Lao Diu standing motionless behind him, clearly stunned. But he quickly shielded Lao Diu and seized his sword. Dang Thien Hung charged at the two XHB, engaging them in combat. Seeing Dang Thien Hung in danger, Lai Diem leaped over Kobayakawa and rushed to Dang Thien Hung's aid. Enraged at Lai Diem's disdain, Kobayakawa raised his arms, and behind him, the dark silhouette of a child appeared. Kobayakawa's aura immediately turned ominous, and under the child's scream, his once crimson sword turned jet black. Kobayakawa lunged forward with incredible speed, slashing directly at Lai Diem's vital point. Feeling a chilling wind by his ear, Lai Diem swiftly kicked the ground, twisted his waist, and countered with a powerful axe kick, facing the unexpected assault from Kobayakawa. Kobayakawa's confidence wavered as he realized he had fallen into a trap, but it was too late to retreat in the face of life and death. He muttered a surrender, kneeling down. Lai Diem's muscles tensed as Kuroda appeared between them, blocking his fatal strike. With his right arm, Lai Diem emitted a chaotic aura, growling with intense hostility as he plunged his Honglom sword through Kuroda. In the overwhelming surge of energy, the woman screamed in agony before vanishing. Kobayakawa spat out a mouthful of blood, trembling as he leaned against the wall. Lai Diem decided to capture him first, sensing Kobayakawa's murderous intent. Kobayakawa hurriedly grabbed a rice ball and swallowed it down. As soon as the rice entered his stomach, Lai Diem's Honglom sword was dangerously close to his throat. Lai Diem coldly ordered Kobayakawa's men to stand down. Suddenly, Kobayakawa's eyes filled with malicious glee as he spoke with an air of triumph. "Protector of the 100 demons, I've caught a big fish." Lai Diem roared with anger and swung his sword towards Kobayakawa amid the gushing blood. A head flew into the air, and the system announced, "Target eliminated." Bloodthirsty activation resulted in an additional 0% damage. Cautious state will temporarily disappear for an hour. A Taichibai soldier saw Kobayakawa's head flying and, enraged, he chopped off the arm of a wounded comrade in front of him. Though missing an arm, the soldier continued to charge, embracing the XHB and seizing the opportunity. Dang Thien Hung stabbed his sword through the embracing pair. The remaining two XHB jumped into the fray, one of them striking down their own wounded comrade. Seeing this, the Kia took advantage of Dang Thien Hung's momentary distraction to leap at him with a fatal blow. In a critical moment, The Hone long sword flashed, pushing back the two XHBI, closing in on Dangthianhung. Lydium glanced around and activated the most powerful martial arts technique, causing the souls of fallen XHBI soldiers to strengthen their comrades' attacks and defense. Seeing the ferocious momentum of the XHBI soldiers and the casualties on their side, Lydium took off his cloak and calmly declared, "Everyone, retreat and support me." One of the XHBI soldiers shouted when he saw Lydium advancing, "You cannot kill the master. You must have used some trick." Lydium, not understanding what he meant, coldly replied, "You're foolish." The two XHBI, with dull eyes, swung their red swords at Lydium. Lydium suddenly shouted loudly, throwing his axe. Understanding his intention, Dangthianhung threw his sword towards the two XHBI. Amidst the clashing swords, everyone awakened and hurled their weapons towards the enemies. Seeing this, Tom Tronco, furious, hurled his plank outside, but the two XHBI were unafraid. With their Japanese swords, they easily blocked Dangthianhung's attacks, while the plank thrown by Tom Tronco shattered into pieces, revealing a black gun barrel. Tom Tronco aimed directly at the two fighters, and two gunshots echoed as blood sprayed, both XHBI collapsing to the ground. After the chaotic battle, Lydium leaned against the door, contemplating the next steps, while Dangthianhung knelt beside Lydium, who was gasping for breath, calling out to Lydium. Lydium looked at the bleeding wound on Lydium's abdomen in silence for a moment. Dangthianhung, with a hint of anticipation, wanted to ask Lydium something but hesitated. At this moment, Lydium looked at the gift from Mac, which was Than Hai Triwyatt, a ointment that could warm cold weapons, partially neutralize the Longoki national fate, or the protection of gods and demons, rendering the Lord ineffective against officials of the Ming dynasty with ranks of 3 or above. The second item was Kung Ki Hyat for horse feeding, temporarily increasing the speed and stamina of the horse and providing immunity to high-level artillery from exotic animals, with a maximum of 10 DMFU points without limit, which could cause the horse to die from overdosage. The third was Theo Hondan, used when close to death, stabilizing wounds and fully recovering within a year, though the breath would be weak for 3 days afterward and movement impaired, unable to treat special injuries, with a maximum of 200 DMFU points and 2 tablets. After examining Mac's gift, Lydium raised his hand, emitting a golden light. He held Lydium's hand, and tiny sparkling drops of essence flowed into Lydium's mouth. To avoid suspicion from others, Lydium muttered, "In my youth, I met a Taoist who exchanged for a set of sword techniques, a pill, and a magic spell with 3 large cakes. That's what you saw." The essence permeated Lydium's body, emitting a golden glow from the wound and gradually healing it before their eyes. Lydium's expression gradually relaxed. At this moment, Tom Tronco approached, expressing surprise, "The girl is gone." Lydium had anticipated this, so he remained unfazed, reassuring everyone to rest and adjust their health, arranging for a burial in the morning for the fallen comrades. In the quiet night, the snores of everyone echoed throughout the wooden house, but Lydium couldn't sleep peacefully, sweat dampening his forehead, his face showing a hint of pain. Clearly, Muhu's wound was still tormenting him. In a half-conscious state, Lydium felt a smooth white hand caress his chest, then his neck, feeling gentle and warm. Under that gentle sensation, the pain in Lydium's neck gradually disappeared. Not far away, Vongsin also had a strange dream. In his dream, a white-clad maiden appeared, bowing apologetically for injuring him before disappearing. Suddenly, Dangthianhung shouted, "There's a ghost!" awakening everyone. They found the wooden house gone, replaced by the ruins of an old building. Everyone was puzzled. Vongsin guessed it might be a divine spirit, appearing different from before, much healthier than the tired appearance from yesterday that had led Dangthianhung to joke about him being half-dead yesterday but cheerful today, denying it with a bright smile. Meanwhile, Lydium, calm and silent, touched his neck, then stood up and asked Dangthianhung, "How long have we been asleep?" Dangthianhung replied, "Just over 4 hours." He shivered, saying, "There really is a ghost on Neepsen Mountain." Lydium closed his eyes, recalling the image of the beautiful girl pouring him soup, making Vongsin blush. Vuongxin handed Ledim the bowl, saying embarrassedly, "Try the soup I made." Then he smiled. At this moment, Tong Tronko was searching the body of the Japanese man and suddenly remembered something. He ran to Lydium and urgently asked about the identity of the young man. Lydium put down the soup bowl and replied, "The XHBI serve as bodyguards. His status must not be low." Tong Tronko took out a jade ornament found on the body, astonished, and said he recognized his identity. Lydium happily turned to Tong Tronko and said, "We've made a big contribution. At least we'll be promoted." His eyes glanced at Tong Tronko, implying that he had contributed a lot to the journey, and when rewards were given, he wouldn't forget him. Tong Tronko blushed, understanding the teasing in Lydium's words. Dang Thianhung's urgent call interrupted their conversation. Lydium looked at the bewildered Lao Yu and said, "You still don't fully trust me, do you?" Dang Thianhung immediately denied, saying that Lao Yu didn't mean that. In this situation, Lydium knew it was time to say something, so he spoke directly. "The roads back to camp are not easy to traverse. Those who wish to follow me are placing their lives in my hands. One Tonki, one small fan. Those who follow me back to camp won't receive any silver rewards, nor will they gain any merit from the head of the family. Our major defeat is probably being feasted upon by the Ming Dynasty's imperial army." A soldier shouted, "We understand your intentions. We fought hard along the way, and we know your true intentions." Lydium immediately received everyone's response. Everyone expressed that if it weren't for Lydium, the army would have been annihilated long ago. Hearing this, Lydium raised his voice and said, "This is not to make you remember my favor, but to establish a military order. I will lead you back to the camp, not for suicide, but to enrich ourselves and gain fame." Here, Lydium took the hot soup from the pot and walked toward the two graves where fallen soldiers lay, offering the soup as a tribute. "After the failure today, the court won't pardon us. Tomorrow, a large army will arrive, and it's time for us to make significant contributions and share the rewards. I will take my share and offer tribute to the two fallen comrades." Lydium looked at everyone and exclaimed, "If you're willing to follow me through this ordeal, I promise each of you glory." Everyone was surprised, and Lao Yu was the first to speak up, saying, "If it weren't for Lydium, whenever Lao Yu needed help, Thianhung was always there to lend a hand." Lao Yu quickly added, "My words from yesterday still hold true. Even if you remain silent, I will still follow you." Others also stood up, expressing their intention to follow Lydium. Lydium raised his head proudly and shouted to begin their journey. As they moved, when the group was about to leave the mountain, Vuongxin suddenly said, "Did you hear the singing of the woman?" Lydium stopped to listen, sometimes hearing it, sometimes not. He asked Tong Tronko what she was singing. Tong Tronko replied, "It's about Nipsanu, a legend passed down in Binhuang. She was the 35th wife of Hangnam, Fin's son. After a battle, Hangnam never returned, but Nipsanu always stayed deep in Nipsan, waiting for Hangnam." Lydium smiled and said, "Fin's daughter-in-law, interesting." As the singing gradually faded, the white-clad girl led another white girl by the hand, smiling at the group below the mountain as they slowly walked away. Lydium and the others left Nipsa Mountain, leaving behind the flickering flames of souls on the hills with the stench of blood and the sound of fighting filling the air, a scene of horrifying slaughter. Dang Thianhung waved his hand to disperse the black crows gathering around the dead bodies, no longer afraid as they usually feasted on human flesh. Meanwhile, Vuongxin reported to Lydium about the enemy situation surrounding the hill. According to his reconnaissance, there were at least several hundred defenders. Looking down at the enemy camp below the hill, Dang Thianhung angrily grabbed his collar, and Tong Tronko anxiously explained, "I don't understand why there are so many troops here today. This place is usually not heavily guarded." Lydium suddenly said, "Perhaps the Ming army has arrived faster than we thought." Tong Tronko was stunned, asking if both sides were in confrontation. Lydium glanced at the strange scene ahead and said, "I think if we pass this hill, we can see the Ming camp." Tong Tronko, looking down at the sea of blood and mountain of corpses, stammered, "But how do we get across?" Lydium patted his shoulder and whispered, "We have to cross the hill, not engage directly with the Japanese. Quick action is less dangerous, but we need horses. At that moment, under the enemy camp, a group of Japanese soldiers gathered around a fire, warming themselves and resting. Not far from the horse stable, several sleek brown warhorses were eating hay. Lydium put on his red armor and calmly looked at the flames in the enemy camp. Hearing Lydium's words, Laudiu was amazed, and Laitonki solemnly said, "You're serious, aren't you?" Lydium held a grenade in his hand and said, "Kill people, seize horses, seize armor. These are the things I've taught you must remember. Your lives are in your hands." Everyone looked at the oblong object in Lydium's hand, a little confused but nodded in agreement because they trusted Lydium. At the foot of the hill, 3 Japanese soldiers were relieving themselves outside the camp when they suddenly heard footsteps approaching. Instantly, one of them was struck through the heart by Lydium's arrow, and before the other 2 could react, Lydium attacked them with his long sword. In a pool of fresh blood, a head flew into the sky. Hearing the survivors' screams, the Japanese in the camp rushed out to rescue them. But when the vanguard arrived, all 3 comrades were already dead. The survivor, in shock, shouted for alarm. Hearing the call, the Japanese in the camp rushed out to help. But when they arrived, all 3 comrades were dead. The survivor shouted in alarm. Lydium had disappeared into the distance, and the Japanese troops chased after him, yelling. As the whole Japanese army rushed forward, Lydium led them into a valley. At that moment, grenades rained down from above, exploding amidst the crowd. Smoke and dust billowed, flames rose high, and the deafening explosions swallowed the lives of the Japanese soldiers one by one. In the chaos, the Japanese were thrown into disarray. Deng Thian Hung and the soldiers rushed out, shouting Lydium's orders to kill, seize horses, and seize armor. A Japanese soldier aimed an arrow directly at Lydium's heart. Lydium heard the sound of the arrow coming towards him and quickly fell down, rolling down the slope of the hill. The Japanese soldier, who thought he had hit Lydium, immediately rode up the hill to search for his body. But when he couldn't find anything, he suddenly heard the sound of a sword swishing through the air. Lydium had feigned being hit and ambushed the Japanese soldier who attacked him. He then pulled out the arrow from his body and spit it out, looking towards Vongsin, who was running towards him. Lydium led everyone to surround the Japanese camp, causing alarms to sound everywhere. The signal flares shot up into the sky, forming 9 circles. The sound of horses in chaos echoed outside the Japanese camp, spreading disorder everywhere in the glow of the fire. Lydium, wearing his red armor and leading the charge, with other soldiers clad in black armor, seized more than 20 horses and attacked the Japanese. The Japanese troops formed a line and fired arrows at Lydium's group, raining down like a waterfall. Many horses were shot and fell in agony. One soldier was hit in the face and fell down. Seeing this, Deng Thian Hung showed a hint of helplessness. Meanwhile, Vongsin carried Laudiu, trying to avoid the incoming arrows. Laudiu weakly asked Vongsin if there were any more grenades left. Hearing this, Vongsin replied, "There are grenades left, sir, along with 2 more arrows." Vongsin crouched down, took 2 arrows from the grenade bag, and handed them to Laudiu. Laudiu tied the grenade between the 2 arrows with a string and handed it back to Vongsin, instructing him to shoot it with all his might towards the Japanese. Following Laudiu's instructions, Vongsin shot the strange improvised weapon towards the Japanese troops, causing a bomb to explode in the midst of the battle, creating a devastating explosion. Lydium took advantage of the chaos to charge into the crowd, slashing with his long sword, which gleamed with the blood of the Japanese, dyeing the sky red. Whether it was due to sweating hands or the slippery blood, Honglong almost slipped out of Lydium's grip. He reminded himself to tighten his grip on the sword handle. Perhaps this was the difference between a soldier striving for victory and an ordinary person in a brutal fight. As Lydium was slaughtering, a man wielding a sword swung towards him. Lydium tilted his head to dodge the fatal blow, activating the red jade pendant to see the opponent's profile. The information about the enemy general appeared. His name was Mori Sujin, a general who always held the flag in battle. Taking him down would weaken the morale of the enemy soldiers. He was skilled in cavalry combat, but without his horse, he was no match for a Ksaichibai soldier. Seeing their commander in action, the Japanese troops rejoiced, thinking they had won. However, within just 2 rounds, Lydium had knocked him off his horse. To avoid dropping his long sword, Lydium stuck it into the scabbard and then picked up the general's flagpole. He shouted loudly at the crowd, then thrust the pole into the crowd, cutting off his words as the pole pierced through the enemy. This tactic broke through the encirclement, but unexpectedly, Dang Thianhung, who was behind him, couldn't escape and was surrounded by the Japanese. Lydium turned back and saw Dang Thianhung, who remained calm despite being surrounded. Suddenly, Dang Thianhung's eyes narrowed, and 3 kaleidoscope-like soldiers approached him. Seeing that Dang Thianhung couldn't escape, Lydium rode his horse straight towards them. In all directions, it seemed Lydium was about to be surrounded, but he charged forward with his spear. When the first enemy blocked his spear, he exerted force to push the man away. With cold eyes, he swung his spear to cut off the enemy's weapon, then turned the shaft to strike the attacking enemy before knocking him off his horse. Taking advantage of the chaos, Lydium lunged his spear into the neck of one enemy cavalryman, then let go of the spear to continue riding. As he passed the enemy, he grabbed the shaft of the spear and pulled it out of the man's neck, causing blood to splatter. At this moment, the Japanese saw Lydium's bravery and prowess. In just a few rounds, he had defeated the enemy's general, causing them to panic and retreat a few steps. Meanwhile, Dang Thianhung, surrounded by numerous swordsmen, was bombarded with arrows. Seeing the enemies closing in, Dang Thianhung pulled himself off the horse and fell to the ground. The horse neighed in pain, and blood sprayed out as it fell down, killed by the many arrows. Dang Thianhung decided to pick up a long sword lying on the ground. As a swordsman approached him with a spear, Dang Thianhung lunged forward, aiming straight for the man's head. At that moment, a horse rammed into the enemy's horse. It was Lydium. Lydium stretched out his right hand and called out to Thianhung to get on the horse. Thianhung raised his left hand, kicked his foot, and jumped onto Lydium's back. Lydium swung his spear like a dragon, thrusting towards the enemy rider and causing him to fall off the horse. He then jumped onto the enemy's horse, beckoning Dang Thianhung to climb up. Thianhung trusted him and leaped forward. Lydium calmly pulled out a small vial from his pouch, poured its golden liquid into the horse's mouth, and the exhausted horse suddenly became excited, emitting golden rays from its eyes. The aura of a king emanated from it, causing the surrounding horses to retreat in fear. Smiling at the sight of the horse under him, Lydium said, "Kunkihayad is truly useful. There's no time to hesitate anymore." Lydium then turned his spear and broke through the encirclement. At that moment, the crowd around Lydium became agitated. He looked back in the dust and saw a young man wearing silver armor and a golden helmet, wielding a long spear about 1.7 meters long, charging towards him and his horse, causing them to fall. Lydium's eyes gleamed as he exclaimed, "What a splendid warrior's spirit!" The other man, seeing Lydium dressed in red armor, mistook him for a Japanese general and smiled. Without waiting for Lydium to speak, he immediately rode towards him, and the sound of metal clashing echoed as they engaged in combat for a few rounds. After a few rounds, the man began to recognize Lydium's fighting style and was curious. Just as he was wondering, Lydium laughed and clarified that he was on the same side. The young man understood his mistake and praised Lydium's bravery, bowing to him in respect. Lydium humbly returned the gesture. Fuavuv and Tonki followed Lydium as he led his comrades back to the camp. Seeing this, the cannons were brought out, and the cavalry was ready to encircle the Japanese man. The young man asked Lydium if the enemy they had attacked last night had been defeated. Lydium smiled, expressing his desire to destroy the enemy completely. He then raised his spear and exclaimed that on the 10th day of the first lunar month, the army must attack Manhwa. He urged his comrades to kill all the Japanese and cook them like pigs. Immediately after, thousands of soldiers rushed into the enemy camp. After defeating the Japanese raiding party, the battlefield was filled with corpses, and the moon was obscured by mist and fog covering the area. Lydium stood on a hill, overlooking the spiral formation of the Japanese army. At the center of the spiral was a red demon 8 feet tall, with silver hair, red skin, pointed ears, and red eyes, sitting with 2 hunting dogs in hand. His body was covered in black burns from gunpowder. At that moment, the general who had helped Leviathan in battle shouted, and a squad of black-armored Ming soldiers, armed with bows and arrows, advanced towards the demon, aiming their arrows at him. They stretched their bows, targeting the white-haired demon. Sensing the danger, the demon charged towards the soldiers, causing chaos among them. The general raised his hand to command the virtual swordsman to attack. As the swordsman attacked like a storm, the demon roared in anger, but was eventually overwhelmed and collapsed in front of everyone. His gigantic body fell, and people wondered what kind of monster he was. Despite being pierced, his skin regenerated. It was said that he crawled out from a pile of corpses. Some even said he was a Japanese commander transformed into a demon. While people were discussing, the general approached the demon again. Suddenly, the demon opened his eyes wide and launched a fierce attack, but his eyes changed as he was about to strike. Behind him appeared the shadow of a giant black bear, and the bear attacked with its claws, tearing open the demon's chest. Roaring in pain, the demon collapsed and the general turned and walked away, leaving the battlefield. From his vantage point, Leviathan witnessed the exciting scene and remarked that the Long Oki was truly fascinating. Meanwhile, in the tent, the Ming general, Lin Yutum, along with his aides, analyzed the situation. They discussed Toyotomi Hideyoshi's mobilization of nearly all of Japan's military strength, estimating at least 10,000 troops from 9 army divisions. They noted that despite internal conflicts, Japan's military strength remained formidable, with experienced fighters like Oka. At that moment, a messenger burst into the tent, praising Lin Yutum. The general coldly looked at his grandson and asked if the news was true. Next to him, a young Taoist bowed respectfully. The messenger confirmed that the Japanese commander on the hill had been completely wiped out. The young man continued, mentioning a red gem that had been sent as a token of gratitude, and handed it to Lin Yutum. Lin Yutum examined the gem and glanced at the young Taoist, who seemed to be pondering something. Leviathan was applying a wet cloth to his face nearby, while Dang Thianhung bandaged his chest, laughing happily. He whispered to Leviathan, asking how they should be rewarded. Leviathan looked at him and asked what he wanted. Dang Thianhung raised his hand and said slowly, 4 XHP warriors, plus the son of some lord, and such great service, a reward is in order. Even the backhoe wouldn't be too much. At that moment, Tom Tronco calmly took a sip of hot porridge and remarked that if all his subordinates were like Dang Thianhung, the Japanese would have been defeated long ago. Vongsin also spoke up, noting the great respect the general showed towards Leviathan. He inquired about the identity of the general. The Ming guerrilla general, Tham Hakangan, was leading the vanguard this time and was the grandson of Lin Yutum. Even Lao Yu, who was almost nodding off, showed interest. Lin Yutum, the general of the Ming army, had heard of him for a long time. Nin Hati Boibai, a contemporary famous general, was his alias. Just then, a gust of cold wind blew through the tent as a man in gold armor and a gold scarf walked in. The stern-looking man asked, "Who among you is Tom Tronco?" Leviathan, who was shirtless and sitting on a chair, his black tattoos visible on his shoulders, with sharp eyes, looked at the man and asked, "What are you looking at?" As he finished speaking, the tension in the tent escalated. Immediately, Leviathan's expression turned cold. Tom Tronco, laughing heartily, hurriedly interjected between the two and declared, "I am Tom Tronco." The man stared at Leviathan for a while before speaking again, "Is the admiral here?" Tom Tronco quickly responded and followed the man out of the tent. As the two left, a boy around 13 or 14 years old, with a refined appearance, stood at the tent's entrance. He wore a gray robe and a wooden hat. Slowly lifting the tent's curtain, he asked, "Is this Lai Tongki's tent?" Before he could finish his sentence, Dang Thianhung's voice boomed from inside, questioning the situation. Startled by Dang Thianhung's voice, the boy sat down in shock. Dang Thianhung, noticing the child's fear, asked where he came from, causing the boy's eyes to well up with tears. Seeing this, everyone felt ashamed. Leviathan sighed, approached the boy, and asked gently, "Little sorcerer, what's the matter?" The boy wiped away his tears and asked timidly, "Are you Leviathan Tonkai?" Upon receiving Ledium's confirmation, the boy stood up straight and respectfully greeted him, praising his courage and leadership. The boy explained that his master had heard of Lai Tongqi's bravery and wanted to invite him for hospitality. Curious, Ledium inquired about the identity of the boy's master. Bowing respectfully, the boy revealed that his master was the celestial sorcerer Dikvyu and invited Ledium to sit beside him. As Ledium listened, the boy took out a purple talisman from his robe, pressed it against Ledium's chest, and blew on it. A purple flame erupted from Ledium's body, startling everyone. However, Ledium gestured for them not to interfere. He seemed surprised and pleased, feeling the changes in his body as all his previous wounds healed completely, leaving no scars. The system notification appeared, revealing the origin of the purple talisman. Ledium nodded and ordered everyone to help Ladiu up. Deng Thianheng quickly thanked the boy, expressing his gratitude for the young sorcerer's help. Suddenly, a soft female voice was heard, praising Ledium's understanding of the world and the recent events. Regarding the Dianfu event, Ledium's understanding exceeded 60%, prompting him to unlock the scroll about this fruit from all Dianfu wanderings. Ledium thought to himself that the voice had changed from a deep male tone to a female one this time. The voice continued, stating Ledium's name and affirming the completion of the previous Dianfu event, recording a new Dianfu. The system provided information about the exploration of the world's concepts related to the previous Dianfu event, indicating that it reached 42%, which was insufficient to obtain the notes about this fruit. The name Makvu Suthit was signed at the end. Ledium's eyes lit up as he seemed to have an idea. He continued to open the second fruit, revealing a flying golden book inside. Upon opening it, he saw numerous anonymous messages, confirming that he had indeed encountered ghosts and witnessed the Ming dynasty's firepower here, which was at least 55% different from the evidence in his world. There was also a mention of the honorable flower in the Ansantade revealed palace. Furthermore, he found a set of humanoid skeletons here, indicating that this fruit was definitely not an ordinary world. Various other information streamed in from the bamboo scroll. Ledium pondered, gaining quite a lot of useful information from the fruit, but it didn't help with his current mission. He even thought that without his predecessor's guidance, he would have had a much harder time. Finally, he named the fruit Judi after the previous Dianfu event. Ledium looked at everyone, seeing Ladiu joyfully energetic and without scars. Even Deng Thianheng's neck was now as strong as a dragon's, boasting about how he would make the Tekbi suffer more if encountered again. At that moment, the young Taoist boy presented a delicately crafted wooden box containing a precious gem. Smiling, he told Ledium that this box contained rewards from his master, Dikvyu, for the others and a special gem specifically for Ledium, who had slain Kobayakawa's youngest son. Ledium looked at the gem as the system notification appeared, indicating that it had a calming effect and increased awakening by 7%. Ledium thought to himself about the celestial sorcerer of Longosen and why he had followed the general army, as well as why he, a disciple of the celestial sorcerer, came to reward him. He was skeptical but opened another box that emitted a dazzling golden light, revealing numerous gold coins inside. After accepting the gold box as the boy left, Ledium turned to Deng Thianheng and said, "Thianheng, distribute this gold among everyone." Deng Thianheng nodded and Ledium did the same. Back at Neepsen Mountain, I said my share would go to those who sacrificed, Ledium said before leaving the tent. Inside, everyone looked at each other nervously, swallowing hard as they watched the gold box being carried away. Outside, Ledium examined the powerful gem and received a system notification indicating that the awakening speed of his Kudadayuchi Lin was now 16%. Its current state was described as follows: enhanced speed and agility by 160%. An upgrade of 10% breakthrough in the Kudadayuchi Lin's abilities, with special attributes achieved in blood essence, effective range of 10 meters. Ledium pondered over the entries in the exploration journal and found mentions of Longhoki, not just exclusive to Damon, but known by different names. For example, the demonic power within Kobayakawa's bloodline was also a form of Longhoki. Killing those with Longhoki would trigger the appearance of Longhoki in the purchasing power, but the options were extremely limited and dangerously powerful. Lydium then headed to a common eatery in Than Tukshao. As Lydium observed the people around him, lost in thought, a man appeared in the tent who had earlier faced Lydium. The two exchanged intense glares. Suddenly, Thamhakmeon stepped out from behind and patted Lydium's shoulder warmly, calling him brother. He calmly stated, "Admiral Lydium, I bring greetings from the general. The spoils you and your comrades obtained have been adjusted and presented to the admiral." The man introduced himself as Tham Chuangquan from Heijiang. Tongji, also known as Tongji, was then introduced as the vanguard on the right wing. As Tongji remained stiff-faced, Lydium initiated a respectful bow. Thamhakmeon, sensing the tension, explained Tongji's stern demeanor. Lydium acknowledged Tongji's integrity, stating that straightforward communication with someone like him required no extra effort. Meanwhile, a subordinate whispered something to Thamhakmeon, whose expression changed. He gestured to Lydium and Tongji, indicating that they would continue their conversation later. Observing the two depart, Lydium thought about the discoveries in his exploration journal, including references to Longoki. Despite Damon's comprehensive examination system, achieving imperial recognition through the examination was impossible. Many influential figures didn't need scholarly qualifications to obtain power and status. The next day, the streets of Tan Tukchao were filled with displaced people from Triuchin. Lydium entered a humble eatery, ordering a meal and paying generously. However, when he tried to pay, the owner refused repeatedly. Lydium slammed the coins on the table and took his food to a nearby table, inviting an old man to join him. As Lydium ate, he noticed a dark corpse without a head drifting past the street corner, followed by the sound of a roaring gate and the headless dark figure running ahead, chased by Thamhakmeon and his cavalry. The creature grabbed a refugee, twisted his neck, and threw him towards the pursuers. Thamhakmeon swiftly dealt with the situation, and Lydium borrowed weapons from an old man and faced the creature. Activating his Yemthe Kui Thi technique, Lydium transformed using the Shintoism technique, enhancing his strength and agility by 160%. With lightning-fast strikes, he swiftly disabled the creature's arm, successfully defending himself. Lydium retreated hastily as Thamhakmeon shouted. Lydium quickly jumped back 3 to 4 steps to avoid the creature's blood. He was startled to find that his sword had been corroded by the creature's blood. 2 out of 3 looked at the creature, which had lost an arm. Lydium evaluated the situation and decided to use the Mao inheritance technique, aiming to break the creature's limbs. He had to find a way to break the creature's arm or leg. As the creature's arm stopped bleeding, it lunged at Lydium like a predator hunting its prey. Lydium stepped forward, using his left hand to support his injury and his right leg to kick the creature's knee. However, the kick felt like hitting a piece of iron, and Lydium realized things were not going well. The creature seized the moment to grab Lydium's collar and violently tear it apart, causing Lydium to turn away, grabbing the creature's severed arm with his left hand. With his right hand, Lydium grabbed the creature's leg and used his strength to flip it over. As the creature attempted to get up, Lydium tightened his grip on its arm and pressed his knee against its chest. The two engaged in a struggle, and Lydium decided to slightly bow his head, causing a sharp crack as he broke the creature's left arm. The creature lost its balance and fell to the ground. Suddenly, the creature's entire body changed, emitting a trembling aura. Its blood seemed to ignite, engulfing its body in flames. Lydium smiled and mimicked firing a gun with his finger, causing the creature to collapse. The system notified him that the creature had reached the death threshold, and the total damage had increased to 142%. The target was dead, and the progress of the Diemfu event had increased. Lydium approached the old man apologetically, acknowledging that he had damaged the old man's weapon. The old man chuckled lightly, accepting the broken sword, praising Lydium for his skill. Suddenly, the tattoo on Lydium's chest heated up, and he turned to see a shadowy figure appearing behind a dead body. The figure held its head, groaning in pain before gradually disappearing. Lydium thought that the creature hadn't touched him, and the chaotic state of the tattoo had not been activated. Looking back at the old man, he saw a golden peacock flying up, then disappearing. The system revealed that Longloki Kong Tuok Tam Pham Duong Tru had ignited into flames, burning the dead body. Tham Hakngan rushed back, bowing respectfully to the old man, inquiring about the situation. Tong Dung Swam, Tham Hakngan's assistant, provided some information before turning to Lai Diem, asking for his name. Lai Diem promptly introduced himself as a Tomki under the command of General Tothu Abuan. He had just set up camp yesterday and expressed his desire for imperial recognition, starting with the weekly inspection of the 9 ranks. Tham Hakngan then informed them that Lin Hutung, a contemporary famous general, was leading the battle, and Dik Daosai had come. As the conversation continued, Lai Diem felt a sense of fear from the soul as the flame ignited from Dik Daosai's seal. He thought about the immense power of the white flame, capable of burning souls. Suddenly, the charred body exploded into countless black pieces, which were engulfed by the white flames, reducing them to white ash. Lai Diem couldn't help but think about the power of fire, both destructive and purifying. He realized that there were 7 types of fire he had never seen before. Just then, the sound of a long horn echoed throughout Thang Tupcha, signaling the assembly of the entire army of the Ming camp. Everyone was startled, and Tong Tronko took the opportunity to run into the tent. Lai Diem quickly addressed Lai Tongki, informing him that their army would attack Bin Huang tomorrow. Before the battle, the general would confer the title of the 9th rank to him. Lai Diem asked Tong Gungswang how he knew about this and why he was telling him. Tong Gungswang replied that he had returned to the Triushan camp and didn't want to deal with Lai Diem's soldiers. He warned Lai Diem about the upcoming battle and left, leaving Lai Diem to ponder his words. Tong Tronko, impatient and agitated, exclaimed, "This morning, the nobles and the general of the Ming army discussed the plan to attack Bin Huang. I overheard it. I think we have shared life and death. I risked my life to tell you. But forget it, consider me just a fool for coming here to play around." Lai Diem, startled by his misunderstanding, quickly apologized, saying, "I am a crude person who doesn't know how to talk. Please forgive me, Brother Tong." Tong Tronko didn't say anything more and left. Lai Diem, feeling remorseful for his misunderstanding, bowed his head and apologized again. "I am sorry for my rudeness in speaking, Brother Tom. Today's matter, I will remember it well. If you need my help in the future, just tell me." Tong Tronko didn't respond and left. The snow fell heavily, and the northern wind howled fiercely. General Konishiyu Kinaba of the Japanese army looked at the troops in front of the city and remained silent for a long time. The 3,000 Triushan troops and the 20,000 Ming troops had completely surrounded Bin Huang. Lines of artillery were ready at the forefront, and cavalry units were prepared to charge. The war horses were spirited, and the weapons were gleaming. The mountains, knives, and seas of trade goods were overwhelming. In front of the 3 armies, General Lin Hutung wore a helmet and armor, with eyes as cold as a god's. He ordered the messengers to summon Lai Diem. Lai Diem, wearing armor, listened silently as Lin Hutung commanded the troops. Suddenly, a name was shouted into his ear, Tonki Thua Vu Vei. Lai Diem stepped forward and knelt down to respond to the presence of the noble. "I am here," Lai Diem said. Lin Hutung looked closely at Lai Diem and said, "You have made a contribution in defeating the enemy. I will report to the court and confer upon you the title of Longan Futuan Kim. During wartime, you will have command of 20 men under you. Which unit do you want to join?" Lai Diem replied with determination, "To kill the enemy for the country is the duty of a good man. I dare not be picky. I will accept the position of Tuan Kim. But if the general has something to say, please speak." Hearing this, Dik Kao Kong, who was drinking tea, suddenly looked thoughtful. Lin Hutung then asked Lai Diem what he wanted, urging him to speak frankly. Lai Diem understood and directly expressed his desire to accept the position of Tuan Kim in exchange for 5 of his brothers under his command, each with a different rank. Hearing this, everyone understood. Lin Hutung reminded Lai Diem that these ranks were not titles but ranks like ordinary soldiers, and once given, they couldn't be taken back, even if someone died. Despite the risk, Lai Diem insisted on his decision, and even the deputy commander standing nearby couldn't help but admire him, wiping the sweat from his forehead. Lin Hutung was now faced with a dilemma, but Tong Dongsuang spoke up and advised Lin Hutung to grant Lydium's request. Even the chief commander supported Lydium's decision. Lin Hutung had no choice but to agree, telling Lydium that he would be given 2 Tongke units and 3 Tiuki units, totaling 160 men. Lydium was overjoyed and calculated that, with his own team, he could now command 210 men. Previously, as a 9th-ranked Tuan Kim, he could only command a maximum of 30 men. Lydium's thoughts were interrupted by Lin Hutung, who began to arrange the troops. He ordered Ngo Duitrong to lead 5,000 infantry to attack the Modon Peak, while Du Kich Tian Futron led 1,500 men disguised as Triushan soldiers to the southwestern gate to rendezvous with the Triushan forces. The order was transmitted, and the entire army began to move. Lin Hutung whispered to Tham Hakngan, predicting that Konishi Yukinaga would launch a night attack on the camp. He instructed Tham Hakngan to lead 800 fire troops to counterattack on the left and eliminate them. Then, Lin Hutung looked at Lydium and ordered him to accompany Tham Hakngan on the mission. Lydium immediately bowed in compliance with the order. At midnight, the Ming army camp fell silent, and torches on the ramparts flickered. The huge flag of the Ming army fluttered on top of the column, shrouded in darkness like ink. Hundreds of Japanese warriors, armed with swords, spears, and bows, crawled on the mountain slopes. The faces of the warriors were dark and fierce, the subordinates of Konishi Yukinaga. Fujiwara Yoshimoto, with a solemn face, aimed his long bow with 3 arrows at the Ming flag in the distance, then let go. The first arrow extinguished the torch, the second arrow extinguished the fire, and the third arrow flew straight towards the large gate. Suddenly, a short horn sounded, and the arrow pierced the flag, splitting it in 2. Phuktuk Nyan realized that he had fallen into a trap set by Tongyi standing on high ground. He was amazed at the bright eyes of Tongyi, standing far away with a cold smile. The Ming soldiers surged forward like a tidal wave from both sides. Fujiwara Yoshimoto realized that they had no intention of close combat and suffered heavy losses from the sudden attack. Now, retreating would mean losing half of his troops. Thinking so, Fujiwara Yoshimoto immediately ordered a retreat. But at that moment, the sound of horses neighing echoed from behind. Lydium, clad in armor and wielding a spear, along with the cavalry, blocked Fujiwara Yoshimoto's retreat path. It had been nearly 8 days since the events at Diemfu, and now Lydium commanded over 100 troops. The extent to which he could go in this event depended on this army. Seeing that Lydium had blocked the Japanese army's retreat path, Tham Hakngan ordered the spear troops to advance, gradually encircling the Japanese army. Sensing the ripe opportunity, Lydium shouted for the cavalry to attack as ordered. A wave of cavalry surged down the hill, piercing through the Japanese soldiers continuously. Numerous Japanese soldiers fell, one after another, under the onslaught. Fujiwara Yoshimoto rushed forward with his long sword towards Lydium. Lydium activated his most powerful skill, the King Hong Nat Fiend system, which appeared before him. The system analyzed Fujiwara Yoshimoto's combat skills and noted that he was a skilled cavalry general with a proficiency of 76%. His specialized skill was the Dai Thi Dai Kui Tram, and he was noted to be a close combat fighter under the Lord's command, also a noble with considerable strength. He possessed the ability to use demonic aura to mitigate damage to a certain extent during battle, but it could also be used to increase offensive power. He clearly belonged to the elite. Suddenly, Fujiwara Yoshimoto let out a loud roar and swung his great sword towards Lydium. Lydium had been numb for a long time, but he still felt the sensation since enhancing himself. Whether it was the dragon armor of Damon or the demonic power of Nat Ban, they were essentially the same, a peculiar product characteristic of this Diemfu fruit. The dragon armor was a mysterious and extraordinary system, according to the discovery records of its inheritor. Obtaining the dragon armor would be like adding wings to a tiger. This time he went out. He should at least achieve the title of Tong That Pham, Grand Marshal. At this moment, Fujiwara Yoshimoto swung his sword towards Lydium's vital spot. Lydium had been tense, and the reins trembled like lightning. In just a blink of an eye, the spear continuously stabbed. Fujiwara Yoshimoto's body was covered in silver, and blood gushed out from his head, chest, and thighs. In an instant, he had been pierced with 7 or 8 bloody holes, and his sword broke. Fujiwara Yoshimoto collapsed to the ground, lifeless, without a breath. Lydium sheathed his bloody spear, and his horse neighed loudly as they charged back into the battle. Meanwhile, atop the walls of Binhuang, thousands of soldiers stood guard, but there was no sign of the Ming army within the city. It was as silent as hell. Konishi Yukinada had stayed up all night, pondering how to break the siege on the Modon Peak. The morale within the city was low, and the supply lines from the island of Geoge were cut off. The food supplies were scarce, and Fujiwara Yoshimoto's troops were useless. The supply routes from inland Triushin were almost lost. At this moment, a voice interrupted Konishi Yukinada's thoughts. "Hey Konishi, are you taking a nap under the moonlight?" A young Japanese monk, with a sword on his shoulder, appeared at the gate. Konishi Yukinada was startled. "What are you doing here, little devil Kuroda?" he asked. The monk tossed the head of a monster towards him and said, "These are becoming increasingly common within the city. You have to ensure the safety of your subordinates, you know." With a sneer, the monk continued, "Especially those idiots who only know how to cause trouble for me, like Endu and Sakta. If we chop off their heads, we'll be much more comfortable. This is Kuroda, the deputy commander of Konishi Yukinada." Kuroda tilted his head and sat down opposite Konishi, saying, "To put it bluntly, Konishi, can you figure out a way to get me out of Binhuang?" Hearing this, Konishi Yukinada became angry but restrained himself and asked why. Kuroda picked up a piece of dried meat and chewed on it before continuing. "Of course, it's because of the danger. If the city is taken, the Ming troops will stay here. If they're not shot by cannons, they'll be beheaded. The old men will either cut their bellies or commit suicide. I don't want to die on the battlefield. In short, if the city falls, I'll slip away alone." Hearing this, Konishi Yukinada was angry but tried to suppress the feeling of failure, saying slowly, "Damn it! If we can't hold the city, I'll help you break out of the siege. That Kobayakawa brat is dead, so you can't die." Hearing this, Kuroda didn't stay any longer and carried the monster's corpse out. As the sky brightened, Lydium wielded the Hone-long sword, surveying the peaks of Modon, while the militia troops gathered at the foot of the mountain. The first battle cry resounded, and the entire army surged into battle in the blink of an eye. The Ming and Japanese troops clashed, and the system notification of enhanced combat capabilities echoed. The speed of attack and defense increases with the number of troops. Enemy elimination increases by 50%. Offensive capability increases by 50% when facing a high-ranking opponent. Shock initiation increases by 150% with a force of over 500 people. Offensive and defensive power increases by 150% when defending on the battlefield. The battlefield was vast and hellish, with the smell of blood permeating everywhere. Lydium wielded the Hone-long sword and charged into battle, his sword slicing through enemy soldiers' throats. The system notification unlocked his assassination mission skills. The Hone-long sword, stained with blood, remained as sharp as ever, while the murderous aura enveloped Lydium, making him seem like a demonic entity harvesting lives. Suddenly, a black flash flew straight towards him. Lydium swiftly avoided the fatal blow. A Japanese warrior wielding a black armored sword looked coldly at Lydium. The system notified. Name: Kodo Kayoshi, General of Qinquak. Status: Lord of the Qi Feng Ngukai. Expertise: Swordsmanship 89%. Skills: Proficient in using various sword-type weapons. Sharpness increased by 30%. Ngukai strength increased by 100%. Divine skin bestowed by Konishi Yukinada, providing protection from demonic power. 10% damage reduction. 25% damage reduction from Dimfuse actions. Viewing the most accurate intelligence data, Lydium knew this was a formidable opponent. He began to rush towards Lydium. Lydium raised his sword to dodge Kodo's attack. Then, he countered with a fierce strike. Lydium wielded Hone-long to withstand the force, causing his arm to go numb and collapse onto a straw cushion. He swiftly advanced, delivering 2 consecutive strikes. Honglom clashed against Kodo's sword, creating a burst of air that blew away surrounding warriors. Lidium couldn't resist, stepping back to create some distance. A nearby Japanese soldier took advantage of the opportunity, thrusting his long sword straight into Lidium's chest. Lidium placed Honglom on the sword's blade, gently turning it, causing blood to spray. At that moment, Kodo's attack came flying. Lidium spat blood onto Honglom, blocking the sword's blade. Blood dripped onto Kodo's neck. Lidium retreated, then lunged forward with terrifying speed. Kodo was surprised by Lidium's agility, only managing to use the sword's handle to strike Lidium's shoulder. Kodo's abdomen froze as he felt the pain in his shoulder. Lidium cursed and pulled Honglom out. He knew the sword only pierced the armor on Kodo's ribs, causing no significant harm. Since the battle began, Kodo had only used one weapon, his sword. However, Kodo's speed was extremely fast, making it difficult to defend against. Thinking so, Lidium decided on a plan. He turned, jumped a few steps, then ran towards the chaotic battlefield. Kodo saw Lidium darting away, realizing he couldn't match his speed. He grabbed a nearby Japanese soldier and threw him towards Lidium. Lidium halted, sensing something flying towards him. He leaped, rolling once, then pulled Honglom from the ground. Grabbing a long spear nearby, he aimed straight at Kodo. Kodo remained silent, his eyes filled with murderous intent as he swung his sword towards Lidium. Lidium thrust his spear directly into Kodo's sword. The sound of metal clashing echoed. The force pushed the sword aside, and Lidium let out a loud shout, sweeping his spear horizontally at Kodo's head. Kodo jerked back, pressing his sword down to avoid the blow. Then Lidium leaped forward, thrusting straight at Kodo. Unable to react in time, Kodo could only watch as the spear pierced through his chest. While Lidium was battling Kodo atop Modon Peak, at the gates of Binhong Fortress, cannons and flamethrowers continuously fired. Black smoke billowed, and red flames spread across the walls. The sound of explosions reverberated. Cries of pain and death filled the air. At the sound of the horn, siege machines rushed towards the fortress gates. The Ming army hurled square boxes, igniting explosives that launched hundreds of flaming arrows, piercing through the ranks of Japanese soldiers on the walls. They fell like rain, while the red flag fluttered amidst the dust of battle. Gradually, the whole world seemed to be engulfed in flames. The brutal attack began, but little did they know, after the battle miles away, there would be no one to collect the white bones. Each household, clad in mourning clothes, wept beneath the fortress walls. Just now, Lidium had thrust his spear straight through Kodo's chest, causing Kodo to continuously retreat, blood flowing incessantly from his chest. Lidium swung his spear again, infuriating Kodo, who roared and swung his sword back. The blades clashed, sparking flames. The two engaged in a fierce battle like a raging storm, exchanging more than 10 strikes in an instant. Lidium's methods were ruthless, exploiting every blow for a fatal opportunity. When Kodo failed to defend, Lidium thrust straight into Kodo's throat, causing a chunk of flesh to be cut off. Taking advantage of the moment, Kodo forcefully struck, breaking Lidium's spear. The spearhead embedded into the ground. Lidium held half of the broken spear, staring intently at Kodo. Blood oozed from the corner of Kodo's mouth, with a horrifying wound on his neck. At this moment, Kodo was severely injured, his eyes filled with madness and a wild thirst for blood. Suddenly, Kodo's entire body spurted blood, collapsing to the ground dead. The system announced that the critical point of hemorrhage had been reached, triggering a sudden surge in damage. This attack increased by another 2%. The state of suspension lost its effectiveness. 21 hours after witnessing their general's death, the Japanese soldiers began to panic. One soldier shouted, "The general is dead." "Kodo, the general, is dead." Before he could finish, Kodo's deputy beheaded him. His eyes turned red as he roared, "Kodo, the general, has fallen." The deputy general of Kodo issued the order to retreat to the designated position. Engo Daitrum spoke coldly, "We'll rely on the dangerous terrain to resist." kill the flies and surround Modon Peak. Meanwhile, at the crumbling gates of Bin Hong Fortress, Tongyi wielded his staff, leading the group of soldiers to charge towards the residence of Kanishi Yukinaga. Suddenly, Tongyi halted, his eyes fixed ahead in the swirling mist and black smoke. A monstrous creature approached, and the archers immediately took aim and fired. Tongyi muttered quietly, "It's not the first time encountering such terror." A gust of wind blew, dispersing the smoke, revealing the entire street, filled with bloated demon corpses, the Chi soldiers' bodies scattered like those in hell. Suddenly, a charging demon knocked down a soldier who couldn't evade in time, resulting in a blood explosion. Tongyi looked coldly at the troops behind him, his face discontented. "You're all worthless," he said. Meanwhile, inside Bin Hong Fortress, Kanishi Yukinaga looked weary as he gazed at Kuroda opposite him, asking how long these monsters could hold back the Ming army. Kuroda replied, "It depends on the Ming army's determination. Damon has come prepared with flamethrowers and cannons, even with generals. So, a demon within Shinjidai Fortress is no match for the Ming army. It could last about a day." Kanishi Yukinaga hesitated, unsure what to do. Kuroda continued, "So, consider this your final effort before fleeing. If that person dares to enter Shinjidai Fortress, we'll kill him. I like Miyoko, Kanishi. If we can return, I'll give her to you." Although the Daemon army had taken Bin Hong Fortress, Kanishi Yukinaga still held out in the bunkers, resisting fiercely. However, after transitioning to battle within the fortress, Daemon's artillery lost its advantage, while Japanese flamethrowers and cannons proved effective. The situation was at a stalemate. Lin Hutong requested the High Monk to use magic to exterminate the demons, but was rejected. The High Monk stated that the principle of a monk was to save lives and couldn't engage in frontline killing. Seeing his senior monk sitting beside him, Dick Kaokong said, "Senior brother, are you afraid?" Dick Kaokong blushed and hastily covered his mouth, saying, "It's not fear. How could a Taoist be afraid of demons?" Tongdung Swang's face darkened. "Let's find another way, master. We don't need to enter the fortress." Realizing his lack of thoughtfulness, the master quickly said, "Stand by my side. Prepare the magical artifacts for the generals to use. Besides, there are 1,000 Kim Kang talismans, 1,000 Ban Sun talismans, and 3,000 Fa Tat talismans to continuously march with the army. The obstructing key will make them feel very uncomfortable." After the discussion, the generals decided to retreat. In the tent of the Ming army, rewards were being distributed. Lak Duongchai, the first to climb the walls, received 5,000 silver coins. Tongki, who commanded the front line and killed the Japanese general Kodo Keiyoshi, received 2,000 silver coins. Lydium thanked the person delivering the silver coins and casually mentioned, "By the way, Lai Tongki, guests have arrived." Lak Tuomchi praised Lydium's sharp tactics, turning into a dragon prince. Lydium remained silent, feeling the presence of Tongyi, knowing he was not simple. That night, Lydium went alone to an empty plot outside the fortress to analyze the situation. After this fierce battle, he and his subordinates had suffered considerable losses. Many generals recognized Lai Tongki's contributions, especially his bold strategy in ambushing Kodo Keiyoshi, the Japanese general, especially among the military ranks. In total, he earned 20 gold ducats, each providing 25 points and 500 points of Diemfu. Additionally, he unlocked the skill, Killing Like Crazy, a passive skill that would intimidate the enemy with a certain number of aggressive aura releases, threatening them for half a second to 2 seconds. This was also a prerequisite for unlocking the martial inheritance. With just one powerful Diemfu item, he would have a clue to unlock the martial inheritance, like a gesture of gratitude for a meal, repaying debts, and settling grievances. Such traits as enjoying fighting and being competitive were often carved into the warrior's character. The battlefield was the most suitable place to obtain this type of Diemfu artifact. Suddenly, the system announced, "You have killed a major general of the Qin Kwok era, officially unlocking this Diemfu event. You have killed the commanding officer Kanishi, the head of the 1st Army Division of Shinjitai. The Ming army will be stationed at the Daidong River to intercept and defeat the retreating enemy from Shinjitai. This is your only chance. The content of this event has exceeded the limits of wandering ability. You can choose to abandon the Deemfu event and be free to act for 1 month. After abandoning, deduct 30% of shopping limits and evaluation through the screen, but you won't lose points and items obtained in this event. Lydium didn't hesitate any longer and chose to accept the system's offer, receiving this Deemfu event. The system then started to evaluate this Deemfu event, which seemed to have some errors. Compensation would be provided for the traveler if such errors were found. Lydium would receive a level 10 assistance and an additional $10 in funds. At that moment, Lydium's eyes sparkled, and black electric currents emanated from his pupils, forming a deep black hole that gradually separated from his eye. The system continued to announce, and just as the hole was wide enough for half a person, it stated that the Dukong Jia, additional assistants, had a beneficial relationship with the traveler. They would cooperate in combat, and the basic attribute categories would increase by 30%. For the inheritor, they could provide additional attribute enhancements compatible with accounting. But if one of the Dukong Jia died, the other Dukong Jia would inherit all their attributes, but their level of enlightenment would decrease by 10%. Additionally, 5,000 Deemfu points would be deducted. Suddenly, a small white hand was placed on his shoulder, and a deep voice said, "Sorry, please let me through." The young man turned around to see Theitu appearing behind him. Without hesitation, Lydium accepted the system's proposal. Theitu slowly spoke. Nam Deemfu suggests that over 100 travelers are born every year. But ultimately, only half of them can survive 6 Deemfu events. This time, the suffering exceeded 10%, similar to the miserable fake who was almost killed by threats, but chose to drift like that because he couldn't bring himself to kill any travelers. Theitu wiped his mouth and said, "I will help you reach a higher threshold." Under the withered tree, Lydium and Theitu sat facing each other, with the companion from earlier now silent. Lydium asked casually, "Your injuries don't seem light, do they?" Theitu chuckled. "That fat guy fell down, so I owe him all my gratitude. Next time I meet him, I'll repay everything." Lydium casually inquired about the level of a $10 one, but in reality, he was observing Theitu, who was now twice as strong as himself. After Theitu finished answering, he stood up and approached Lydium. "Have you made up your mind whether to attack or endure?" Lydium remained silent, drawing his own long sword. He swung it upwards, deflecting an arrow aimed at Theitu. The warhorse neighed as over 100 cavalrymen surrounded Theitu and Lydium. Theitu's hand gripped Lydium's shoulder as he stepped over him. "Sorry, could you please step aside?" The young man turned back, only to see Theitu behind him. Dang Thean Hung, Ladi Yu and other generals. They all held bows and arrows aimed at Theitu. Unsympathetic eyes. Lydium coldly shouted back, then looked at Theitu with bloody hands and asked, "Is Hong Kwai dead?" Theitu had a gloomy face and said nothing. Lydium told Hong Long that he wanted her to help him with something. Theitu glanced at Tay's jacket. "Say that frankly. First of all, we have to think about how to explain her background." Theitu swings her long hair through his coat over his shoulder and walked into the 5th Ming Army. Theitu glanced at Dang Thean Hung. "Majestic. Look at Lydium camp." There were only 2 people at Kokong's tent. Kokong looked at Lydium bewilderedly and asked why he came here. After Lydium confirmed, Dick Kokong shook his head. "General, you should find Marshal Lin Hutung or Tongung Suang. We can't decide." Lydium secretly thought Tongung Suang was a civil servant. As for Lin Hutung, he has been fighting for many years. Both combined are not as good as you, he immediately flattered. Marshal and important Tongung Suang. But the lower official thought, "This requires Dick Kokong's approval," just succeeded. Dick Kokong was satisfied, but still maintained his attitude. "We need to think about this." Kokong turned his cold face away, silently thinking about the other 2 individuals. One was the marshal, and the other was Tongung Suang, while he himself was just a subordinate officer, a military officer not allowed to speak. Hearing Lydium's eyes widen, displaying a supportive look for Dick Kokong, he thought to himself, how could this esteemed gentleman be so modest? He remembered back when he had just returned to camp and asked the esteemed gentleman to use his magic to save his fellow soldiers, in addition to hearing that the esteemed gentleman had voluntarily paid for the release of 10 prisoners of war. It was truly admirable. Hearing Leviathan speak like that, Dick Cao Kong felt embarrassed, but secretly thought that perhaps this person hadn't realized his contributions. Leviathan respectfully bowed, expressing gratitude for Dick Cao Kong's great kindness, thinking carefully that no one was more suitable than him. He hoped that Dick Cao Kong would convey his request to the marshal. Dick Cao Kong remained silent for a moment, somewhat hesitant. It wasn't because of Leviathan's flattery, but rather because this matter only required him to speak to have merit, unlike that detestable Tongung Swang. Sensing the opportune moment, Leviathan spoke again, saying that in fact, he had a deep affinity with the celestial martial arts. Then he recounted the story of coincidentally encountering a Taoist who taught him magic. The story was told in captivating detail, leaving Dick Cao Kong mesmerized. Dick Cao Kong was somewhat skeptical and asked Leviathan to demonstrate the magic. Leviathan aimed at a withered branch of peony in a vase and used the technique of Hon Kanfu Tru, embellishment of vitality. The withered branch immediately blossomed with fresh petals before Dick Cao Kong's eyes. Startled and horrified, Dick Cao Kong wondered how this enchantment could be performed without chanting any spells and without any signs of Longhoki, and how it could have nothing to do with Longhosen. This kind of magic, entirely independent of Longhoki, was truly crucial for Dick Cao Kong himself and his position in Longhosen. Later, Dick Cao Kong patted Leviathan on the shoulder in a friendly manner and insisted that he drink with him, completely changing his attitude. Leviathan also became liaisud. Dick Cao Kong said he would take care of the matter for Leviathan, and after 3 cups of wine, Dick Cao Kong casually asked about the shortcomings in Leviathan's magical techniques according to his senior. They should exchange and supplement each other's magical charms. Leviathan was astonished when the system announced that Dick Fu, a highly skilled practitioner from Longhosen, intended to exchange skills with him. After the exchange, one would lose their skills while gaining a specialized skill from Longhosen. Then the system displayed the exchange list. Leviathan was overwhelmed by the long list and finally chose the skill Fuong Fanfu, Phoenix Divine Seal, feeling joyful to have found what he needed. He happily asked his senior about the mysterious aspect of the 6-9 Fuong Fanfu, 6-9 Phoenix Divine Seals, and they both understood each other's intentions. In the Ming military camp, Lin Hutong saw Dick Cao Kong and Leviathan enter, feeling somewhat surprised. He thought to himself that Leviathan was young, but what he lacked in experience, he made up for with humility, which was highly praised by Dong Liu. Unlike Tongyi, if Leviathan had half the vision, he would have become a talented general rather than being left behind as a frontline soldier. Lin Hutong looked at Dick Cao Kong and spoke coldly, asking straightforwardly what was the matter. Dick Cao Kong confidently replied that he had come up with a way to help the marshal deal with the demons like Tongung Swang. He was pleased to have helped the Vo generals, despite having Longhoki by their side, as they still feared the demons. Even the generals themselves could not afford too many casualties to destroy the demons without any losses. The progress was becoming slow. Hearing this, Lin Hutong hurriedly asked Dick Cao Kong if he had agreed to the plan to exterminate the demons. Dick Cao Kong hesitated to speak and said hesitantly, "Actually, it's not just recently that the nation has declined, demons have arisen everywhere. It's the same in Triutian. Besides the fierce demons, there are also inferior forest deities in rural areas. I intend to have Lai Tongqi subdue the group of forest deities in Triutian based on the Ming alliance to suppress them and exterminate the demons. I believe that after restoration, the country will no longer be chaotic. The forest deities also understand this principle. If Triutian loses them, it will be difficult for them to survive. The external invader will have to work instead of being idle. That's Leviathan's plan. Whether it succeeds or fails, it can also be used as an excuse to arrange for Theitu to have the status of a native forest deity in Triutin. In Theitu's tent, she poured fiery wine into her mouth and reminded Leviathan of Kanashi's advice to abandon Lengyutong city. She was deeply moved. There wasn't much time left for her. Even if she truly followed a Ming army unit and infiltrated into the Triutian guerrilla unit 5 to assassinate Kanashi, it wouldn't be a simple task. However, there were still more than 8,000 soldiers. If he wanted to escape alone, as a small miracle commander, with only over 200 soldiers under his command, he would still be able to protect himself. The fear was that he wouldn't have the ability to participate in other events. Upon hearing this, Lydium asked her if there was any other way. Feitu looked straight into Lydium's eyes and said slowly, "I can help you kill her. Nixie can also help you in this DMFU event, increasing the awakening level of Ku.U from 60% and above. Consider this as settling our past grudges. Are you considering it?" Lydium hesitated to ask, "But do you only have the power of a 10th grade rank?" Feitu didn't answer Lydium's question, but instead asked in return, "Do you agree or not?" Lydium, hearing something good like this, where the mission could be completed without fighting, was inclined to agree. Feitu, upon hearing this, raised her right hand and snapped her little finger off, then handed it to Lydium. Lydium swallowed nervously, looking at the severed finger in front of him. The system announced that the Feitu Chi force could only be absorbed through ingestion to increase the level of awakening by 50%. Simultaneously, when obtaining the Feitu Chi force, the level of awakening would automatically exceed 40% proficiency, achieving a reward of 40% proficiency. However, the Feitu Chi force had disappeared from the records of Nam Dinfu, indicating that it couldn't resist random absorption, and its effectiveness couldn't be countered. Seeing Lydium's hesitation, Feitu's expression saddened slightly as she said, "Some things from the past I didn't understand before, but now it's clear. Do you agree to eat or not?" After receiving Lydium's rejection, she quietly reattached her finger. Lydium pondered for a moment before saying, "For helping me deal with an opponent whom you deemed I couldn't handle, consider it repaying a debt of gratitude." Then Feitu nodded. At that moment, a lieutenant reported to Lydium that the horses were ready, and everyone began their journey to the first destination Lydium chose, Nipsan, surrounded by snow. Vuongsin pointed his thumb towards a distant hill, agreeing that they had met Kobayako there last time. Lydium scratched his head disappointedly, circling Nipsan for 2 hours without any sign of wild beasts, let alone Nipsanu. At that moment, the junior magician Afi took out a charm from his sleeve, which Lydium accepted. It was a charm of the mountain guardian, Sun Chu. Afi activated the charm, causing it to disappear into the sky. Then, Afi angrily took out a third charm. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the air, a girl of 13 or 14 with black hair, wearing a white dress, and a fiery orange aura around her right hand. Afi pointed at the girl angrily, accusing her of stealing his talisman. At this moment, another woman in a green jacket appeared, calmly telling Afi not to be angry at her sister. She took Afi's side to protect him and didn't blame her sister. However, Afi insisted, saying she had to apologize for stealing his talisman, and the girl did. Then the woman turned to Lydium, saying, "We meet again, Marshal." Lydium stepped forward and bowed deeply to Nipsanu, addressing her as the Lord of Nipsan. Tomki Lydium greeted Nipsanu with a smile, and she gracefully gestured, causing a wooden fence post to spring up from the ground. Shortly after, a rural house appeared in front of them. Inside, there was still an iron pot emitting a fragrant aroma. Nipsanu scooped out a bowl of hot soup and offered it to Lydium, her radiant smile just like yesterday's. As Lydium was about to take it, Feitu reached in and grabbed the bowl, saying she wanted to drink. Nipsanu's eyes shifted as she replied, "There's rice wine under the window, homemade. If you don't mind, try it." Feitu finished the soup, nodded in thanks to Nipsanu, and then turned away. At this moment, Lydium composed himself and told Nipsanu about the assassination attempt he faced that day, grateful for her timely assistance. Nipsanu smiled, a hint of bitterness in her smile, probably because the top commander of Triushan would seal the letter again. She also felt unsure about what miraculous beings could do. "I'm just a spirit in the mountains," she said. "Why wouldn't we know? If Triujin's destiny perishes, we, like wandering spirits in the mountains, will also disperse." She placed the letter on the table and continued, "Since the emperor was expelled from the palace until now, I have known a lot, but relying on Nipsan to give birth to me is regrettable. However, I can't escape it in this lifetime. Neepson's half-step doesn't really help the marshal. I've tied my hair while saying, I know there are some wild beasts or spirits in this area, either because the shrine was destroyed, or the souls below were killed. There's a plot to attack and kill Oka, which the marshal can gather. These people can be of use. Lydium heard this with great joy, and immediately asked Nipsanu for more details. Nipsanu explained that there was a herd of buffalo-headed beasts in the west of the Songho village, whose caregivers had all been killed by Oka. Using this information, the marshal would have a harvest. While explaining, Nipsanu handed Lydium a piece of green cloth. At that moment, the system announced a special Dienfu event, the formation of a team consisting of soldiers of men and supernatural beasts. After formation, this team would have special status with 2 criteria: at least 1 leader of men with a power level of 10 or above, and all supernatural beasts must have a proficiency level of at least 10. Completing this Dienfu event would increase the limit of purchasing power and grant a special reward. During this time, the black-haired girl in white clothes exchanged some words with Nipsanu. Lydium asked if she was the spirit raised by the Dao thieves last time. Nipsanu remained silent for a moment before confirming her identity as Nanako, and explaining that she wanted to follow the marshal, seeking his approval. Lydium glanced at Nanako and nodded. Nanako ran to Vuongsin, smiled at him, and then merged into his sword, causing amusement among the group. After leaving the makeshift house, the journey continued. When Nipson's Chaon fort was turned into a house, Theitu was still standing there, holding 2 wine jars, staring at her. Lydium urged her to wake up and continue. Theitu got up, mounted her horse, and muttered something about creating a special army of supernatural beings. Upon arriving at the Songho village, they found burnt and bloodied houses everywhere. In the midst of the desolate gardens was a large monstrous creature, the buffalo head, meditating. Lydium observed the creature, which was over 3 million in size, covered in blood vessels, with golden leaves on its head and a budding shoot in the middle of its forehead. When the group approached, the creature roared at them to leave. Lydium calmly introduced themselves as the celestial soldiers of Min, sent by the king to subdue them and expel the Japanese. The buffalo head swaged its hand, sending the decree flying. After examining it, the creature acknowledged Lydium's courage, but commented that his rank was too low. Lydium joked about wanting to meet someone of higher rank and suggested a fight to prove his worth. The buffalo head accepted the challenge, and they engaged in combat. Lydium wielded his hone-long sword to deflect a blow aimed at his leg, then countered with a strike, leaving a scar over 5 meters long on the creature's thigh. The buffalo head fell to the ground, acknowledging Lydium's strength. It explained that the officials in the capital were not always willing to fight and hinted at the complexities of their relationships. Lydium, feigning indifference, remarked on the creature's attentiveness to court affairs. The buffalo head chuckled, revealing that they were bred and raised to race by humans and were well aware of court matters. Then, they continued their journey towards Shinjitai, the forest of Dongho. As they approached, the sunset cast a red glow over the desolation of the land, with flocks of crows flying overhead. In front of them stood a tall tree, its branches laden with corpses, and the ground littered with human bones. Seeing this, Vuongsin broke into a cold sweat, preparing for battle. Suddenly, 3 feather-like objects flew straight towards the buffalo head. After a metallic clash, the feathers fell gently to the ground, and a cold female voice spoke, warning them not to disturb the peace. La Diu explained the situation to Toto, who revealed herself as the ambassador of Minquok. Despite this, Toto remained hostile. Afi attempted to intervene with magic, but the wind ceased and only a few leaves floated down. Then, a monstrous creature appeared, part bird legs and part beautiful woman with 9 pairs of wings. Lydium dismounted and approached, holding his hone-long sword, while Toto warned him to stay back. But then, a drop of blood fell from somewhere onto Toto's face. In the blink of an eye, the image of Lydium enlarged in Toto's eyes, a sense of dread from the pressure, blood rushing through Toto's body. In a trance, she saw the silhouette of a creature flying out from Lydium. Lydium, with black hair and white fur, a body with the head of a bird and 18 pairs of wings closed. Suddenly, Toto fell from the sky, landing with a flushed face, looking at Leviathan. Sweat dripped from her small face to the ground, her eyes hazy and sparkling, the happy tone in her voice uncontrollable. Then she turned around. Leviathan excitedly gestured to Thetu, understanding immediately. "Follow me," she said to the next one. On the way, Toto clung to Leviathan, incessantly babbling, introducing the personalities and powers of the surrounding fairies. Then, looking at Leviathan with affection, Leviathan, sitting on her horse, looked displeased and uncomfortable, saying she had spoken enough for the journey. Toto fell silent, her eyes wide, looking at Leviathan with glowing affection. Leviathan secretly thought, comparing Toto to a zither's bridge. One is the deity of agriculture, worshipped, the other is the ancestral deity of Korea. The power of both cannot be underestimated. This is just the beginning. It's unknown how strong the fairy army will become after conquering it, caught between the Ming army and the Korean fairies. Inside Bin Huang Fortress, demons lay scattered in pools of blood. Tongyi held the head of a tiger-headed spear, looking at two subordinates bowing their heads in gratitude without saying a word, then pulling his injured body away. The camp remained quiet and eerie. Generals sat chatting about plans for their return. At this moment, Tongyi, covered in blood, led the frontline soldiers wounded by his side, slowly walking towards a general who had a grudge against him. Seeing this, the general said harshly, and in response, Tongyi thrust a sharp spearhead into his throat. Tongyi stared fiercely like a wild beast, making him swallow his saliva and silently leave the tent. Tham Hakangan asked, "Han, why did you come out?" Tongyi closed his eyes and said, "There is a powerful demon in the fortress, difficult to defeat." Tham Hakangan, annoyed, said, "If it's difficult to kill, then forget it. How many people in this camp dare to risk their lives to kill a demon?" Then he handed Tongyi a bottle of wine. "Isn't it faster to kill the enemy while drinking?" he said. "This is the last resort." Tongyi drank the wine without hesitation, but before he could swallow, he spewed out vinegar. "You're already married, why are you still acting like a child?" At this moment, Tham Hakangan handed Tongyi another bottle of wine. "People invite you to drink, but you don't. Are you waiting to drink vinegar?" "We've been comrades for 7 years," he continued. "Your temperament hasn't changed. Wait for me. Wait for me to recommend you, and I'll bear the burden of more than 7 years. Take a break today and heal your wounds," he finished. Then Tham Hakangan left the tent with his helmet. The two didn't know this was their last meeting. 10 miles from Shinjutai Fortress, Konishi Yukinaga's army was retreating rapidly. Lin Hutung's army had already blocked their retreat route. Outside Bin Huang Fortress, dust filled the air, and strange creatures appeared without end. Leviathan rode ahead, quickly reporting to the commander that the enemy's infantry had arrived. Finally, Leviathan's fairy coalition was fully assembled, ready to advance to the final battlefield at the Daidong River. Just now, Leviathan hurriedly rode to the foot of Bin Huang Fortress, dismounted and loudly called for the commander, but was informed that the commander had already left, chasing Konishi Yukinaga towards the Daidong River. Leviathan could only tell Lao Diu to wait outside the fortress, while she went to meet Tongdung Suong first, then decide. Tongdung Suong, upon hearing the news of the enemy's sudden appearance, quickly asked Leviathan where she got the news. Leviathan took out a bird from her person, which flapped its wings and spoke, "Divine grace, my lord." "Greetings, Archangel." Tongdung Suong asked coldly, "Did you see the enemy's divine grace in the Japanese army?" The little fairy replied, "The divine grace truly saw many flags, people and horses, fiery weapons." Tongdung Suong, hearing this, realized he couldn't get detailed information from this bird, lacking experience in warfare. At a glance, 10,000 people were the same as one person, all with dark heads, let alone a bird. Leviathan continued, "Sir, I asked carefully. In the Japanese army, there are at least 7 or 8 flags with distinguished flags, perhaps even Konishi himself. They may not be a great army, but they will be skilled. When the divine grace pays attention to them, roughly 200 miles south of Shinjutai Fortress, if the great army doesn't stop now, they'll probably be 10 miles from Shinjutai." Tongdung Suong nodded and then asked, I heard that Dick Cao Kong issued orders for you to concentrate the wild spirits of Korea. How effective is it? Lydium immediately replied with some achievements. Tong Dungshuang narrowed his eyes, handed Lydium his seal, and quickly ordered her to go to the Daidong River to inform the commander. He'd also warned that they must plan for the long term and not be reckless. Holding the seal, Lydium felt a warm flow into her body. The system announced, the bearer of the National Seal of Minkwok receives 3 supplemental pills. You will receive Longhoki. As an addition, because you do not have the innate trust in Tiger Energy directly, so you can only receive the increased state basics. You will receive a 15% reduction in all types of injuries. The wounds you inflict will be accompanied by Longhoki, with the burning effect. The effect of the Imperial Transport and Longhoki counteract each other when the group outside the fortress joins the human army. Lydium ordered Toto to fly to the Daidong River to find the commander first. Toto heard and immediately suggested carrying Lydium to search, but Lydium declined. She flew away with a dejected look. Lydium then turned back and loudly addressed the fairies, telling them all to follow her. The opportunity to establish a career and achieve glory has come. After the battle, our admiral will personally write a letter to the Emperor of Triuchin, requesting assistance in casting golden statues and building temples, she said, chuckling. The generals of the Celestial Dynasty's upper court have spoken. We can certainly trust them. With that, Lydium mounted her horse and led everyone towards the Daidong River. Along the way, Feidu asked quietly, "You don't seem like a foolish person, but the situation at Diemfu this time seems very dangerous for you. However, the rewards are extremely rich. If you were to report now that the rescue army from Oka is coming, Lin Hutung would turn back to the fortress, and Kanashi's commander would find it difficult to kill him. Now, Kanashi's commander is in a precarious position, like a weak egg. This is the best opportunity. While you have considerable power in your hands, temporarily withholding information to sow discord, letting Lin Hutung and Kanashi's commander battle it out, will be advantageous for you." Feitu said so, but in his heart, he thought that delaying the report would slow down the campaign and might even lead to Lin Hutung being besieged, resulting in failure in the war between Min and Triuchin. But it seemed that Lydium didn't care about such matters, and there was no reason for her to care. Lin Hutung and Damon in this world had nothing to do with Lydium. This man wasn't a fool, but he worked very cleanly and decisively. He dared to act and understand when to let go. Hong Kwai was far behind him. He knew what he needed to do. Lydium shook her head, and Feitu laughed coldly. "As a man, Lydium, you're quite indifferent," he said. "The kings of this world have nothing to do with me, but I will handle it my way. Whether a person can see through the situation and distinguish between danger and benefit depends on their ability. But how to solve the situation, with fists or with brains, is a matter of character. There are thousands of tricks in the world, but only one trick from heaven. The cold wind blows. A thick layer of ice has formed on the Daidong River. Kanashi Yukinaga looked at the silent army behind him. In just a few days, the General Kudaka, whom Kanashi Yukinaga trusted the most, had died in battle. 3 elite battalions armed with Itaken guns had suffered heavy losses, originally consisting of 17,000 soldiers, but now fewer than 8,000 remained. Kuroda looked at Kanashi Yukinaga's dejected expression and tried to comfort him. "Cheer up a bit, at least we're still alive, aren't we?" Kanashi Yukinaga turned back with a frustrated face and shouted loudly at the bewildered warriors behind him. "Today we failed, but soon we'll be back. Although we failed today, we'll soon be back. We'll be back soon." Just as he was about to finish speaking, a series of gunshots rang out, and fiery flames erupted on the river's surface. Kuroda immediately understood and shouted for everyone to cross the river quickly. The Japanese army panicked and dispersed, losing their formation. They rushed back to the shore as artillery shells fell relentlessly into the river. The layer of ice on the river began to crack, and the Japanese soldiers, unprepared, fell into the freezing water. Seeing this, Kanashi Yukinaga was so angry that he wanted to explode. He cursed the vile Min Dynasty soldiers on the other side of the Daidong River. On the other side of the Daidong River, the commander of the Celestial Dynasty's divine mechanical forces, pointing at Kanishi Yukinaga, shouted, "Kanishi is the one on top with 2 rabbit ears. Release the leader of the enemy with thousands of torches. Form up and light up the Daidong River as bright as day." The Celestial Dynasty's army stood in formation on the bank, waiting for the final battle. Tham Hakngan, wearing heavy armor and holding a large flag, had a serious expression. Looking across the river, the captain of the artillery team from the western regions continued to command soldiers to deal with the Japanese reinforcements, trying to buy time for Kanishi Yukinaga to escape. Facing death, he felt strangely comfortable, as if glory were just a cup of wine for 49 years, like a moment of living without knowing death. The years were like a dream. At this moment, Kuroda struck his helmet loudly. "You fool! Your men are using guns to shoot at the great cannons of the Ming dynasty," he shouted, ordering all soldiers to throw away their guns and take up swords and knives, charging forward. Seeing Kuroda take a deep breath, his eyes and mouth simultaneously turned pitch black. In the dark night, a giant black shadow appeared on the river's surface. The ice that Kuroda had turned into a dam on the river turned black and spread rapidly. The layer of ice had shattered, and now it was stable again. Thuong Chi was startled by this and shot a fire dragon arrow at Kuroda. Kuroda tilted his head to avoid it, then turned back to look at Thuong Chai. Smoke billowed from his eyes, making Thuong Chi fall from his horse, his eyes bleeding. Lak Thuong Chai thought to himself, "Fortunately, there was Long Hoki's protection. Otherwise, he would have died. Where did this monk get such strange power?" At this moment, Kuroda's entire body emitted dense black smoke, making him look like a demon. Suddenly, a large shadow descended like a meteor. It was the bullhead leading the charge. The bullhead smashed into the large gate of the Min dynasty, killing Japanese soldiers while shouting orders. Under Tomki, Ledium's command, chaos reigned. By the decree of the Triushan Emperor, the special envoy of the Min dynasty's admiral arrived to assist. Then, 3 snowballs fell into the river, sharp as thorns, tearing apart any horses they encountered, shredding them into pieces. A gust of wind, accompanied by sharp ice shards, swept through, lifting Japanese soldiers into the sky, their horrifying screams echoing across the Daidong River. Toto, now appearing as a beautiful divine bird in the sky, under Tomki Ledim's command, was leading the charge. With the Triushan Emperor's decree and the special envoy of the Min dynasty's admiral's assistance, it seemed that countless rural deities had appeared to help. Lin Hutang looked down at the crimson Daidong River and said, "This is undoubtedly a great victory. The question is whether we can defeat Kanishi Yukinaga and wipe out the Japanese troops in the siege or not." Lidium, standing beside Tongmem Swang's seal, reminded him of his strategic advice. "Sir, the wandering wolf may retreat, but the tiger leader must not lose hope. Sir, please think carefully before deciding." Lin Hutang's face was slightly gloomy. Tongdung Swang advised him to withdraw, but once the duck is cooked, how can it fly away? Then he ordered, "In Triushan territory, we have 800 officials. We should not fear difficulties in tracking down the enemy. You spoke of gratitude and virtue. Seeing Okao inside, real or fake, is unpredictable. This is the first point. Even if you say it's true that the rescue army from Okao is coming, when we attack Shinjutai, it's like yesterday's business. The rescue army cannot know about it. The closer they get to Shinjutai, the more cautious they will be, absolutely not daring to take risks. This is the second point. The divine army of more than 10,000 soldiers is in chaos, and the celestial soldiers are on duty. All of them are heading to defend the capital of Triudin, where the true enemy is. The battle at Nyok Tho, where Lithuanthan severed Okao's 2 supply lines, has left Okao's military supply in dire straits. How many troops can the rescue army from Okao have? Even if it's 8,000, we have 40,000 soldiers. This is the third point of my order. The order to the guerrilla general Thamhaknyan. Lead 4,000 elite troops to hunt down Kanishi. Even if it's not successful, it must be for us. After speaking, he helped Lidium up and asked, "How is your army doing in recruitment?" Lidium replied, "The store is currently at the Daidong River, wiping out the Japanese troops." Hearing this, Line Huton laughed loudly. Then don't just sit idly by. Go across the Daidong River and eliminate the Japanese immediately. Lydium turned her horse, holding her sword, and charged towards the Daidong River. At this moment, Thamhaknidon crossed the river in pursuit of Konishi Yukinaga, determined not to let his army go. Kuroda wielded his long black sword, turning back to look at Thamhaknon, his eyes filled with madness. Just one move cut the enemy general off his horse on Kucha Island. Takagawa rides a black horse, looked at the black-haired girl in front of him with a leadership look. Girl bowing. Please don't forget the Prime Minister's promise. Kucha Island is ours. Having finished speaking, she set up the bamboo pole, floating on a wooden boat. Follow the rushing river, a samurai behind Takagawa whispered. Because of Bin Huang's aid, he abandoned Kucha Island. Is this Lord Hayachiro's decision? Takagawa looked expressionless. Look at the rushing river ahead. Whether the entire Kucha Island is still alive or not. That place collapsed a long time ago, and our country is over. You still don't understand. This war is our last hope. Horses whinnied. The wind and snow shook the mountains and forests. Lydium felt sad and rushed into the crowd. Nothing can stop it. Japanese muskets opened fire. Countless bullets were fired at the first ox on the herd, but left no trace. Leading the Kwangtae group of 10 Japanese soldiers, they fell dead. Kim Thien stuck out his tongue and swept a man into his mouth to swallow. A series of steel shots headed straight towards Lydium. The umbrellas gently swayed behind the black storm that erupted. Several bullets passed through Lydium number. The rest disappeared in the storm. Dang Thien hung Vuongsin. Rushing into the fire pulse team, they tore a hole. At this time, a general wearing red armor shouted towards Lydium. Takagawa, are you daring to fight me? Before Lydium could respond, the cavalry behind her fired a series of shots, turning the man into a hedgehog. Konishi Yukinaga led more than 3,000 soldiers to break the siege, but due to Kuroda's influence, the firepower was ineffective. Even Lak Tuongchi, under Konishi Yukinaga, led 3,000 soldiers across the Daidong River. Thuongchi quickly ordered the frontline archers to sacrifice themselves and charge straight into the enemy formation. Konishi Yukinaga held back most of the Japanese troops, but suddenly, the sound of horse hooves came from behind. Thamhaknon led 6,000 vanguard troops, riding furiously, and the Japanese soldiers fell when they encountered them. Thamhaknon didn't say a word, urging his soldiers forward. At this moment, black smoke surrounded Kuroda's eyes. He looked grimly at Konishi Yukinaga. We can't escape this pursuit. If this continues, we'll all die here. Konishi Yukinaga sighed, took off his armor, and whispered, let's split up and run. Whoever escapes is lucky. Kuroda stared deeply into the eyes of the old and cautious Konishi. Thamhaknon wielded his formidable weapon at the forefront, waiting to see the enemy forces fleeing ahead. Suddenly, splitting into two wings, left and right, a bit regretfully, Thamhaknon murmured, if only we had Tongni, each of us on one side, the Lao army would be solid. We'll have to order Vongluong to lead half of our troops to pursue on the right, while I lead the rest to chase on the left. At that moment, Lydium had just crossed the Great Dong River and encountered Konishi Yukinaga's forces engaging with Lak Tuongchi. Lydium inquired of Lak Tuongchi about the whereabouts of the esteemed Konishi Yukinaga, to which Lak Tuongchi replied, he has already fled, being pursued by Thamhaknon. Lydium looked at Ito Kenziro within the Japanese ranks with a disdainful smirk, considering them nothing more than bothersome ducks. He spurred his horse towards the iron-sworded crossroad, aiming straight for the enemy troops from behind. As Mu Da Tren Dan and Kim Thien charged in like two gods, their swords and spears pierced through the enemy ranks effortlessly, causing chaos among the Japanese soldiers. Meanwhile, a flock of benevolent birds swept across, turning all into mere rubble without leaving a trace of flesh. Seeing the enemy soldiers completely losing their will to fight, Ito Kenziro drew his black sasuke blade from behind, emitting an eerie black smoke. Suddenly, a red snowflake rolled to Lydium's feet, expressing regret to Toto. The general in armor hurt me so badly, I couldn't resist. Upon hearing this, Ledium shouted to Todo to lead the troops and tear apart the enemy formation, leaving the armored giant for them to handle. Ledium then urged his green horse straight towards Edo Kinzero, whose normal spear had been imbued with divine blood, emitting a sparkling red glow. Edo Kinzero yelled, swinging his sword down at Ledium. Ledium maneuvered his horse to evade, locking eyes with Edo Kinzero, momentarily disorienting the enemy's spirit. In that brief moment, Ledium thrust forward, the blade piercing through Edo Kinzero's throat. Blood gushed down the blade as Ledium took a deep breath and shouted, "The leader is dead. Surrender or be slain." The mountains echoed with Thamhaknon's cheers as the Lao army surged forward, attacking the Japanese forces fiercely. As Ledium led the charge, the system alert sounded, notifying him of the mission target, Konishi Yukinaga. Ledium roared to Todo, commanding them to divide and pursue, with more soldiers heading to the left. Konishi Yukinaga, furious, had previously managed to escape the Ming cavalry behind him, but was unexpectedly intercepted by the Triushan forces from the side. With his escape route blocked and surrounded, Konishi Yukinaga had no choice but to raise his sword. However, behind him emerged a massive black scorpion, shocking everyone. Then, from the rear, there was a deafening explosion. Ledium led his eerie and formidable troop straight into the midst of the Japanese allies, causing chaos and destruction. The Tonki Ledium cavalry shocked the Japanese, bravely fighting off 10 of them at once. Kim Thien pierced through the red armored ranks, while Ledium continued his assault. Despite facing fierce resistance from the Akatsuki troops, the weaker demons suffered casualties. Dang Thian-hung and Lao Diu were surrounded by the Akatsuki forces, engaged in a life-and-death struggle. Ledium advanced towards Konishi Yukinaga, intent on striking him down with a single blow. However, his fatal strike was intercepted by Koshi, Konishi Yukinaga's chief lieutenant. Ledium's fierce attack was met with resistance as Kaito-hyo, another general under Koshi, blocked his path. Suddenly, Kuroda appeared from behind, intending to assist Ledium. But before Kuroda could act, a scorpion's tail unexpectedly struck the delicate hand of a girl, causing her to cry out in agony. Vuongsin felt anxious as he saw the clear sword in Kaito-hyo's hand coming towards him, but he was knocked away. Seeing Vuongsin defenseless, a nearby enemy stabbed him straight in the abdomen. Vuongsin leaped off his horse, drew his bow, and shot an arrow into the face of the Japanese soldier. As he stooped to pick up his fallen sword, an Akatsuki member swung his blade directly at his head. A black scorpion's tail suddenly wrapped tightly around the leg of the Japanese soldier, shocking everyone. The Japanese soldier, in pain, was attacked mercilessly by a ferocious wolf, tearing apart his body. The bullet intended for Konishi Yukinaga was redirected to aid the critically injured Vuongsin. Ledium, without hesitation, engaged Kaito-hyo and Kaito-hyo. With one hand blocking Kaito-hyo and Kaito-hyo, the other wielding a gun, he couldn't turn the barrel in time. He twisted his wrist, throwing the gun straight into Kaito-hyo's eye, creating an opening for Ledium to roll and dodge, using both hands to vigorously swing his sword, pushing back the two fearsome opponents. After several rounds, Kaito-hyo and Kaito-hyo were horrified to realize that this man was not only skilled but also ruthless and deadly. Their attacks had left Ledium's arms numb, almost causing him to drop his weapon. Despite the relentless fighting, Kaito-hyo managed to restrain Ledium for a moment. Suddenly, an unexpected event occurred. Ledium's mount, under Kaito-hyo's control, seized the opportunity to bite Kaito-hyo's horse's neck, causing all three to be shocked by the unprecedented sight. The bloody-mouthed mount bit a chunk of flesh from Kaito-hyo's horse's neck. Kaito-hyo lost balance, and Ledium immediately thrust his sword into his throat, blood spraying everywhere. Unable to avoid it, Kaito-hyo was pierced through the throat and died instantly, his red-eyed gaze filled with agony, as the shadow of a black scorpion became clear behind him. Ledium twisted the blade, aiming for Kaito-hyo's neck, blood splattering everywhere as Kaito-hyo was pierced through, falling from his horse. Ledium spat blood on the blade, his eyes wide open. Kaito-hyo is dead. Konishi Yukinaga sighed. My brother, Kaitohio was the last line of defense. Yet, within a few rounds, this man had killed him. He clenched 50 swords tightly, watching as Leviathan approached. Leviathan was about to charge into the Akatsuki forces when suddenly, a bolt of blue-purple lightning, as large as an arm, flashed, illuminating the battlefield like daylight. Countless mounted warriors and foot soldiers emerged, daemon and chinquak. Japanese reinforcements had arrived. Meanwhile, the Great Dong River flowed rapidly, filled with corpses. Suddenly, a hand emerged from under the water, gripping an iceberg, carrying Kuroda Ninenma to the shore. In his mouth, he held a live fish, which he swallowed whole. He glanced at his left leg, only to see the gruesome head of Tham Hakngan biting firmly onto it. Moments later, Kuroda burst into uncontrollable laughter, exhilarated by the feeling of surviving the disaster. Laughter echoed throughout the Great Dong River as the entire army of Tham Hakngan was annihilated. The general Tham Hakngan died tragically, his head still biting onto Kuroda's leg, his eyes frothing with a horrifying expression, displaying his unwillingness to accept defeat. At that moment, Japanese reinforcements arrived, led by renowned historical figures such as Honda Tadakatsu, Fujiwara Yoshimoto, Kodo Kiyoshi, and Konishi Yukinaga, along with numerous Japanese generals from afar. Seeing the enemy reinforcements, Deng Thianhung instructed Lai Diem, "We still have time to encircle them." But Lydium stared intently at Konishi Yukinaga, "Close enough to strike. Is anyone willing to continue with me? Let's take down the enemy's top general." Lydium charged straight into the enemy formation, followed closely by Deng Thianhung, with no one backing down. Theidu sighed but said nothing, also charging forward. Konishi Yukinaga quickly commanded the remaining Akatsuki forces to block both sides from engaging fiercely. Lydium struck down an Akatsuki member, knowing he had to quickly eliminate Kuroda before encircling him. If the enemy forces converged, his own troops would surely perish. With combat experience, Lydium exerted all his strength to throw the spear forcefully towards Konishi Yukinaga. Konishi evaded to the side, and Lydium, standing tall on his horse with a hone-long sword in hand, jumped up, taking advantage of Konishi's evasion. He swung the sword wildly, blood splattering everywhere as he ruthlessly chopped off Konishi Yukinaga's head, which fell to the ground. Lydium kicked the head towards Theidu. Quick-witted, Theidu caught it, turning his horse and shouting loudly, "General Konishi Yukinaga is dead here." The Japanese soldiers couldn't believe it and panicked, their fighting spirit vanishing. Seizing the opportunity, Lydium jumped onto his horse and shouted to his brothers, "Kill and return. Back to our battlefield." Kuroda, seeing Konishi killed, enraged, charged towards Theidu, swinging his sword. Lydium turned his horse to intercept the blow, engaging in a fierce battle with Kuroda for several rounds. Knowing he shouldn't waste time, Lydium pushed back Kuroda with all his might. Drawing back his sword, he activated the bloodthirsty Hon Kiem. The sword pierced straight through Kuroda's chest, with another person rushing over. All that could be seen was Lydium, wielding the sword in his left hand and the spear in his right, firmly on his horse, his red-eyed gaze like that of a demon, terrifying his opponent to the point of dizziness. Under the pressure of his momentum, the opponent fell off his horse, scrambling to get up and retreat. At this moment, Theidu and everyone stopped, looking towards the Japanese commander, only to see a figure clad in black armor wielding a long blue blade, the blade emanating a cold aura. This was the #1 martial artist of Chinquak, Honda Tadakatsu, with a sword in hand, one of the 3 famous swords of Japan, Tham Dimtheet, capable of cutting through anything. Tham Dimtheet was flying, hence the name. Lydium knew that this might be the strongest opponent he had ever faced, especially wielding the Tham Dimtheet. Facing Honda Tadakatsu, Lydium could only evade and block, trying to buy time for everyone else. Seeing Deng Thianhung standing still, Lydium growled for him to quickly lead the retreat. Honda Tadakatsu, seeing Lydium fighting him while also caring for others, became furious, swinging his Tham Dimtheet down. Lydium used his weapon to block in front of him, but the iron blade broke into pieces from just a few strikes. Honda Tadakatsu roared, thrusting straight into Lydium's chest, shattering his breastplate. As Ledium was about to fall from his horse, he threw a grenade. Seeing the grenade flying towards him, Honda Tadakatsu flinched, but it was too late. The grenade exploded with a deafening roar, smoke billowing up. Feitu hugged the unconscious Ledium and jumped onto the horse, signaling for everyone to retreat quickly. At this moment, a large number of Japanese cavalry chased after them from behind. Dang Thianhung rode straight into the enemy cavalry, throwing his weapon into the ground, alone, on horseback, blocking the enemy's advance like the head of a flock of birds. Vuongsin stopped and turned to look at Dang Thianhung's figure. Thianhung's determined eyes looked towards the Japanese army, his direction towards his comrades, shouting for them to quickly go. Suddenly, an arrow flew, hitting Vuongsin's left eye. Lodiu swung his blade to protect Vuongsin, facing many Japanese swordsmen. Under the pressure of the crowd and powerful generals, even the demon spirits on the battlefield were powerless, only knowing to retreat and avoid. At this moment, Dang Thianhung decided to charge forward, killing the Japanese soldiers. Countless swords pierced into him as he fell, dying under the enemy's rain of arrows, the Japanese soldiers continuing to pursue Ledium and the others. At this moment, Vong Luong led his troops to the battlefield. Honda Tadakatsu, filled with rage, looked coldly at Vong Luong, swinging his blade to chop down Vong Luong's horse, causing Vong Luong to fall, standing beside Dang Thianhung, who had already died. Seeing the grenade in Dang Thianhung's hand, he quickly realized Vong Luong's intention, swinging his blade down, but it was too late. The grenade had been triggered. Honda Tadakatsu's eyes widened as it exploded with a blinding flash, smoke rising. Meanwhile, outside the camp, there was a commotion. Tothua Huan pulled back the curtain to curse, but suddenly choked up, unable to speak. Lightning flashed, revealing a giant monster crouching on the ground. In front of it stood a woman with flowing hair, cold eyes, wearing leather armor. Feitu carried Ledium back to the Min army camp, her entire body drenched. Water droplets trickled from Ledium's chin down her back, her face pale, eyes closed, her back wounded and bleeding. Lod Yu held her neck, a soldier urgently shouting to save the great Tonkai. Before rescuing Tonki, Vuongsin remained silent, holding his left hand with a missing finger, blood dripping incessantly. Toto lay on Kim's lap, his eyes lifeless, his wings broken. Several branches of Lin Hutong stepped forward to inquire about the battle situation. The elite forces of Lak Tuongchi were in battle, their minds extremely chaotic. The shock troops of Ledium were now regrouped at the Great River, chasing down the remnants of the Japanese army to this place. The lone army of a general and 2 generals had been completely annihilated. Lin Hutong pondered for a moment before asking the Japanese soldier Tonki if they had received any information. A soldier replied respectfully, saying they had sent 7 reconnaissance missions, but there had been no response. Lin Hutong sighed and murmured that many mountains in Triushan were slippery due to rain. We have used up all our gunpowder, and even the bullets are wet. It's not easy to pursue. If Thamhakkmyeon hadn't caught up with Konishi, they would have had a hard time surviving, Lin Yubak said beside him. Lin Hutong patted his shoulder, comforting him that the loss of a commander was normal, and looked at Vuongsin, who seemed to have a premonition that this young man carried worse news. Softly, he asked Vuongsin to tell them what had happened, comforting him that the loss of a commander was normal, and looked at Vuongsin, who seemed to have a premonition that this young man carried worse news. Softly, Vuongsin sighed heavily. When we pursued Konishi, we encountered a large number of Okal, led by Kobayakoa Masakazu, commanding the 3rd Army, which included Honda Tadakatsu's forces from the Tokugawa clan, and Aju Masabu, the eldest son of Aaguk, along with the combined forces of 5 families, totaling at least 10,000 cavalry. Lin Hutong shook his head. You've been through a lot. Returning safely won't be easy. He turned away, his mood dark, not wanting to hear any more of this. Suddenly, a clear voice caught everyone's attention. Without a word, Feitu threw Konishi Yukinaga's severed head onto the ground, astonishing everyone. Lin Hutong asked angrily, "Weren't you under attack by the enemy's main forces? How did you manage to get his head?" Feitu interrupted Lin Hutong's question calmly. Our shock troops, led by Lydium, charged straight into the combined forces of the 5 clans within 100 paces. He used his weapon to decapitate Konishi Yukinaga, then engaged in fierce combat. The enemy suffered heavy casualties, with the Akatsuki troops completely wiped out, their commander Kurozana Gamasha killed, and Kamizumi Izumo fleeing. Only Yatsuji Keiko was lightly wounded and forced to retreat from the battlefield. Lydium faced off against Honda Tadakatsu in a fierce battle. Although his weapon was destroyed, and he himself was severely wounded, he persisted using a grenade. Honda Tadakatsu was hit directly by the grenade, his face showing an uncertain fate. Dangthian Hung sacrificed himself to protect his comrades. Vong Luong's cavalry unit was completely annihilated. Theitu inclined his head, his sharp eyes looking at Len Hutung, the commander-in-chief. Now is the time of life and death for us. The decision rests with you. The thunderous declaration startled everyone into silence. Each word from Theitu made everyone startle and discuss animatedly. At this moment, Lydium, lying within the embrace of death, suddenly groaned in pain. He saw his comrades' bodies torn apart, each blow from Than Dintheet filled with rage. The situation in the battle at Triushan was extremely chaotic. Lin Hutung led over 10,000 troops to surround and destroy Konishi, but now there were only over 7,000 left. Kobayakawa mobilized 9 elite divisions, nearly 20,000 troops, like demons appearing before Binhuang. Lin Hutung utilized the darkness of night to send urgent pleas for reinforcement to Binhuang, relying on the terrain to prepare for the impending Japanese siege. With heavy rain pouring down, firearms and cannons couldn't be used, leaving only spears, bows, and arrows for resistance. The Japanese reinforcements continuously attacked but were fiercely resisted by the Min soldiers within Binhuang. Ditchview shouted at Tongung Suam, "I am the commander appointed by His Majesty himself. You have no right to act like this. This is a declaration of personal enmity for personal gain." After Ditchview left, Tongung Suam thought to himself, "Even if I survive this battle, I will dedicate my life to the ancestral way." Then he turned back to scold, "The officials in the court have heard rumors about your arrogance and stubbornness. I originally thought they were just rumors, but now, I have clearly sent someone to inform your master about the suspicious attack by Oka, hoping that your master would think carefully. Your master is already too good. What if you don't hear the results? I know that both the Lord Commander and the 8 generals have been attacked by 20,000 Oka troops." Duan Guian hastily clasped his hands, hoping he would calm down. At this moment, Lydium tightly grasped the edge of his bedsheet, his mind seemingly soaked in blood, images of his comrades full of wounds. Toda lost half of his wings, Dangthian Hung's horse died from a distant blow, and Honda Tadakatsu appeared. Lydium sat up, opened his eyes, surrounded by bandages, the ground stained with blood. In the vast camp, the spirits of Triutine, who usually fought separately, now hugged each other, crying. At this moment, a piece of cloth was raised, and Lydium stepped out with a solemn expression. Seeing Lydium's determined spirit, everyone became excited as if they had found a refuge. Lydium spoke in a solemn tone. "This situation won't last long. Oka's patience is limited. We are all brothers, living and dying together. There's nothing that can't be said directly. So I'll say it now, we're all ants on the same thread. If we lose the battle, no one will escape. Even if we really go to the battlefield, the Oka's blades will behead us first. Whoever speaks behind our backs with tricks will be dealt with according to military law." Lydium knew that in this situation, he couldn't just worry about himself. They were all afraid that Ming Kwok would exploit them and then abandon them. Even if it was a waste of effort, it was better than dying. Lydium approached Vuongsin, looking at the young man whose eyes were bandaged, his heart heavy. He patted Vuongsin's shoulder firmly without saying a word. Among those who followed him, only Lao Yu and Vuongsin remained now. Then Lydium went to Theitu and spoke softly. The two of them entered the tent. "Thank you for carrying me back," Lydium said straightforwardly. "I killed Konishi, and the mission is complete. The key point can be returned early. But I refuse. Anyway, it's about to end for me. There are a few things I want to say. This is the second time I've experienced it. It's much harder than before. The first time in my life, I almost died. After saying that, Lydium was about to take out a round pill to Feitu looked somewhat surprised at Lydium. She thought he would reproach her for not lending a helping hand, or inquire about resolving the situation, as an experienced person would, but he only asked these things. Lydium continued speaking before me. In the notes about Diemfu, indeed, it appeared when writing about the long lake energy. From the description, it's likely the inheritance of Diemfu from the Wanderer. The level of wakefulness reached 40%, even higher is needed. This also proves that Diemfu truly shouldn't appear on me when experiencing the Diemfu event for the first time, when stepping into Ku.yu. Familiarizing with the Wanderer with a wakefulness level not exceeding 9%. At this point, Feitu calmly said, "I'm arranging you into this fruit." Lydium wasn't surprised by the answer. Feitu continued, "Usually, a casual wanderer like you wouldn't have access to the forefront inventory list within 50. Indeed, Diemfu's authority, correspondingly doesn't have the same ignition as comparing the distribution with a high intellectual status, the world view, buying authority, and so on. So sometimes it's like a fly flying around. But one can think of the method of collecting wild spirits as somewhat clever." Feitu remained very calm. Lydium recalled the order of this world, which is Dingyu 24, thinking it's early again. Feitu spoke again. "I am a wanderer without many regulations like that. You want to know? I can tell you without guessing. The armor at Bin Ding, plus the sequence within 50 of Diemfu, indeed has been recognized as an extremely high limit. A wanderer, almost without any hindrance to the free world. Furthermore, the exploitation level of each fruit is very high." Lydium asked what exploitation level means. Feitu explained, "In these fruits, the concentrated level of Longhoki energy can suppress all things, wild spirits, demons, and monsters. Even the doctrine in front of the national energy of Longho is all restrained, almost to the point of nothingness. Therefore, a wanderer Diemfu when just starting out only thinks it's a normal appearanceless fruit. The order also stands close until the wanderer Diemfu discovers this secret, capturing a large amount of tiger energy. From there, the ferocity spreads. The danger level of the fruit is also continuously increasing. Of course, how many Longhoki and strong or weak are unrelated. For example, like Tongung Swang." Lydium asked again, "Didn't you say wandering is a useful tortoise beetle?" According to her way of speaking, it's not the same. Feitu looked at Lydium and continued, "Not standing on the Diemfu perspective, wandering is indeed exploring this world, like being at the top of the Toto list. Strange monsters emerging before the rampant ghost situation. All give birth to high-ranking martial generals to defend themselves. The survival space is narrowed by ghosts. The continuous warfare of nations has constantly been perfected, both weapons and military strategies. All are exploiting the Diemfu without caring about all living things as trash. Ghosts parade in the illusionary world. This benefits Diemfu." Lydium pondered back and forth. She understood that they too must be related to this, but it didn't affect her much. What he cared more about was something else. It seemed like he could read Lydium's thoughts. Feitu continued, "The great powers, like Minquak, also worry greatly about losing the long lake energy. The country of Triushan is invaded by demons and devils rampant, while Natban is as you imagined. Once it was the land of the rising sun. Now it's no longer thriving. So, this battle is a matter of life and death for the Japanese." Lydium closed her eyes to digest everything she just heard, while also recalling information about Japanese generals from the brightest feedback piece from the previous battle. Feitu spoke slowly. "Dongquak Voson Honda Tadakatsu possesses wicked energy. Taequox Voson Tachibana Munshij possesses wicked energy, and the sword Don Din Theet. Both due to weapons. Just classified into the Diemfu rank of around 39%. The awakening level of the Kudadyu Lin is at the first breakthrough threshold." Lydium asked solemnly, "In the Qin-Quak allied forces, is anyone stronger than those two?" Feitu looked at Lydium for a moment then whispered, One person killed him to help me. We're both fair. Feitu nodded mockingly. This time Diemfu was difficult and almost killed him. That's the truth. It's all my fault. How can I easily repay you like this? Do I have to beg you on my knees? Just leave Chinquak alone. Lydium looked straight at Feitu. Feitu shrugged, tapping his index finger. You should consider carefully when dealing with me, Lydium, he said, his voice low. I didn't mean that. Lydium stepped back, shrugging. Hong Kwai wants to pursue you, I won't intervene. Feitu nodded. Consider it settled. Lydian walked away without saying anything more. Feitu's voice echoed, why not go kill Konishi and Kuroda? Dinfu's score is the highest in Class S. Staying here means seeking your own death. Do you want a spectacular explosion, or do you prefer Honda Tadakatsu's sharp blade? Lydium halted, replying, both are correct, but not important right now. His voice trembled as he looked outside the tent. Life is short, friends are few, only a few here are ready to die for me. There are over 200 people here ready to die for us. He drew his sword and charged. When I order, call me Tonkity, sir, he said, his eyes fierce and determined. Dang Hung is dead. I no longer need pity or scores. Now, I just want to annihilate those miserable creatures inside the Ming camp. Lydium entered the tent. Lin Hutung watched Lydium approach. He suddenly felt strange and powerful. Images of old battles suddenly flashed in his mind. Lydium clasped his hands and bowed. General, there's a matter I need to discuss with the Admiral. Near the Daidong River, there's a dead Ming Japanese tangled with Kuroda, who was eating grilled fish with chili. He died at 24, my poor brother. Beside him, Honda Tadakatsu said, Nagamasa's death is a big responsibility for me. We need to focus on the main force. The Ming at Daidong are underestimating us. Some demon suddenly appeared, but Kuroda ignored it. My brother was just a figurehead leader. You, sir, are the backbone of the Allied forces. Even Munishig has to admit that. The wounded demons are not a big threat. We'll use the Ming generals as bait to lure the reinforcements. Victory is still in our hands. Let the swords and spears cover the sky, with thousands of Ming soldiers rushing in. Now, Duan Guyan decides. Tonight, we'll raid the Ming camp. The cavalry will open the main attack. When we break the siege, the general will see the strength outside. We need a skilled force with heavy weapons to quickly attack the enemy line. But the Ming will definitely shoot arrows at our troops. Only death-defying combat remains. Is there a general willing to lead the troops to fight to the death? As soon as he finished speaking, Tondi, holding the dragon book, stepped forward and shouted, Vanguard troops, I accept the order. It seemed that after Tham Haknan's death, Tondi had changed. He wanted to borrow manpower from the major forces to go fight Oka. The supportive cheers of the generals echoed. Tondi clenched his fist, full of energy. Looking at the comrades in front of him, he felt choked with emotion, bowing his head. Thank you all, my comrades. As night fell, 3,000 cavalry stood in formation. Tongi raised the nine-toothed red flag high in the dragon wind. His eyes looked straight ahead. The dragon wind flag, 3 meters long, had a tiger head shape at the spearhead, with the words Tu Ma engraved at the end of the handle. The whole body was shiny white and yellow. Tongi touched the armor on his abdomen. The battle wound from fighting demons, still not fully healed but much better now. He pointed the spearhead towards the sky, and the thousands of armored cavalry followed closely behind, like a flood. In the battle, the besieged Ming soldiers lay dead in piles. Lak Tuonchi wiped his sweaty lips, murmuring, If he escapes, I'll still like him. At this moment, Lin Hutung used his horse to block the formation, but half of the Ming army had already been destroyed by now. Casualties amounted to 3,000 people, making it increasingly difficult to prevent the next wave of attacks. The signal horn for the next wave of the Allied attack sounded. Takebana Munishige led the troops, preparing to launch the final assault. Suddenly, flames lit up in the dark night, the thunderous roar of gunpowder echoing from outside the Ngai gates. Seeing this, Lak Tuomchi finally laughed out loud. Finally, the medical soldiers led by Duan Guyan arrived. Takebana Munishige turned around, seeing the encircling fire outside. The roar and screams continued incessantly. He wasn't surprised. He turned his head, drew his sword, and shouted to the other squads, "Leave the Ming to the others. Charge!" Tachibana Munishige rushed into the crowd, cutting down Ming soldiers like cutting vegetables. Suddenly, a sword flew towards him. He immediately dodged, narrowly avoiding being hit. Meanwhile, Tongyi rode his warhorse, flying ahead, eyes fixed straight ahead. In front of him was a line of black cavalry. The Qin Kwok generals formed in the Daidong battle. One of them already dead under Lydium's hand, one pierced by a golden arrow through the tongue, leaving only 6 people. Kuroda Nenenma stood on high ground, looking down at the illusionary Ming cavalry approaching. His gaze stopped at Tongyi, and he suddenly felt worried. Anxiously, he asked Honda Tadakatsu, the general beside him, "Has he entered the battle?" Honda Tadakatsu nodded confidently. When the Ming general emerges from the steel armor, he will realize that he is facing a figure almost divine. Kuroda's face grew somber as he sighed. Only he can defeat General Tadakatsu. He recalled vividly the scene engraved in his mind when the Ming army captured Binhuang. Countless demons swarmed from the black nests, and the giant silver spear relentlessly slaughtered the supernatural beings. Yet, all he could do was watch from afar, seeing only a mountain of bodies and a man standing atop it. Kuroda murmured, "I thought he was seriously injured. Even if he didn't die under the demon's hands, he wouldn't be fit for further combat. Luckily, we didn't encounter him at Daidong." Kuroda's 8 zeroths could hardly match that person. When both sides closed in, Kuroda finally engaged Tongyi. His dragon spear swung horizontally, striking down a tiger general. The others recoiled in horror. Although Kuroda was renowned in the Civil War, he lost 2 men in just a few breaths. The remaining 4 angrily launched a joint attack on Tongyi. Tongyi managed to defend against all 4. The sound of metal scraping echoed. He swiftly turned, his spear cutting through the air, shattering the weapons of the 4 attackers. 8 of Kuroda's men were completely wiped out. Suddenly, a green flash appeared. Tongyi tightened his horse's reins, dodging a flying spear. He noticed a man wearing a tie-nai hat, wielding a unique spear. Beside him, Tachibana Munishige also recognized the man standing in front of him. Li Diem wore lacquered armor. All wounds healed on his hands as he held the green Bikyayan sword, Lin Hutung's secondary weapon. Bikyayan had a danger level of 40, a rare weapon with the bitch attribute, converting 3% of damage into real damage. At this moment, a drop of blood fell onto Tachibana's armor. Li Diem rode forward with Bikyayan, its pale green glow colliding with Thon Dintheat's gleaming edge. Li Diem knew that compared to Thon Dintheat, Bikyayan was much lighter, and he wasn't used to it yet. However, the combined real damage from Bikyayan and the bloodthirst from the battle would be formidable. Tachibana was also astonished by Li Diem's appearance. He remembered how he had been seriously injured by Honda, and even though the medicine from the Ming Taoist could heal him quickly, the loss of powerful monsters couldn't be compensated. Only Li Diem posed a significant threat to them. Thinking so, Tachibana spurred his horse forward, wielding Fan Dintheat. He aimed a straight blow at Li Diem's head, catching him off guard. Li Diem countered with Bikyayan, stabbing straight at Tachibana's neck. Startled, Tachibana instinctively raised Fan Dintheat to block. Fan Dintheat and Bikyayan clashed, sparks flying as the 2 blades slid past each other. The sound of metal crashing against metal persisted. Both were filled with a murderous intent. Facing Li Diem's personal vengeance, Tachibana's hard-gathered army suffered heavy losses. After a night of battle, over 100 brothers had entrusted their lives to him. The dead and wounded were difficult to eliminate with a single blow. For Tachibana Munishige, seeing both commanders killed right in front of him was a great humiliation. Now, both sides were fighting a life-and-death struggle, but it was certain that Tachibana's swordsmanship had not reached 90%, making it difficult to confront Li Diem's swordsmanship, which had reached 93%. Seizing the opportunity, Li Diem used Bikyayan to inflict 2 deep wounds on Tachibana's shoulder and neck. Li Diem, holding Bikyayan stained with blood, looked at Tachibana, who did not pursue. The system announced Tachibana Munishige's name. Tachibana Munishige, the terrible title from the 4-rank lower subordinate to the high-ranking title of Jian. Reduces damage by 15% with the Daemon Chi strategy, and reduces 30% of damage from specialized deep walking. His swordsmanship is at 89%, with skills such as the Little Sun technique combined with the Little Balance technique, and the active skill of the Flying Horse, with a passive skill of full recovery from severe injuries, no side effects, consuming all the power of the gods, temporarily losing the Daemon strategy. The sword technique is extraordinary, and Thon Deemtheet has the sword attribute. Each time the weapons collide, it will check. If successful, it will cause significant damage. The weapon with lower danger level depends on the difference in danger level. Tachibana glanced at the wounds on his shoulder, silently wondering if Lydium intended to die with him. He lifted his head to meet Lydium's calm gaze, feeling a chill down his spine. He was certain that he would win, but he knew he dared not risk death. Lydium aimed Bitkion directly at Tachibana, with clear intent to kill. Lydium thought that when Lin Hutung passed him the secondary sword, his specialized swordsmanship increased by 4%, reaching 93%, surpassing the peak threshold. At that moment, the clear voice of the system rang out, regretful. Unfortunately, the breakthrough in professional standards and expertise this time couldn't awaken the talent of the wandering traveler. Please continue to strive. The comprehensive evaluation of the strength of those who have arrived at the 10 lands is hindered because there is an equivalent part due to external forces, so there are no 4 ways to assess the level of the 10 lands of the wanderer. Although the awakening level of Kudadu did not reach 39%, it is still normal. According to the request of the Thukdu rank, relying only on the expertise of ancient martial arts and the Bitkion sword, reaching 93% can barely achieve the 10 lands level with Tachibana Munishige. After considering this, Lydium turned and rushed to horizontally strike Tachibana's head. Tachibana leaned back on his horse, swinging Fan Deemtheet down on Lydium's arm. Lydium skillfully swung his sword in an arc, thrusting straight into Tachibana's chest. Tachibana gritted his teeth as Bitkion pierced through his left shoulder bone. Fan Deemtheet aimed for Lydium's head, but Lydium released his sword, dodging the blow, and then grabbed Bitkion, pulling downwards. The sword's blade swallowed from Tachibana's left shoulder down, leaving a long tear. The green glow and the power of Daemon enveloped Tachibana's wound, taking a while to disappear. Tachibana silently lamented that this wretched guy was even stronger now. Slightly losing his composure, Tachibana turned his horse and charged forward, clashing Fan Deemtheet against Lydium's 24-stance sword. Each move stronger than the last, the two not only fought sword techniques, but also a competition of physical strength. Their horses intertwined, colliding with the sound of Thon Deemtheet and Bitkion, continuously clashing. Tachibana clenched his fake teeth, swinging his sword, then urged his horse to flee. Seeing Tachibana retreat, Lydium erupted in anger, spurting forward. But as the horse approached Tachibana's back, Lydium suddenly screamed. He saw Tachibana's eyes flash red, quickly withdrawing Fan Deemtheet from its sheath. A white light formed a circle, emitting a black wave. Seeing the danger, Lydium immediately activated his battle blood. Blood flowed from his nose and mouth, and Tachibana's eyes also bled. When Tachibana was about to fall from the horse, he still stubbornly swung towards Lydium. A circle of red light glowed. Lydium dropped onto the horse's back. A small cut suddenly appeared on the horse's neck, and its head fell to the ground, rolling around. Lydium used Bitkion to support himself as the circle of red light fell, throwing him 5 meters away. The Japanese cavalry immediately rushed to stab Lydium. He rolled to avoid the thrusts, then another cavalryman rode over to attack him. Lydium used the yen pose to deflect the horse, causing him to lose balance and fall. Lydium continued to horizontally strike, cutting him in half in midair. Lydium took a few steps back, blood sticking to his sword, the 20-meter-long wound looking gruesome. He silently thought that if it weren't for the battle blood activating and changing the direction of the strike, he would probably have been cut in half like a horse. He glanced at Tachibana, who had fallen from his head without moving. He was probably dead. The Ming cavalry also saw the opportunity and rushed to stab Tachibana. Suddenly, a dark air enveloped Tachibana, and the spearhead stabbed into it, emitting only the sound of metal, unable to penetrate the black air. Tachibana opened his eyes, then swung his sword to kill the Ming soldiers around him. Although his armor was still covered in blood, Tachibana was now full of vitality and uninjured. Lydium licked his sword to let the blood drip down, staring intently at Tachibana. He silently thought that if the passive skill had been activated earlier to change the direction of the strike, killing him again would be possible, despite the perilous situation. Tachibana was not afraid, coldly smiling at Lydium and then pointing towards the Ming front line. Lydium glanced over and heard the resounding cheers of a cavalry unit of over 200 people, belonging to the special forces of the Japanese army, charging into the Ming front line. Tachibana laughed loudly, cursing their misfortune. War was not decided by a single hero. Facing the Japanese cavalry now was his own special force, with the divine power of battle. Lydium silently thought that the tactics of war and the divine power were the two most sophisticated armies under Lin Hutum's command. He should not be afraid of Tachibana's Japanese army, like Lak Tuongchi and the generals who had been fighting tirelessly throughout the day, suffering heavy losses. Now, facing the ferocious Japanese army, victory or defeat was unpredictable. However, Lin Hutum had prepared a secret counterattack, the Divine Chariot's fire. The solitary flame shot out, spreading like a fan, burning a section of the Japanese army. Lin Hutum wore a helmet and iron armor, and the attack horn of the Allied forces resounded. The generals rushed out with swords and spears, led by Lin Hutum, charging straight into the center of the enemy alliance. At this moment, Lydium took out the High Nu Six-Spirit Talisman, pasting it onto his chest. The bleeding wound stopped and quickly healed. Seeing this, Tachibana Munishage stepped forward. Lydium jumped forward to catch him, preparing for round 2, but suddenly a large defensive halberd blocked between the two. It was Tonthulium from the Imperial Infantry Division, preventing Lydium from advancing. "You go protect the Admiral. This guy is mine," he said to Tonthulium. Lydium's eyes moved as if remembering something. He said to Tonthulium, "General, if the situation is unfavorable, don't try to fight. Retreat." After saying that, Lydium dashed straight towards the front line of Lin Hutum's army. Tachibana Munishage saw Lydium leaving without pursuing. Tonthulium charged straight at Tachibana to strike him down. Tachibana raised Thandinthi to block. The two sword blades clashed, and Tonthulium's defensive halberd was struck, leaving a hole. Tachibana revealed his divine power and quickly struck Tonthulium across the neck, blood spurting from the general's throat. He used his last strength to plant the defensive halberd into the ground. Several Japanese soldiers took the opportunity to stab him, but Tonthulium remained standing, not falling. Earlier, Deputy General Linen had been stabbed through the chest, falling powerless. Around them lay the tragic bodies of the Ming soldiers. Seeing the last man fall, the man shook his head, causing injury, then urged his horse forward. No one expected this tragedy to be caused solely by him. Countless bullets from cannons flew towards him, but he wore a demonic mask, donned red and black armor, and wielded two black axes. The stench emanating from his armor was foul. Faced with the barrage of bullets, his eyes glowed red, and with a wave of his hand, he could change the direction of the bullets. Amidst the chaos, his mind wandered, vague memories flashing through. It seemed he couldn't recall his name clearly, only remembering sacrificing his body to fight demons on Kushao Island. The monks bestowed upon him the title of Great Bright Monastery, and he received the transmission of the mind from the great monk Sanada Yukumura. Riding swiftly, he charged straight into the Ming front line, where it seemed deserted. His two black axes relentlessly claimed lives, and his armor, crafted by the great monks, consumed over 500 kilograms of divine power. Even the Ming's sophisticated firepower couldn't inflict damage. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Theitu picked up a rusty sword, wiped it clean of blood and flesh, then straightened up. She looked at Sanada charging towards her, and his eyes glowed red. But Theitu was just an ordinary girl, unafraid. She truly didn't want to kill needlessly. Why couldn't they understand? If they didn't eliminate the demons, when the divine power was exhausted, it would be a catastrophe. Feitu leaped lightly, turning the colorful manga into black and white. Sanada's massive figure, wrapped in heavy armor, tumbled through the air, crashing into soldiers and horses behind him, finally coming to a stop after hundreds of meters, leaving a deep, long trench in the ground. Sanada struggled to get up but lacked the strength. His armored limbs shattered, his right arm flew off, and Feitu stepped on his head, looking down. He confessed in his heart, feeling a sense of relief. If not for this relief, he might compose another poem. He knew they liked it. But Sanada's eyes just glowed with a strange redness, no reaction. Feitu's gaze was cold. "Then I'll finish it here," she said, swinging her sword down, shattering the 500 kilograms divine armor, and Sanada's body along with it. Sometimes, Feitu would open a flask of wine and drink, casually observing Lydium running over. The two looked at each other. Lydium shuddered, silently thinking the guy was crazy, then turned away to find Lydium among the Japanese. Suddenly, the black aura on Kuroda's hand broke apart. Kuroda looked at the woman, wondering who she was. She was a powerful unknown deity, he thought, then looked at the devastated field. Kuroda silently thought they still had to fight. As Feitu easily defeated Sanada, the battlefield of the Ming forces fell into chaos. The Japanese didn't encircle and annihilate Lydium, but focused on attacking the elite troops of the noble families. The infantry unit of Dongoyan, led by Tachibana, attacked Lydium's position, hoping to take advantage of Sanada's distraction, similar to Tongyi's strategy. They charged straight ahead like arrows. The main force wanted to get close, but they found the path covered in blood, with casualties on both sides. Thus, both sides fell into a prolonged stalemate. Dongoyan, who was supposed to stay in the Central Army, now led his own troops into battle. Tongung Suom and Dikbu followed suit. Dikbu's face paled slightly. The most fierce battle was unfolding before them, and although he was afraid, he maintained his dignity, looking over at Kuroda Ninenma standing on the hill. At this moment, both sides acknowledged each other's identity as practitioners of divine magic. The pale face of the disciple made Dikbu serious. He drew out a handful of purple and gold talismans, indicating to Dongoyan that he was ready. Dikbu stared intently at Kuroda, observing the battlefield, silently pondering if the divine magic envoy's insight was correct. Both sides were competing, like chess pieces vying for dominance. Both sides were practitioners of divinity, relying on the Longloki national fortune to sustain themselves. The rule was well understood by everyone. If you don't attack, we won't attack either. Don't play any tricks with Kuroda's disciple, he asked us. Kuroda shook his head. As the inheritor of the divine magic, he possessed several arcane arts accumulated over a long period, such as stratagems, which could turn the battlefield into a hellish inferno in an instant. Now, facing each other on the battlefield was the most opportune time. As the divine envoys of the celestial sect faced each other, they could freely display their magic. It would consume a large amount of national fortune and demon chi. With the situation in the country gradually recovering day by day, it was truly inconvenient. However, even with just a small initial strategy, Dikbu looked up at the sky, feeling doubtful. A Ming general was fighting. Suddenly the earth shook, his horse threw him off, and he was stabbed to death by nearby Wei soldiers. Dikbu cursed silently, admonishing the false mage for not following the rules, using Ming's dark magic to break through the Ming's horsemen. He also reacted, causing the wounds of the Ming soldiers to heal slowly. Kuroda's eyes narrowed, using magic to heal the Ming soldiers' wounds. I can also do something similar, he thought. Suddenly, the challenge of the death cultists interrupted Kuroda's thoughts, only to see Tongyi wielding a dragon-headed halberd, his body covered in wounds, his left leg missing from the knee down, but still charging towards Kuroda. At this moment, Honda Tadakatsu was bleeding profusely from his abdomen, his horse fallen. Honda roared, seizing a subordinate's horse, leaping on, and leading the remnants of the National Army to chase Tongyi. How can the Ming still have cavalry like this? The feigned weakness of the cavalry unit was clearly a ploy. Why were they so strong that they couldn't be stopped? The death cultist trembled in fear at Tongyi's appearance, suggesting that Kuroda retreat temporarily, But Kuroda glanced at him disdainfully. The Ming were still on the battlefield. Honda still fought with all his might. How could we run away? Besides, it's too late now. We can only stop him. The Japanese generals sent their troops to attack Tongi, but against the dragon-headed halberd, they all fell, one by one, their horses collapsing, agreeing to use unparalleled tactics and charging straight at Kuroda. Kuroda gripped his sword tightly, his face grim. He was just a frontline officer, while Honda Tadakatsu, a 6th-tier general of Ming, possessed 20 divine powers. Though unparalleled, as long as I hold on, when General Tadakatsu catches up, he'll be like a turtle in a jar. I am the descendant of the Kuroda lineage, the son of Kuroda Yoshitaka, the orthodox successor disciple of the great perfect monk, the channeler of divine words. Furthermore, I have a secret technique. Suddenly, a stream of black energy poured from Kuroda's mouth, forming a giant black serpent, and he laughed coldly towards the Ming leaders. Who will come to save you? The black serpent opened its mouth wide, its sharp white fangs lunging towards Tongi. Tongi's face was as hard as iron, only seeing black energy rising from Kuroda, his cold eyes showing waves, the shadow of Pham Hakangan appearing in his mind. Tongi tightened his grip on the dragon-headed halberd, thrusting it through the serpent's mouth just as a golden light flashed. Tongi thrust straight, instantly shattering the black serpent, advancing towards Kuroda. Kuroda used his sword to block, but it shattered upon contact with the halberd's blade, a move by Tongi that couldn't be stopped. The 3-meter-long halberd pierced straight into the chest of a man wearing a gray robe, the broken pieces of the sword flying past Tongi, but he remained unaware, still tightly gripping the halberd and thrusting deeper. The warhorse continued its charge incessantly. Kuroda grabbed the halberd's shaft with both hands, slumping down powerless, black blood spurting from that thrust. Kuroda's body quickly withered into black dust, leaving only the monk's robe hanging on the halberd. Kuroda's death drove the entire Japanese army into madness. They fired wildly, bullets, cannons, and mortars towards Tongi, piercing through Kuroda's cavalry formation, through the Dong Quoc army's battle lines, through the Allied forces' formations, through Kodo and Kuroda's prohibition troops. The vanguard finally stopped temporarily. From the original 3,000 men, now there were fewer than 100. Tongi pulled the black fragment from his face, feeling his left foot must be disabled. At this moment, a figure full of swords, the wounds of many battles with demons visible, cracked ribs and chest cages exposed, used force to drive the halberd into the ground, stopping at the Ming army's camp. Duan Guyan stood beside Tongung Swang. Suddenly, a seemingly dead Japanese soldier rose, charging at Duan Guyan. Duan Guyan tightened his grip on the sword's handle, a gray bear appearing clearly behind him. After punching the false man away, more and more false men rose, and the Ngai cultists stood up, wielding swords to charge. Suddenly, a strong wind blew, sharp black feathers flying everywhere, blood spattering on the Japanese. The To-Do cult under Liu Donchan's command, with Lai Dim as the envoy, now had one black wing and one golden wing. Dick View exclaimed, looking at what was on the woman's hand. Tongdung Swang looked up. It was the Emperor's decree. To-Do held the golden decree aloft, emitting a bright light. The To-Do state, enhanced by Long Oki, reached a perfect state, rated as 10 degrees, noting it was wild godhood. Bathed in Damon's Long Oki, after receiving the formal decree, they would completely break free from the demonic state. Honda Tadakatsu's horse charged forward, only to see the red cloak on the ground, the fierce red face now pale. He couldn't believe Kuroda had been defeated. Seeing Honda approaching, Tongi on horseback turned, the dragon's head colliding with Than Dintheet. Tongi's body full of wounds, shaken violently, blood and wind rushing out. Then the halberd slipped from his hand. Honda seized the opportunity, swinging Than Dintheet upwards, chopping straight into the swaying Tongi's head. Suddenly, a pale green sword flew over, the green blade flashing past, knocking Than Dintheet away. Honda raised his spear to block Baekhyun, then turned to stab towards Tongi. Suddenly, a powerful roar echoed, causing Honda's horse to tremble, the spear deviating slightly, narrowly missing Tongi's head as he fell off his horse. Honda looked up to see where the roar came from, only to see Tachibana Munishige rushing menacingly with a group, running behind Honda's bull. He wielded a red and gold giant mace. Tachibana dodged and evaded, but still faced relentless attacks, like a celestial fighting the heavens. After being enhanced by Long Ho, the power of the mace had been upgraded over tenfold. Tachibana couldn't escape the onslaught, relying only on continuous speed to dodge. While Tachibana was evading, Lydium approached from the river's direction, wielding Fan Dinthi to strike at him. Tachibana quickly drew his samurai sword to block, but with just a few clashes, the sword in his hand was chopped into sawtooth pieces by Fan Dinthi, unable to withstand it because of his lost vigilance a moment ago. This scoundrel has taken my Fan Dinthi. The normal samurai sword is now useless. Seeing Tachibana at a disadvantage, Honda turned around on his horse and swung Fan Dinthi, aiming directly at Lydium, taking advantage of the moment when Lydium was unprepared. As Lydium hadn't yet reacted, he was hit by Honda's thrust, knocking Fan Dinthi out of his hand. Lydium moved towards Tachibana, taking Fan Dinthi back from him. Lydium seized the opportunity to approach Honda, his right hand gripping the hilt with two fingers, the index and middle fingers aiming straight for Honda's eyes, wielding the golden-capped baton of the Gold Kwai Club. Honda startled, quickly bringing the sleeve of his armor-covered arm to shield his eyes from the blow, but it was unsuccessful. Lydium swung the baton down towards Honda's head, but Honda managed to twist away, dodging the blow, a move that failed. Lydium spun his horse and picked up the dragon-headed halberd lying on the ground. His eyes stopped at the red flag on the halberd's handle, then checked its information from the system. Seeing Lydium holding the halberd, Honda and Tachibana stopped their horses to look at him. Lydium swung the halberd towards Tongi, saying, "This is a nice item," borrowing it to play for a bit. Tongi's eyes were heavy, but he still looked at Lydium mockingly. "This halberd suits you well. Just take it." Lydium laughed loudly, taking the pitcher and pouring a deep red liquid onto the halberd's blade. "The blood of gods destroys it," he applied. "The cold weapon will break some of the divine power's protection." Lydium swung the halberd to fend off the arrows flying towards him, then shouted, "Clear the field for me." Lydium rushed towards Honda. Then Fan Dinthi and the dragon-headed halberd clashed like two dragons, tearing and biting at each other. The two spearheads collided repeatedly, shooting sparks and flames. Lydium tightened his grip on the halberd's shaft to defend against Fan Dinthi's attacks, thrusting towards Honda. At that time, Fan Dinthi stabbed the dragon disciple flying, causing Lydium to fail. Tachibana Munishige also participated in the fight. 3 horses fight to form a rectangle through this exploratory game. Lydium caught a dangerous clue: Honda's special status. Akaboy's melee combat power does not appear to be limited by poison. A normal person, no matter how physically strong, if stabbed throat or heart puncture is the only way to die. But Honda's Akaboy armor not increase vitality by 50%, but like a complete layer of armor. No loopholes surround him before breaking this shell. He has no weaknesses that can be exploited. Honda Tatakatsu, although it cannot be revived like Tachibana Munishige. This cunning passive skill is even more annoying than Resurrection Teacher. Long's head and Dian's head like to collide and then pass each other. Lydium raised his spear and slashed it backwards and forwards. Honda also turned and stabbed sideways. The two people turned their backs to each other, but the tips of the spears still touched each other. There was a clanging sound between two people pressed together. Lydium quickly felt the horse's thigh tighten. The two people simultaneously pulled the spear back, then yanked. Lydium shouted loudly, "Got off his horse," and got off his horse. This attack is meant to pull the enemy back, then used horsepower to pull them down. Lydium's dangerous horse is better nourished, prevail in strength. Honda's war horse is not equal to a human. He automatically fell backwards, was about to be pulled off the horse by Lydium, but just in time to succeed. Then Tachibana Munishige's sword slashed his chest. Lydium had to proactively release Fan Dinthi at Ra. Lydium pulled back Long's spear to block the attack, then stabbed the tip of the spear into Tachibana's right eye. made him back away. Honda Tadakatsu turned around in horror, thought to himself, even though it was Tachibana Munishige. Nor can he be his opponent on horseback. But even though he's young, his swordsmanship, not inferior to his own spearmanship. Truly a rare genius. But this little guy, his understanding of spearmanship surpasses even mine. Horse riding skills and attack speed all make people desperate. Thinking so, Honda immediately spurred his horse forward. Lidium and Tachibana Munishige are surrounded by danger. Thundintheet joined the fight again. Lidium waved the wind and leaned forward to avoid it. Honda turned the shaft of the spear and slammed it into Tachibana's chest, causing him to spit out a large mouthful of blood. Honda Tadakatsu coldly sneered. Thundintheet swings horizontally. The horse galloped past Lidium and fell on its back. I saw Thundintheet flash through my head. Also Bad Hair stood up with a dragon-headed spear like an angry dragon, blocking the body of Thundintheet's spear. The two fought fiercely again, while the two sides struggled. Tachibana Munishige gritted his teeth in pain. Swinging Thundintheet, he slashed Lidium's head. Lidium immediately found himself in danger as he saw the sharp sword blade getting closer and closer. Suddenly, the sword pierced through the armor behind Tachibana's back, piercing through his chest. The sword blade revealed a bluish hue, surprising both of them. Tongi stood balanced on one leg, still holding his throwing position, then collapsed from exhaustion. Tachibana Munishige fell off his horse, lying motionless on the ground, clearly dead. At this moment, a cold arrow shot towards Tongi like a spearhead. Lidium quickly raised his hand to protect him, then stood in front of Tongi to shield him. Lidium asked Honda how he wanted to die. Honda Tadakatsu was stunned, not knowing when these godlike beings had appeared. Seeing the Ming soldiers approaching, Honda sighed. Whether they win or lose this battle, Oka will suffer heavy losses. Tachibana Munishige being chased by Lidium like this, Sanada's decapitation is likely to fail as well. Honda drew Thundintheet and moved his horse a few steps, then stopped, shouting, "Stop all attacks." Honda spoke a few words to a soldier dressed in Japanese attire. Then not long after, the man ran up to Lidium and respectfully said that Honda wanted to negotiate peace with him. Honda calmly looked at Lidium, knowing that the situation had broken down, and sent the envoy to express his willingness to represent the Tadakatsu clan in peace negotiations. After all, the Tadakatsu clan had no reason to die for Hayachiro's ambition, even if it was the hope of the entire Natban country. Seeing the envoy in front of him, Lidium hesitated for a moment before softly saying yes. Before he could finish his sentence, a cold wind blew, and Long's head hit him straight on the head, shattering it into pieces like a smashed watermelon, blood splattering everywhere. Unexpectedly, Lidium dared to kill the envoy. Honda Tadakatsu was furious, rushing straight towards Lidium with Thundintheet in his hand. The Japanese soldiers gathered behind him, charging together to kill Lidium. Lidium and Honda Tadakatsu began the second round of fighting, as the spearhead of Thundintheet stabbed towards Lidium's shoulder, the dragon-headed halberd aimed at Honda's throat. Lidium forced to retract the halberd to block. Several moves later, Lidium had many opportunities to pierce Honda's chest and head, but was forced by his Akaboy state. He dared not make a move, unsure if his attack would penetrate, while Thundintheet could pierce his throat at any time. Honda forcefully raised Thundintheet, and the two engaged in a fierce battle again. Suddenly, Lidium changed tactics, sweeping his dragon-headed halberd horizontally, aiming directly at Honda's war horse. This move was both unexpected and cruel, but Honda saw through it. Honda also changed tactics, aiming Thundintheet directly at Lidium's war horse. The dragon-headed halberd slammed heavily into the ground. 1/3 of the halberd's handle broke, and the horse died. Thundintheet was retracted, leaving a long cut on Lidium's war horse's back. Honda was horrified, knowing it was not good, but it was too late. The horse fell, causing him to lose balance. Lidium seized the opportunity to approach, lowering his body onto the horse. The dragon-headed halberd stabbed straight towards Honda Tadakatsu. At this moment, Thundintheet had been pulled out of Honda's hand, unable to retract to block. In a few seconds, Leviathan, with a tight grip on the halberd handle, used the horse's strength to thrust forward, cracking the 8 cracks in the spider-like cracks under the helmet, then shattering with a loud crunch. Honda raised Thandinthi to block in front of his chest, the terrifying force of the thrust causing him to continuously retreat, the dragon-headed halberd attacking from above, aimed directly at Honda's face, but he still calmly blocked the fatal blow with the spearhead. Leviathan's face was cold, unexpected that he was still blocked. Honda Tadakatsu jumped up with both legs spread wide. Thandinthi stabbed chaotically 7 or 8 times in a row, colliding with the dragon-headed halberd. The sound of the 2 weapons colliding echoed clang clang clang, the vibration passing along the halberd's handle, causing Leviathan's arms to go numb, almost dropping the weapon. Leviathan tightened his grip on the halberd, staring Honda, who now had a bright eyes. In this momentum, although Leviathan's martial arts were excellent, after dozens of rounds, it was clear that his strength had been depleted. But before he could think, the dragon's head of Leviathan's halberd attacked again, using the horse's strength to unleash the ultimate blow. Honda could only defend with all his might. Suddenly, Honda leaped out of Thandinthi. The dragon's head of Leviathan's halberd was violently shaken back and retracted from his hand. Honda grabbed Thandinthi tightly. His whole body shot out, the divine power roaring, Ubume, loyal but not willing to die. Then he rushed straight through Leviathan's head. Thandinthi stabbed. Countless blue lights appeared on the spearhead, countless figures of Honda emerged, countless red spearheads covered the sky and earth, as if he didn't see himself thrusting fiercely. The dragon-headed halberd penetrated directly through Honda's heart, then pierced out from his back. Honda Tadakatsu, his eyes wide with shock, saw his heart enveloped by the divine power, but unable to heal itself, blood gushed out like a fountain, and the beads of pearls fell scattered on the ground. He died silently. Leviathan, covered in blood, looked up at Toto in the sky, with 1 black wing and 1 golden wing now riddled with holes. Toto slowly descended, and Leviathan quickly embraced her. Toto's face showed no pain as she gently called Leviathan master. Leviathan's expression was stern as he scolded, "I didn't tell you to protect Tongung Swam." Seeing Toto's distressed expression, Leviathan sighed and explained, "One of his wounds couldn't kill him. I had to." Amidst the chaos of the battlefield, Thetu rode his horse with a joyful face, admiring Leviathan's prowess and commenting on the excellence of his martial skills, not realizing the depth of his breakthrough and relying on his own insight and talent to achieve a mastery level of over 90%. This was something that countless martial artists couldn't achieve in their lifetime. With the death of Honda Tadakatsu, the Japanese allied forces fell into a state of panic, having suffered a complete defeat. However, the casualties of the Ming were also beyond expectation. Initially, in the Ming camp, Leviathan carried a jug of wine and went to visit Tongdi. As soon as he entered, Tongdi spoke directly, asking if Leviathan wanted to avenge him. Leviathan, taken aback by the question, didn't know how to respond. Tongdi sat down and casually asked about his injuries before offering the wine to Leviathan, saying it was a gift from his brother who had arrived. Tongdi then decided to have his leg treated, as it was irreversibly damaged. After drinking a large gulp of wine, he decided to retire from official duties and return to his hometown to raise horses. He then asked Leviathan about his plans. Leviathan, holding the wine cup, replied, passing on the rewards to Dai Nin, Vitai, and granting Huan Fikiui 500 gold as a reward for his excellent performance. Tongji, upon hearing this, was supported by Leviathan as he got up and said, "Your promotion is well deserved. I have been at the forefront of every battle, while you have only fought one. It is right for the officials to dismiss you." Despite this, Tongji deserved the price he paid. However, he was not Leviathan's match. Do you believe it? Leviathan held up his cup of wine, laughing, "I don't believe it. There may be a chance to test it." Agreeing, they clinked their cups together. They continued to chat for a while longer until Thetu looked at them, and only then did Leviathan pat Tongji on the shoulder and stand up to leave. The bright moon hung high in the sky, casting a deep blue hue over the camp. Leviathan staggered outside, and Thetu reached out to support him without hesitation, holding his arm as they walked. Leviathan felt grateful. If I were born here, I would probably live like Tommy, he murmured. However, Feitu paid no attention to his words, handing him a wine jug and saying, "Here's my repayment for helping you this time. We're even now." Lydium asked why Feitu wanted to leave Diemfu, while Feitu wanted to know why Lydium was so devoted to helping Minquak. After a moment of silence, Feitu straightened up and said, "I'm leaving. Why don't you think about joining me?" Lydium replied briefly, "I'm afraid of death." The smile faded from Feitu's face, and she said coldly, "Don't bother me again after you become successful." Then she disappeared into the darkness. As Lydium watched her disappear, he muttered to himself that there might be a chance for a reunion. Vuongsin ran up to him. Everyone was waiting for him. Vuongsin, wearing a black eye bandage, his youthful face replaced by a more mature look, handed Lydium a wine jug and said, "Here's my gratitude for saving me this time. We're even now." Lydium asked why Vuongsin wanted to leave Diemfu, and Vuongsin wanted to know what Lydium planned to do. Lydium took the wine cup and passed it to Dai Nin Vitai, promoting Huanfakioi to the rank of 500 gold side of river. Daidong Lydium looked at the fast-flowing water in front of him. System voice rang out. "You have completed this Diemfu event, and the special event, Diemfu. Complete the Diemfu event for a total of 3. Your assessment after completing the Diemfu event. It is a great auspicious thing, evaluated based on good taste. In addition, there are items that are subject to travel, can be taken away directly, no need to buy in powers. That is the Golden Tiger Station." Thon Dine Fight, a merchant, started accounting. At the same time, on Japan's demon-filled Kusha Island, purple lightning covered flesh and blood everywhere, asked the green-skinned, red-horned, three-eyed goblin. "Why so long?" Replied a stinking goblin pig. "I see Lin wants to stay in Triushin. I don't want to go back to serving Sir Humor Ho." Heard that the monsters laughed loudly. At that time on the river, a wooden raft floated by. Feitu stepped on Lin's head. "Look at the goblins on the island." She kicked Lin's head into the river and then stepped onto the shore, looked at them coldly. Feitu spoke softly. "Who are you here to talk to?" The midnight battle finally ended. After a long sleep, Lydium woke up and saw a familiar scene. System voice rang out the state of walking in a certain condition. This repair does not receive any points. Final report is as follows. Evaluate the excellent math results with Diemfu score of 600 points. Limited rights to buy 200% of people in exchange for gold. The total Diemfu score is 5,500 points. Minus the purchase of 700 points for the fort. Your current Diemfu score is 5,850 points. Special prize after completing the Diemfu event is to pick an item at random, including chewing a little chi power. Lydium obtained the exquisite blood wax, a type of consumable item. The blood wax, when chewed, would transform into chi energy, increasing intimacy with the weapons. There was a certain probability of the weapon owner gaining insights into their skills. With consecutive use, the probability of gaining insights would stack up. Having completed the special event, Diemfu, and subdued the wild spirit Triuchin, Lydium once again received a reward, including the Chi Energy Chew. Subsequently, he obtained the cluster of Na from Nung, a rare consumable item that could be used to enhance ordinary quality weapons with up to 3 attributes, 2 attributes for refined quality weapons, or 1 attribute for rare quality weapons. Lydium looked at the golden claws on his hand and couldn't help but marvel silently. Although uncommon, it suited him perfectly. He acquired the passive skill Aura Clash, and also received a Diemfu artifact, which included the Chi Energy Chew. Consuming it immediately, he initiated the Diemfu event, typically used for extended periods. Inheriting the Chew, his immediate task was to destroy 100 exquisite quality weapons, earning him the stage reward, Aura Clash Skill Enhancement. Then, he received the 9 Phoenix God Veil item, followed by the Kim Ho Defense Station, and a type of secret item, the Longhoki Secret. Afterward, a system panel appeared, displaying the effects of Longhoki. Observing the effects, Lydium tightened his fist and laughed heartily. Suddenly, he noticed a white tiger curled up on a rock. "Mom, Lydium muttered. This is the form of the 30th Longhoki. He tried to play with the small creature, which seemed mischievous, attempting to please Lydium. Suddenly, the system voice echoed, greeting him before checking his personal purchasing power. After informing him of his high evaluations achieved twice, the system proceeded with the current comprehensive evaluation of his personal abilities, with the chief judge deciding to increase his authority in advance. At that moment, the judge had a private conversation, allowing Lydium to choose whether to accept or refuse. The judge's nickname was Vusutheep. After Lydium chose to accept, a drop of water flew up, gradually forming the shape of a real woman. Before departing, she was ready for the possibility of being questioned. The entire DMFU event this time had been shielded by Thaytu from the beginning, leaving no traces behind, nor any loopholes for attacks, relying only on fragmented evidence in Judy's geode. No one could accuse Lydium and Thaytu of conspiring in advance. Lydium calmly looked at the woman in front of him and asked, "What's the matter?" The woman spoke in an orderly manner. "I'm just curious about your personal strength. Not reaching Thaptu, but able to achieve significant rankings in reality, the top 50 in Hantu. You've reached the maximum purchasing power of 200%, but your recent behavior didn't seem to show much interest." At this point, the woman's figure only had a head, gradually completing her body. She slowly said to Lydium, "I want to know Thaytu's whereabouts. If you're willing to tell me, I can help you within my authority. I also don't know where she is." The other woman suddenly appeared, killed my ally, and disappeared. She knew it was Thaytu. The entire record of this DMFU event was unavailable, only sporadic observations, focusing on combat information of the Hantu. It couldn't detail every moment. Hearing the woman's words, Lydium pretended to be puzzled. She then said, "Let's wait and see." After that, Lydium called her back, teasing her and making her blush before she hurried away. Then, a block of water burst and splashed all over Lydium. After the Vusutheep left, Lydium continued to receive rewards. The system voice announced, "You've been awarded the title of Thapto ranked Hantu." Then, the system listed a series of permissions for Lydium. He then opened the items to purchase but couldn't find a suitable one. He then took out the Thom Dintheet and the long staff to examine the attributes of the two weapons. After examining the attributes of both, Lydium exclaimed, "The Kim Long defense is sharp, combining 100 additional firearm wounds. It's like a tiger growing wings." Afterwards, Lydium selected several weapons with special attributes that suited him. 1. Bikyayan sword ***. Special attribute. Bix Dao, converting 3% of damage into real damage. Extraction price, 300 points. 2. ***Nguthu, shield ***. Special attribute. Steel body, providing a certain amount of armor value when blocking attacks, with the value determined by the weapon's material. Extraction price, 300 points. 3. Baalak, long spear ***. Special attribute. Bloodthirsty, allowing the user to gain increased wound healing speed. Extraction price, 400 points. Lydium placed the special Chu on the Hong Long sword, a solid 3 meters long dragon sword. After grinding the Chu into powder and applying it to the Hong Long sword, Lydium spent 1,000 Damfu points to give the Hong Long sword 2 special attributes, Bloodthirsty and Steel Body. For his expertise, Lydium chose the common essence of military tactics, increasing his military skills by 50%. A golden light pierced through, revealing his current expertise. Cheerleading technique 93%, thermal weapons 38%, and military skills 50%. Observing his current attributes, Lydium thought to himself that after the human rights event, he still had 5,850 Damfu points left after enhancing his weapons and purchasing expertise. With 4,350 points remaining, he felt it would be insufficient for 2 to 3 more Damfu events. Thaytu looked at him silently, knowing that without her help, it would be difficult for him to survive this time. Leaving the battlefield, Lydium continued to choose some tools and skills. In his mind, Lydium scrolled through numerous images of battles with Honda Tadakatsu, Suddenly, he opened his eyes, swinging the hone-long sword swiftly, piercing through the air and tearing multiple rifts. Ledim swung the hone-long sword, unleashing 20 strikes in an instant. Feeling exhilarated, Ledim thought to himself that true reminiscence was indeed a meticulous process. Wanting to gain more skills from the system, however, would require a lot of time and points from DMFU events. After that, Ledim bought a DMFU item despite being deceived the last time, as the points were too few to ignore. A golden light flashed, revealing a black cloak. Smith's long cloak had exquisite quality, and every hour it would produce a sturdy carat. The maximum limit was 1 carat, which would remain sharp for 5 years after use, temporarily increasing thermal weapon proficiency by 8%. Then, Ledim continued to look at the system panel. After completing the DMFU event, especially subduing the wild spirit Triushin, he received the gifts of the wild spirit, including the life-saving feather from Garina, the black scarf made of the feathers of the mythical bird Toto, and the new method of Tanchu's martial arts. Thinking about these strange items, Ledim thought to himself that everyone participating in the DMFU event was likely a lone wolf. Even if there were companions, they didn't have the same goals. After clearing up his belongings, Ledim decided to head back up the stairs. A few days later, in the hospital in Thuongchu, Ledim spent almost every day lost in reminiscence and chewing the special chew. Among them, the skill he made the most progress in was Tongmi's chewing skill, thanks to continuous reminiscences. Ledim finally mastered this skill and made it his own. Wood chips flew everywhere as Ledim pierced a wooden board with a wooden stick. He touched the chaotic tattoo on his shoulder, and immediately a bottle and a scroll appeared in his hand. It was the artifact from Ku Fuongthan, which would increase in power by 10%. The system voice echoed, announcing the inheritance of Kugadiuchi's spirit. The current awakening level was 39%, with an additional 7% breakthrough attempt to reach the peak value of 40%. It required consuming 10% of the external awakening level. After each 5% of the external awakening level, there was a 10% chance of successful breakthrough, requiring 35% consumption. Ledim sat on the salon chair, his eyes reddened as the white tiger transformed from Long Oki circled around him. He opened Theitu's bottle of wine, looking inside to see if there was anything, when suddenly a stream of black gas sprayed out from the bottle, and a white object flew towards Ledim. With the bottle shattering, the black gas gradually dissipated, and a soft figure leaned on Ledim. Nipsamu blushed, looking at him, then tightened her grip on his neck. Ledim shouted loudly, "I'll risk my life with you now." Outside the door, someone knocked, and Nipsamu slowly released her grip. A moment later, Ledim slowly opened the door to reveal Loiting. When Loiting was about to enter, Ledim stopped her, thinking of Nipsamu inside the room. He quickly invited Loiting to go eat at a restaurant. Though a bit suspicious, Loiting didn't say anything. Ledim took advantage of the opportunity when entering the changing room to talk to Nipsamu, saying that he and Theichi were not acquainted. This situation was also beyond his expectations, and he hoped she would remain calm and think about it later. At the restaurant, Ledim calculated Loiting's previous suggestion, now that he was no longer worried about illness. Although he didn't want to get involved in the trivial matters of the Chinese Martial Arts Association, this girl was sincere and had feelings for Loiting. It would be difficult to refuse without giving a reason. Ledim spoke frankly, offering to help her think of a solution if she came for the same reason as before. Surprised by Lidim's words, Loiting admitted that she didn't want to bother the senior brother after their last encounter. This time, she came because she was in contact with a friend at the Marrow warehouse, who was at the top of the world. Lidim's presence in Beijing was requested to test his skills. Additionally, Loiting found a Chinese martial arts master in the north who wanted Ledim to assess his skills. Then, Loiting showed Ledim a photo from her bag, revealing Truong Miningayat. Ledim was startled, realizing it was Truong Miningayat. He reassured Loiting that her success was assured this time. That night, Ledim returned home with 2 lunchboxes. When he opened the door, he felt a bit embarrassed, then chuckled at himself. He pushed the door and entered, finding the previously messy garden now clean. Inside, Napesanu was already dressed in his clothes, eating eggs on the salon chair. Lydium chuckled awkwardly, asking Napesanu if she hadn't eaten anything earlier. Napesanu remained silent, staring at Lydium intently. Lydium asked if she wasn't the same person as earlier, to which Napesanu silently nodded. Lydium placed the lunchboxes in front of her and confirmed that it was indeed the case. He activated the highest Hong Nat Fiend technique, observing Napesanu's depleted energy. He thought to himself that he couldn't fully grasp the strength of this spirit, who claimed to be over 100 years old with each step. Even though she seemed like an ordinary woman, her power was much stronger. Lydium offered to help Napesanu return, but it would take time. Napesanu eagerly asked if she could leave this house, and Lydium assured her she could leave any time. Napesanu stood up, holding up the radio on the table, saying it could broadcast initially but was now silent. Lydium chuckled and took the radio, realizing it was out of battery. He replaced the batteries and the broadcast resumed. Napesanu looked at Lydium like an innocent child, asking if the previous voice wasn't theirs. Lydium was about to explain but then just laughed awkwardly. In the following days, Napesanu didn't ask anything else, nor did she ask where she was. Everything was silent. She read books, listened to the radio, watched TV, learned to use the washing machine and electric cooker. Most of the time, she sat quietly in the garden, watching Lydium practice martial arts and swordsmanship to help her quickly understand this world. Lydium bought a phone for Napesanu, and she learned to go online. Since Napesanu arrived, Lydium found himself lazier. Perhaps this was the benefit of marrying a kind and gentle wife. The only annoyance was probably the increasing rumors around them. Lydium thought he should contact acquaintances in a few days to prepare documents for Napesanu. 2 weeks later, Lydium swung the pole in the yard. The golden-headed pole shook like a tiger just shaking off its fur. Suddenly, Lydium was overjoyed as he realized that his chewing technique had become proficient, reaching its limit. However, the technique he learned was completely different from Tongi's style. Tongi's technique was like a sharp grindstone honed over many years on the battlefield, with terrifying power. Lydium's technique, on the other hand, was not powerful but fast, focusing on a lethal blow. He only disrupted the enemy's posture, creating openings for subsequent attacks. The power of his technique wasn't great, but the series of attacks that followed were like tidal waves, making it a deadly technique. With 1,000 points invested in these two skills, Lydium could only use them sparingly. Using the consecutive strike technique on the battlefield, like Honda Tadakatsu, was physically and mentally exhausting, almost reaching his limit. He was close to mastering it, but didn't know which way to go for the final step. Then, Lydium took out the bear's gun, which could trigger a specific DMFU event. He could also sacrifice it to upgrade his status upon entering any DMFU event. After reading Theitu's message about some old toys left behind, Lydium approached Napesanu and asked if she had another name besides Napesanu, as that name felt too distant. Napesanu shook her head and then scrolled through her phone to find a suitable name. After a while, Lydium gently suggested calling her Danuang. Napesanu brushed her hair back, her eyes sparkling with the new name. They boarded the high-speed train to Habak Thuongchao, heading to Indo. Danuang looked at Lydium and said softly, "General, you seem very worried." Lydium chuckled and replied, "I'm Lydium, remember? It's always clear with me." He sighed. "After this, I'll introduce you to some old friends, then report our safety, and I'll have to leave again. Going to Minquok is dangerous." Danuang nodded. "Will you take me with you?" Lydium hesitated for a moment before saying softly, "Not necessarily. If it's possible to stay in this world, there's no need for you to be by my side. You learn quickly, and your presence isn't much different from an ordinary person's. Now you can rely on yourself to live." Danuang didn't respond to Lydium's words, but simply pointed to the coin pouch hanging from his chest. Lydium chuckled, realizing she didn't want him to leave, and even said so. Her black and white eyes stared at Lydium, and a smile appeared on her lips. "I think there's a girl in your heart," she said. Lydium's eyes flickered, and he nodded with a smile. "That's right, but whether I'll see her alive or not remains to be seen." In his mind, an image of Truong Datin emerged. "If I fight elsewhere, I might be able to help you, Danoam offered. 2 months passed quickly. The system's voice announced the commencement of a Diemfu event. When Lydium opened his eyes, he found himself in Jiangnam in 1998. The system announced the event's details, indicating that it was a free-for-all event. A total of 164 participants were involved. When any participant died, all would receive a notification. In any killing situation, there was a 20% chance for the Diemfu participant to inherit the victim's belongings. Lydium checked his watch. It was 11:50. He seemed to be late by about a day. He glanced around at the buildings, the unique architecture of Jiangnam. Suddenly, the sound of a bicycle bell caught his attention. A middle-aged man with a red scarf tied around his arm appeared before him. "Comrade, haven't you gone home yet?" Lydium took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and offered it to the man. "Have there been any guest houses lately that don't require ID?" The man, not polite either, took out a lighter from his pocket, inadvertently pulling out a few bills that fell to the ground. Lydium bent down to pick them up to return them, and as he did, he noticed the time on the man's watch was correct. However, the man disappeared suddenly, and a sense of danger swept over Lydium. He immediately backed away, activating the Hong Nat Fian technique. He looked toward the bicycle. The level of threat was faint. Lydium chuckled. A threatening bicycle, how amusing. But before he could finish laughing, the system's voice rang out again, announcing that his combat power had been reduced by 200%. His Kim artifact items were unusable, and his status was suppressed. All items designated as evil or powerful were being suppressed. Leading the Donghak Bailau area would be unaffected. Accompanied by the sound of bells, the bicycle from earlier began moving automatically, heading in the opposite direction. Lydium took off his coat, realizing that this time, he wasn't here to play the game of life, but to engage in combat himself. Facing powerful Diemfu participants here wasn't a joke. In Kudadiu Che Lin, nearly 50% of the participants' powers were suppressed. This wasn't a game anymore. He needed to get out of the area quickly. Then, Lydium ran through 2 streets without encountering anyone. As he was wondering, laughter echoed in the distance, and a child stumbled as if playing football. Approaching Lydium, when the ball rolled to his feet, he bent down to pick it up, only to find it was a human head. The unexpected event changed Lydium's expression as he thought, "It's begun. What kind of game is this?" At this moment, the boy became more visible under the streetlights, his child-sized shirt stained with blood. A duckling emblem on his chest, and his half-face exposed under the streetlights, with eyes cut out and a rotting smile, looked at Lydium. "Teach me to play football," he said, giggling. Lydium had just met a cute boy playing football, and before he could react, the system's voice rang out again, warning that one Diemfu participant had died, and at the Leviathan brewery, a young man with white hair was sitting back-to-back with an old man. The young man joked, "A murder already. Do you have any more beer, uncle?" The thin man behind him replied, "If you do, give it to me and leave." Suddenly, lightning flashed, illuminating the young man's chin, revealing a demonic smile under the Backtin Bridge on Dong Trukman Street. An old man stood bare-chested by the mouth of the well, pulling up an iron chain from its depths. He spoke to the girl behind him. Little Long Vuong caused a water disaster and quickly ran away. I caught her foot. The girl, about 10 or 11 years old with long green hair, slowly raised her hand, revealing a dragon-patterned sword over 2 meters long. She glanced at the strange old man and girl ahead, muttered something, then turned and walked away silently. Better to do less than more, she thought. But when she turned around, the well and the old man were still there, repeating the same phrase. She frowned, but when she looked back, the old man remained. She thought she might as well do the job. Holding the dragon sword, she approached the man and grabbed the chain. With a strong push, she made him fall. He cursed and left, dragging the chain with him. She pulled the chain forcefully, causing repeated clinking sounds, and then a red smoke began to rise. Just as she wondered, the roar of a dragon echoed with thunder tearing through the sky. The scene shifted back to Lydium under dim streetlights, with the twisted, bloodied face of a boy staring at him. Lydium lifted his foot and crushed a ball, its red and white liquid splattering. He grimaced and said, "This bastard wants to play ball." As he tried to lift his foot again, he felt uneasy, realizing his foot was meant for stomping, not lifting. With great effort, he managed to raise his head, following the red thread on the ground. Beside the adorable boy, around 10 red balls emerged, rolling towards Leviathan. He dodged to the side, noticing the ominous red hue of the demon warning sign, indicating a moderate threat level. Seeing the swelling red balls, Leviathan hesitated to touch them. He quickly wrapped one with his coat and threw it back, causing it to explode into a mess of blood and flesh. Seeing this, the eerie boy smiled strangely, and a series of red balls rushed towards Leviathan. He lightly touched the chaotic tattoo on his chest. The Honglom sword appeared in his hand, and he swiftly chopped the approaching balls in half. Then, a loud bang accompanied the gradual disappearance of the red smoke. The boy's corpse shriveled before Leviathan's eyes, and he, unsure if the boy was dead, left. At that moment, Leviathan thought that the main focus of this fruit was the Dimfu expedition. The other eerie things were just seasoning. As the figure of Leviathan faded, the boy's body suddenly floated up, laughing eerily as it moved in the opposite direction. After Leviathan killed the adorable boy, he unlocked access to this fruit, wanting to explore the mysteries of the city of Yendo. As the golden bamboo tube slowly opened, lines of notes appeared before him. After reading them, he contemplated. The essence of the Dimfu event was freedom. With so much money, he couldn't help but indulge in the circus. After all, more understanding of the world meant a better chance of defeating enemies, similar to the existence of Dong Hak Bai Lao. But still, he kept his distance. The system's voice echoed, "You have spent 100 Dimfu points. You receive Kui's notes." In Leviathan's mind, a complex map appeared, with stacked houses and winding streets marked with red dots. Leviathan walked through narrow alleys, twisting and turning with no end in sight. According to the map, he reached the final intersection of the alley, where a red wooden door with double knocker appeared before him. 2 red lanterns hung on either side of the door. Leviathan murmured to himself, "According to the map, this is the underworld." He slowly approached, and a gust of cold wind blew the red wooden door open slightly. Leviathan's eyes widened, his senses on high alert. Looking into the flickering flames, he saw countless eerie ghosts and demons howling and bustling about. Though chaotic, they carried an eerie demeanor. At that moment, Leviathan had no intention of going in. He stepped back, feeling the danger instinctively, quickly drawing the Honglong sword to his chest. A bullet hit the sword, causing Leviathan's wrist to ache. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed in the chaos. Leviathan jumped onto the roof, chasing the fleeing figure. Moving at almost maximum speed in his state of spiritual engagement, he swung the Honglong sword down. The fleeing figure, caught off guard, failed to raise his gun in time. Leviathan's sword flashed, severing the gun and 2 of the man's fingers. Unable to withstand his opponent, he turned and ran towards the underworld. Seeing Leviathan in pursuit, he hastily threw a red lantern at him. Leviathan easily cut the lantern in half with a single sword strike, seizing the opportunity to strike the man from above. With a powerful blow, the man's body began to dissolve into a black stream, sliding quickly down the drain. As the lantern split in half and fell to the ground, inside the underworld, various demonic faces stared in their direction. Amidst the noisy chaos, Leviathan glanced around, silently considering that this place was quite strange. It was best to leave immediately. But after a few steps, he realized that no matter which way he went, he always approached the entrance. Inside the underworld, faces painted like corpses stared at Leviathan, devoid of any emotion. Leviathan calmly sheathed his sword, thinking, "If you want me to enter, let's see who's afraid of whom." He stepped over the threshold, and everything inside was completely different. It was an old 3-story building, with various stalls. A middle-aged man wearing a black hat and a white scarf approached Leviathan. "You destroyed someone's property without a word and left. That's not very polite," he said. Leviathan handed him 2 bills he had just picked up and asked, "Is this enough?" The man didn't even look at them and said, "We don't accept Dong currency." Leviathan lowered his hand and asked, "Then how should we resolve this?" The man smiled brightly. "There are rules in the underworld. You don't need money, but you have to leave something as collateral, like your limbs, heart, or veins. Lydium's face turned cold, and a fierce look flashed in his eyes. The home-long sword appeared in his hand. At this moment, the buyers and sellers in the underworld also surrounded them. The man in the black hat waved his hand to signal the crowd to back off and said through gritted teeth, "I see you're not in a good mood. I'll let everyone handle it themselves to make up for the loss." Hearing this, Lydium smirked and asked, "What if I don't want to make up for it?" The man immediately waved his hand, signaling everyone to move forward, and said, "If I'm not mistaken, we still have to deal with each other." Hearing this, Lydium threw him a coin and asked, "How much is this worth?" Seeing the man's approval, he continued, "This is my share, but I have nothing to do with the attacker." The man took the gold coin and chuckled, "Good stuff here isn't scarce. Go on, brother, and relax. Seeing that it's not easy for you, I won't make it difficult anymore." Lydium turned away and left. At this moment, the man threw something at him, saying, "But my hat won't cheat others. It's an invitation." Lydium caught it. It was a pack of cigarettes wrapped in a worn-out package, featuring a girl in an dye. Golden Mouse cigarettes, a consumable with excellent quality. Its price is a piece of living human flesh. After smoking, it increases jumping power with minimal amplitude, similar to the inheritance state calculation. Read the package. Lydium felt moved and thanked him before leaving the door. The two doors closed behind him. Lydium felt uncomfortable and cold. It seemed he wouldn't return to the underworld again soon. After leaving the underworld, Lydium walked alone on the street and sneezed. He wrapped himself in Smith's coat, grumbling about the cold wind, while pondering over his high school at Nguyen Minh Phan, the 3 generations of the Kwaktugium flower family. A man with metal-framed glasses stared at the large beard of the chief lecturer, contemplating the soul of the old man, whose purpose in Kwaktugium was to break through the peak and even to ascend to a higher level of inheritance. However, it was not the time to waste time now. He turned to analyze with his companions about the 164 Dianfu expeditions. Even though there was a 20% chance of inheriting in the event of killing opponents outside, not every adventurer actively faced the Dianfu event. Many chose to rely on their companions to overcome it, regardless of the fact that life was their own. Based on the special abilities of inheritance, as long as one had a little intelligence, any adventurer could survive, and reality was quite comfortable. No need to risk life. Therefore, among the more than 100 adventurers, many were fools with no practical power and willpower, almost negligible. Just enough to get by with the right number. Don't talk about the escape and hunting between adventurers. Even passing through the nighttime checkpoint was not guaranteed. But killing them could still receive the real Dianfu inheritance, including high-level, powerful inheritances. If lucky, one could only rely on hunting down these people to obtain high benefits, as in the previous 3 or 4 Dianfu events, where nothing was obtained. It was better to clean them up. So, he was about to set off when a girl in a visor blocked his way. "If you've chosen the weak to kill first, you don't need to follow me," she said. He firmly declined, "I'm not reassured." The girl didn't step back, just staring at him. After a while, he felt uncomfortable and took off his glasses to wipe them, saying lightly, "All right, be safe and choose those who lag behind first." Meanwhile, an old man with white hair, chewing on a carrot, and holding a thin knife stepped out of the broken iron shop. As soon as he saw Lydium approaching, the atmosphere froze and the two stared at each other. The man smoking looked at Lydium, who was chewing on a carrot, and suddenly both rushed at each other. The hone-long sword collided with the knife, and the sound of metal clashing echoed. The two pressed their noses against each other, one smoking and the other chewing on a carrot. Suddenly, the man blew smoke into Lydium's face, while Lydium was hit by a flying piece of carrot, smashing his face. The blade of the knife fell off from the sword. The man saw the sword approaching dangerously and knew he couldn't avoid it. In a hurry, he thought of the Thangvian in his head. Lydium looked at his opponent in astonishment. At this moment, the man's head turned into a lump of flour when the hone-long sword split it open. A loud bang sounded, and a stream of air blew the man's feet, pushing him back 10 meters. Lydium didn't pursue him. The system voice echoed, "You have faced the challenge of Thao Thi Chi Force and obtained some information about Chetyudao. Chetyudao's talent in cooking is 79%, sword technique 59%, and culinary technical state 59%. The true inheritance of Thao Thay Chehart is yet to be known. After unlocking, the cooking skill will be transformed into corresponding combat skills. Initially, Lydium was not aware of the true strength of the man. He briefly noticed behind him a strange creature resembling a pale goat. He silently thought, "This inheritance is interesting indeed." One of the 4D beasts, the most ferocious, turns out to be a chef. On the other hand, Chetyudao was also calculating the combat skills of this man, aiming to achieve. However, he glanced at the dagger on Lydium's belt and felt the gaze. Lydium stepped on the knife blade and kicked it into the drain, saying nonchalantly, "No more need for that." Chetyudao grumbled at the sight of the battered thief and then lit a cigarette to taunt him. He used an explosive rice ball to rush towards Lydium without hesitation. Lydium drew Hone Long's sword and thrust it straight into Chetyudao's body, twisting it strangely. The blade slipped through his chest without resistance. Chetyudao suddenly appeared in front of Lydium, who swung Hone Long's sword, leaving a cut on him. At the same time, he shouted and smashed his head against Lydium's. But he had to admit that this man's head was quite tough. Chetyudao's face darkened, and Lydium pulled back the sword to attack him again, surprising him with his speed. Hone Long's sword struck again, leaving another cut on Chetyudao's back. Lydium silently thought, "This chef carrying a knife has 3 more real wounds on him now, which should reduce his strength by 3 parts. Lydium utilized his inherited power to enhance his thinking speed. Lydium jumped up and thrust Hone Long's sword down, while Chetyudao swung his blade and moved to stab Lydium's flank. Lydium's heart raced as he turned to attack Chetyudao, who didn't anticipate the speed of his opponent. The knife was blocked by Lydium using the hilt of the sword. Lydium stared. Chetyudao's cold face. Suddenly an indescribable pain spread from my arm. Although Lydium's will is strong, he still couldn't help but scream in pain. Blood stains from Tay's neck spread to Lydium's elbow. The thin layer of flesh peels off like a grated apple peel. Miserably took advantage of that moment. Chetyudao used explosive rice again. The knife aimed straight at Lydium's throat. Suddenly he was startled and not feeling well, then quickly used the latter to defend. A layer of dough covers Chetyudao, but no effect. Beam a subsequent explosion was Chetyudao's pitiful scream at this time. The surface of the dough shell appears a thin layer of raw ice. Lydium has just proactively activated the blood seal when detonated again. Stacks 30% freezing damage. The wound freezes and prevents recovery. Diffuse energy, stiff movements. Lydium snatched her left hand and a yellow piece of paper appeared. He stuck it on his injured right arm. The wound is healing at speed, can see. At this moment, rice bursting sounded from inside the dough shell. Then golden rays of light shot out from within the moment the dough shell bursts. Chetyudao, covered in wounds, jumped out next. He continuously used explosive rice to escape. Lydium looked at Chetyudao's figure. No intention of pursuing. I know this is just the beginning. It's not the time to live and die with that type of person. In 100 journeys, Diemfu cannot everyone has this kind of power. Having bad luck yourself. As they entered the ruined iron shop a moment ago, Lydium pulled down the rolling door, looking at the pile of debris. He silently thought, this isn't that Kia bicycle. Why is it pierced by a Kia vehicle? He then sat down on a chair, took out a carrot, and gnawed it noisily. Meanwhile, in a nearby cupboard, a terrified eye looked out at Lydium. All of this was observed by the crow owned by Toto. Lydium calmly bandaged his wounds and said, "It will be dawn soon. If you don't want to suffocate in there, leave." Hearing this, the person in the cupboard knew they had been discovered. A dark-skinned girl with red hair crawled out and knelt before Lydium, begging tearfully, "Please don't kill me. I don't want to die." Lydium's expression turned cold, a tear rolling down his cheek. "I will spare your life. What do you have in your pocket?" Lydium swung his sword to cut open the girl's chest pocket, and a black chess piece fell out. The system announced, The piece is a consumable in fact key 2, limited to free hunting methods. Using 100 Diemfu points can result in victory. It can also actively separate one's own inheritance level and turn it into a 10-level inheritance. Lydium placed the Hong-Long sword on a nearby table and looked at the girl with a troubled expression. The Diemfu event requires the killing of 6 people. You truly make it difficult for me. There's no guarantee that sparing you will return me to normal. You can't pass this event. If you don't kill 6 people, you'll be trapped in this demonic place forever. With no hope left, the girl reacted swiftly, dodging Lydium's attack, but still getting a deep cut on her shoulder. She then dramatically collapsed to the ground, saying, "You want my inheritance? I can give it to you. Please don't kill me. I don't want to die." Lydium blinked, putting the Hong-Long sword under her chin. "Tell me, do you have anything in your pocket?" Lydium swung his sword to rip open her chest pocket, and a black chess piece fell out. Upon hearing that, the girl's expression subtly changed as she glanced at the Hong-Long sword on the table. After hesitating for a moment, she sighed. "Well, it's better than dying here," she murmured. Lydium smirked. "If you had dared to touch the Hong-Long sword earlier, I would have killed you then. But now, what about it? Your inheritance, combined with all the items of decent quality on you, might be enough to spare your life." The girl reluctantly accepted, and then the system interface appeared. Asterisk inheritance of Ming Du asterisk. Initial awakening level, 9%. Enhances agility, evasion by 90%, and increases strength by 45%. Can be actively triggered. Prediction can be freely distributed within a certain period. Total increase of 135% in various directions. Increases in agility, evasion, running, and strength by 4 categories. Attention to the inheritor's transformation. After replacement, Ming Du inheritance will succeed. Awakening level of Ku.U. Blood sealing. No way to compensate for the importance of Ming Du's inheritance. It can also be regarded as a treasure. Normal Diemfu to swallow the full 9% increase in awakening level. As a beam of light emanated from the girl, Lydium unrolled and inspected it. His eyes fixed on the girl's face as he approached slowly. The girl, terrified, shivered, feeling a chill run down her spine. She muttered to herself, "Quick victory means quick defeat." A gunshot rang out, breaking the silence, and the warm quietness was replaced by chaos as the bullet pierced through the girl's chest with a fist-sized hole. Lydium quickly caught her as she fell, blood gushing from her mouth, her eyes quickly fading. The girl lay limp on the ground, paralyzed. At the intersection, a man with a gun lightly sniped, muttering about not obtaining the inheritance. Then, several figures appeared, surrounding Lydium. Lydium wiped the blood from his face, smiling at the girl wearing the hat. "Laughing in this situation," he said. Slowly, he stood up, the smile fading into a dark, sinister expression. "It's still fine, actually. In this situation, I could have dealt with it earlier." The girl shivered, a cold feeling running down her spine. She muttered, "Quickly hit and quickly win." Another gunshot echoed, and Lydium ran into a nearby house, kicking open the door. He rushed inside as the bald man with sunglasses leaped onto a tree, firing randomly at Lydium. The bullets flew from the gun with a loud sound, and sparks flew from the gunshots. A few minutes later, the tiles were pierced with holes. The bald man with a tattoo remained vigilant, aiming at the bullet holes. The tattooed man slowly approached, wanting to check Lydium's situation. A group of 4 people clearly assigned to cooperate surrounded Lydium. At this moment, under the corrugated iron, Lydium escaped, and a wooden stick flew out. The tattooed man startled, retreating more than 10 meters to avoid the deadly blow. The bullet splattered into a mass of horned armor-shaped armor with red and black eyes. Seeing the dangerous situation, when the demon shot, the short shot rose to the tree. The bald man panicked, dodging the arrow flying towards him, but ignoring the shadow behind the demon. The girl in the hat screamed, running away, but the bald man only thought of revenge for his companions. The tree shook, and Lydium leaped through the dense branches, charging straight down. The girl and the bald man reacted extremely fast, with the bald man aiming and shooting first. Lydium couldn't dodge, taking 2 shots to the chest. The two secretly rejoiced, thinking Lydium was dead. The system voice spoke up. Guardia's life-saving grace blocks once, saving the life-threatening wound. Seeing Lydium still standing, the girl panicked. Before she could scream, the wooden stick shattered the head of the bald man, splattering his brains. Next, a fierce blow from below pierced the girl's body. She grasped the stick through her chest, grinding her teeth as she looked at Lydium. "You monster," she muttered. Suddenly, the girl's body emitted a dim light, and Lydium recoiled. But it was too late. The system voice announced, "You have been cursed by the inheritance of Vu-An. Some skills and all your skills cannot be used for 15 days, including the most important ones like the Red Lotus Blade and the Phoenix Feather Spirit's Sealing Aura. You have received the inheritance of Vu-Triyu." Lydium let out a long sigh of frustration. Meanwhile, the demon continued to pester the thin man in red pants relentlessly, with the civilians having the upper hand. The girl in the hat exerted all her remaining strength, then screamed for little Vu to quickly run and find Van Tiger before she collapsed lifelessly. The thin man glanced at Lydium and swung the club behind him, knocking down the two terrified individuals. He quickly shot the demon in the forehead and then turned to run. Lydium thought to himself, "Currently, the blood ceiling is recovering, without the berserk state. I took a risky move earlier to create a surprise, but it only resulted in consuming more resources. Now, I only have 3 bullets left and all my skills are locked. I've decided not to engage in combat anymore, but I've also vowed to kill them all. I can't let anyone escape." Lydium walked slowly, with hundreds of Toto birds flying around, following the tattooed man. The magical totem gradually dissipated, and the bullet lodged in Lydium's chest popped out on its own. Then, he retrieved valuable information from the Toto birds. Lydium pursued the tattooed man relentlessly. Lydium glanced back at the man behind him. Suddenly, the tattooed man raised a light machine gun. Lydium quickly dodged behind a corner, but the man didn't shoot. He simply ran out of Lydium's sight. Lydium thought to himself, "Eastern offense, Western defense, not bad." Meanwhile, in a Rolling Stone music store on Dongdae Street, a TV screen turned on, showing a disheveled man with bushy eyebrows playing the guitar and singing. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed. The tattooed man stood under the sign, panting heavily, then looked up, pointing his gun at the Toto birds in the sky. Gunshots rang out, and the sound of footsteps echoed again. Lydium appeared in front of the tattooed man. "Not running anymore, huh?" Lydium sneered. The tattooed man leaned against the wall, unable to escape, feeling defeated. "That girl was your pawn," he shrugged. "Her man is the real threat," he continued. Hearing this, Lydium chuckled and retorted, "I told you I'm not like the others. Anyway, she's just a supportive hare. That means you still have your comrades." Then, the tattooed man tried to deceive Lydium by turning his back and intending to shoot, but Lydium startled him, causing him to drop the gun. He drew 2 daggers from behind, muttering threats. "Even if you have 70% or even 80% proficiency in close combat, without the support of an inheritance state, we're still 50-50, he growled. Lydium didn't respond, just tossed a carrot into his mouth toward him. The tattooed man dodged, and the carrot hit the library's glass. The man in the library also stopped in surprise. Lydium nodded slightly. The tattooed man took advantage of the opportunity to stab Lydium's neck with a paper-cutting knife. Lydium quickly drew out Hone-Long sword to block, countering with an upward thrust. Lydium chuckled, "You're turning Hone-Long sword upside down again." The two clashed, and the sword flashed on the man's neck, severing it. Blood spurted out like a fountain. Lydium naturally gripped Hone-Long's sword tightly, muttering, "Thanks for helping me realize how strong I truly am." As the tattooed man collapsed, the system voice echoed, "It's a pity he didn't receive his inheritance transfer." Lydium picked up the machine gun and walked into Rolling Stone. He threw the gun on the table and turned the TV screen toward him, sitting down and watching the man singing. Suddenly, the recording stopped and the man stopped singing, staring at Lydium. "You look very unfamiliar," he said. "I've never met anyone like you, who's already dead." Hearing this, Lydium simply asked if no one had ever been there before. The man shrugged casually. I remember there was a timid guy before who hadn't been out in 7 years. So where is he now? Leviathan asked. The man smirked. He's with another timid guy. Suddenly, Leviathan felt the seat under him empty. He hastily grabbed onto the seat back, trying to jump out, but it was too late. Darkness enveloped his body, wrapping him tightly. The darkness bound Leviathan to the seat, and before his eyes, a hand gradually emerged from the TV screen, followed by a body. 2 hands, and finally the man's shoes stepped out. He looked at Leviathan with a cold gaze, but Leviathan wasn't afraid, just provoking him incessantly. I'm still here, and I'm definitely a better singer than you. It took 7 years to drag a dog over here. You don't have to sing like that, Leviathan taunted. The man grew angry and grabbed Leviathan's arm. So you'll be my friend, he said. However, no matter how hard he tried, Leviathan's arm remained stiff and unmoving, like dried steel. After a few minutes, the man lost patience and pulled out a paper-cutting knife, aiming it at Leviathan. Leviathan chuckled and looked at him with a mocking expression. What's the matter? He said. Haven't seen anyone like me in 7 years, huh? You can't miss out on this opportunity. But it seems you're not brave enough. He'd slapped himself, then picked up a vase and threw it on the floor, repeatedly kicking the cabinet. The sound relieved his anger. Leviathan chuckled at the situation, remarking that even demons dared not harm humans, and he was like a unique poisonous beetle. Hearing Leviathan's mockery, the man turned back, asking if he could handle it. Leviathan laughed loudly, saying, I told you. How could you get in? We're also unfortunate brothers, you see. Gradually, the man calmed down and began to recount his story to Leviathan. He explained how he used to belong to a band and got trapped here one drunken night with his friends. They were wandering around at 11 p.m., and suddenly, everyone around them disappeared. He found himself trapped just like Leviathan. Reflecting on his life, he felt like a failure, as his music career hadn't gone anywhere. The money they made after performances was barely enough to buy a bottle of alcohol, and he couldn't reconcile with his parents anymore. Listening to his story, Leviathan burst into laughter. I'll help you out, he said, squeezing his fingers tightly, leaving some dents on the seat. The tattoo on his chest glowed red, and white smoke rose. Leviathan stood up, and the chair had vanished by then. The man was stunned, staring wide-eyed at Leviathan. Suddenly, the gold coins on Leviathan's belt emitted a green light, and Danong appeared. Danong ignored them and focused on the music player on the bar counter. Leviathan stretched and asked Danong if he could take him out. Danong glanced at the man in the yellow shirt and asked if he was the culprit. Hearing this, Leviathan became curious about what was referred to as the culprit. Danong explained that the man's situation was accidental. Getting stuck in the underworld without being able to return was considered a culprit. They needed to find a container for him. Danong seemed to have an intention to ask Leviathan about the music player, but Leviathan understood and said the player was too large to carry. He handed Danong a CD player instead. Danong took it with a smile and approached the man, pressing the CD player into his head and then added 2 punches for good measure. Leviathan found Danong's rough actions amusing and just shook his head with a smile. Danong asked why the culprit, though few, was so weak and yet led them. Leviathan replied, earlier, outside on the street, even though his singing was terrible, it might be useful. Leviathan silently thought back to when he was chasing the tattooed man. Within the range of this device, he didn't receive any notifications or abnormal states except for this man. He looked at the CD player. The system voice couldn't take the actual thing out. Inside was a middle-aged soul, a useless one, who spent all day enjoying weird music that nobody liked. Leviathan and Danong left the store, and Leviathan suddenly felt something under his foot. He bent down and picked up a glass marble, murmuring about his childhood training. This is also one of my few toys, he said, tossing the ball into the sky, not expecting it to hit the moon. Both of them were startled when they saw the moon suddenly transform into a monster and rush towards them. Leviathan summoned Hone Long Sword and swung horizontally, slicing the moon in half. Sensing something wrong, Leviathan hurriedly told Danong to go back. The diamond dust disappeared in Danong's light, and as Leviathan turned back, He saw the tattooed man he had just killed crawling towards him, like a snake. Leviathan kicked down a nearby iron crate and dragged it toward the tattooed man, then began to repeatedly beat him, similar to a serial killer in an American movie. Only when the body under his feet stopped moving did Leviathan stop. At this moment, he looked back and saw a group of virtual zombies approaching. Seeing the bodies in front of him, Leviathan thought to himself, "It's not that simple." He lightly tapped the CD player on his belt and asked what the man's name was. "Try singing a few lines, Don't Make Me Suffer All Night," he said. Leviathan pressed the play button, and Longjia's voice began to sing classical music. Holding Hong Long's sword, Leviathan rushed toward the virtual zombies. He calculated to see if it was because of this culprit that the church's suppression effect didn't work. If so, he must take him away at all costs. Leviathan lowered his thigh, exerted force, and rushed towards the approaching virtual zombies. The cloak and Hong Long's sword were all he had. The zombies were chopped into pieces like paper. Leviathan thought to himself, "Just paper zombies." He threw 2 small gold coins. 2 Japanese men appeared behind him, carefully avoiding the dangerous zombies. Leviathan's eyes flashed with joy. Indeed, this guy was the reason for the ineffective suppression effect. Suddenly, the sound of an engine roared, and a white pickup truck raced forward, stopping in front of Leviathan. More than 10 zombies with shovels jumped down. Unlike the previous zombies, they were short, muscular, with white, blind eyes, and full of brutality. The system reported, "Black Ghost, Phantoms of Deception. For all flesh and blood creatures, execute suppression. Suppress effectiveness, reduce attack speed by 50%. Reduce movement speed when escaping by 50%. Seeing the horde of deceptive zombies approaching, Leviathan quickly pulled out his machine gun and fired a burst of bullets. The flames couldn't stop their advance. The muscular short man at the front swung his shovel directly at Leviathan's left side. Leviathan quickly used his arm to block, luckily managing to shield himself, otherwise, a few ribs might have been broken. He immediately drew his tiger-headed club and pierced through the short man's brain. Soon, countless enraged zombies rushed towards him, howling. Leviathan, with sword in left hand, gun in right hand, and the 2 Japanese men, charged forward. The 8 sword techniques and 2 gun stances of the Thong Na Thuong style were fully displayed by Leviathan. He was like a harvesting machine, constantly ending the lives of these pieces of paper very quickly. After the first wave of zombies had been slaughtered by Leviathan, he shouted loudly at the remaining group to continue. Lao too still wasn't tired of the fun, so Leviathan swung his Hong Long club at them. A man in a baseball cap grabbed Hong Long's sword, and although his fingers were cut off by the sword, he still managed to block all of Leviathan's attacks. Leviathan was surprised and let go of the sword, rolling to the ground. The bat Quay Truong Diet Dai Ho pierced through the ground, and he kicked it straight into the eye of the man in the baseball cap, shattering his left foot. Then, he used one hand to hold the man's 2 feet and kicked hard, grabbing the sword handle that fell to the ground, the blade gleaming as it cut the man in the baseball cap in half. After defeating the man in the baseball cap, there were 2 zombies left. Leviathan's 2 gold coins had been torn apart. The 3 looked at each other in silence. Leviathan wielded his sword and rushed toward the last 2 demons. At this moment, Longjia's song was also nearing its end. A minute later, drops of blood rolled down Leviathan's face. He knelt down on the ground, surrounded by shattered bodies. There were no more undead creatures alive around him. The church's suppression effect had turned into a question mark. A hoarse voice sounded from the CD player, asking, "How was the singing, my friend?" Leviathan swung Hong Long's sword and looked towards the brightening sky. Leviathan took a carrot from his pocket and said, "I told you, brother, your singing was powerful." But there was no response. He lowered his eyes and saw that the CD player had run out of battery. By this time, a crowd had gathered on the street, and the traces of the night battle had disappeared. Leviathan walked back to the Joning Stone store. The shelves were back to normal. He asked the girl at the counter how much the music player was. He knew that Dan Ong would like it, so it might be a good gift. The girl said she couldn't decide and called the owner. Seeing the sincerity in Leviathan's attitude, the owner also didn't say anything and replied, "If you really like it, 8,000. Thank you, I'll take it for a few days, Lydium said. With that, Lydium left the store without hesitation. In the blink of an eye, he was back in the security room of Yankin Pedagogical High School, thinking that the security job was quite good, with a monthly salary of 300. After eating and staying, he wasn't too conspicuous. Then he went to the security room, where there was already a man inside. He asked Lydium how old he was. Lydium replied 25 and called him uncle. Ongtin immediately threw a cigarette to Lydium and said, "Come, let me show you around the school." As the two walked out of the gate, a woman with a gentle figure carrying a bag walked towards them, smiling and greeting Ongtin. Ongtin responded, his eyes tracing the woman's graceful figure, his mouth twitching. Suddenly, he remembered that Lydium was still beside him, and he quickly turned back, but saw that Lydium was also looking at the woman with a lustful gaze, just like him. They both remained silent for a moment, then looked back at the woman. The atmosphere was very harmonious. During the daytime break, Lydium opened the system to check the situation of the Dimfu event, thinking that it had only been one night, and they were still under the specified battle conditions, with each night causing half of the casualties. 164 Dimfu participants died, with 59 remaining. The killing was ruthless, and the true essence lay in the specified battle. After 12 hours, there were more than 100 participants, with a maximum of 6 days. This fierce battle would come to an end. The intensity was high, and the casualties were heavy, with a very high random element. However, the benefits obtained from the Dimfu event were 5 to 6 times or even 10 times. The Dimfu event could receive a high level of danger feedback, enough to break through the level of consciousness of the peak in the inheritance of consciousness. If lucky, he could use the Longoki 12 to charge 69% of the peak's consciousness. Lydium's consciousness of Ku.U would reach its peak. As night fell, Lydium looked at the CD player, silently thinking that the batteries bought during the day were all dead, and it seemed that he could only find batteries in the midnight world to use. Under the sparkling lights of the Minfuvu nightclub, the girls twisted their bodies to the lively music, the alcohol and hormones mingling into a whirlpool of intoxication. Lydium sat on a corner sofa, asking the girl next to him if anything special had happened recently. After listening to the girl talk about the troublemaker who had come here this morning, Lydium guessed roughly and asked about him. The girl pointed to the VIP room next to her. Without saying a word, Lydium threw a bottle of wine towards the door with a loud noise. The dancing on the floor stopped abruptly. Soon after, the door to the room was kicked open, and a man with a shaved head stepped out, glaring at Lydium furiously. Lydium waved his hand and the guy walked over. When Lydium saw the man's shocked expression upon recognizing him as Thaptu, he felt horrified. Lydium stood up, speaking coldly, "So we caught one. It's strange that we're feeling this way. How could someone fake activity? Someone with a lot of experience hiding their thoughts like that. I didn't expect them to have enough ability to disrupt the world order, which they already had. It's not certain that they can be suppressed even if they come to Dimfu. It seems like they still want to find some excitement." The shaved head guy didn't hesitate. He came straight at Lydium, kicking over a table in the chaos and taking advantage of the opportunity to run away. A few Toto birds flew out of Lydium's sleeve. Lydium stood up slowly and said, "Wait for me outside." Then he turned back to settle the bill if the kid had money. Half an hour later, Lydium walked out of an alley with bloody hands. The system voice regretfully said that it couldn't receive the inheritance of his opponent. In the dark alley, Lydium washed his blood-stained hands, thinking that since entering this Dimfu event, he had hardly encountered a real opponent who could control him, but also couldn't be complacent. Some people not showing up didn't mean they didn't exist. It seemed that the assigned battles would be unfriendly to Lydium this time. Someone had set a trap for him, and the casualty rate was high. It was hard to believe that the fights seemed random. Within the range of suppression, they all seemed to be targeting Lydium. Feichi was the one who had escaped, so he could intervene in the activities of Dimfu. Therefore, he needed to at least not let anyone interfere with his Dimfu event. At this moment, a voice rang out from beside him, saying, "Become the great leader. At a high level, you have the right to choose, even to have your own benefits. Propose the content of the Dimfu event to enhance the level of consciousness and inherit the Type 5 fairy. You may receive a portion of the authority to operate Diemfu. Lydium asked again, "Who are you?" The solemn voice replied, "I am a fruit on the Diemfu tree, responsible for contacting news, documents, and dialogue with other participants. In this event, the participants prepare their identities before the journey and clean up after the departure. The authority of the participants has already reached the level of Thaptu." Lydium laughed and said, "Based on your tone, I don't want to change my inheritance to the Type 5 fairy. Before becoming the great leader, I didn't have the opportunity to touch the authority of the participants. Now that I want to become the great leader, I want to know what to do." The voice replied, "Break through the first peak of the inheritance and obtain the second item of the Diemfu inheritance." Lydium clenched his fist tightly, looking out into the alley. While at the Dongtru police station, a police officer said to the man in the interrogation room, "Your kid has grown up so big and is still doing something bad, stealing bikes." When he turned his back, he suddenly froze as his handcuffs were opened. The man laughed and said, "Don't worry, comrade. I just want to ask, has there been any unfamiliar and brutal criminals appearing this morning, without any identification, killed and dumped?" Basically, what you said, I've heard it. Let's cooperate with the police in the duty room. Lydium lay on the bed, reading Fuyu comfortably. The system voice suddenly sounded, "Please go to the Kwanggaman market gate before 12 o'clock. Your opponent's inheritance is Tafyuong." Lydium quickly checked the CD player several times, but still no response. Then he went straight to the alley where the body was dumped, put the body in a bag, and carried it to the Kwanggaman market. The Toto birds had been flying around for more than 20 minutes, but they still hadn't detected anything. The suppression effect of the location was also normal. Suddenly, there was a knock on the wooden window. Lydium followed the sound, and a beautiful girl leaned against the window, looking down. He smiled and said, "Are you carrying something, Kugaryuchi?" Lydium threw the bag on the ground as the sky brightened. The dead person in the night world would leave their body here when they entered the night. Only the items on their body could be brought in. So leaving the body here was the cleanest and least troublesome way. The girl raised her eyebrows. There's indeed some logic to being a FAP 2-level participant. It seems like it left quite an impression. Lydium didn't pay attention to the girl's challenge and said straightforwardly, "You go up, or do you want me to come down?" The girl remained silent, put her hand on the bed, and jumped down from a height of over 10 meters. Lydium counted to 2 seconds, and as soon as she landed, he kicked hard with both feet, drew out the long sword like a wave, and slashed straight at the girl's head. Lydium found himself in the most dangerous situation since entering Diemfu, facing the combined attack of the location and suppression without being able to resist. The atmosphere suddenly changed, and the girl's face burst into flames, with flames erupting fiercely from the 7 holes on her face. With a bang, the fire erupted in all directions. Lydium was blown away more than 1 meter by the heat wave, his right arm severely burned because he couldn't dodge in time. Looking at the devastation, Lydium knew that the girl was extraordinary in the dark alley. The beautiful girl walked away murmuring, "For a man to be so powerful against women, you truly lack humanity." At this moment, behind the girl, Tafyuong Taesongkin appeared. There's a bird that looks like a crane, with 1 leg, a green body, red feathers, and a white beak. It's called Tafyuong because of its cry. Seeing the fierce flames, the girl took off the torch on her head, and her long hair fell down. Suddenly, the strands of hair flew out like flames burning fiercely, and the sweet and graceful scent of the girl was completely erased, transforming into a queen of fire. The flames enveloped both of her hands, from the palm to the fingertips, like fiery swords rushing towards Lydium. Lydium wielded the long sword to strike back, but the girl's white hands blocked his attack. He exerted all his strength to push down, but the girl seemed to struggle, closing her eyes. She swung her fiery hair towards Lydium's face. Lydium raised his arm to block and then decisively kneed the girl in the solar plexus. She raised her hand to defend, but was kicked several meters away, her long robe stained with dust and her mouth swollen. She gripped Lydium's arm tightly, glaring at him angrily. Suddenly, the girl laughed coldly at Lydium. "Kudaryuchi, you are truly merciless." Lydium responded with a smile, So are you. The girl looked behind Leviathan and said softly, "You seem to be out of luck." Leviathan quickly turned to look down the street and saw that a chopping machine had been set up, with a man in a white robe pouring wine into his mouth. He took a gulp of wine on the blade of a knife, then smashed the cup and approached a man kneeling with his hands tied and eyes blindfolded. The man yelled, "Brother, brother, please be quick and give me a clean death. Hurry to the underworld. We also thank you for your great kindness." He pulled off the cloth covering his face, revealing Leviathan's face, and shouted loudly, "Brother, brother, be quick, let me have it." Then he raised the sword high and struck. Leviathan saw it and was horrified. Before he could react, the sword fell, and the man's head rolled off, blood spurting from his mouth and nose. The system announced, "One of the 3 lost souls, the traitorous rebel, has been killed. Please note that if all 3 lost souls are killed, you will be forcibly terminated. Quickly escape from the suppression range." Before Leviathan could recover, 2 assistants on the chopping machine pulled out another person. Leviathan didn't pay attention to the girl and went straight to the chopping machine, but the girl suddenly let go and seized the opportunity to rush forward and block Leviathan's path. Her hands aimed straight for Leviathan's eyes, and a wave of heat surged. Leviathan quickly glanced at the chopping machine, and the girl took the opportunity to twist her body and deliver a powerful blow to Leviathan's chest. Leviathan retreated more than a meter before stabilizing himself, but the danger increased. The man on the chopping machine roared, and the sword on the machine gleamed brightly. Leviathan suddenly knelt down like a hunting dog, and the girl, seeing Leviathan continuously suffering from her attacks, finally couldn't withstand her own blow and was hit by the sword, a monster's sharp weapon. She couldn't bear it anymore and fell to the ground, unable to move. The girl laughed with joy, but in the blink of an eye, Leviathan saw her secretly celebrating and immediately rolled aside to avoid her deceptive attack. At the same time, he twisted his body into a rainbow shape, dodging her attack while drawing the long sword. The girl, suspended in mid-air, unable to change her position, could only stare blankly as the sword flew towards her. The sword pierced through her chest, her heart shattered, and she died instantly. She looked at Leviathan with an unbelieving expression. Clearly just moments ago, still at the peak of her power, but now facing life and death reversed. The system had achieved the inheritance of Tafuon, the bloodthirsty leader, and at the same time, the chopping machine was ready for Leviathan's 3rd strike. He pulled out the sword and threw the body of the girl away, then used his strength to throw the sword towards the man on the chopping machine. However, the 3-meter-long silver blade was extremely sharp and effortlessly pierced through the man's body without any hindrance. Leviathan was shocked and couldn't let him continue to strike. He jumped onto the chopping machine, wielded the long sword, and pierced through both the man's body and head. The 3rd head fell, and Leviathan spat out a mouthful of blood, horrified. He silently thought that if he couldn't destroy it, his only choice was to escape from the suppression range. The hurried footsteps echoed, and Leviathan pushed his speed to the limit, running until he finally escaped the suppression range. He leaned against the railing, kneeling down, the sidewalk trembling incessantly. 3 of the 7 lost souls were gone, leaving only 4. He pasted a charm on his chest to feel more comfortable. The system reported, 3 souls have been eliminated, forming the reverse effect of the negative phase. After the event ends, DMFU points can be spent. Suddenly, Leviathan laughed excitedly, his eyes gleaming with excitement. The system reported that it had discovered the secret of DMFU. At the same time, in front of the restaurant, a man with disheveled hair and beard leaned against his pillow, breathing heavily. His opponent lay motionless on the ground. After a while, he stood up, lit a cigarette, and set the location here. It was troublesome. Yendo, Badailau, Badaiku, to Dave Tuanam, Mayan Bakwe. Then he casually walked into the adjacent restaurant, but before he could enter, he was stopped by the guard, saying it was full. The man glanced at the still empty tables and chairs, then took a deep drag on his cigarette. He clasped his hands and smiled brightly, saying, "Chief, I'm not here to eat. I'm here to learn from Leviathan." Then he stepped into the underworld again. Mu Jiangqin, who had met him before, asked what he wanted. Leviathan pulled out a small orange rod and shook it. "I want something like this." Do you have it? Monthan replied with a smile, yes. Then he led Lydium to an old man wearing a grass hat and said, Vuongkot has a guest here. The old man glanced at him unpleasantly. I don't want human flesh. I want someone alive. Monthan impatiently urged him to stop babbling and quickly hand over the items. With a loud noise, the old man threw out a bag of green apples, fresh meat, and a bowl of blood with the marrow, and Lydium silently threw a gold coin to the old man, who looked surprised but still bargained. In the end, he exchanged 25 peaches for 1 coin. Lydium breathed a sigh of relief, knowing he now had medicine for his injuries. The old man threw 2 peaches to Monthan without further delay and stopped paying attention to them. Monthan swallowed the peaches and looked at the gold coin in Lydium's hand, saying he still had plenty of business with gold. Lydium then asked if he knew about a food market in Phap Truong, inside a cave on the mountainside, in the valley southeast of Manhasen Temple. There, a tall man with a scar on his face, the one who had attacked Lydium and then fled, was sitting meditating. Next to him was a small girl with a short sword, Lung Longvan, full of vitality. As they approached each other, they stared at each other for a long time. Then suddenly, the girl grabbed his right hand, leaving him with only 3 fingers, the wound still fresh. She quickly grasped his larger hand, expressing dissatisfaction with his injury, and he hurriedly pulled his hand back, seemingly afraid she would worry. He explained that he had accidentally hit a tough opponent, who swiftly cut off 2 of his fingers. The girl angrily exclaimed, "Who dares to harm my brother?" The man laughed and revealed an image of Lydium, revealing that the 2 were brothers, Chiu Tam and Chiu Vo, and this designated fight against Diemphu was theirs. The brothers decided to stay in the mountain cave for the night to settle the matter and see if there was anything interesting on the mountain. Back to the underworld, Monthan chuckled awkwardly, saying if he had asked him earlier, he would have told him how to deal with the Phap Truong. Lydium remained silent, knowing for sure there was something Monthan had yet to say. Monthan continued, saying that only a few ordinary people loved luktakku vegetables soaked in brine, and if Lydium wanted to know which shop to visit, he could go see. Hearing this, Lydium asked what Phap Truong was. Monthan explained that it was the law of the underworld, and this punishment was a typical example. The 2 helpers were the great helpers, 2 die. After obtaining the information, Lydium turned to leave but was called back by Monthan. Please wait a moment, my brother still has something to say. Monthan added that there were rules in the underworld, and whoever reached the Kim would need to take half of it, with the other half reserved for living things. Lydium didn't argue, just brandished his long sword, ready to cut off half a caddy of flesh from his own arm, and threw it to Monthan. He thought to himself that Monthan might have spied on the diamond coins, but he still couldn't sell them. Suddenly, Lydium thought of something, turned back, and threw a large gold coin to Monthan. That's right, I have something to do tonight. Help me keep an eye out and report if there's any news according to the rules. Receiving the gold coin, Monthan immediately grinned and said, just let me handle it in the world supermarket at night. Finally, Lydium found a suitable pin for his CD player and prepared to sing. Do I really sound good? He thought, smiling. It's been a day, and he's still most concerned about that. He thought for a moment before saying, honestly, it's really good. Without this incident, you could have become a star. I invite you to eat pickled cucumbers at a certain shop, the waiter said, pointing to luktakku. Lydium wondered why the name had changed, but before he could enter, he was stopped by a waiter. Sorry, we're not serving customers now. Lydium didn't get angry, just smiled and asked when he could come. The waiter shook his head, saying, I'm sorry, we can't do business with you. Lydium was about to say something when he felt a sudden cold breeze. He didn't know when, but behind him, a girl with a pair of jade hairpins, wearing a long purple dress, was smiling sweetly. As she appeared, the waiter immediately fell silent. Lydium thought the discrimination was too much and stepped inside. Isn't it too soon? He asked. The waiter shook his head. I'm sorry, we can't do business with you, he repeated. Lydium was about to speak when he felt a gust of wind. Suddenly, Luongjia popped up from the CD player, causing Danong to blush and turn away laughing. Lydium thought it was not the right time for that. After a while of conversation, Lydium and Luongia came to an agreement. Luongia would assist Lydium for a few days, and in exchange, Lydium would help locate Luongia's parents. Just then, Danoon's hand paused as she lifted her head. Lydium also stopped eating, gazing towards the door as a cold wind swept in. A young man dressed in a green cloak, donning a red fur hat, entered. Lydium remained expressionless, turning away towards the carrot stand. The young man spoke to the shop owner, referring to him as uncle, mentioning their mother pestering the counter manager. The shop owner chuckled, suggesting that even if they were concealed within the young man, they could still be taken away. Before he could finish, an old yellow-haired dog dashed in, the very one the two men had mentioned. The dog stood up nearly as tall as a person, its multicolored fur bristling. Its blind eyes gazed, its tongue hanging out as it placed its paw on the large $2 bill on the counter. Shortly after, the shop owner hung a packet of sauce around its neck, and Jap2 clapped his hands once. The blind dog ran straight past Jap2 towards the door, and the two men left together. Danoon glanced at Lydium, who spoke quietly, "Let's stop eating. It's getting dark on the street." With a sudden bark, the knife in hand barked into a dark alley. In the shadowy corner, a white foot protruded. It was Backho, the manifestation of Lydium's long-ho spirit, appearing before the cute, knife-wielding dog's face. The knife-wielding dog's head shook, throwing the sauce packet down before rushing forward. At that moment, Jap2 stepped on his own red belt, grabbing the tail of the growling dog, which raised the cursed offspring. "You dare strike back in my presence," Jap2 said, looking around as if nothing unusual had happened. He bent down to pick up the belt, but as the knife approached, it bit him. Jap2 quickly avoided it, falling to the ground. He was about to curse when he noticed the belt had disappeared, and the blade glimmered in the dark. Jap2's head flew up, but Lydium kicked him away. Though his body fell, there was no blood. Jap2 looked at Lydium, only to see him holding the red belt. Lydium looked at the knife in his hand and muttered, "The landlord has no choice but to suffer," then stabbed Honlom straight into the dog's body. Witnessing this scene, Jap2 went mad, his face turning pale. Lydium paid no attention as Jap2 looked at the red belt on his hand. The criteria for killing a pig and slaughtering a heifer, the top 9 deeds, were all displayed on it. Just by wearing this belt, one would become a god, unable to bring out the Dimfu Basin event. Lydium put away his salary, pointing Honlom at Jap2's head. "You're the one who's going to have to suffer," he said before stabbing Jap2's head with his knife. "You came to talk to me. How good is my sword? I do righteous work. If Barry's men hit 3 heads next to me, they have to pay as much as possible. You didn't die even after being hit in the head. That's your nature. I won't hesitate to strike again," Lydium said before leaving. Suddenly, a headless body appeared on the ground, reaching out to grab Lydium's foot. Jap2's white, toothy mouth appeared, biting Lydium's leg. Lydium shook his leg, kicking Jap2 away as Honlong's scabbard flickered in the dark. Jap2's head was chopped into pieces, blood and flesh splattering around. Lydium roared in a gruesome manner, "You've underestimated me, even though you've only been my subordinate for a few days." In the dark alley, Huivanho stood alone, looking down at the blood-stained cloth cap, his face gloomy. In his mind, the image of the girl when they parted appeared. "I warned you to be careful," his voice choked. "You didn't listen to anything." Then he bent down to pick up the blood-stained cloth cap, holding it to his chest. His once handsome face began to twist and distort, deforming on the chopping block. In the time market, people wearing hats leisurely smoked tobacco, chatting with their disciples about the old days. At that moment, a slender figure appeared in the alley. Beside the two men, Jiapluk pointed to the alley and muttered, "It seems that the little two is gone." "What the hell happened?" "We didn't see anything," one of them replied. Then Lydium threw the sauce packet aside and walked towards the two men. As he passed by, he stepped through the stone lion statue at the gate without avoiding it. The knife-wielding landlord glared angrily at Lydium, kicking a round head towards Lydium's feet. He bent down, and it turned out to be his own head. Lydium didn't care, throwing the head aside. I heard that when chopping heads, the knife-wielding landlord is indifferent. When the knife is swung down, the person's eyes are still open, and even when it falls, they still manage to wink 3 times and smirk under the golden stream. Then, a demonic smile appeared on Lydium's face. "Today, I'm giving you two a smile under the golden stream," Lydium said. The knife-wielding landlord said nothing, advancing towards Lydium with his divine sword. The blade gleamed as he extended his hand towards Lydium. In some fly-filled shop, the headless chef trembled, hiding behind the cupboard. 2 men sitting across from each other at the table frightened him. The table was full of beer, and a man in a suit, completely focused on the video game, asked impatiently to the man with a game console in his hand, "Are you done?" The guy in the suit quickly put away his game console, raising his hand to apologize. "Let me introduce myself. I'm Nahami," he said before handing over the requested items. "These are the materials you requested, including all the records of the Dimfu event, including inheritance, specialty purchases, and so on," said Vosen, the man in a suit. Then Namnai handed over the items and said, "This is what you asked for." The silver-haired man asked in surprise, "This isn't the first time I've traded with the Master's people, but why have I never seen you before?" Hamin replied succinctly, "I'm new here. Although the Master closes his eyes and pretends not to see, others in Thok's truck still keep an eye on it." Vosen quickly checked the mysterious places: Fuang Haiyan Min Street, Women's Territory, and the Hill of Genius. There was even a 5-year-old fairy who had not yet matured, which he had seen a few times. The revived inheritance was also a powerful type of martial art. Suddenly, Vosen squinted his eyes and saw a girl with green and white hair intertwined. He chuckled with delight. "Finally found you." At that moment, Nam-in pointed to one person, saying, "This person is not very well liked in the universe. If possible, kill him." Vosen glanced at the plan of the Chai Ling, a directorate. The inheritance was too weak, lacking interest. The scene returned to Lydium. He avoided the divine sword strike from the landlord, despite his claim of having a cold mind. However, facing the bloody aura emanating from the landlady, Lydium still trembled. Throughout his life, she had killed hundreds of people. Just her breath full of murderous intent was enough to scare ordinary people. At that moment, Jiapluk dragged a blindfolded man towards Lydium. "Damn it, this trick again!" Lydium cursed inwardly. Jiapluk kicked the blindfolded man down, holding a long knife, spraying a mouthful of cold water. The landlord's 2 eyes lit up, enhancing his attack to buy time for Jiapluk. The moves were somewhat chaotic. Lydium tried to suppress his fear and rushed forward. The landlord swung his sword, aiming at Lydium's left side. In an instant, it was a matter of life and death. Lydium used his right hand like an iron clamp, grabbing the old man's wrist. Then, he delivered a powerful punch to his face. While falling, the old man still swung his knife. Angry, Lydium snatched the divine sword from the old man's hand and threw it back at Jiapluk. The divine sword spun and flew towards him. Jiapluk widened his eyes and tried to dodge, but in the blink of an eye, Lydium was already in front of him. Lydium tightened his left hand around Jiapluk's neck, pressing it against the nearby pillar. Jiapluk's head slammed into the pillar, his eyes rolling back, tongue sticking out. He glanced at the divine sword by his side, reaching out to grab it. Lydium sensed his intention, gripping Jiapluk's neck tightly and twisting it forcefully. Jiapluk's neck snapped, causing him pain. Lydium then pressed on his wound, squeezing Lydium's ribs tightly. Lydium's facial muscles twitched, increasing the pressure on Jiapluk's neck. At that moment, the divine sword rushed forward, wielded by Nu Ni behind Lydium, aiming at his back. Lydium's eyes widened, glaring at the old lady attacking from behind. With his right hand, he grabbed the divine sword next to him, swinging it across the old lady's neck. Blood splattered, and the body of Jiapluk slipped down the pillar helplessly. The landlord couldn't believe what he saw before him. Lydium stepped aside, kicking the old lady's knee joint, causing her to fall. He raised the divine sword high and chopped down. Blood sprayed like a fountain. Looking at the headless body of the landlord, Lydium muttered, "2 people have laughed under the golden stream." Then he removed the red belt and placed a peach in the mouth of his own tightly bound, blindfolded body. He muttered to himself, "My 7 souls are so scared like this. It's really shameful." Then he clapped his hand on his body, and the white light disappeared without a trace. In Lydium's hand appeared a black copper coin, the secret of Diemfu. It could be obtained through any kind of fruit, consuming a lot of mana. The inherited skills could be enhanced once, and the requirement for the inheritance was any of the 42 items. "Here's your Chai Ling, a plan," Namin said. "You meet the conditions for enhancing the inheritance. You can choose to enhance skills like Vi Hayat Tu. After enhancing Vi Hayat Tu, it will be accompanied by damage of a fixed value to the 7 souls, weakening the opponent's 5 senses. After enhancing Vi Hayat Tu, the side effects will be even weaker." Lydium thought to himself, "The treasure of Diemfu is enough to kill 6 people. I can go back now." The sky began to darken as the 2 worlds changed again. In a factory in the west, a big man grabbed Buivanho by the collar, growling, "You've had enough." Tondetri, a 20-year-old girl, walked up. "He's new here and not used to the system yet. It's just by chance that it's come to this." The man also knew to let go. Buivanho sighed in relief. "The little one has only been here for 2 days and has already hooked up with the boss's daughter." "Quite bold," he said. The girl also ignored him, going straight to Buivanho. "Don't mind him. If you need anything, just tell me," she said, looking at the beautiful face in front of her. Buivanho pushed his glasses silently, staring at the girl. At the Loo station after visiting Longia's parents, Lydium sat next to him, recounting Jialuan's family situation. Both uncles were still healthy, but life wasn't good. His mother was paralyzed from a blood clot, lying in bed, and his father, 60 years old, lost his job at the factory, earning 82 dong a month. Ni cried bitterly. Lydium sighed, "Life is cruel, making people so miserable." The train rushed by, and Luongia, calm again, stood up and said solemnly to Lydium, "Hey, I can see you're not an ordinary person. I have one request before I go. Please leave some money for my parents, and then, if you need this lifeless body, I'll give it to you." Lydium remained silent for a moment, staring intently at Luongia. "Do you want to live?" In a small restaurant near Yendo Pedagogical University, Dan Nuong leaned back, her smile as beautiful as a flower, catching Lydium's attention. The beauty of the character attracted the gaze of several students standing outside the door. Suddenly, the chubby owner of the restaurant roared, "What are you looking at?" The young men chuckled and left. Lydium took out a CD and asked Danuong seriously, "Can you turn Luongia back into a human?" Danuong waved her hand and said, "Not yet." Lydium then said, "First, we need to restore your strength. What should I do?" Danuong placed her hand on her chest with a grim expression. "I need a lot of souls, like the 4 souls from the landlord last night," she said mischievously, looking at Lydium teasingly. "Can I ask you a question?" Danuong continued, "You didn't leave any money because you didn't want to deceive Luongia, right?" Lydium remained silent. Danuong added, "I think that's your choice." Lydium suddenly felt conflicted and muttered to himself, "This issue is even more complicated than Duthuk." Unexpectedly, Danuong's expression changed suddenly. Lydium realized he had spoken too hastily. "Sorry," he said, then pushed the plate of food towards Danuong, who looked up and smiled lightly. In the attic room near the gate of the Pedagogical University, Ongtin slapped Lydium's face. "Are you skipping classes?" Lydium bowed and apologized, flattering him with a few words. Ongtin went from anger to laughter. He thought to himself that although this kid skipped class, he worked hard, and he was articulate and clever. In this era of poor security, with fewer male students and more female students, they often competed and became jealous. Thugs often caused trouble. A healthy young man like him staying here was much better than Ongtin. "Hey, there are only 2 more days until Tet. Won't you go home to visit your family?" Ongtin teased. Lydium pretended to complain, "No, my mom keeps urging me to get married. I'm so tired of that." Ongtin suggested, "Then marry a student. I hear the duty room is quite comfortable." The two, one old and one young, discussed female students until the shift changed. As night fell, Ladium lay on his bed, the sinister face of the landlord always appearing in his mind, making him feel tired and scared. Looking at the status bar, Ladium muttered to himself, "This is the consequence of being slashed 3 times. Then he started the CD and said to Luangjia, "Luangjia, help me tonight. Sing a gentle song." Lydium clasped his hands behind his head and gradually fell asleep. When the song ended, he opened his eyes and the slashed status bar had faded significantly. Suddenly, the system voice echoed, "Go meet your opponent at Dongbakwan Farm before midnight. Change your name to Diuam Diu." In a narrow alley in Tathan, Buivanho stared blankly at the streetlight, his face expressionless. Next to him, Tondetri was tied up on the ground, cursing. At that moment, a strong man approached. Tondetri screamed for help, claiming that Buivanho wanted to kill him. The man stepped back, his face serious. "You don't need to perform my inheritance ritual," he said. Buivanho grinned and replied, "At night, whatever the body touches will boil until midnight, even if it's a living person who kills you." The man laughed and clenched his fists. "You're crazy," he said. Buivanho chuckled oddly. Meanwhile, Lydium stood at bus stop 118, wondering if there were still buses running at this hour. He didn't know if Luangjia could be trusted. As Lydium pondered, a bus approached. After hesitating for a moment, he boarded with a cold expression. "My mother doesn't know the bus is still running at this hour," he thought. The dim light cast an eerie atmosphere. Lydium scanned the empty seats until the last row, where he took a deep breath. It was Ongten and Ko Vuong. Lydium turned back, deep in thought. La Tan is right. It's like this, he thought. The two didn't notice Lydium and continued their intimacy. Suddenly, Ongten looked up, only to see the back of a person standing in front of him. He recognized Lydium and was startled. It can't be, he thought. Why is this rotten kid here? What a coincidence. At that moment, Ko Vuong was still rejecting advances. Seeing Ongtan's silence, he asked, "Do you see the new guy in front of us?" Lydium sensed trouble and coughed loudly, then spoke fluently in the local dialect to the bus driver. Ongten relaxed, explaining to Ko Vuong, "It's not him, listen to his voice." The two continued their intimacy on the bus. Meanwhile, in the alley of Tathan, Tondetri looked at Buivanho with terrified eyes, murmuring, "Please don't kill me." Buivanho kneeled beside him, ignoring his body. "I want to ask you, do you gamble every day?" Then, looking at the clock, he said, "I have to hurry. We'll talk later." The Fangievian casino, like the underground rivers, became lively at night. Kevo Thuong, wearing a suit and a black hat, looked at Buivanho. "What do you want?" Buivanho hesitated for a moment, then pointed to Tondetri. "Bet a pair of dice outside the Van Mu gate," he said. Vosen drank his wine and muttered to himself, "The inheritance of Lai Dai is a 76% specialist in martial arts. Its penetrating power rivals that of a large gun. Even a grand enlightenment is hard to avoid." Hearing Vosen's nonsense, Lai Dai remained calm and smiled. "A passing glance is enough. With the support of Diemfu, it seems that luck is on my side," he thought. Vosen threw the wine bottle on the ground with a clang. On the streets of Tin Mon, the shops illuminated brightly with red lanterns hung all over the street. Chiu Tam leaned against a column, both hands holding the long van sword casually while whistling a tune. As the drizzle fell, Chiu Vo staggered forward. "Why are you so fast?" A girl stood up, clapping her hands. "That's enough, husband." "How are you holding up?" The man chuckled awkwardly. I'm still okay. Let's keep going." Though Chiu Vo's face looked quite terrible, his tone was resolute. "Just one more night. With 6 of us, we'll go together." Chiu Tam seemed to understand something, nodding heavily. At Fan Jiavien Casino, Cao Vo Thuong slammed his hands on the table, his eyes fierce. "I won again. I bet my ribs, take it. I bet the fish." Looking at Tondai Tri trembling with fear, Buivanho said, "We've played over 20 rounds and I've never lost once. What are you afraid of? Don't you care about the people under your feet?" He raised his head to look at Cao Vo Thuong. You've lost everything. What do you have left to bet against me? At that moment, a little lawyer beside Keo Vo Thuong pulled out a piece of golden paper. You've already taken out liver, lungs, and ribs. Only this is left. Are you betting or not? Understanding it was a Diem Phu inheritance, Bui Van Ho nodded lightly. This is almost equivalent to the previous debts. Hearing this, Keo Vo Thuong's expression changed, his smile turning cold. You've had enough tricks up your sleeve, Quach. The old man at Quoc Tu Giam truly pities you, huh? He says everything for your sake. Bui Van Ho remained silent, taking out a black gemstone. Keo Vo Thuong's expression changed entirely, all eyes now focused on him. You're more ruthless than I thought, Keo Vo Thuong said with a serious face, clapping his hands. If I lose, everything you promised earlier, plus the remaining souls of Quoc Tu Giam will belong to you. But if I win, then the man under my feet, along with the remaining souls of Quoc Tu Giam, will all belong to you. Keo Vo Thuong slammed his hands on the table, his eyes fierce. I don't know where you came from, but I can tell you clearly, as a living person, you can't just be pulled here at will. What you're doing is breaking the rules. Those who don't follow the rules in this world won't live long. Bui Van Ho remained calm. Well then, I won't bother you anymore. Keo Vo Thuong looked at the black gemstone on the table, contemplating for a moment before saying, regardless of whether you win or lose, everything you promised earlier, we'll need to put it in writing. The rules of the underground market are the most important. We'll draw up a contract. If you agree to use your soul as collateral, then we can start the game. Bui Van Ho nodded solemnly, his face filled with sorrow as he looked at the black gemstone on the table, and calmly said, let's get started. After a perilous journey, Lai Diem finally arrived at the Dong Bak Vuong livestock farm. As he watched the bus fade away, his mood grew heavier. He felt that today would be a difficult battle. As Lai Diem stepped into the forest of the farm, the system voice rang out. Your opponent is the inheritor of the Jia Lang Bin family, known as Duam Du. The Jia Lang Bin family is also known as Du Duam, which means a pleasant sound that people never tire of hearing. This bird species lives in Toyat Sun and has already begun to chirp. Its harmonious and beautiful singing approached. Suddenly, cheers echoed all around. Lai Diem quickly looked around but saw no one, only hearing the whistles and cheers echoing everywhere. He prepared to move forward when suddenly there was a loud explosion in front of him. Dust filled the air, and when it cleared, a large outdoor stage appeared before him. Lai Diem, holding the CD disc in his hand, felt uneasy. The effect of the sound-absorbing wine was added. It probably wasn't a good thing. The sound of footsteps echoed lightly. A dark-skinned man approached Lai Diem. He suddenly pulled out a leg bone knight from his hand. The opponent also had space to cope with the 10 level. Lai Diem didn't hesitate either, swinging the Hoan Long forward. The man also said nothing, rushing straight towards Lai Diem. The two figures passed each other like flying swallows, the palms of Lai Diem's hand and the shoulders of the other person simultaneously torn apart. Lai Diem thought to himself, both Duam Du and Ku Da Du Chi are inheritors of bird species, both at the 10 level. Physically equivalent, the recent confrontation neither won nor lost. At that moment, the system announced that due to the influence of Duam Du, the speed of Lai Diem's wound healing only increased by 50%, while the opponent's increased by 200%. Lai Diem knew things weren't good. He called out for Long Jia, but before he could stabilize, the system announced a change in agreement. Currently, the defense of all wandering travelers decreased by 100% due to the influence of the sound-absorbing wine. Lai Diem's defense decreased by 200%, while the opponent's decreased by 50%. The two continued their battle. Hoan Long clashed with the leg bone knife. Lai Diem shouted loudly, Luong Jia, change the song. Then he launched a straight kick towards the opponent's face, only to be blocked by a kick to his side. The current agreement change increased the movement speed of all wanderers by 50% due to the influence of the sound-absorbing wine. However, Lai Diem's condition continued to deteriorate, despite Luong Jia continuously changing the psalms as ordered. Lai Diem always found himself overwhelmed. After 10 rounds of fighting, Hoeing Long surged like the tide of the dam river. The two men jumped back, creating distance. The man took off his hat and looked at Lai Diem. Don't waste your energy anymore. Even though I don't know where you got that thing from your bag, it's unlucky for you to meet me. He wiped the knife blade on his hand lightly. I'm a music professor in reality, specializing in the history of popular music. As long as you speak up, I've almost researched all genres. The man smiled confidently. At that moment, a small white-faced bird landed on his shoulder. He shook the knife, saying, "This is my turf." Lai Diem didn't say much, switching to the black dragon sword and planting it on the ground, chewing on a carrot. "Luong Jia, take a rest. I'll finish him off quickly." Luong Jia interrupted Lai Diem, jumping out from the CD player. The man glanced at him, silently thinking that there was no real threat. Luong Jia ran onto the stage with a microphone. "So, would you prefer Blue Ready or Happy Metin?" The man arrogantly raised 2 fingers, laughing coldly. Lai Diem chuckled inwardly. The system identified the musical instrument as a question mark, so he took advantage of the opportunity. He rushed forward, the gun sweeping fiercely towards the man's neck. The man bent his body to avoid it, then ducked down, swiping towards Lai Diem's chest. Suddenly, the sound of metal colliding rang out unexpectedly. The man noticed that the knife had a small crack in it, startling him. This blade is sharp, 3 times sharper than ordinary weapons, yet it's still damaged. Seeing the man losing focus, Lai Diem swiftly swept across. A twisted air current flew towards Lai Diem. He tightly gripped his gun to defend against the attack, and then gently pushed to change its trajectory, stabbing into the nearby tree. The tree immediately bore a 20 centimeters long gash. Lai Diem was horrified to realize it was a blade. The man chuckled triumphantly, but Longjia's voice echoed, provoking his ears. Enraged, the man swung multiple blades towards Luongjia. But Lai Diem wouldn't let him succeed. Continuously pushing back with his gun, Lai Diem suddenly rushed forward, swirling the gun upward, using a technique called tiger incineration to open up the opponent. In his mind, he saw Honda being shot dead, each movement deeply imprinted in Lai Diem's memory. He lifted his gun with his right hand, pressed his left index finger, and the giant tiger's cannon fired countless beams of white light. Each wave rippled amidst the stream of light, a mark of the gun technique understood by Lai Diem, originating from the demonic scripture, the 8 realms of the Golden Lion, called Yemsuan Lin, where black clouds swirl and rain pours down. The man fell to the ground, riddled with bullet holes, while Luongjia descended onto the stage. The two exchanged smiles, and Lai Diem raised his thumb to Luongjia. At that moment, the system's voice resounded, instructing all participants to pay attention to the event's modified content. This time, there would be no possibility of returning before the deadline. All participants must fight until only one remains, taking their last breath, killing the troublemakers to receive the artifact. This could allow all participants to return. But first, a slight disturbance. All battles have been resolved, or participants are still engaged in combat. My name is Buivanho, and my following words are directed at someone named Lai Diem. Afterward, he continued, participants with the inheritance of Kovoch Yu naturally have close ties with each other, so listen carefully. Lai Diem, first, I know you can hear me. 2 days ago, you killed 4 participants, 2 of whom were my teammates, my close friends in real life. One of them was my girlfriend for 8 years. We entered Diemfu together, to live or die together. I won't forgive you. There are still a total of 32 Diemfu participants alive. No one can return before the deadline, but it seems Yemsuan Lion has already killed 6 participants, fulfilling the event's requirements, including you. It's dangerous. Just a little more. However, I regret to inform you all that no one can leave Vosen. Looking at the words death without end, you have only 2 options. Either kill me to change the content or kill Lai Diem. As long as I track Lai Diem's death, I will let everyone go. Finally, I want to say to Lai Diem, we are both in the most dangerous situation, which is fair. Let's see who dies first. Lai Diem leaned against the tree, slowly eating the carrot he had obtained. Let's see who dies first. The timeline rewound 5 minutes ago. Che Tudao had just defeated his final opponent, muttering, A gentleman doesn't stand under the wall. Dangerous. Chaitudao's 8 technique skills had almost been mastered. He could now transform them into significant combat power. However, one crucial point was still missing, and in Chaitudao's mind appeared an image of Lidium, the most dangerous individual. He would neither hide nor stop, always focusing on becoming stronger, rather than just surviving. Who wouldn't want to be strong? But you still need to stay alive. Death ends everything. Baikuan has honestly killed 6 people. With Yemzuan Lion's inheritance, our group has gathered enough. The remaining participants are just stubborn and crazy. Whoever follows to the end is foolish. Thinking so, Chaitudao silently called the system to return. His figure began to emit golden light and then gradually disappeared. But just as he was about to vanish completely, the system's voice resounded. Participants, pay attention to the modified event content. Chaitudao is disappearing. Hurriedly looking at his now visible body, Chaitudao grabbed his hair, gritted his teeth, and cursed. Just 2 more inches to go, damn it. When I find out I can't return. Nami stood in an abandoned phone booth, worriedly reporting, I can't come back anymore. Someone used high-level equipment to lock me up. This is hopeless. On the other end of the line, a deep and seductive female voice said, just stay hidden. Don't attract attention, and I'll take care of the rest. Nami hung up the phone, his face darkened, and he stepped out of the booth. Damn it, it's a mess. A courier-type ship getting involved with these lunatics. The rain comes and goes so quickly. Lydium sat under the tree, analyzing the situation. After 2 nights of fighting, he had acquired 2 inheritances. As long as he used them all, he could instantly reach 47% enlightenment, undoubtedly achieving a breakthrough. There would surely be additional rewards this time, but he wondered what effects the 2 new inheritances would have. Diwangdu's speech enhancement increases shouting by 90% and the speed of hand movements. Huiden's music enhancement increases the power of any music. Listening to dual music receives double enhancement, while listening to melancholic music receives an extremely strong enhancement. Tin Dao enhances the right to counterattack. It's a true and unique martial art, wielding high-quality weapons that can emit invisible power. It requires sophisticated weapons. The system reminded participants that they could replace inheritances to receive the Tin Dao enhancement, but if they use it to increase enlightenment, they won't receive this enhancement. Note that besides inheritance replacement, there is also the possibility of inheritance evolution. Inheritance evolution can only enhance after increasing enlightenment. Lydium was astonished by the inheritance, even more so that it could evolve. How intriguing to initiate close combat specialization against the opponent, seizing the opportunity, unleashing the tiger trap, and then executing the piercing through technique, causing a burst of bloody battle. The 9 Phoenix's reinforced ice style proved effective, defeating most of the participants. Both swordsmanship and spear fighting were formidable, but the substitution of the Kudadayuki Lin was truly heart-wrenching. However, if the Kudadayuki Lin evolved, it would be perfect. Currently, the skills were sealed, unable to use the most vital Hong Hat Fiend. It was difficult to predict the details of the battle, especially this confrontation with Nam Diu. The man himself was agile and unmatched in close combat, but lacked physical strength for long-range attacks. These were all weaknesses. Thinking so, Lydium decided to use the Long Oki summoning, calling forth characters from the 24 spirits. The target of summoning was the 9th spirit, Toto. Suddenly, the sky appeared with white feathers falling from above, revealing the alluring face of Toto in front of Lydium. Toto flew to Lydium's side, softly addressing him. But before Lydium could respond, Toto pressed his face against his chest and murmured, "Sir, why do you smell like a woman?" Then, turning around, his voice became weak. "It's nothing, Lydium. I didn't notice." Lydium felt a little confused, thinking that Toto's black feathers might have defensive capabilities, swirling wind and waves from his wings, with a range of influence up to 500 meters, which would certainly be more useful than the feathers alone. He had heard that she had come to Minquak. Was that true? Above, Longosen finally got bored. "Sir, where are you going? Toto could carry people." Lydium gently refused Toto's offer, and she flew down the street. asking Sir about the deserted world. Was this his true homeland? We'll talk about that later. I've sent your birds away. Please help me watch out for someone who behaves like me, Lydium instructed. Before he could respond, Toto sensed something unusual. Indeed, it was Taithao. Lydium quickly told Toto to fly high and seize the opportunity to act. The sound of a roaring engine came from a distance, and a sleek motorcycle appeared in front of Lydium. The man on the bike looked at him, not knowing what to expect. "Let's see what you've got," he said, drawing out a self-made spear, charging towards Lydium. In an instant, their weapons clashed, emitting a friction sound. The man realized Lydium wasn't easy to deal with, immediately speeding away. The brief encounter let Lydium know about the inheritance of the opponent, the claws of the stormy beast, capable of sucking in any object to release energy onto another. Maximum energy absorption increased with enlightenment according to the Sun High scripture. There was a creature resembling a white-skinned fish, reptile human, named the Stormy Beast. It ran faster when eating. The man chuckled triumphantly. "Nothing to fear. The speed of the battle blade is overwhelming. Even if he has a hot weapon, he can't hit me or catch up." Suddenly, a hand was placed on his shoulder. 2 spots of blood made his heart race. He didn't know when the demon had sat behind him. Before he could react, his body was thrown by the demon. Black feathers fell from above, piercing through the man. The system's voice resounded. "Unfortunately, you didn't receive his inheritance." Looking at the corpse on the ground, Toto asked in surprise, "What's his name, sir?" Lydium looked at the motorcycle stopped, his eyes gleaming with joy. "He might have brought the vehicle for us." The sound of tires rubbing against the ground echoed. Lydium appeared again in front of the entrance to the alley. He took out a carrot, instructing Toto to follow him, then walked straight into the bustling alley. A girl stuffed something into her mouth. Behind her, Mao Tu Truong suddenly appeared. Lydium pulled his hand. "Mr. Tao is looking for you." Lydium coldly looked at Mao Tu Truong, wiping the blood off his hands with his shirt sleeve. The man wearing glasses looked weak but ruthless. He was the 13th death, defeating Kavo Thuong in Fangievian. Maybe you're familiar with him. Lydium's face was quite unappealing at the moment. He said the guy won in advance, right? Why do I see so many fat chunks of meat like this? Mao Tu Truong summarized Buivanho's situation. Lydium also knew roughly about the incident. Then Lydium asked Mao Tu Truong, who was smiling. "Cao Vo Thuong lost to the guy with glasses. Where is he now?" Mao Tu Truong's smile faded, becoming serious. "My brothers have a favor to ask. Fangievian is different from us. They're bold and ruthless. They're still hot now. If you come, you won't be able to ask for anything but lose money." Hearing that, Lydium laughed. "Okay, this time I want to explore Fangievian to find out. Why didn't Buivanho pay them back, and we broke into Fan Revian? Buivanho won't have to repay the debt, right?" Meanwhile, on top of Chuvo's finger, a drop of green water formed, inside clearly showing Lydium's figure. Chu Tam murmured against the wall, "I can't stand Buivanho's emotions." Chuvo sighed, "I've fought with Lydium before, so I understand him a bit, and finding him is easier." So now Lydium is the target, clear and difficult to deal with. As for Buivanho, we'll find him first. If he's not there, then we'll find Lydium. First, let's gather information about Buivanho at Anbei's place, then we'll go to Indo. One of the 3 Anbei brothers has a royal residence. Chuvo's face became unattractive. "Why can't I go in?" The middle-aged man waved his hand. "Mao Tu Truong said you destroyed stuff in the alley. Haven't compensated yet. All the shops in Yendo have banned you." Chiu Tam turned her eyes down. "So can you go in?" The man rolled his eyes, thinking, "Do you think I'm blind or stupid?" Chiu Tam was furious. What should Chuvo do now? Chuvo looked at Chiu Tam and said, "Let's wait until midnight. There will surely be some movement." As dawn breaks, Vosun sits drinking at the gate of Kwaktujium. He spent 2,000 points to buy information about all the participants. This time, Buivanho clearly has plans with everyone. According to data, both Lydium and Buivanho are rated 10, with enlightenment at 39%, deadlocked. He only needs 7 units of strength to confront them. In the dormitory of a factory, Buivanho stayed up all night, looking at the log in his bag, sighing about the tangled threads. On the rooftop of an unfinished building outside the city, black feathers fell. Leviathan stood amidst the experimental whirlwind of items bought from An Bay, using the Tiu Tuat, a delicate work of art by Luang Hulan in ancient times, increasing vitality by 50% for participants, applying only to those below Thapto level. It could block Toto's feathers, enhancing vitality, aiding in healing wounds, and exerting strength more easily. Leviathan smiled satisfied with the successful search. Toto flapped his wings and landed, holding a red lantern. Leviathan didn't know what it was for, but it was even more expensive than Tiu Tuat and the notes, only used for the non-human bloodline. But Toto said it was good. Mao Tu Truong also gave him another small antique copper item. After a while, he spent all his money. Yemsayan Lin's bustling night market in Yendo had specialties. Fangievian specialized in online betting, making people either rich or bankrupt overnight. The royal residence offered many dishes, making it hard to earn money entirely. Personal views on the alley at the entrance, rich in goods, but strict and unprofitable. Seeing the sun rising, Lydia murmured, "The living will come to the land soon. I want to see how Buivanho will react." In the police station of the western city of Gendo, a young man held a photo of Lydia and Ongten, sitting in front of the school gate, pointing at a girl. He lit the photo, murmuring, "The participants only know how to cause trouble but can't solve it. They're all giant children." Suddenly, the phone rang. He picked it up. On the other end was a young man. "Nantu and Nanq have lost contact. We can't wait anymore. We need to control Buivanho before midnight tonight to end the event normally. But without the leaders, Nantu and Nanq, it's difficult to control the situation. Nothing is certain in this world. Can Yendo overturn the sky?" Returning to the rooftop of the unfinished building, Lady Im instructed Toto, "Fly high to monitor the situation in Yendo." It seems reluctant to leave. Lydium looked at the 6-ring necklace around his neck. Finally, he nodded and flew up high. Looking at the green mark on the 6-ring necklace, Lydium thought according to Dan On's words, when the necklace turned green, the green gem would have enough power to help Luangjia regenerate flesh and bones. Then Lydium went to the antique shop to sell Mao Tu Truong's small copper sword for 20,000. Then he went to Rolling Stone Audio to buy a disc recorder that Dan On liked. When Lydium returned to the duty room, it was 10 in the morning, facing Ongten. The atmosphere was a bit awkward. Finally, Ongten spoke first. "I was on duty yesterday." Before he could finish, Lydium quickly responded, "I was on duty too." They understood each other and took a sip of water from the same pitcher. Time passed, the sun was setting. Lydium dozed off in the duty room, suddenly awakened by the noise. Stepping outside, his eyes still squinting, Lydium said, "If you want to fight, do it outside. Don't stay in the school." The student looked at Lydium, cursed him, then left without paying attention to him. Lydium was furious, walking straight to the back of the student, hitting his back and sweeping his feet. The student fell to the ground. At that moment, the people around rushed towards Lydium, surrounding him. In Huangxin Park, Buivanho and Tiumon chatted happily. The girl didn't know she had become Buivanho's final target. Looking at Buivanho's handsome face, her heart felt like leaping out. Suddenly, a red beam pierced through the girl's neck, and her legs softened, falling into Buivanho's arms. Buivanho looked at the wound on the girl's neck. It was a tranquilizer gun. The park was now in panic. Buivanho looked around vigilantly. At that moment, a smiling young man stepped forward. In this world, there are always those who consider themselves the center of the world. They don't say it, but subconsciously see themselves as the main character. Unlike children, these people are very capable, even emotionally intelligent compared to the majority. But their problem is a lack of responsibility. The young man's smile gradually faded, his eyes showing contempt as he looked at the girl in Buivanho's arms. "Your cruel tactics are disgusting." Buivanho pretended to stroke the girl's face, laughing coldly. "A small quantity doesn't make a nobleman virtuous." Suddenly, gunfire echoed, birds scattered in chaos. The scene shifted back to Lydium. A group of thugs were still searching for him. Lydium was hiding in a tree, one hand covering the wound on his chest. The system reported that he was hit by a special bullet, causing him to enter a special state where wound healing speed decreased by 500%. Lydium silently thought that without Tu Toyot's support, this bullet would have taken half his life. He had just escaped from them when he unwittingly stumbled into another trap. At that moment, a Toto bird flew over, its voice echoing from it, reporting that there was trouble near Huangsan Park, with gunshots and explosions. Lydium gritted his teeth, enduring the pain as he slowly removed the bullet. His whole body was drenched in cold sweat. "Toto, you go and check what's happening and report back to me," Lydium said, looking down at the group of people beneath the system's warning sign. The system warned him that there was a hunter among them. Suddenly, a rock fell, alerting a man who looked up. A demon swooped down from the sky, its black claws digging into the man's face. The man jumped back, then pulled out 2 guns and fired. The demon was hit several times and gradually disappeared. Lydium suddenly appeared behind the man, wielding Honlong fiercely. The man reacted quickly, dodging Lydium's attack and then jumping back, aiming his 2 guns directly at Lydium. At that moment, Lydium firmly twisted his body, thrusting Honlong straight up from the man's groin. The man fell silent immediately, and the system's voice sounded. Unfortunately, he didn't receive his inheritance. Looking at the dead body, Lydium thought that the gunman probably wasn't alone. He picked up the man's gun, remaining vigilant and looking around. At that moment, Toto flapped its wings and flew back beside Lydium. Listening to the report, Lydium remained silent. Suddenly, a piece of glass over a meter long fell from above. Lydium quickly dodged to the side, looking up to see a trembling girl standing by the window. Her arms were cut by glass, blood flowing profusely. About 10 Toto birds rushed into the school building, beginning their search for someone. Suspiciously, Lydium felt a strange force pulling at his mind. He was on guard, silently thinking that it wanted to take over his consciousness. Just then, Lydium felt a Toto bird disappear on the 4th floor. Lydium pulled the window curtain and jumped to the 4th floor. He stood on the curtain, watching the girl pulling up her pants in shock, stepping back when she saw Lydium jump into the women's restroom. Lydium threw Honlong at the wall in front of her. The girl looked at the Toto bird's body on the ground. Lydium knew Toto birds were very cautious and agile, so they couldn't be easily trampled by ordinary people. Lydium paid no attention to the girl. Feeling frozen with fear, he pushed open the adjacent door, and another girl looked at him, blushing and stammering. "Oh my God!" Her scream echoed throughout the schoolyard. 10 or so male students appeared at the restroom door. Seeing this, Lydium fired a shot at the wall, causing the students to panic and scatter. Then, he aimed the gun at the girl in the restroom and said softly, "You're quite fun, aren't you?" Meanwhile, Lydium's rampage in the women's restroom spread throughout the school. Hearing the students' accounts, Omten hurried over, fearing that Lydium's trouble might involve him. The school's leadership also arrived at the restroom door, advising Lydium to leave, but he ignored them, looking at the trembling girl crying. Lydium glanced at the girl standing at the door, seeing the same look in her eyes as the girl in the restroom. He deliberately moved his finger away from the gun's trigger and whispered, "We're just playing, aren't we? Both you and her want to kill me." Before he could finish speaking, the girl at the door drew Honlong and lunged at Lydium's neck. He bent down to dodge, stepping back several steps and firing at the girl, but she dodged all the bullets. At that moment, the girl who had been kneeling in the restroom suddenly stood up, dizzying Lydium. The system faced the power of Mok Koi directly. Lydium shook his head vigorously to stay alert, looking at the 2 girls who were on guard. Lydium knew this was their true form. The sun was setting and Huangsan Park was eerily quiet. Vosen followed the scent of fresh blood, discovering the place where Nantho was concentrated, a scene of devastation with corpses everywhere. Looking at the last survivor, he asked softly, "With such modest abilities, how come the man in front of me has a hole in his stomach, bleeding profusely?" Behind him, supporting an unconscious girl, Vosen muttered something really ugly. "Our tiger is different from you. We, the participants with inheritance, depend on the intensity of our fruits. We are part of the fruit, so we can help you clean up better. Our forces are enough to deal with low-level participants like you. Unexpectedly, the tables have turned. Before he could finish his sentence, the man collapsed to the ground. Vosen raised his hand to his chest and stopped moving. Vosen searched for the holy token in his body, but suddenly a stream of water wrapped around his right hand. Without saying a word, Vosen immediately launched an attack. The water gradually took on a form. Chuvo saw that he couldn't steal the token and immediately retreated 66 meters, revealing himself. Just then, a dragon Dao flew towards Vosen's neck from behind. Surprisingly, a bright red sphere blocked the blade. Seeing the failed theft, Chu Tam jumped down beside him. Chuvo said to Vosen, "Hand over the items to us to use. Once we're done, we'll return them. If you don't give them, we'll fight for them until you do." As soon as he finished speaking, Chuvo and Chu Tam rushed to attack Vosen, but Vosen suddenly called a halt. The dead feel nothing, so even if they guessed wrong, it's not considered an offense. Then he waved his right hand, and the dead body beside him burst into flames. Watching the body burn into ashes, Vosen felt relieved. Buivanho had indeed escaped, not by cunning but by sheer luck. At this moment, Vosen waved his hand to Chuvo and Chiu Tam, signaling them to check if they had taken anything from him. Meanwhile, Lydium put a green pill in his mouth and added 2 more dead bodies behind him. With a cold face, he walked out of the restroom. The system's voice sounded, announcing that he had received the inheritance of Mok Ko Chi Chi Thui Man. The students and teachers in the hallway trembled and sat down on the floor when they saw Lydium. He noticed Ongten also sitting on the floor, trying to pull him up, but Ongten recoiled in fear. Lydium sighed, knowing he couldn't stay in the school any longer. He jumped out of the 4th-floor window and then headed towards Hongsan Park. The scene shifted back to Hongsan Park. Chiu Tam transformed into Min Trach Trifui, dodging the red and yellow beans. The red bean was named Namdo, and the yellow one was named Trumthan. His sword transformed into countless blades, cutting Namgo in half. Namgo exploded with a loud bang, turning into red dust that scattered in the sky. The red dust fell and pierced Chiu Tam's clothes, causing her pain. She formed a vortex of water with her sword to block the attack. The sword turned into a black water stream, wrapping around Trumthan. After more than 10 rounds, Chiu Tam's black water stream gradually depleted. Vosen was as relaxed as if he were strolling in the park, looking at the two of them leisurely. "How can you take anything from me like this?" Hearing this, Chiu Tam realized that the holy token was just a tool of destruction. If they couldn't take it, they could destroy it. The sword pointed straight ahead, with the engraved image on the sword's handle transforming into a small green and white snake that flew towards Vosen. Gradually, 2 horns appeared on its head, and scales fell off. In the blink of an eye, the snake turned into a green and white dragon coiling around Vosen. It turned into countless iron chains, locking him in. Chiu Tam gripped the Long Mun Quan Dao tightly, her green hair fluttering. Behind her appeared the figure of a mythical beast with the head of a goat, the tail of a tiger, the body of a lion, and the double legs, all white like jade. It gathered 7,000 white emotional notes from all living beings, demonstrating the supreme authority. From ancient times, the vitality of creatures has been transformed by the soul. There are 1,500 types of disorders. The white mass turned into a cloud. Sometimes it was a tiger, sometimes a dragon, sometimes a bird, sometimes a whale in the sea. A stream of benevolent energy spread from Chiu Tam, and she said coldly, "How does the pinnacle of Thapdo feel? This cloud is like a deadly blow to the top 10 participants. Your thighs may be twisted and your neck may be bent." She raised her sword, swiping it horizontally and chopping directly towards Vosen, who was trapped inside. In an instant, a dark figure descended from above, its sharp claws directly grabbing the holy token in Vosen's hand. Vosen felt the holy token firmly held. Toto smiled, flapping its wings and flying up. At that moment, the iron chains locking Vosen broke apart. Vosen grabbed Toto's claws tightly, asking why he was in such a hurry. "Stay a little longer and play some more," then jerked its wings down sharply. Vosen threw Toto forcefully towards Chu Tam. The boiling cloud collided with Toto's back, blasting her several meters away. Her spine and wing roots were torn, revealing a skeleton. Blood soaked into the ground. Just now, Vosen grabbed Toto's claws, then smirked coldly, throwing her into the cloud behind Chu Tam. There was a loud explosion, and Chu Tam was thrown several meters away. Vosen coldly picked up the holy token, looking at Toto's heavily wounded state, laughing contemptuously. Thapto's tiger may be powerful, but Toto's mind is lacking. Vosen looked at his broken wrist, trying to escape from the seal, the flow of lamb water, healing the wound in just a few breaths. His wrist had completely healed. He stepped past Toto, muttering, "Except for the 10 types of pseudo-inheritors, all other spiritual creatures have a high position. The Chai Ling monsters do not exist, and the Chi Truong monsters rank second. The greedy dragons do not develop their stomachs." Looking into the distance, he saw the development of his eyes, developing in the same way. Backtrash demons and gods dominate all living things, developing moral formulas. Vosen approached Chu Tam, ignoring Chu Vo standing in front of her as if she didn't exist. When Chu Vo was about to reach out, Vosen grabbed his head, slamming him to the ground with all his strength. Despite Chu Vo's strength, he couldn't resist and could only let Vosen grip him tightly. Vosen eagerly looked at Chu Tam. "I'm very interested in your inheritance." Chu Tam's lips trembled, gritting her teeth. "My brothers Hyamin and your Backtrash, the top 2 inheritances, couldn't defeat them. Low-level inheritances are just ordinary strategists." At this moment, Chu Vo was slammed to the ground, saying that they didn't need the holy token anymore. "2 of us, I still have a few precious items and inheritances to offer. Please spare us." Vosen shook his head, throwing a black chess piece. "I only need the Backtrash inheritance. 2 of you can go. I'll only say it once, don't be ignorant." Looking at the chess piece on the ground, Chu Tam hoarsely agreed. Seeing that Chu Tam had agreed, Vosen excitedly picked up a wine bottle to drink. Chu Vo spoke up, "Hyamin can control water and blood. I've tried to control water easily, but blood is very difficult. Even the flowing blood from a wound is difficult to control. If Hyamin's blood contains impurities, as long as I pay the corresponding price." Before he could finish his sentence, Chu Vo inserted his finger into his eye, gouging out his eyeball. At this moment, Vosen's right eye swelled up, blood gushing out. Chu Vo spoke in a deep voice, "I'll say it one last time. Let Hyamin go and we'll release you." Vosen tightened his grip, intending to kill him. "I've warned you before, don't be ignorant." Suddenly, Vosen felt a sharp pain all over his body. His vision shifted in front of Chu Tam, where a silver beast rushed forward. Only seeing Leviathan riding the battle chain sword, stabbing straight at Vosen. He pushed him forward, and then a tail strike from the battle chain sword struck heavily. Vosen pushed him forward, and the large trees behind began to break apart. Vosen pressed both hands on the sword's head, staring intently at Leviathan. Leviathan chewed on a carrot, glancing at the DA seal. Suddenly, a wave of tears pushed both Leviathan and the battle chain sword away. He summoned the giant tiger head, stabilizing his figure. In midair, he turned and slashed straight at Vosen. The lamb water enveloped Vosen, and his wounds began to heal. At the same time, the figure of a cat general appeared behind Vosen, its sharp claws pointing upwards. Its red and green buttocks protruded from its pants, the green lamb belt, and the 5-colored scale shirt behind the cat. It noted that Naman had a cat general shrine, with a mysterious cat-headed body. The people passing by would often pray respectfully. The protective aura of Vosen's light key could not penetrate. Seeing that he couldn't attack, Leviathan withdrew and landed steadily. Then he looked at Vosen and said softly, "Thapto is mad." Vosen also laughed with Leviathan, then raised his right hand, glowing with red light. A drop of fresh blood fell, and the system reported a surge in your bloodthirsty combat damage, increasing the damage this time to 0% of total damage. The mental state debuff is ineffective for 1 hour. Vosen smiled and said, "A double-edged sword must be used carefully." "You're right." Leviathan didn't care and called it heavy avoidance, just forced physical contact. but it could also be affected by other inherited skills. Thank you for reminding me to be awake, said Lydium. Meanwhile, as the two talked, Chu Tam helped Shuvo stand up and tried to escape. Vosen coldly said, "Can you leave?" Suddenly, the cat general pulled out a white flag from its back and threw it into the air. Immediately, 7 to 8 white iron chains appeared, crisscrossing and surrounding the two. The white iron chains glowed with a purple lamb light. Chuvo couldn't believe it and muttered, "How could he have such a low-level strategist inheritance and an assassin treatment that perfectly seals and blocks? It's so powerful that it makes people desperate." Lydium lowered the tiger's head spear and read the system's message. The cat general's enhanced farewell flame increased water, earth, and eye defenses, as well as enhancing the golden enlightenment by 52% to the pinnacle of stone sculpture. Lydium let go, and 4 golden talismans appeared in front of him. Heavy Crane, Flying Phoenix, Bu Chi Hu, Unspoken Chi Blood Luan, Moon-Shaped Chi. The shadow of Kohoch Yu gradually appeared behind Lydium, and the system reported that you had consumed an additional 35% enlightenment to overcome the first growth stage of Kohoch Yu. The success rate this time is 100%. Finally, you have completed the first growth stage of Kohoch Yu. The current enlightenment of Kohoch Yu is 47%, increasing damage and explosion speed by 470%. You have spent 35% enlightenment to grow. Evaluate this growth phase. Highest level of destruction expertise. According to the percentage ratio, it is 93% martial arts. Activating a hidden inherited skill does not consume enlightenment. A hidden inherited skill is a passive skill based on the percentage ratio of energy consumption when activated. When using a continuous skill like Yemzwayan Layan, Kohoch Yu will sequentially strike, but the damage is only 47% of the previous attack. It is also affected by the enhancement of the 9 elements and the T-Ka. When Kohoch Yu hits the target, there is a possibility of freezing and causing damage. Then Lydium directly used the generated flame of Kanfong, the only useful skill received from Kohoch Yu, to create Lam Wind Protection. Lydium swung his sword, activating the hidden skill, and the tiger head spear stabbed straight into Vosen's chest twice. Kohoch Yu's eyes behind Lydium slightly opened, and a white feather flew out. Vosen tightly grasped the green iron chain like a staff to block the tiger head spear. Kohoch Yu swung his fingers, and the white feather shot quickly towards Vosen's solar plexus. The red chain immediately intercepted in front of Vosen, and a loud explosion ensued as the white feather was blown away. The tiger head bit onto the red and green chains, entangling them tightly. The white feather continuously shot towards Vosen with a cold wind, freezing the ground. Vosen's face looked grim. He calculated that Lydium's expertise in chi manipulation was 90%, and his martial arts mastery was up to 93%. Previously, Lydium had average strength above Thapdo's level. It was the first time he had encountered such a sharp opponent since his growth phase. Vosen thought it was unfortunate to encounter such a sharp opponent. Suddenly, the green chain jabbed into Lydium's wrist. Lydium grimaced and took a few steps back, pointing at Vosen's face. Vosen felt the blood flowing on his face, and the system showed that the blood clot had not yet exploded. The battle shifted, and the two collided with each other. The tiger head spear collided heavily with the green iron chain, which shattered into pieces, and the cat general's body behind Vosen also broke. Vosen's face turned cold as he looked at Lydium, activating a temporary enhancement on the tiger head, with a sharpness level of 100, capable of penetrating weapons. Every time a weapon collided, it would check for success. If successful, it would destroy weaker weapons. Seeing the tiger head charging, Vosen panicked and quickly pulled out the Namle chain to block himself. He didn't dare to engage in close combat with Lydium anymore. In an instant, Vosen swung 4 iron chains to attack Lydium. The lamb chain healed, the gold chain blocked the red fire chain, and the green chain formed a weapon. Each chain released its own beauty and power, almost with independent consciousness, comparable to Lydium's tiger head. At this moment, Chu Tam, locked in chains, was also surprised. Although he lacked the white flag to lock her with the weapon in hand, he could compete evenly with the 4 big flags, as long as there were 5 or 6 weapons, with a maximum of no more than 10 weapons. He would find a gap in the rotation of Leviathan Lee's remaining chains. Leviathan's eyes flashed with a cold light, and his spear moved faster. Finally, he found a gap in the rotation of Leviathan Lee's chains and charged straight at Vosen. At this point, Vosen knew he couldn't avoid it. The tiger head thrust into him, pushing him back several meters before stopping. The wounds piled up, and the healing land water slowed down. Vosen looked up at Leviathan, his eyes showing a terrifying aura. He muttered, "Not bad, you're quite courageous." The tiger head swallowed its tongue and charged at Vosen, using Vosen's lamb key as a defense. The golden light flashed in front of Vosen, blocking the tiger head's spear, while behind the cat general, 4 flags lit up simultaneously. Leviathan panicked and wanted to withdraw the spear to avoid it, but the golden chain stuck to the tiger's head, preventing Leviathan from retracting the spear. Seeing Leviathan unable to retract the spear, Vosen knew that it was too late to run now. Suddenly, Kohochju's wings trembled and a feather shot out. The feather flew towards Vosen, but he sensed death from it, making him shiver. Vosen didn't hesitate anymore. The white chain bound Chuvo and Chiu Tam and began to move. Electric sparks shot straight towards Leviathan's back. He quickly pulled out his spear from the golden chain, retreating backwards. The spear aimed straight at the chain, which stuck to the tiger's head. The tip of the spear stabbed straight into the hole where the chain stuck. Leviathan sighed with regret. The feather just now contains the hidden tiger's jumping tiger. If Vosen dares to block with his body, will suffer a series of damaging blows. His bombardment. Vosen yanked the white chain. Purple and white electricity rushed straight to Leviathan, but was blocked by his iron body. The 2 people were stuck in a deadlock. Vosen looked at Chuvo and Chiu Tam. Runaway angry, the battle with Leviathan created an opportunity for the other 2 people to escape. Vosen's eyes flashed. Tia said angrily to Leviathan, "If you don't come back and take care of that demon bird Kia, it will probably die." Leviathan knew Vosen was right, but "I'm afraid he'll make fun of me," decided to quickly deal with him, then returned to save Toto. Later, Leviathan used his right hand to lift the spear and press down. Complete preparation. Yemsayanel saw that Leviathan was unmoved. Vosen's anger rose. 4 flags behind the cat general's back, simultaneously emitting dazzling light. Leviathan and Vosen rushed into each other again. 4 colors of blue water and white-yellow light entwine. Suddenly something happened. The little girl hiding in the dark suddenly appeared. Beautiful face shattered, revealing a pair of golden glasses with 4 blessings. Buivanho's peachy personality appeared next to the 2 people. Seeing that Buivanho both understand each other, Leviathan causes Day to push away the holy decree. Vosen is also not bothered. His goal is still to pass on the backtracked lineage. "This time I forgive you. If we meet again, you won't be able to escape." If there was no emergency, he thought he could win. Why did 2 people leave threats to surpass each other? Leviathan ran towards Toto Vosen and chased Theo Chutam. Buivanho was startled. Initially, he intended to take advantage of the 2 people's duel, but stabbed Leviathan from behind, kill immediately. But the 2 escaped each other, gently deceive. "I think so." Many pieces of paper appeared on Buivanho's hand, engraved with strange ancient characters. He threw it aggressively towards Vosen. Vosen spat out a mouthful of blood. The cat general's fur on his back stood up. Vosen grimly endured the pain, using the golden chain to wrap around his fist, and punched Buivanho in the face. The shattered glass shards flew into Buivanho's flesh, blood splattering everywhere. And Vosen was not spared either. The paper pieces pierced his wound, causing excruciating pain. He gritted his teeth, pushing Buivanho away. Suddenly, clarity dawned on Vosen as he pieced his thoughts together. He exclaimed, "Well done, Leviathan. Well done, Buivanho. You 2 really played your cards well and fooled everyone." After speaking, he immediately ran towards Chutam, listening to the sounds behind him. Leviathan watched as Buivanho approached, gripping the tiger head spear across his chest. ready to attack at any moment. Suddenly, Lut Van Kim sparkled green, and a red maple leaf fell. Danamong stood solemnly before Ladium, seemingly under pressure from Danamong. Bui Van Ho extended both hands, laughing, then picked up the sacred order from the ground and turned to Ladium. "At midnight at the 13 Lang Gate, I'll be waiting for you," he said before leaving. Ladium carried Toto beside him, with Danamong by his side. This time, Toto escaped death thanks to her. Danamong remained silent, looking ahead. In this world, some strange energies were suppressed. If they changed locations, they would lose their mobility. Furthermore, they couldn't suppress those individuals now. Ladium also wasn't in great shape. Toto was severely injured. This was the first time using the hidden arrow technique, consuming a lot of energy, and even eating many big apples couldn't make up for it. Yem Sui and Line fought for 12 hours straight, but didn't gain much. The wanderers appearing in Huamsan were not simple. They were likely the strongest in this Diemfu event. Chiu Tam may have failed before, but he lost to overwhelming power like rain. The peak battle of the 9 Dong Chuvo had limited capabilities, but Bui Van Ho's decisive actions showcased his truly powerful and unpredictable nature. Vosin unintentionally exuded a domineering aura, shocking with his sinister schemes. Suddenly, both stopped under the light. A man standing with a cigarette, looking at Ladium and Danamong, speaking softly. 8 stories, Bui Van Ho kneeling before the large red gate. 2 stone statues on the sides, a general holding a sword, one hand empty. Bui Van Ho placed his hand on the ground. Numerous small black characters flowed out like water, spreading around the stone statues. As time passed, Bui Van Ho's face became paler, his ancient summoning skills draining him. Suddenly, a voice echoed from the stone statue's mouth, a figure about a yard tall beside it. Despite his low position, he dared to offend the emperor. Bui Van Ho withdrew his hand, clasping his hands lightly. "Trung Thung's fake tune of my fortune's fate. I pay my respects to you, sir. The situation is difficult, bothering you is unintentional. Please forgive me." Then, the stone statue asked him where Quach Tianlo was. Hearing the question, Bui Van Ho calmly explained that his master, ancestor Nushin Loe, unexpectedly fell victim to treachery. Compared to the 5 insect Nushin Loe, his combat strength was inferior, even weaker. All aspects of his physical body would improve to a certain extent, but the coefficient was low, even lower for Nushin Loe. When the awakening level increased, Nushin Loe, unlike Manhwa with individual goals or Ko-Land with high-level stratagems, couldn't grow comprehensively. For example, at the same awakening level, Manhwa's growth rate was 10 while the world's was 5, but the growth direction was comprehensive, while Ngu Tianloe only had Yem Xuan Lin. However, Nushin Loe was still very popular at Diemfu, possibly due to its long-standing existence there. Since its birth, Nushin Loe naturally received scholars' favor in most cases. They could view high-level wanderers' notes, explore and experience them for free, even distort Diemfu's abilities to a certain extent. The top inheritors of Nushin Loe could indeed complete Diemfu events, occupying a certain position. The sovereignty of the geographical class could play with the event's content and rules, upgrading to a third-class demon, granting privileges to newcomers. All followed this doctrine. Therefore, at the moment, most wanderers still had little knowledge of those strange oppressors. In fact, Bui Van Ho, through the high-level wanderer's exploratory notes, knew the complexity of Inno's oppression objects, attracting living beings. At midnight, Fanjiavian gambled on the holy, only using Mantho to attract, relying on Gushin Loe's advantage. Bui Van Ho gradually rose to the forefront. After hearing Bui Van Ho's words, the stone statue continued, "We've served the emperors for hundreds of years. Even the bones have rusted over time, but in your eyes, there's defiance with a sharp and pointed nose. Your ears droop down, reminiscent of the appearance of the great villain Nutrung. Your eyes are filled with bloodthirst. You've killed someone. The purple road contains resentment. You've done something against your conscience and morals. Moreover, it's not even been 5 days. Am I correct? In Huangsan Park, a man with a small knife looks worried. You're injured, aren't you, Ladium? Without answering, Lydium was asked again, "Why did you find me?" The man with the knife raised a finger. A golden thread from his finger connected to Lydium's arm, a real skill. Lydium stretched his arm to pull, but it slipped. The man pulled his finger. The golden thread snapped. Then he withdrew his hand, taking out a cigarette from his pocket and throwing it towards Lydium. "Buivanho told me about it. Now you've provoked him and become the target. I admit you're formidable, but it won't be easy, right?" Lydium showed interest, lighting a fire and speaking. "So it seems like we have nothing to say. Who knows if we'll suddenly be stabbed with a knife?" The man continued, "Just learned how to maintain cooperation, haven't you?" Lydium took a breath and said, "Exactly. People naturally become acquainted with some compatible individuals during Diemfu events. They cooperate happily once or twice, and suddenly, they have the idea of becoming teammates. Just by spending 200 Diemfu points in the auction house, one can designate a wanderer as a temporary companion. However, forming a team in a clever way is not guaranteed for Diemfu. It's simply for everyone to participate in the same event, ensuring that no one becomes hostile to each other. But the relationship between them is not guaranteed. For high-quality foreign objects to earn more points, Diemfu raises the purchasing power limit. Unless the relationship between two individuals is deeply rooted, or it's a romantic relationship or siblinghood, otherwise, there will always be this reason or that reason leading to the team cracking. But maintaining cooperation is not like that. They absolutely trust each other. All events and rewards can be shared, and there can be comprehensive physical improvements. The most important thing is to maintain cooperation, facing Diemfu events in a fleeing manner, without distinguishing between one side and the other, even when killing the last person. As long as the relationship between the survivors is maintained, it's considered the event completed. Maintaining cooperation can be trusted." After finishing, the man's finger held a gold embossed card. Using this card, cooperation can be maintained throughout a Diemfu event, limited to 2 people. Lydian remained silent for a while, then asked, "So, how do I convince someone to agree to cooperate and maintain cooperation with me?" The man replied straightforwardly, "First of all, that object is very important to me, so I need you to spend 1,000 Diemfu points for me. After confirmation, you can return and deliver it later. Next, you need to quickly break through the first inheritance peak, but I'm not entirely satisfied with your expertise. The 8 Yendo buildings of this incident are the key to my breakthrough. I need the help of someone. Finally, the next event I lead, you must listen to me." Lydian nodded with a smile at the man. "If I agree to your conditions, what will you do next?" The man took a strong drag of his cigarette and said, "Well, that's obvious. We'll flee. Of course, I'll have to ask, won't I?" Lydian smirked, raising both eyebrows evenly, his face serious. The man lit another cigarette with a match. "You probably know Nantho, right? He's under Diemfu, responsible for arranging identities, providing action guidance, and even ending tasks. I'm not sure what Buivanho obtained to interfere with Diemfu events, but the essence of the Diemfu incident is escape, survival of the fittest, not pointless sacrifice between wanderers. I'm sure Nantho won't sit idly by with Buivanho's actions, especially tomorrow night, maybe even today. Nantho will step in to stop Buivanho's actions. So basically, you don't need to actively cause trouble for Buivanho. Just relax, wait for the event to be adjusted, and that's it." Listening, Lydian slowly spoke. "If it's just if, then what about Nantho you mentioned? If Nantho isn't a match for Buivanho, what should we do?" The man thought for a moment. Maybe that's not possible. Although he doesn't have Diemfu inheritance, Nantho's combat skills are probably slightly higher than other wanderers. Plus years of managing their results, there's no reason he can't keep the wanderers in line for a few days. But even so, you don't need to worry. The wanderers in this event are quite talented, and there's a leading wanderer named Vosen. His power is almost at level 9, and he's quite arrogant. Given his personality, he definitely won't allow Buivanho to take advantage. Instead of chasing and killing you, he'll cause trouble for Buivanho first." Lydium shrugged and shook his head. "If you have nothing else to say, then please step aside." The man looked surprised at Lydium's serious face and said enthusiastically, Oh, this serious person, huh? Considering your current situation, that's not good. Take 2 steps back. Of course, if you want to fight, I don't mind. The man switched to a serious tone. Because you don't believe my words. Lydium stopped and said, No. No, I completely trust you, but the situation doesn't look as optimistic as you predicted. Watching Lydium gradually fade away, the hesitant man called out loudly, Hey, serious guy, hey. Considering your current situation, that's not good. Meanwhile, on some unnamed island, a young man with an umbrella spoke to the empty sea. In an escape and murder case, he had discovered traces of Tuffum. The sea grunted in response. What does it have to do with us? Shouted the other man. The investigation leader pursued and discovered the reason behind Tuffum's people infiltrating. The result of DMFU is the vitality of self-regeneration. The sea surged powerfully, white waves rising. The absent-minded Tavian scolded for a moment of foolishness. The man on the shore said, This event is related to Lydium. Hearing this, he raised his hand to his chin and asked, Who is Lydium? Turning back to Lydium at that moment, the man led Lydium and Danong to Dongduong Tower in Yendo Fortress. Along the way, he continuously explained about culinary groups. Dongduong Tower was where he apprenticed, only missing the first Sundong 3 nights. This Dongduong Tower was virtuous and intact. Arriving at Lydium's kitchen, leaning on the table, he observed the busy man. It's not even midnight yet. Are you preparing a meal? How can we help? The man didn't respond immediately. After a moment of silent observation of the kitchen, he spoke. I used to be Nguyen Loi, disciple of Don Kidao. The aspect of capability is decided at the right moment, then handed over to others. I reluctantly seized it, leaving 1 life behind. The fate of NDT-0 changes to dining. Reluctance can still be exerted. Dimfu, how you seize and gain from me is also quite normal. Lydium crossed his arms and said, So you still believe in the revival of Dong's son? There is still some resilience in you. What are you doing here? Asked Danuong, turning the food in the pan. This dish is called Song Thui Stir-Fried, the main skill of Kwok Dan. There's not much left. The hot oil splattered, emitting a red glow into the air. The enticing aroma made Danuong swallow involuntarily as the scent spread. The night air suddenly became eerie. Outside the door, they heard murmurs. Lydium looked worried. Suddenly, a horde of demons pounded on the windows, mouths clamoring for the scent. Chaitudeo suddenly said, Don't go outside. Don't let anything in here. Lydium analyzed. The 2 demonic souls Danuong wanted have arrived. Then, despite the resistance of that person, Lydium signaled to reassure Danuong, then stepped out of the shop. The cold wind blew through the deserted shop. Lydium stood pensive at the door. Suddenly, from the end of the street, the sound of a gong echoed, guarding the night vigil. Gradually, a large figure with buffalo horns and pigtail clothes appeared in front of Lydium. In the kitchen, the man's voice echoed, The path of cooking is like a treasure in the fire. It has aged before it could be reborn. Lydium lost focus for a moment as the giant shadow rushed towards him, its rough, muscular black arm grabbing him. Lydium was kicked away instantly, crashing heavily into the door behind him. The giant was also kicked away, sprawling on the stone path, motionless. At that moment, Lydium wasn't unscathed. Some ribs were broken, but fortunately, his physical condition remained strong, and the wounds healed quickly. The other man fell heavily, but the cold wind outside still blew incessantly. The dim green candlelight drifted past. A slender girl carrying a faint green candle approached slowly. What caught Lydium's attention was the embroidered pink shoes under her feet. Just now, a beautiful girl holding a faint candle came to Lydium's face. Her watery eyes looked at him tenderly and said, Master, the little girl wishes you all the best. Lydium looked coldly at the girl, cutting off her words, You came uninvited. It's not a good habit. The girl remained silent, her face showing pity. Slowly, she extended the candle to Lydium with her right hand. Immediately alert, Lydium recoiled. The Dark King's pawn shot straight at the girl's neck, but she reacted quickly, leaning back to avoid it. Seeing this, Lydium kicked the girl away, and she fell, the candle slipping from her hand. Lydium didn't say a word, but as soon as the candle went out, a strong wind blew from behind him, and the sound of the waves echoed from the end of the room. Before he could react, Lydium saw the giant wave of blood towering right in front of him, the foul smell almost making him faint. He couldn't help but scream out several curses, substituting for Xininha. At this moment, Danoong rushed out the door towards Lydium, shouting, "The general is an illusion." Hearing Danoong's voice, Lydium calmed down. He regained his composure and immediately threw 2 energy balls from space, causing an explosion upon impact. The 2 grenades drew a circular arc, heading straight towards the giant blood wave ahead. The deafening explosion rang in their ears, and the blood wave was instantly dispersed, disappearing. In its place, several grotesque black creatures hovered in the air, mouths bearing sharp teeth. They charged towards Lydium's neck. The Honglong sword appeared, its bright light illuminating the surroundings like a flowing silver curtain, tearing through the darkness. It knocked the shadow down to the ground, and the entire street once again fell into a terrifying silence. Lydium wiped the sweat from his forehead, silently thinking that he had overcome this wave of attack. Danoong's hands were weakening, and many energies flowed out from the demon's body. Within a few breaths, Danoong had absorbed them all. At this moment, a voice echoed from inside the kitchen, "It's almost ready." Seeing that Danoong was fine, Lydium smiled. "This meal of yours is not easy to come by." Suddenly, the cold wind howled again, and a multitude of blurry spirits appeared, gathering towards the restaurant. The scene of hungry demons fighting for food emerged. Lydium looked at the endless stream of spirits, directly activating the Banishing 100 Demons technique. A fierce and terrifying aura emanated from him, tearing through the air like a primal beast, causing countless horrifying souls to flee in panic. Their greenish faces wailed in agony. Danoong raised both hands to the center, and countless vengeful spirits and negative energies slowly converged, turning into a glowing purple sphere. At this moment, the notification system sounded. Chaos energy contained within the Hongman tattoo has been depleted. You have lost the state of 100 Demons Retreat. Accelerate wound healing speed by 20%. Immunity to damage from stray bullets increased by 30%. You can now enter any DM Fu to search for chaos energy or similar hostile energies to recharge the tattoo. Different consciousnesses will yield different effects for your tattoo. Lydium sighed, "Just used it twice. This event is quite exhausting." Together with Danoong, they entered the kitchen. Chitiu Tre was holding a plate of delicious food, looking at Lydium. "It seems that you still have the ability of 100 Demons Retreat." Lydium and Danoong looked down at the plate of food in his hands. Chitiu Tre placed the plate in front of Lydium and Danoong, inviting them. Their eyes sparkled. Even in the dim light of falling snow, the presence of the Devil's Bane was palpable. Lydium sighed and said, "It's really delicious food." At the same time, the notification system canceled the mute state of Lydium. He stood up and looked at the wounded Toto. "Based on what you said, you seem to be a trusted subordinate of the Nine Worlds. Yendo here, where she might be taken, has only Non Yuang Temple. Today, we're fighting in Minlang, and I'll take both of you to Non Yuang Temple first. Let's bypass Toto for now." The man hugged Lydium's thigh and said, "There's still time to come back. Wait for me to settle things with Wivanho, and you'll finish your fight over there. Let's meet at Non Yuang Temple." Chitiu Tre asked in astonishment, "How do you know that we're fighting at Minlang today? And have you met Buivanho?" Based on his guess, Lydium turned back and smiled briefly. After knowing that Lydium met Buivanho, the man decided to go with him to Non Yuang Temple. Chitiu Tre nodded confidently. "The power of my legs is well known, isn't it?" Lydium said nothing, summoning the martial arts battle armor and placing Toto behind him. They flew as fast as lightning. The man was surprised, his jaw dropped, and he was swept away by the wind, screaming. The sound of the engine of the battle armor echoed throughout the street, and he was left behind, clinging to the railing, his face pale. Lydium didn't stop, pushing Toto forward. His face was slightly flushed, and they soon reached the gate of Non Yuang Temple. The golden doors closed behind them, and the scent of incense filled the air. In the hall, on both sides, were statues of revered deities, akin to the scene at the Hang Vu Hang Cat Fang. Danuong stepped forward, clasping his hands and bowing to the statue of Van Tu Nong Nong. But when he saw the mud statue next to it, his eyes became dull. It was the girl holding the jade vase he met that night in the illusory shop. Ladium gently placed Toto down, thinking, "It's past 10 o'clock now, the temple is probably closed. Yet the gates are still open, and there's no one here. It's strange. And why didn't we meet anyone on the way here?" Just then, a roaring sound echoed. Chitiutrat held his chest, breathing heavily. Ladium approached to comfort him, patting his back as he caught his breath. Moments later, they still had another difficult battle ahead. Danuong chuckled at Ladium's actions, knowing that he knew how to heal Toto here. Chitiutra regained his breath and replied, "There was a strange person I chased here, a child's head thrown ahead. The person in front didn't know why he ran here. Just a few minutes later, he calmly left. At that moment, I jumped up to look over the wall and saw the temple filled with white light. There was a woman about 25 or 26 years old standing inside. She glanced at me and did nothing." Ladium teased, "You patiently waited outside without going in to see, huh? Who knows, you might have found a legendary artifact." Chitiutra ignored Ladium's jest and suggested to Danuong, "We should light some incense for this temple. With both of you by your side, one being a demon healer and the other a mountain god, the negotiations with them would be much more reliable than doing it yourself." Danuong nodded in agreement with the idea. Ladium didn't object and asked Chitiutra if he saw anyone when he arrived. Not hearing an answer, Ladium felt something was off. He suggested to Danuong to keep 2 Totos to report in case of any surprises, but Danuong firmly rejected the idea. He glanced at the Toto in the wreckage and said, "Wait for your return, and I'll definitely give you an active spirit vessel." Ladium chuckled, patting Chitiutra's shoulder. "Let's go." The two walked out together, with Danuong looking at the departing vehicle and then finally speaking, "He's gone now. Besides, you're seriously injured. Even if you wake up, your family will still have to carry you on their backs. Why play such petty tricks?" Toto propped himself up on the rubble with both hands, slowly sitting up. He didn't answer Danuong's question, but instead asked back, "Nepson, aren't you supposed to live on the mountain? Why are you accompanying Danuong now?" Looking at his beautiful nails, she remarked, "The outside world is so interesting. I'm curious why you're afraid to open your eyes. Is it because you're afraid Ladium will blame you for being incompetent?" Toto seemed like she wanted to say something, but her tone was somewhat disappointed. "You had to spend so much effort and blood to summon me and even gave me the dragon scales. And what's the result? A battle where I got injured without explanation. And I couldn't help but also involved you." Danuong glanced at Toto with a slightly annoyed expression. "Honestly, I feel like you're overthinking things. Honestly, I'm not interested in playing jealousy games with you." Ignoring Danuong, Toto suddenly broke the silence between them. "There are still people alive here. At the 13 Heavenly Daolang, Ladium and Chitiutra are waiting for Buivanho's appearance." Time passed every second and minute. Chitiutra sat beside him, suddenly stood up and told Ladium, "My mission has been issued." Ladium suddenly understood that it was already 11:30, but he still hadn't received the mission from the system. At this moment, the system notification sounded, announcing that the opponent had died. Seeing the smile on Ladium's face, Chitiutra couldn't help but ask if it was still confidential. Ladium didn't hide it and answered straightforwardly, "Buivanho is dead." Chitiutra was stunned, then elated. "Then we can go back." But when they tried to leave, they found that they couldn't exit the Diemfu. He panicked, but Ladium's mood was complicated. Although he had only met Buivanho once, the image of his handsome yet cruel face still haunted him. He sighed, murmuring, "So, I died first, huh? The heavenly Tao is not something that 2 people can cover up. Until the last minute, no one knows who killed whom. The close ones may fall, like Nutu, and the extraordinary ones may rise, like Chithaumientu Hobi. In the end, it's just that." He regained his composure and told Chitiutra, "Let's go to your location. You'll attack head-on while I ambush unexpectedly. Chitutra looked at Lydium with disdain. I know you're practical, but I didn't expect you to be this practical. Are we martial arts instructors now? Lydium didn't hide anything and summoned the battle armor. He told Chitutra to get on, but he refused. I can handle it myself. If you're not at ease, those two girls can handle it. Lydium smiled when the man walked away. Lydium shouted after his retreating figure, if you're also dead, where should I go? Let's find the 5 Diemfu spots to compensate. Lydium summoned the battle armor and let it rush ahead on the empty road. He didn't know how Buvanho died or what the event was about, why it was still life and death. After today's round, there were only 14 travelers left, including him. If they didn't find the sacred sign, this event might only have 1 or 2 survivors. Nantho, the wandering monsters, could have killed Buvanho, but Yemsuanlin was the most likely suspect. It seemed that Nantho was the most likely suspect. Suddenly, Lydium widened her eyes in mockery, then slammed on the brakes of her battle chariot. The road ahead seemed to have been erased by an eraser, leaving only a blank, silent space. At this moment, the system's voice rang out, alerting that someone had detected the phenomenon of falling fruit to prevent any unnecessary damage. Lydium, astonished, looked at the scene before her. She threw a stone forward, and as it touched the blank area, it immediately vanished. Lydium, cold-hearted, looked at the street gradually being covered in white. Indeed, it was dangerous. She turned her battle chariot back towards Lao, heading towards the desert. Midnight arrived, and countless monsters appeared on the streets. Indo's invisible erasure continued unchecked, as if wanting to turn this world into a blank sheet of paper. Countless anonymous creatures were gradually erased. At Fangievian, an old man with a skull-like appearance shouted at Kavothuam, whose surname was Boy. He couldn't bring back the 10 people to repay the debt they owed. Kavothuam's fate was already sealed. There was no need for further discussion. Kavothuam sneered, inviting everyone in the palace and those at the end of the alley to come forward, wanting to directly calculate everything clearly. They shouldn't talk behind his back. The man with the hat on the opposite side chuckled at Kavothuam's words, indicating they naturally believed him. If not for that divine decree, they wouldn't have followed him. The conversation buzzed, but all with bloodthirsty eyes. Suddenly, a white dot stopped in front of the demon girl. She curiously touched it with her finger, and the white color engulfed her, then spread across the street, effortlessly erasing everything. The demon minions were easily wiped out in the electric law domain. Chim Duokchin asked, "Where's little Tuvanko?" Tovianchu replied, "She's still unconscious." Chim Duokchin took a sip of white liquid. On the cup were written 4 characters. Heaven and earth are useless. He asked, "So, what if she wakes up? How do you explain to her?" Tovianchu scratched his head, saying he would say his wife was going through a difficult period, so ask him. Chim Duokchin put the cup down, smiling bitterly. "Vianchu, you're still as rude as ever." Vianchu laughed and then turned serious, asking if the event to discover the whereabouts of the Common Realm's authority was real or fake. Chim Duokchin nodded, confirming its authenticity, though only about 8 or 9 parts of it were real out of 10. Which one was real in the worst-case scenario? Chim Duokchin pondered, meeting love, hatred, affection, or parting without reunification. Even though Tavianchu remained silent for a long time, not saying a word, Chim Duokchin could only shake his head helplessly and sigh. "Sooner or later, you'll die at the hands of Tuvanko." At this moment, behind the palace, figures of various heights entered. First was a tall, elegant woman with clear features who spoke in the old rules, representing the palace lord. Next was a boy in a red tie and white grass-like clothes who introduced himself as Hekanthi, representing the demon lord in this period. Lastly, an old man in uniform spoke, stating that at least 6 owners were needed to participate, and 1 was still missing. Taovianchu coughed lightly. Truku said he could fully represent his opinion. The old man remained silent for a moment, then looked at Tovianchu. Before Taovianchu could respond, Chim Duokchin interrupted, pointing out that she was busy organizing the lower-level operations and was ready to relinquish all authority related to Dimfu's activities. There was no need to mention it anymore. Everyone knew. Since they too opposed Tufam 2 years ago, Tufam's power only existed nominally, with the old owner disappearing. But 6 hours ago, the phenomenon of large-scale fruit falling occurred, and Tufam was involved in the Diemfu event. As the person responsible for investigating Diemfu, Tao Vianqiu couldn't avoid responsibility. When investigating the cause, he found that the main culprit was Tuvanko, who exploited the title of Palace Lord to secretly trade personal information of lower-level operatives and interfere with Diemfu's normal operations. This created a vulnerability for Tufam's people. Now the entire palace was silent. After a long while, the Palace Lord spoke softly, asking if everyone knew about this. Chim Duoptine tightened the paper cup in his hand. This thing once again covered for Tuvanko. Then the image switched back to Yendo. Lydium pushed the temple door open, seeing Danuong and Toto cooking bone porridge. Seeing Lydium return, Toto was happy, while Danuong glanced over from the side, signaling Lydium to be careful. Lydium nodded and glanced over to the other side where a middle-aged man was squatting, eating hot porridge. Lydium didn't hesitate to use the most sincere attitude with this person, but there was no reaction. The man seemed to recognize her and raised his head to ask if she was Lydium. Upon hearing this, Lydium replied that she wasn't necessarily looking for him, but she had heard about him and didn't expect to meet him here. After a moment of silence, Lydium slowly stood in front of Danuong and Toto and said that he was Thotlachia, having met Theitu, and didn't find anything unusual. Lydium then took a carrot from her bag, took a big bite, and asked casually about their brotherhood. The man chuckled and identified himself as Tufam Fengdi, also known as the Wild River Spirit. Tufam was an organization. Lydium asked with interest, but signaled to Danuong and Toto behind her to run if they had the chance. Fengdi raised his bowl of porridge and said loudly that Tufam was Thotlachia's business, asking if she wanted to join. He had invited Lydium to join Tufam straightforwardly. Lydium smiled and asked about her qualities and abilities. Fengdi laughed and said not to underestimate herself, as not everyone had such abilities. Over 90% of the specialization in Thapto, Theitu was attributed to Tufam. This name was the most painful scar for their organization, especially concerning everything related to her. They were particularly attentive to her, including Lydium. First, Fengdi wanted to know if she wanted to join. Lydium smiled mysteriously, not saying anything more. Fengdi stared at Lydium and advised her to think carefully because they were serious about Diemfu. Tufam had 10 masters, and they also had their own trials: birth, aging, illness, and death, along with the 5 elements and fortune-telling association. 5 years ago, one of the masters had died. Theitu had betrayed Tufam and sneaked into the 10 masters, leaving 4 vacancies. Whether it was a master or an old owner, it wasn't an empty title but real power and authority. If Lydium stayed in Diemfu for a long time, she wouldn't reach this level because Tao Vianqiu had defeated the head of the 5 elements. It was almost impossible for her to compete for his position. But if she agreed to join Tufam, Fengdi would introduce her to inherit Tuko as a new generation of masters. After a moment of silence, Lydium said she had a few questions to ask him. Was Puivanho killed by him? Fengdi admitted it straightforwardly, saying that the divine decree was also in his hands. Lydium shuddered inwardly. The situation was even worse when Puivanho hadn't died yet. So what was his purpose? Fengdi straightened up and said he wanted to clear the way for his teammates to escape. Did she know why they were called Thotlachia? Lydium shook her head. Fengdi explained that Nam Diemfu, the legendary guardian, had created the world. Each fruit on the tree was a completely new world, but the essence of Diemfu's fruit contained infinite potential and life force, known as the core of Diemfu's fruit. Normally, only when the fruit naturally withered could the operatives have a chance to take the core. However, Tufam's strength was unique in Diemfu. They could use brute force to extract the flesh inside the fruit when it fell, leaving only the core. But because of this, they were called the parasites of Diemfu. This was also the first time they had removed the flesh inside the fruit to extract the core. Talking about this, Fengdi's face darkened. He looked at Lydium and asked if she refused his invitation. Leviathan thought for a moment, intending to speak, but the temple bell rang. It was already midnight. A chubby boy in a red belt jumped down from the altar, kicking his feet. The lantern beside him turned into a demon's face with two people, and the boy dropped the candle, laughing mischievously. The noise echoed as dozens of kids like him jumped around, causing chaos everywhere. At this time, a girl walked in, knocking on the door. Immediately, all the children turned their attention to her. The girl stood with her hands on her hips, wearing a light pink dress and carrying the golden rooster. She looked at the chaotic scene with a stern expression. After the children ran out from the main hall to the courtyard, the girl stepped in and softly said that some incense guests wanted to pray to Buddha or ask for divination. Leviathan quickly asked the girl to examine her friend's wound. Fumdi glanced at the divination tube on the altar and requested a divination. The girl put down the golden rooster and approached Toto from behind. Her cold fingers touched the wound, causing Toto to groan in pain. Then she said that Toto's wound was very serious and needed medical treatment. Seeing Danuang nod, Leviathan felt relieved and thanked the girl. She led Toto into the quiet room. Fumdi went to the table and picked up a bamboo stick, hanging it over a strange style of divination. After shaking the tube disdainfully, Fumdi threw it down. Not long after, a stick fell, and Fumdi read the message. Leviathan picked up the tube, and a stick slipped out, crossing the mountains and seas, traveling through forests and oceans. Leviathan stroked her chin and handed the tube back to Danuang deeply. Danuang took it respectfully and bowed on the altar. "Please divine for me the Trungandok stone quarry, avoiding worldly suffering," she said. Leviathan shrugged and muttered to herself, intrigued by Qinjiang's unpredictable nature. Fumdi slammed his hand down on the table, dismissing it as just a game and not bothering to respond to her answer. He asked what she would do now that they were less than a meter apart. The purple-white energy of Tufum gathered in Fumdi's hand. Leviathan asked in a low voice if she wouldn't be able to leave the temple if she didn't agree. Fumdi nodded without hesitation. Leviathan chuckled wickedly, her sinister aura becoming increasingly intense. She spoke slowly, saying that they should see if he had the capability. Besides, she predicted that she would refuse to join Tufum. Fumdi said nothing more and waved his right hand. The terrifying energy of Tufum surged towards Leviathan. Leviathan turned her body to avoid it, clearly dodging the deadly white energy. Hytham Han's fierce attack tore through the air, rushing straight towards Tufum's energy. A silver streak flashed, and a tiger-headed spear pierced through Fumdi, drawing a drop of blood on his neck. A young girl with snow-white skin and captivating beauty appeared behind Leviathan, activating her hidden attack. She moved swiftly like a bird, thrusting her spear fiercely, pressing the seal on the tiger-headed spear, turning it into a golden-white light enveloping Fumdi. Before it could land, a pink figure behind her waved her hand, and white feathers flew out like a snowstorm. In the blink of an eye, Fumdi was completely frozen. Leviathan lowered her head to look at the frozen Fumdi, remaining vigilant and not letting her guard down. She activated her bloodline immediately, causing the ice to shatter into pieces. Blood splattered from Fumdi's body. At this moment, Danuang also arrived in the main hall. She saw the girl treating Toto's wound and stopped her hand. Danuang smiled and waved to the girl, apologizing as they had to leave urgently. Leviathan didn't turn back, but rushed out of the main hall towards the temple gate. Her voice echoed, stating that she had initiated the blood laughter, causing total damage and additional damage. After being reinforced, the 9 phoenixes reached 728%, and your status was temporarily lost, with a special duration of 73 hours. Cohost you inheritance transmission, the wood branch dried up and the tree greened. Your current awakening level of Cohost you is 56%. You have awakened the state of laughter through laughter. Leviathan's speed increased rapidly as she ran away from the place. Meanwhile, in the main hall, Fumdi was displaying the highest level of Leviathan's abilities. All her consecutive moves, including the Great Wind Technique, the Blood Battle Strike, and the Demon Extermination Strike, caused almost maximum damage. His gaming device lay broken on the ground, and his camel outfit was torn. The golden viscous liquid covered him entirely, emitting a heavy aura. He smiled faintly, saying that while Tufam's power was formidable, in the end, it was still controlled by its master. Despite having a bit of difficulty, he watched how far she could run. He pressed a button on the remote control in his hand, and the energy of Tufam continued to chase after Lydium. A white streak accidentally grazed Lydium's neck, and she quickly tilted her head to avoid it. The skin on her neck was eroded, but she took a large apple from her bag and chewed on it. But the wound still didn't heal. At this moment, Toto flew to Lydium's side. His voice sounded concerned as he asked if she was okay. Lydium didn't answer but asked Han about Toto's wound. Hearing the answer that it had healed, she felt somewhat relieved. Then she instructed him to stay away from the white streaks and said they would contact each other later. Meanwhile, in the main hall, Fengdi was still controlling the gaming device, and the golden liquid surrounding him gradually disappeared. The girl returned to the main hall, only to see the scene before her eyes. She sighed softly, saying that their incense guests were kind enough to let them stay overnight, but they had caused such a mess in the temple. It was a pity. However, Fengdi paid no attention and continued to look at the gaming device. His body, originally injured, had now fully recovered, and his suit was intact again. As a deity under the seat of the three temples, it could also be considered a limit. The reproduction of the small fruit species. A white streak rushed towards the girl, and she lightly touched her finger. Instantly, countless fairies appeared in front of her, clearing the way. Soldiers rushed up to block the attacks, but as soon as they touched the white streak, they all turned into void. The girl couldn't believe her eyes and disappeared along with Fengdi under the influence of Tufam's energy. The entire Nuang temple gradually disappeared. Fengdi stepped out of the temple, completely stripped of by Tufam. Suddenly, he startled and his bones froze. His face showed a hint of agitation for the first time. It couldn't be the power of 9 phoenixes, could it? At this moment, Lydium swooped down from above, looking back at Tufam chasing her. Riding a motorbike, she couldn't escape. The space for maneuvering was too narrow, and she couldn't avoid the terrifying white streaks. Tufam's energy had covered half of Indo. The Diemfu didn't move at all. In front of Lam's Temple of Merit, the man with the knife stared at the other person. The man's arm had been broken by him, turning into a white bone without any blood. But he didn't care about the wound. In just a few breaths, his arm had completely healed. He moved his injured wrist, asking if there was any other trick left. Chatudeo threw a cigarette on his hand, glaring at the other person with disdain and speaking slowly, saying that the recovery was fast. Toto flapped his wings and landed, his voice echoing, instructing the chef to finish the job and not to go to Nuang Temple anymore. The man was stunned, not understanding why the plan had changed, but the color of this bird's feathers was exactly like Lydium's Toto. He felt reassured eightfold. Taking advantage of the man's distraction, he punched hard. The man reacted quickly, using his knife to block the fist, but he seemed unaffected by pain. He continued to press down with his fist, forcing the knife into the man's face. Suddenly, the man fell back, blood spraying out. The large man then lunged forward, embracing the man and biting into his neck like a savage beast. Blood spurted as the man's teeth sank in, thirsting like a vampire. Suddenly, his expression changed, his face and blood leaking incessantly. At this moment, the man exuded a murderous aura, his body engulfed in hot smoke. The big man was about to release his grip when he realized he was being held tightly. A cold voice sounded, asking if he could withstand the fire technique. Within the man's arms, red-purple flames erupted from him, engulfing the other man. The flames gradually subsided, and the man stepped out bare-chested. Meanwhile, on the wall, the man looked down at the city, unable to believe his eyes at the deadly white color everywhere. What kind of demonic creature was this? His opponent had just been completely decapitated. Blinking, the man carefully observed the situation below and told his companions that they were lucky to escape the main trap of the peaceful city. But their luck wouldn't last long. At this moment, the companion also had to admit his calmness and clear analysis. He activated the Diemfu event system, continuously warning of the death of the wandering souls. He sighed, realizing that the living souls were almost gone, and most of the locals had died. In an alley leading to the center of the imperial palace, Yendo Fengdi walked slowly forward, pushing the remaining souls into a corner with Tuffum. Meanwhile, Lady M hurriedly ran through the alley and suddenly collided with someone. Both of them startled and took a step forward. Their forearms clashed together, the sound echoing. Lady M opened her eyes, looking for an opportunity to punch the opponent in the face. Suddenly, 5 colorful lights rushed towards Lady M. She dodged to the side, stopping her fist. The two looked at each other, realizing the danger. Without many words, Lady M avoided Vosen and ran towards the Imperial Palace. "I don't have time to fight you, go away," she said. Vosen also stopped attacking. Yemswanline stepped forward, chasing after them. Lady M admitted defeat this time. "Buivanho, tell him to change the command back, otherwise we'll all die," she replied. "Buivanho is dead, and we can't retrieve the command. The one who did this is the escaped person. I won't fight back. Let's just run," Vosen said in surprise. The escaped person? Before escaping, he must have been a wandering soul. His power exceeds that of the wandering souls dropped down. The post-land event can't sit still, and he must have infiltrated it specially, Vosen said as they ran, one after the other. Lady M asked Vosen if he had ever encountered the escaped person. Vosen shook his head, saying he hadn't met him. But he had been at Diemfu for over a year and hadn't eaten pork, but he had seen pigs run like that. "I think, when will the Diemfu people have such a big disturbance like this? They can't sit still," Vosen said strangely. "I'm not sure either," Lady M replied. At the private residence and the palace, Lady M and Vosen had just arrived when they saw several black spots rushing to both sides. On the left was Yemswanline, looking tired, with similar clothes and appearance as never before. On the right was Yemswanline, accompanied by Chu Tam, Chu Vo, and the man with the knife. 9 people faced each other, stopping in tension. Those who had met unconsciously stood next to each other, clearly divided. Chu Vo shielded Chu Tam, looking alertly at Vosen. Chatiyudeo and Lady M glanced at each other, then turned away as if they didn't know each other. The atmosphere was quiet. After a while, Yemswanline, the unfamiliar wandering soul, looked at Lady M, the man with the bun hair holding a bow and arrow, pointing at Lady M. The strange black feather aimed at his forehead, and the deadly centipedes swarmed in the air, shaking violently. The grotesque and beautiful face was filled with vitality. Thousands of centipedes formed a black knife covering the man. And if Lady M hadn't spoken up, the man's brain would probably have been eaten away by now. Lady M and Vosen stood in the middle, looking at the 6 people around them. Lady M whispered, "Buivanho is dead. His promise is no longer valid. All the wandering souls are here. You can count them yourselves. Whether you pretend to be foolish or not, if you want to survive, you have to find a way to deal with the one behind." As soon as she finished speaking, Fengdi's voice echoed from behind. "Who's behind there? I've already refused his invitation once. There won't be a second time," he said as he walked slowly forward, leaving white streaks erasing everything. Lady M's face turned cold as she stepped back a few steps. "Just follow his command in his hand. Whoever is capable can find him," she said with a straight face. Fengdi laughed mockingly. "I don't know if you're stupid or clever, brave or foolish." Before Fengdi's mocking words, Lady M remained indifferent. "The one who harmed us is him. If you have the skills, then attack." The man with tied hair and pursed lips said nothing. Using the red mirror but seeing nothing, he shuddered. What level of threat is this? Since entering Diemfu, he had never encountered a situation like this before. At this moment, Vosen stood unsteady in front of Fengdi. Lady M looked at Vosen, asking in surprise, "What are you doing?" Lady M really couldn't believe asking for real. Vosen didn't know what stray bullets were. Just pointing at the city wall that had turned white. Gruesome death was not far off, maybe in 10 minutes. We would all die in one fell swoop. Who knows, if we don't die, we'll still suffer. Then we will definitely die a miserable death, regardless of whether the Diemfu people arrive on time or not. To die without getting justice. How do you know you'll lose to him? Lady M remained silent, not knowing what to say to confirm. Before that, he had attacked Vosen with bloody, aggressive tactics. Enhancing by 728%, But he remained unharmed. Such power, how could the wandering travelers cope? Lydium didn't refute Vosen's words, just smiled. You're right, I think I was wrong. Vosen also didn't waste time to take out the white wine bottle and drank in one gulp behind. Sharp-eared scouts also raised their wine bowls, tilting their heads back. Vosen staggered. Then at one point, the scouts also threw their wine bowls. Black gas rose behind them. Mumbling, "Little girl, you now voluntarily hand over back exit to me. My power can add Yemswayan Lane. We can win this battle, and maybe save your life, think carefully." Chu Tam drew the dragon-detailed sword and stood ready. She didn't bother to look at Vosen, bluntly saying, "Dream on." Vosen laughed and strode forward. "Anyone who doesn't want to die, follow me for a gamble." Chu Tam bowed and pulled out the sword, preparing to charge. Suddenly she stopped, only to see Chuvo holding her hand and pointing behind. At this moment, all the wanderers, except Vosen, stood still, observing coldly. Toto looked at Lydium and asked softly, "Shall we act?" Lydium's face darkened, gnashing her teeth, saying, "White energy." Tufam charged straight at Vosen, who was charging. Vosen turned around. Tufam slammed into the ground, creating a deep pit. Vosen thought to himself, such terrifying destructive power, not to be trifled with. Red light gathered in Vosen's hand, forming a blade that slashed straight through Fumdi's heart. But Fumdi's wound had no blood, just spurting muddy water, rendering the attack ineffective. Vosen was startled. Tufam wasn't his original ability, but the Hona water spirit, so he easily executed the attack. Their palms touched, 5-colored light appeared, turning into a bright blade rain in the blink of an eye. Sharp 10 blades of 5 colors stabbed into Fumdi's body. Like Fumdi was happily smiling, indifferent. The sharp blades pierced through the body. Muddy water suddenly spurted out. He brushed his ear and jumped back, not only avoiding Tufam's attack from behind, but also pushing Tufam's energy towards Fumdi. Despite being on different sides, Chu Tam had to admit the skillful strike. Just as Vosen smirked, Fumdi below disappeared. Muddy gold water surged onto the ground. A hand reached out from the water. Fumdi squeezed Vosen's neck with 4 fingers. He whispered beside Vosen, "I really appreciate you. Too bad, it's too late." Fumdi pushed Vosen's head towards Tufam. Suddenly 2 streams of red and gold flames erupted. Fumdi quickly retreated to avoid it. Vosen almost got his nose touched by Tufam. Then someone grabbed his back collar to escape death in the blink of an eye. Chetyudao appeared with a knife at the critical moment to save Vosen from death. The two quickly retreated before the gold water. Chetyudao's feet moved swiftly like a hot iron, emitting high temperature, firmly tearing apart 2 red marks on the ground. Maintaining a steady posture, he said to Vosen, "The speed and strength of that guy in the vest are on par with us. That's a skill." Though he said so, he secretly thought the health and physique of the guy in the vest certainly belonged to an elite breed superior to them. Like the overwhelmingly powerful white energy. Fengde looked at them with a bright smile. "The lingering grief in the squeezed water can wash our souls clean. The murky squeezed water can wash our feet clean." At that moment, the sword of the literary official emitted a white air stream, slashing down with terrifying force. The blade cut a long scar onto Camthan's foundation. Until it collided with Tufam did it stop. Fumdi dodged in a hurry, looking at the ant split in half next to him. Mumbling, "Backtrack." The power of the blade made everyone dizzy. They couldn't believe it. That little girl could swing the sword so powerfully. Chuvo touched her forehead and whispered, "I told you not to act hastily. This is not the crucial moment." Chu Tam emitted a green light all over her body behind. Backtrack stared at Fumdi intently. White energy gathered again. Fumdi panicked and raised his hand. A stream of Hongha water shot towards Chu Tam's forehead. At that moment, a stream of green water appeared, cutting off the golden water stream. Chuvo landed and spewed out a large mouthful of blood. The wound before had not healed, now forcing her form, made her overstretched, seeing Chuvo injured. Chiu Tam got angry again and wanted to advance. But Chiu Vo quickly stopped her. He secretly thought the initial words of the cat general were correct. They also understood that the drunk guy was stronger. He didn't want to sync with them at all. At this moment, Vosen, Chet Yudao, and Chiu Tam all advanced, surrounding Tufum. Suddenly, the man with tied hair leaped up, pulling a golden bow and arrow straight at Feng Di. Feng Di just raised his hand and then lowered it, a stream of muddy water swallowing the arrow. Then, with terrifying speed, the stream engulfed the entire head of the man with tied hair. The man behind him, who had intended to flank Feng Di, was now in dire straits. Two giant hands emerged from behind, lunging straight at Feng Di's solar plexus. Feng Di did not flinch. Instead, his right hand gripped the old man's face, his thumb and index finger pinching the old man's eye sockets. The golden water flowed backward from below, while mud erupted, engulfing the old man without a trace. The horrifying scene left everyone stunned as they looked at Feng Di with horror, his face cold. The turbulent water bubbled. "Playing with you has improved my spirits," Feng Di said. At that moment, in front of the death gate, which had been distorted by Tufam, waves of golden water crashed into the city walls. The 5 phoenix towers at the death gate completely collapsed. All that could be seen was the rushing golden water. Vosen, unintentionally, looked at Led Yim, feeling a sense of helplessness surging within him. Did he know that Feng Di still held the upper hand, hence not making a move? Initially, Feng Di stood on the murky water's surface, looking at the people opposite him, suddenly delighted. Finally, Feng Di also reached the Dai Ho Palace boundary of Dianfu. The objective was accomplished. Feng Di raised his 5 fingers towards everyone, preparing to unleash the final blow to end it all. At that moment, a loud bang echoed across the sky. Feng Di looked up at the sky, the pitch-black night engulfed by a black curtain, growing even darker within the clouds. Red lightning flashed across the sky, full of spider web-like cracks. A naked man fell from the sky like a meteor, landing directly on the golden water surface. Vosen clenched his fist tightly, looking at this man with fervent eyes, murmuring, "This is the master, one of the 10 masters." In the crimson thunder's roar, Taovian Chiu suddenly descended, landing on the boiling water's surface. At midnight, Feng Di smirked. Now things are getting interesting. Lydium knew that this battle was no longer under her control. She looked at Toto and said, "Go back to Longhosen, for you know the way." Toto looked at Lydium in bewilderment, the dragon leather lantern in his hand still unused. Last time in Huangsen, he was played by Vosen, exhausting his fighting strength early, so he still regretted it. He hoped he could help Lydium later, but now he was asked to return to Longhosen. Seeing Toto's lack of response, Lydium turned away in annoyance. "I'm serious." Toto sighed but said nothing, tears rolling down his back as he turned away. A white vortex appeared, and Toto looked at Lydium with sadness, before gradually disappearing into the vortex. Watching Toto's figure disappear, Lydium suppressed the urge to rush into the battlefield, pulling the kidney-shaped belt from the spatial imprint. Lydium tightly grasped the belt in her hand. Today's victory or defeat lies here. Hopefully, the belt can withstand Feng Di's attacks. In front of the Dai Ho Palace gate lay a shattered object resembling an amber-colored brain, the size of a square yard, lying motionless. The object's outer shell was transparent and pure, while inside, 9 violet flames intertwined. That was the Dianfu seed, the fruit that Feng Di sought daily. Danimon lightly touched the Dianfu seed with her hand. The monkey general hovered over, calculating if Lydium could break this thing. Suddenly, the edge of the pit overflowed with golden water. Danong didn't hesitate, immediately leaving the Dianfu area. Feng Di transformed into a Hona stream, quickly advancing towards Dianfu. At this moment, his sole objective was to capture Dianfu before Taovian Chiu arrived. Just as he reached out with his hand towards the Dianfu seed, a red beam of light fell from the sky, shattering the Hoanga waves rolling up into the sky. Feng Di was startled, immediately creating a clone carrying the Dianfu seed, diving into the water. He turned to face the newcomer, laughing maniacally. "I didn't expect it to be you," he said before the clone under the water suddenly sensed danger. Taovian Chiu suddenly appeared behind him, looking at him with disdain. Why leave so soon? Why not stay a bit longer by Lydium's side? Why still on Lydium's side? The Honga water surged like a celestial tide, sweeping towards everyone. Lydium suddenly shouted, "Quick, release the Yemswayan Lean," like thunder awakening everyone. They hurriedly sought shelter from the boiling water. The man with tied hair took a blow to the face, his bones no longer intact. Amidst the chaos, Lydium stood still, unmoved. Seeing Danuang return, he asked softly, "What can we do?" Danuang, most worried about Nam City, looked uneasy. Lydium calmly smiled, "With you, the forest remains green. What is there to fear without firewood?" Lydium shook her head, looking at the giant wave approaching. "Wherever it has come, we must let go." Then, pulling Danuang close to her before the murky, intimidating water, she kissed her deeply under the sparkling stars. Lydium pushed Danuang into the void, throwing the coin to Chatiudao hiding under the wooden plank, then returning herself. "If something happens, he'll take her away." Chatiudao stared silently at Lydium as the pouring rain continued. Lydium stood still, tying the belt around her waist. The system appeared, showing the functions. The belt could kill swine filth and humans, and the emblem of the underworld law. Wearing this belt would become the Hinti, unable to leave the Diemfu event. Hinti could only touch objects, maintaining the original clothing, but unable to use weapons or spatial seals. In the ruined corner of the palace, Van Thai, Tuvian Chiu, tightened his grip around Fengdi's neck. Fengdi looked disdainful, saying that creating a tiger was merely a preliminary action of a true star. At that moment, the amber brain-shaped Diemfu seed fell. Tuvian Chiu slowly tightened his grip, and Fengdi's eyes widened as he suddenly released his right hand. A gaming device fell from his sleeve, and his left hand frantically pressed buttons. Tuvian Chiu's pupils contracted, knowing that Fengdi wanted to trigger a capability to strike a single blow. A white street occupied the space where he stood, and Fengdi suddenly felt a sharp pain in his right hand. Realizing that Tuvian Chiu had avoided it, he tore off his right hand, holding Fengdi's gaming device. Fengdi hugged his right hand, screaming in pain as it was ripped off. Not far away, Tuvian Chiu held the severed hand, holding the gaming device. He smirked and lightly squeezed his finger, causing the device to shatter. No matter how powerful Tufam was, it depended on Fengdi. Once arrogant and unmatched, he was now utterly humiliated, unable to do anything but stare at Tuvian Chiu. He silently thought that with only his physical body, he couldn't resist, but in the blink of an eye, a giant fist appeared before him. With a single blow, a short man wearing a wooden mask with sharp fangs blocked Tuvian Chiu. Tuvian Chiu sneered, "Lamb, I heard that half of the masters changed owners in 2 years. Why aren't you dead yet?" As Tuvian Chiu tightened his fist again, Fabiat Lee looked at him contemptuously, saying, "Your voice is truly annoying." The two simultaneously glanced at the Diemfu seed beside them, but at some point, the transparent shell of the Diemfu seed had been inscribed with the ancient characters of Tufam. Simultaneously, the 9 purple smoke streams inside decreased to 8. Suddenly, a black hole appeared nearby in the sky, and a deep voice echoed from the hole. "Well done, Feng." Tuvian Chiu listened and spoke, finding it strange. 2 years ago, I nearly killed you, but now, who gave you the confidence to be my opponent?" The black hole on the wall chuckled. "I don't need to be your opponent, I just need to hinder you." Many black holes suddenly appeared in the sky. Suddenly, a giant fist pierced through one of the holes, pointing a finger back at Tuvian Chiu. At the bottom of suffering, no one wishes for it. In the realm of suffering, inheritance of the lost association gathers. Tuvian Chiu was startled, realizing he needed to take the Diemfu seed first. Then their figures and Fabiat Lee vanished simultaneously. A red mask blocked Tuvian Chiu's path. Without hesitation, he kicked straight into the opponent's abdomen, his speed too fast for a reaction. But after Tuvian Chiu's kick, Fabiat Lee remained unfazed, with small drops of blood from the corner of his mouth. Suddenly, countless grotesque masks emerged around Fabiat Lee, surrounding Tuvian Chiu. With a blow, black flames erupted from the masks' mouths, burning Tuvian Chiu into a large torch. Fengdi's spirit soared. This old man is his true body. Burn him to death. The mask's voice rang out. My fire can burn 5 celestials, but not you. Tao Vianchu's worried. He realized that the new successor couldn't use them. The black flames gradually extinguished, and Tao Vianchu used his hand to crush the broken mask on his face, muttering, Your new torture is just for show. When the mask shattered, the masks surrounding him also fell. Fabiat Lee remained silent, pointing his finger at the spot next to Tao Vianchu, squinting. The original small black hole was now as tall as a person, emitting a chilling atmosphere. A man exuded a sinister aura, laughing strangely. Taking advantage of Tao Vianchu's distraction, Fabiat Lee rushed forward and grabbed his fists. 4 arms tightly held each other in a struggle. Although he looked thin, Fabiat Lee was quite strong. Tao Vianchu couldn't break free. Suddenly, Tao Vianchu thrust his knee into Fabiat Lee's abdomen, but he also resisted with his knee. Seeing Tao Vianchu's attack, the grotesque wooden masks immediately turned their heads. Fengdi, in a suit, clapped his hands. Instantly, a huge Honga wave submerged the two. The powerful attack temporarily separated them. Fengdi waved his hand, and a wave in the water carried away the Dianfu Palace. Fabiat Lee chuckled, saying that even if Fengdi held the Dianfu Sea close, it was only a short distance away, not far from the sky. The distance was less than 100 meters, but Tao Vianchu, hindered by Fabiat Lee and Fengdi, couldn't move forward. Suddenly, a wooden mask flew out of the murky water, falling under Lydium's feet. Lydium looked down as the mask flew up, hitting her face. The mask seemed to pierce through her, falling to the ground motionless. At that moment, Fabiat Lee was engaged in a fierce battle with Tao Vianchu. Startled by what had happened, he wondered what this meant. This wandering warrior had drawn attention to the Dianfu seed, distracting Tao Vianchu. In that moment of distraction, Tao Vianchu delivered a powerful blow to Fabiat Lee's chest, causing him to spurt blood. Tao Vianchu waved his hand, hitting the water surface, but the water carried immense power, piercing through Fengdi. The Dianfu seed fell to the ground, no longer under control. Lydium ignored the battlefield of Yem Suyen Lin and went straight to the Dianfu seed. Fabiat Lee noticed Lydium's belt and thought it wasn't good, as it was a special item of Dianfu. He immediately shouted to Fengdi, asking where his Tufan was. Fengdi sadly replied that it was destroyed by Tao Vianchu. Hearing this, Tao Vianchu laughed loudly, not expecting Lydium's belt to have any effect, but finding it amusing that the fake Fabiat Lee was agitated. At that moment, Fabiat Lee realized something was wrong as the special item of Dianfu left Lydium's hand. This seed was now useless. However, within Dianfu, even a strong individual had to obey some basic rules. Fabiat Lee's eyes brightened as he looked at Lydium's belt. Without untying it, she couldn't survive. Lydium stood in front of the Dianfu seed, then turned to look at Tao Vianchu. Both Tao Vianchu and Fabiat Lee looked at Lydium. At this moment, all eyes on the battlefield focused on Lydium. Suddenly, under everyone's gaze, Lydium violently pulled the belt down. A sharp aura emanated from Tao Vianchu, Fabiat Lee, and Fengdi, almost breaking Lydium's spirit. Tao Vianchu glanced at him, thinking that this kid had courage, but the grudge would be trapped in the black hole. Seeing Lydium's gloomy expression, he shouted, "Kill her!" A fierce wind rushed towards the two, and before they could react, their necks were tightly squeezed. Annoyed, Lydium drew her tiger head gun and looked down at the Dianfu seed. The transparent seed had a purple flame inside, surrounded by 9 vague objects, now clearly visible. One of them had lost its flame, most likely due to Fabiat Lee's appearance. The remaining 9 strange objects included a dragon-headed tiger with a carved dragon pattern, a lion holding a dragon-shaped incense burner, a dragon-headed snake-tailed creature, a stone tablet with a dragon's head biting an animal bone, and a drop of fresh blood falling on the outer shell of the Dianfu seed. Lydium didn't hesitate anymore and fiercely slammed the tiger head gun down. The sound echoed as Lydium attacked. The 8 purple flames inside the Dianfu seed began to stir. Lydium's eyes were furious, the blood vessels around her eyes swollen. In her mind, she heard the words of Danamong. Kohochdu suddenly appeared behind Lidium, hidden, firing continuously at the Dimfu seed. The sound of the gunshots, combined with the strong destructive power of the tiger head gun and the white feathers of the saddle, poured like a torrent into the Dimfu seed. The white mark on the surface of the seed gradually spread, causing Lidium's palm to rupture. Blood dripped like arrows, quickly coagulating. The cycle of cutting and freezing continued, but Lidium seemed not to feel any pain, continuing to smash the Dimfu seed relentlessly. Meanwhile, Taodianqiu stood between Lidium and Thabiatli, along with Fengdi. Despite the tsunami of Hoina and the terrifying masks of Thabiatli, they couldn't advance. Taodianqiu looked at the two opponents with a dark expression. Although he couldn't kill them immediately, he could still easily hinder them. Thabiatli turned his head, and a heavy mask on his face trembled slightly. The sound of the gunshots continued relentlessly on the surface of the Dimfu seed. Lidium clenched her teeth and swung the gun with all her might. Finally, a cracking sound echoed as the tiger head handle of the gun fell heavily onto the Dimfu seed. Thabiatli was startled and was about to rush forward but was stopped. At that moment, cracks began to spread on the forehead of the stone mask, swallowing Taodianqiu. With just one punch, the creature turned into rubble. Taodianqiu twisted his body, striking Thabiatli in the abdomen. As the sound of the Dimfu seed cracking filled the air, purple smoke billowed out. In a daze, Lidium remembered Danong's words about the Dimfu seed. The confirmation of its destructive power had come true, but when she met him, she felt his intense vitality, like the vast sea. As the Dimfu seed shattered into pieces, the black holes collapsed rapidly and then gradually disappeared. The trapped grudges looked at Lidium with bitterness. "You have the courage to offend me. I'll remember this," one of them said. The confirmation. Taodianqiu chuckled at the two, the helpers and caretakers of the fallen, not arriving anymore. Then he said, "Ah, I spoke too soon." Without preparing anything, Taodianqiu charged straight towards his formidable opponents. Thabiatli was ready to fight to the end, but he didn't expect Taodianqiu to act first. Instead of attacking them, Taodianqiu lifted the unconscious Lidium and unfurled two black wings over 20 meters long behind him. With one hand holding the unconscious Lidium, Taodianqiu looked down at the two below, thinking, "Lidium is quite interesting." Fengdi calmly looked up at the sky and asked, "Father, care for Effendi?" Thabiatli lifted his mask, realizing there was no chance for recklessness now. At that moment, a black vortex appeared in the sky, and a man in sportswear, holding a paper cup with the words "Heaven and Earth are useless," appeared before everyone. Then, several fireballs shot out from the black vortex. Chim Duoktin drank the water in the cup without paying any attention to the fireballs around him. He stared intently at Thabiatli, hurriedly asking if he was right. Thabiatli looked up at the sky and said, "It's been 2 years, and you, little brat, have ascended to the Thapchu position as well." Chim Duoktin didn't say anything else. He threw the paper cup towards the two. The cup grew bigger in midair, and its mouth turned downwards. Inside, there seemed to be a strange light emitting from a black hole. The giant cup covered the two, and in an instant, Thabiatli jerked and turned to Fengdi, saying, "A Feng is dead this time." Suddenly, from the white streak in the sky, a giant hand reached out, grabbed the paper cup, and gently threw it back to Chim Duoktin. Chim Duoktin's face turned pale as he caught it. The fingers of the giant hand stretched out again, embracing Thabiatli and Fengdi, who were laughing loudly, before slowly retracting. At this moment, Taodianqiu's eyes sparkled with anger as he released the words "Yem Suan Lane" and "Tufem Chu" from his mouth. "Although I can't kill you too," said Tufem Chu, and an image of a dark red mask fell in front of them. When the unnamed Hantog tried to react, their body exploded. Chiutam felt a hot rush in his nose, as if his soul wanted to leave his body. Then he was crushed under the weight. Chuvo hugged him tightly, using her body to shield him. Chetudeo looked at the ghostly figure of the dark red mask and thought, "This old man is so ruthless, wanting to kill everyone in one go." Then, the black wings swung fiercely, and Taodianqiu charged towards his opponents. Chim Duoktin was startled, and called out to Tuvian Chiu, "It's not time yet." Hearing the call, Tuvian Chiu halted, furious, looking at the disappearing figures. Then, he quickly activated a skill to envelop himself. Vosen was hit by a red light column when the red light disappeared. Chim Duktin sniffed, asking where the smell of fresh blood came from. The smoke cleared, revealing half of Vosen's body, leaning against the railing silently. He sat down on the ground exhausted, not expecting to end up like this in the end. Chiu Tam's lips trembled, looking at the piece of fabric in his hand with disbelief, while Chiuvo cried out bitterly. Around her were the broken pieces of Chiuvo's body. Meanwhile, Lydium was gradually waking up, his mind filled with blurry images. He touched his chest and opened his eyes wide when he realized he had regained consciousness. Danoong hugged his knees, looking at him. "Damn it, it's because I wanted to come back," Danoong said angrily. "It felt terrible being thrown out by you." Lydium laughed and asked Danoong what the situation was. Danoong helped Lydium stand up and said, "You can see for yourself." At this moment, the magnificent architecture had completely collapsed. The air was still filled with the white streaks of Tuffum. The scent of blood lingered in the air. Looking into the distance, in the area not invaded by Tufum's forces, only this place remained. Lydium silently thought of Longia's parents, the old man guarding the gate, and the millions of people in Yendo, as well as the monsters that appeared at midnight, probably turning into endless white streaks now. The rain continued to pour relentlessly. Luongia knelt on the ruins silently. Lydium was about to speak when Longia suddenly turned and growled, "Who are you people?" Then, the sound of footsteps echoed, attracting everyone's attention. After slapping Chiu Tam, Taovian Chiu regained his composure. "We can't talk yet, can we?" Chiu Tam knelt down, curling up, still silent, only looking at the piece of fabric in his hand. Taovian Chiu sighed and approached Chiu Tam. At that moment, Danoong suddenly blocked Tuvian Chiu's path. Taovian Chiu stopped and glanced at Danoong. "You can't stop me," he said. Seeing this, Lydium bowed his head and approached. "She's still a child. You don't have to do this." Taovian Chiu shook his head. "You won't make her wake up. She's already finished." Meanwhile, Chetu Dao sat on a collapsed pillar, continuously smoking and filling the ashtray with cigarette butts. Half of Vosen's body was slumped against the railing silent. He squeezed a stone, making a cracking sound. This time, out of the 164 Hantaw who participated in Diemfu, except for 4, none survived. Chim Duktin took a few steps forward, bowing deeply to everyone. "This incident is our fault. On behalf of all the Fap Chu members, I assure you that we will compensate fairly for the unexpected situation at Diemfu. Besides, I will answer any questions you have later." Vosen, still silent, was the first to ask about Diemfu. From Hantaw Tam Than to Hantaw Thapto, like us, there were a total of 8 thresholds. The 10 Thap Chu of Diemfu, the top 10 Hantaw, are the most outstanding. I want to ask you too, which threshold do you belong to? Chim Duoktin calmly answered, "I am the Ngufuang Lao, and Tavian Chiu beside me is the Tungdo. The one in the vest, Fumdi, is probably the Han Ta 6. The person with a mask similar to mine is also the Ngufuang Lao." Vosen listened attentively, then chuckled and said, "The senior master has explained everything to us thoroughly. I don't have any more questions. Thank you for saving my life, that's the truth." Kim Duk-tin nodded and glanced at Cha Tiu Dao, who waved his hand, indicating that he had no questions at the moment. Lai Dim stepped forward and asked, "Once we leave, what will happen to this matter?" The one who answered this time was Tao Vien Chiu. "I will heal the wound of this matter, and everything will return to normal. This incident will be forgotten by everyone. The core of this matter has been shattered, so the repair time could be 100 years. Lai Dim nodded, indicating that he had no more questions at the moment. Chiu Tam remained silent, still holding the piece of cloth. Tao Vien Chiu took a deep breath, then sat down in front of Chiu Tam. "Those who die, die. Tu Pham doesn't care about life either. If you want to leave Diem Phu, I will help you get the moonstone." After that, he stood up and walked away. As he passed Li Diem, he whispered, "There will be no one secretly using obstacles to deal with you anymore. After he left, Lai Dim and Tao Vien Chiu stood next to Chim Duc Tien. If there are no more questions, I will inform the Hotho to escort you out of Diem Phu. We have big tasks ahead. Dan Non leaned in and whispered to Lai Dim, I've kept the items in your mouth. Lai Dim smiled as if he had just made a surprising discovery. But when Chim Duc Tien was about to lead everyone away, Chu Tam suddenly stood up. I want to handle my brother's body first. Tao Vien Chiu didn't say anything more, indicating his agreement. Cha Tiu Dao smoked a few cigarettes and asked Chu Tam if he needed a fire. Chu Tam hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Cha Tiu Dao walked to the blood-stained area, clasped his hands together, and set fire to it, bidding farewell to Chu Vo. Lai Dim watched the flames burning the body and suddenly said to Dan Non, I'm about to die, it's good that you did that. Dan Non hesitated for a moment before saying in a low voice, the general won't have that day. After everyone left, Chim Duc Tien said to Tao Vien Chiu, your decision-making is impressive. Chim Duc Tien continued, flattening Tu Pham like this requires you to spend more than 55 years of life and sleep for 2 years. Our result is to abandon this plan and protect your health. Before he finished speaking, Tao Vien Chiu interjected, I don't agree. Chim Duc Tien calmly replied, I will report back. Seeing that, Tao Vien Chiu wanted to ensure that his wife would not encounter any trouble while he was away, and Chim Duc Tien had already assured him of that. In the blink of an eye, Ted and Yen Du City was full of colorful lights and flowers, and the festive atmosphere filled the air as usual. Mother Long Jia silently wrapped chung cakes, while Uncle sat on a bamboo chair smoking a tobacco pipe. Suddenly, there was an urgent knock on the door. Father Long Jia opened the door and looked outside, seeing a disheveled man standing in front of the door. Father Luong trembled and exclaimed, Our son has returned. Then he knelt down in front of the 2 elders, crying bitterly. A quiet silence enveloped the entire house, and darkness shrouded the electric light. Dan returned to his familiar place once again. The scenery of Yendu was vivid in his mind. The Hoangha River, the rolling hills of Feng Dai, the massed mountains of Tai Biat Lai. Before leaving, Dan Non also regenerated his body and disappeared into the world of money. When Lai Dim opened his eyes, he saw Cha Tiu Dao sitting on his right. The two faced each other. What surprised Lai Dim was that he didn't return to his empty room, but appeared with a knife-wielding man in a grand hall. In the darkness, the two remained silent as they examined their accounting rewards. The system announced, you have completed this Diem Phu event. The total number of Diem Phu completed is Yem Zion Lin. The evaluation of your performance in this Diem Phu event is superior. There is no deduction of points for this recovery. The accounting report is as follows. Diem Phu points are accounted for as superior with 300 points. The limit of the right to purchase is 103. Currently, you have 1,150 Diem Phu points. This is an absconding case. There may be more Diem Phu heritage. There are no special rewards. Lai Dim thought to himself, this Diem Phu event is over, and there are no special rewards, but I still got 5 volumes of Diem Phu scripture. The purchasing power limit is low, so it seems that the discovery and impact on Diem Phu haven't been significant. At this point, Cha Tiu Dao spoke up. I need to transfer 5,000 Diem Phu points. Lai Dim nodded, ready to transfer the money, but the knife-wielding man suddenly said, there's no need for any sudden events. I can't help you anyway. Consider it taken care of. Lai Dim was slightly surprised by Cha Tiu Dao's generous words. Such generosity is rare in Diem Phu, Lai Dim thought. He nodded without showing any expression at the moment. Cha Tiu Dao continued, however, can you lend me 1,000 points? I'll pay you back after the event if you agree. Let's find the certified Diem Phu together. Lai Dim didn't refuse, instead asking Cha Tiu Dao, what do you need so many points for? Cha Tiu Dao didn't beat around the bush and directly showed Lai Dim the content of his purchase rights. It was a rare type of celestial heritage priced at 3,000 Diem Phu points. Lai Dim cackled bitterly to himself, realizing that despite risking his life in battles, the biggest gains always seemed to fall into someone else's hands. He shrugged, honestly telling the person holding the knife that he only had over 500 points left, and it would be best to wait for compensation from Diemfu. At that moment, the knife-wielding individual suggested forming a team, with each member contributing 300 points as expenses. Ledim thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. The current fighting style was quite costly, and Chetiudeo's experiments could help him reduce fatigue after exerting his power. Moreover, Chetiudao had strong combat abilities and rich experience, making him a suitable teammate for Ledim. However, being teammates required considering personalities, compatibility, and a sense of responsibility. If two people had conflicting values, it would be difficult for them to progress together, even with shared benefits. Currently, Ledim and Chetiudao lacked a reliable foundation, so perhaps it was better to wait until they had better quality. Ledim decided to use an ideological test to sign a contract with Chetiudao. But not now. Seeing Ledim looking around, Chetiudao asked if he had never been here before. This is the exchange space for group members. If our cooperative relationship ends, this space will collapse too, Ledim explained. He looked at Chetiudao, saying that even this time was his 5th Diemfu event. Chetiudao was surprised, saying he had only been here for 6 months. Ledim corrected it to 4 months and then asked if Chetiudao and Vosen knew more about Diemfu than he did. Chetiudao didn't hide anything and explained the ranks of Thapto, which included Tangia Thapto, 9 Diu, 8 Diem, 7 Kung, 6 Tai, 5 Fuang Lao, 2 Fo, and 3 Than, totaling 9 ranks across 4 tiers. The higher the rank, the more autonomy and privileges one had. To advance in rank, besides meeting basic conditions, one needed to complete increasingly difficult events. The higher the rank, the more challenging it became. Some Hanto intentionally participated in Diemfu events just to increase their rank. To reach Thapto, one needed to achieve 39% inheritance enlightenment in any discipline, 9 Diu required 69%, and 8 Diem required 99%. To reach 7 Kung, one needed to become an inheritance faker. 5 Fuang Lao could move freely. All participants of Diemfu knew this, and no events needed to be completed. Ledim listened carefully, thinking about the 5 Fuang Lao. Characters like Tavian seemed to endure, reminiscent of the 1950s style. Those born after 1980 rarely named themselves like that, perhaps indicating Chim Duokshin was over 50 years old. No one knew how long Diemfu had existed. After understanding everything, Ledim proactively asked for Chetiudao's phone number, agreeing to meet again. Before parting ways, Chetiudao mentioned buying heritage rights, specifically the Koichithian Quian Type 5, which could fetch a starting price of 5,000 points if auctioned. Still, he needed to gather 3,000 points as soon as possible. After Chetiudao left, Ledim smoked a pipe, contemplating his future direction. His current issue was increasing consciousness with his gradually slower physical reflexes, unable to keep up with his speed. Thus, he needed to prepare the Yemzianlian part at least. Otherwise, he might experience dissociation between his consciousness and body. To adapt his consciousness to his current body, he needed extensive training, but its effectiveness was uncertain. The best method was still finding artifacts to enhance reaction speed or finding abilities in Diemfu. Ledim reviewed his skills, with the most terrifying being the Horror Blade, aiding him well in events. The 9 Phoenix Divine Talisman enhanced Kohochju's consciousness. The Assassin's Rush was highly effective but lacked utility. He would replace it when he found a suitable skill. Ledim bought a Diemfu jar and received a golden pig with short-term paralysis capabilities, single-use only. Ledim chuckled, believing that with perseverance, the goddess of luck would eventually show herself. After everything was over, Ledim returned to the real world. Over 10 years ago, a boy followed his father to Fuangnam City, famous for martial arts. Under his father's arrangements, the boy studied under 6 masters to learn traditional Fuangnam martial arts. However, as an outsider, he was always discriminated against. After several years feeling resentful, he wanted the natives to acknowledge him and address him respectfully. However, his father, to establish himself in the martial arts community, chose to submit under a great martial artist, Quan Diem Dao. But Quandium Dao refused to accept him as a disciple, so he had to submit to another great martial artist, Loi Hongxin. However, he was still not recognized by the Fuang-Nam martial artists after over 10 years, even after his talented father passed away at the age of 40. After crying for his father, he took off his hat, smiled, and began destroying the signs of 19 martial arts schools, gaining notoriety in the Fuang-Nam martial arts community. People called him Heijiang the Tiger Beast, but he isolated himself from the Fuang-Nam martial arts community. Lydium walked out of the terminal at Dongthan Airport wearing a white shirt. Loiting had been waiting in the car for a while. Glancing back at Loiting, Lydium listened as Loiting explained the current situation with the Martial Arts Association, mentioning the competition with Thukichu for the chairmanship. They had faced disruptions from Luovo Quan and had barely survived with the help of Master Truong Minvian. However, Thukichu's roots in Dongthan were too deep. Lydium didn't waste time and directly asked what Loiting needed him to do. Loiting's face turned angry as he mentioned that the Hong Ting clan's headquarters, led by Quandium Dao, was facing a crisis due to his illness. At the mention of Quandium Dao's name, Lydium's expression darkened, asking which hospital Quandium Dao was in. It was raining lightly as they arrived at the public hospital's internal medicine department. As Lydium stepped onto the stairs, he heard a commotion. A man with blonde hair was yelling and pointing at a small nurse, berating the hospital staff. Lydium approached the nurse and asked where Quandium Dao's room was. The girl, holding back tears, replied, indicating room 6 to the left. Lydium remained calm, ignoring the crowded hallway as he walked through. He pushed forcefully past the man with blonde hair, who initially responded angrily but gradually became quiet, his voice fading away. Lydium walked through the crowd, which automatically parted, slowly backing away. Suddenly, he stopped. A beautiful girl, visibly angry, asked him why he was there. Lydium licked his lips and asked if Latu Quan had died yet. Hearing this, the girl slapped him in anger, but he only gently pushed her hand away before delivering a powerful slap to her face. She was his granddaughter, and she fell silent, touching her swollen cheek. The men behind her said nothing, and an eerie silence filled the air. Lydium pushed the door open and entered the room, where he saw an old man with brown hair lying on the bed, his face youthful. Tubes and syringe holes covered his body. Quandium Dao opened his eyes, his dark gaze meeting Lydium's. "I thought you wouldn't come back in this lifetime," he said with a hint of surprise. "Sit down, Loithat's granddaughter," Quandium Dao added. Lydium looked at the old man, feeling indescribably moved. At the age of 52, he had followed 6 masters to Guangdong, being discriminated against as a foreigner. But now, returning, he felt the weight of unfinished business from his youth. He had wanted to greet Quandium Dao, but the words stuck in his throat. Quandium Dao sat up in bed, addressing Lydium. "This time, I'm afraid I won't make it. Are you planning to stay for long?" he asked. He also knew that the martial arts hall had been sold a long time ago, and once this matter was settled, Lydium should leave immediately. With a sigh, the old man looked at Lydium. "Until today, only talking to you has eased my heart. Back then, your father, Leviathan Lee, came to Guangdong to find me, not Loi Hongxin." "Why did he seek out Loi Hongxin?" Lydium responded. "Loi Hongxin, why did he go looking for Loi Hongxin?" Lydium responded, "Neither hot nor cold. My father searched for him first, but everyone around him was too dictatorial." Quandium Dao seemed annoyed with a serious face. "Do you mean I'm dictatorial?" "Maybe so. But how did your father fare after following Loi Hongxin for 10 years? I didn't say Lythy's martial arts studio was recognized by anyone." Hearing this, Lydium's face turned colder, but he had to admit the truth. "Even when my father died, no one recognized him." Quandium Dao heard Lydium's dissatisfaction and continued, "Yem Xianlin is 90 years old and still eats 2 bowls of rice. Your father, at only 40-something, had already passed away." "It was pointless," he said, taking an envelope from under the pillow and handing it to Lydium. Lydium looked at the date on the letter, which was 5 years ago. After reading the contents, He invites the Guangdong martial arts schools to join the board of directors. Congratulations to Lethi on opening a new martial arts studio as the new owner. The old man's eyes dimmed like a dying light. At that time, I wrote the letter, hoping the local martial arts schools would support you. But I didn't expect your father to pass away just 7 days later. He took off his hat, smiled, then went from Fusen to Guangcha. In total, he found and destroyed 19 martial arts schools, breaking their signs, and isolated himself from the Guangdong martial arts community. By the time I received the letter, he was already on his way back north. Even though he was less impulsive or delayed in taking action, my father's lifelong dream had come true. Lydium nodded. An old man can sometimes be foolish, wanting to survive. Whether good or bad, I have to endure. But the dead can't repeat their mistakes. The dumbest thing my father did in his life was to stay with them for 10 years, dreaming of a martial arts school. Quan Diem Dao got angry. Are you talking about your own father like that? How disrespectful. Lydium laughed loudly. He beat me with a bamboo stick since I was young until he died, and I didn't dodge. Now I can't even say 2 words about him. The old man trembled, his lips slightly quivering. After a moment of silence, he asked Lydium directly, "Do you have any plans for your return this time?" Lydium replied coldly, "Sister Leuten understands better." The old man closed his eyes and shook his head. "I'm dying soon. Everything worth teaching has been taught over the years. The only one who truly learned was you." Lydium remained cold and didn't respond. "You have thousands of disciples, but it's my turn to have you. Your father will be proud." Lydium listened quietly, then said, "I don't want to blame him. He wants to repay the kindness of teaching me in the past, and I have no way to repay it." Quan Diem Dao looked at Lydium calmly and said, "As the chairman of the Martial Arts Association, if you want to support the Loi family, I can arrange it. Just like the day I die, you will be the first to support my soul." Lydium remained silent, his eyes showing a hint of strangeness. 10 days later, it was raining heavily. The hallway echoed with silent cries. The old man lay on the bed, telling Lydium the old story, and finally admitted, "Sorry, your father." After saying this, Quan Diem Dao closed his eyes, and his finger slowly slid down. Lydium stood by the bed, bowing his head in silence. Months later, during the Martial Arts Association's funeral, Leuten wore black and bowed to the old man, then walked down the hallway to find Lydium. He told him that supporting his soul was a precious legacy, and in the future, many would come forward to help his brothers. For this, Lydium remained indifferent. "It's only related to the 2 of us. We, members of the association, are in conflict with each other. It may lead to distractions. You and they have an underlying hatred, which will sooner or later result in a debt." Leuten said no more, just asked Lydium to come to her office tomorrow. But Lydium threw away his cigarette and walked away. After Quan Diem Dao's death, Leuten became the president of the Martial Arts Association, as she had hoped. At the end of the month, she announced the organization of a grand event, a traditional martial arts exchange festival, welcoming martial artists from all over the world and enthusiasts of traditional martial arts, with prizes totaling NDT 300,000. The event also included real combat competitions, with the highest prize being NDT 1 million. Lydium sat on the office sofa, and Leuten asked Tankung, who was to become the 3rd fire minister, "How many Thai boxers have you found? Are they reliable, like the special forces?" Hearing Lydium's question, Leuten raised her head high. "They are all famous martial artists in their country." Lydium waved his hand and smiled. But both sides understood each other. Sooner or later, they would receive good news from each other. "As long as you don't play anymore, it's fine." Leuten winked mischievously and said, "No problem." Lydium flipped through the martial arts documents, only seeing the name Truong Min Vien. She immediately inquired, "How do you plan to arrange with Truong Min Vien?" Leuten replied, "Min Vien is very promising. If he agrees, I want to turn him into a new martial arts star. Of course, if the senior brother prefers, he is still the most suitable." Lydium waved off the suggestion. "No need. The path of you elders cannot lead to great success. Let's see how Taekwondo promotes. Perhaps that's the right way. Have you asked Trong Min Vien's opinion yet? Don't underestimate him just because he's young. Loi Tin sighed at the mention. He told me he doesn't want to just study for kindness. I'm also in a dilemma. So, with your relationship with him, please advise him to help me. At that moment, a knock on the door interrupted them. Loi Tin knew it was Trong Min Vien and smiled, opening the door. As the door opened, the eyes of the two met. Loi Tin found an excuse to leave the room, allowing the two to talk privately. But as she closed the door, she immediately activated the listening device. Li Diem sat calmly opposite Trong Min Vien, directly asking, "How are you?" Both were surprised. The question and the answer were completely different. Trong Min Vien pushed his glasses angrily. "Didn't you already ask me?" Li Diem chuckled. "You've already told me everything. Tell me how you are." Trong Min Vien turned away and pointed at Li Diem. "You didn't ask me. You were her childhood friend, even childhood sweethearts. She's married now. You don't stand a chance." Li Diem expressed that she only wanted to meet her and nothing else. Good things shouldn't be born alone, right? Seeing your serious face, let's leave. Trong Min Vien was surprised. "You're leaving just like that? You're not going to help." "Loi Tin convinced me to participate in martial arts competitions." Li Diem interrupted him, saying firmly, "If you want to escape from fame and fortune, just go. If you don't want to, then don't. I've risked my life in battle several times already. What do you want without knowing?" As Li Diem stepped out, meeting Loi Tin waiting outside, she asked, "How's it going, senior brother?" Li Diem sighed and shook her head, advising him not to intervene. Just leave him be. Loi Tin didn't say anything further, only pondering the conversation just now. At Trung Sun University's office, Li Diem politely accepted a USB from Professor Ngo. "This is the document you need about the transformation of the Ku Fuong mythology and the process of transforming from animal worship to deity worship, from the time of grace to the combination with divine weapons." "Thank you," Li Diem said, then with a serious expression, asked, "In the traditional mythology of our country, who is the highest-ranking deity?" Professor Ngo laughed. "My students often ask that question too. In fact, there's no single highest deity. The mythology and folklore are part of our culture, evolving over time, often forming a complex system of influential divine beings with clear hierarchies. But in our case, we have a unique system of ancestor worship. Besides Confucianism, which limits the development of mythological beliefs, our mythology system is complex, fragmented, and the highest deity varies by era. From the mythical period, it was Dong Quan Duke, the most revered god mentioned by our ancestors. But if you asked Dong Quan, Lao Tu, and Tam Thien Quan who would win in a fight, even I don't know." Li Diem listened carefully to Professor Ngo's explanation, memorizing it. If his thoughts were correct, this would be the key to evolving the legacy. Leaving Trung Sun University, Li Diem thought about the current situation. After the recent events at Diem Phu, she felt that Diem Phu was becoming more mysterious. She understood that her knowledge was just the tip of the iceberg. If the level of awakening were increased to 100%, would it negatively impact Han Ta? If there were incidents of soul snatching, it would be trouble. It couldn't be forced. Otherwise, it might end up sacrificing herself for others. However, considering the state of Wu Chu, the probability of this happening was very low. The next issue was inheritance. It could be combined arbitrarily. Whether it was Tai Tu or Wu Chu, their awakening was much higher than hers, but their performance didn't match. It was still a simple inheritance issue. Although it couldn't be ruled out that they weren't fully exerting themselves, it could also be due to incompatible inheritances, causing bad consequences for Han Ta. According to this reasoning, Diem Phu supported Han Ta, allowing the possession of different inheritances. Of course, there had to be a solution. Perhaps the unified divine system Professor Ngo mentioned was a way to possess more inheritances. The best way was to ensure that all the inheritances one had belonged to the same divine system. Li Diem looked towards the distant sunset, smiling genuinely. It seemed that he had somewhat understood the path he needed to take. Over the next 2 days, After the old business in Guangdong concluded, Lai Diem returned to his old mansion in Thuongcha to review the mythology documents compiled by Professor Ngo. He also felt overwhelmed, continuously typing to display the various branches of deity systems, such as the thunder deity, earth god, and ox demon, along with the ghost tiger, Sin Nam, and the horrifying ones. Lai Diem cross-referenced each item with Professor Ngo's documents, analyzing these peculiar legacies that were certainly not from ancient times but had evolved from the Xian Quoc to the Dan Quoc era, along with records of Ko Hoch Du, a teenage girl, from the late Dan Quoc era, and dream-related entries borrowed from Japanese manga. Compiling these documents was more exhausting than he had imagined. However, after the events in Yenkin, Dan Nong was still asleep, perhaps due to absorbing a lot during the previous event, needing time to digest. Thinking so, Lai Diem sighed, lay down on the sofa, and gradually fell asleep. Suddenly, former teammates and friends passed away one by one. Feng Day stood on a mountain of corpses, looking at him with a strange smile. Lai Diem jolted awake, drenched in cold sweat. At this moment, he found it difficult to distinguish between reality and illusion within Diem Phu. He pondered whether this world and the Diem Phu he was in were truly different. According to Mac's words, perhaps this world was also a Diem Phu. Thinking so, Lai Diem suddenly felt afraid of the mysterious white force, Tu Pham Kia. Fortunately, he hadn't joined Tu Pham. Suddenly, a familiar voice sounded. That's right. If you join Tu Pham, it'll be difficult for you to return to this world. Mac appeared behind Lai Diem and continued, do you understand the consequences of offending Tu Van Ko? There won't be a good outcome. Tu Van Ko is the wife of Tao Vien Chiu, Tai Tu's nemesis. Remember this name. Li Diem felt a headache. In Mac's words, they all praised this woman excessively. Could this person be plotting something? He didn't want to get involved in unnecessary troubles. What he said might not be true either. He had joined the team to hunt Tai Tu, which was enough evidence of his abilities. Tai Tu said Mac was a coward, but not incapable of fighting. Thinking so, Lai Diem turned back and asked, aren't you afraid of implications? Can you give me some more accumulation points? I'm a bit short. Looking at Lai Diem's computer screen, Mac murmured, it's possible, but what you really need now isn't that. You can explore it yourself. I also admire you a bit. Hearing that, Lai Diem tried to verify his reasoning. Are my deductions correct? Looking at Lai Diem's explanation, Mac nodded. Overall, it's not wrong, but it's not necessary to combine inheritances randomly. When Han Tao reaches 100% awakening, the next step is inheritance. Pseudo-owning exclusive abilities from inheritances compresses other inheritances. They can't increase anymore. So the power of a Grandmaster Pseudo is how strong? Smiling broadly, Mac continued, it can't be compared to ordinary inheritances. After obtaining the inheritance abilities from me, I only use them for cooking meat. But I've seen Han Ta use 2 or more inheritance abilities. Their foundation is your idea. However, I'm not sure about the specifics. What I know is that their inheritance abilities all belong to the same mythology system. But Tao Vien Chiu, recognized as the strongest Han Ta, still only possesses a single pseudo-inheritance. If Tao Vien Chiu goes mad, plucking a few top-grade Diem Phu won't be difficult. He's truly a lone fighter, but he can still cause trouble for Tu Pham. Mac admitted that he had spoken too broadly, then widened his smile and said to Lai Diem, the second inheritance still greatly improves the quality of Han Ta. Or I can open the door behind for you at the next Diem Phu event. I'll find the top-grade Mao inheritance for you. Consider it a gift. Li Diem said in disbelief, you're being too generous. It probably won't be worth a few hundred Diem Phu points. Pointing at Mac, he added, if you truly have that capability, then give me the top-grade Qian inheritance at the next event. After hesitating for a while, Mac said, you're afraid Tu Van Ko will trick you again, right? Oh well, just keep talking. Li Diem sat in front of the computer and said directly, the daughter of King Niu, the wife of King Fuan then, the water counterpart of King Enga Hong. After Mac left, Lai Diem sat on the sofa, listening to the real-life drama until the end and gradually falling asleep. Suddenly, a warm sensation filled his chest. Dan Nong emerged from the pre-Xu currency on his chest, her graceful figure with a perfect waistline, devoid of any flaws, emanating classic beauty from within, stirring the hearts of those who beheld her. Lai Diem gazed at Dan Nong in awe and said softly, "Are you awake? How do you feel?" Dan Nong didn't answer Lai Diem's question, but observed her surroundings before asking, "Why is the house so messy like this?" Then, she tidied up the house, while Lai Diem felt a warm surge of emotions. He lightly said to Dan Nong, "Let's move house." Time flew by quickly in Danwang. Before he knew it, Lydium found himself at the 4th DMFU event. Holding the Chi Pearl in his hand, he remarked, "I have to figure out how to use this item." Opening the auction page, he discovered that all his useless items had been sold out, and those he didn't need were in high demand. Portraits of an 8-year-old child sold for 1,426.6 points. Brushwork sold for 603 points, and trivial details about Mr. Lonky's biography sold for 383 points. Lydium smiled, finding Chi's enthusiasm amusing. Searching for information about Doibang, he found that not only were the prices high, but there were also no upgrade rights to legendary status, unlike the previous auction where the upgrade rights were auctioned for 8,888 points, a transaction that took place 2 years ago. Thus, the plan involving Doibang had to be put on hold. At that moment, the system emitted a cute female voice. "You have received a purchase authorization from the owner's group. We apologize once again for the inconvenience in your previous experience and hope you can overlook it." Moving on from Chim Duoxin's compensation, only Yem Xianlin's book of notes can be selected. After sacrificing this DMFU event, there will be significant improvements to the Hantog Kim's body and command. Lydium looked at the attributes of Songoai-san and immediately named it. He thought that Yem Xianlin's item resembled the reward of a wilderness deity, essentially given for free. Each item was beyond reproach, indicating that Chim Duoxin had prepared 4 sets like this. The attribute of the postponement was too powerful, being the best weapons and equipment he had ever seen, and the most insane thing was that it had no name, indicating Chim Duoxin's ability to mass-produce such items. This ability not only reflected Chim Duoxin's personal strength and position, but also indicated the resources he possessed, far beyond Lydium's imagination. The gap between him and the high-ranking Hanta seemed larger than he thought. At that moment, Che Yudao and Lydium completed their contract together and were both taken back to the same room. Chat Yudao smiled at Lydium and said, "You've received Chim Duoxin's items, haven't you? I really want to curse him. The gap between us and the high-ranking Hanta is like that between a beggar and a tycoon." Lydium understood Chet Yudao's disappointment and didn't say anything more. He suggested that they both participate in the next hidden event, holding hands as companions for the next Yem Xianlin event after completing the contract. Lydium took the initiative to ask, "Do you still need money for your Thianquian puppet?" Chet Yudao was surprised. He didn't expect Lydium to bring this up on his own, which deeply touched him. They both exchanged personal information after reading each other's profiles. Then, the system's female voice sounded, "The Hanta is about to start the DMFU event. The Sea of Namdong in 1809 is filled with blood and death. The court is weakening. 57 pirate forces are notorious. Dongan Corporation threatens everywhere. The Bodana Navy has never failed, continuously firing cannons and warships. Moskoyagami is unstoppable. Peaceful artworks are being created. Thabin's maritime escape models are constantly emerging. Namhai has a species of female demons. Hongkwai's seas are rampant with greed, and officials are outraged at the corruption and greediness of 57 pirates. Seize the opportunity." Lydium slowly opened his eyes, suddenly realizing that his right arm was hugging the girl of about 18 or 19 years old, with exquisite beauty and a petite, soft figure like a lamb, cuddling him like a koala. Lydium carefully withdrew his hand and sat up, waking the girl despite his caution. She opened her sleepy eyes and asked, "Daddy, are you awake? Are you going to sleep some more?" Lydium looked at her big round eyes, sharp chin, and smooth white cheeks, her mind fleetingly filled with seductive and innocent thoughts. He chuckled softly. Go back to sleep if you're still tired. The girl didn't say anything, just nodded and lay back down. Ubume lay back down, his clothes and shoes scattered around, chicken bones flying up from the ground, arranging into words. Request for the Diemfu event to achieve valuable goods worth 10,200 silver coins or more, to be used for worshipping the gods, and to be fully trusted by the followers. The system announced, every time you complete a Diemfu event, you will receive a special reward, including the possibility of receiving a scroll of heritage related to this event. Ubume thought that in the previous event at Nanthin, he had completed 2 Diemfu events, with 2 chances to receive fake inheritance. Although unsuccessful, it still gave him ideas about how to receive inheritance. This time, he sacrificed Namti Leko in hopes of gaining a significant profit. The heritage of the Diemliu land's greatest pen was a must-have this time. Suddenly, 2 white arms hugged him tightly from behind, and the girl's cheek pressed against Ubume's neck. She looked at him seductively and asked, "What are you thinking, Daddy?" Ubume chuckled and pulled her into his arms, making the girl gasp in surprise as her rosy cheeks pressed against his shoulder. He then turned and tossed her onto the bed, leaving her slightly dizzy as she called out, "Daddy!" Ubume stroked her hair and asked, "Did I give you the money yet?" The girl remained silent, not knowing what to say. Seeing this, Ubume chuckled softly and said, "So I did, thank you." Ubume pushed open the door, far away from the surging waves and the fiery bombs of the ships. The sailors were drunk and asleep, their red flags representing the largest pirate group in Namdong. Hundreds of ships and 60,000 land-based brothers, along with countless firearms and cold weapons, filled the scene. Ubume was now a pirate, a member of the Bang Hongki led by Thafunhan, with the nickname Thien Baotu. Naturally, Ubume had a notorious reputation. Apart from this identity, Ubume also possessed 75% expertise in naval warfare. Chet Udao sat on a bomb, smoking his pipe, not paying attention to the women's football match because now he was Thien Baotu. Ubume looked at Chet Udao, who seemed hesitant, and asked gently, "How are you feeling?" Chet Udao frowned. "I just woke up and already had a 30-year-old woman hugging me and calling me honey. How do you think I feel?" Ubume chuckled. "We're in similar situations then." Knowing it was just a joke, both of them suddenly jolted as a sword flew towards Ubume. Ubume swiftly grabbed the sword and counterattacked, the sword swinging like the tide, catching the drunken sailors off guard. They fell like dominoes, their guns dropping as they collapsed in pools of blood. At that moment, an archer shouted from the other side, "The guy in the red scarf is Thien Baotu." Ubume squinted. In a blink of an eye, he jumped onto the upper deck, gripping the sword tightly. Just as he was about to strike the archer with the iron blade, he used the hilt instead, impaling the archer's head with its feathered end. Seeing his comrades being killed, 10 ruthless men rushed towards Ubume. Hong Long emerged in the darkness, his silver sword flashing like a whirlpool. The sound of swords tearing flesh mixed with screams, creating a cacophony. In an instant, only one man was left standing. At that moment, a boy emerged from the shadows and whispered to the person next to him, "Don't panic. Thien Baotu is outnumbered this time. Even if we have to burn the ship, we must kill him." Chet Udale lit his pipe and muttered, "Burn the ship? Let me help you with that." Flames erupted fiercely, engulfing the 2 people next to him in an instant, their screams echoing across the ship. Ubume approached a middle-aged woman and asked, "Are you the captain?" The woman, trembling, replied, "My husband was just shot dead." Ubume's eyes turned cold. "Tell me why they wanted to kill me," he said as the boy bit his lip in silence. Ubume thought to himself, "I just arrived and hurriedly hugged an 18 to 19-year-old girl, then suddenly nearly got shot while wearing clothes. It's hard to determine the origin of these scoundrels." Initially, the bounty was 2,000 silver coins, and even the local residents could participate in the hunt, observing the reward. Moreover, the pirate forces in Namdong were always fighting each other, from small gangs of 10 people on the peninsula to large gangs of thousands. There were still some major pirate forces comparable to the 5 to 7 leagues. For example, Chukwai, a noble family from Yia, was born into poverty but became notorious for robbing merchant ships in Guangzhou, showing no mercy to anyone. Two infamous pirate leaders, Truongha and Thakin, were not much different from each other. Not to mention the naval forces of Bodongha, occupying Macau, and Dongan Corporation's rampant fires engulfing the entire coastal region. Honam was a place haunted by demons. Thinking this, Lydium looked at the boy and asked, "Are you from Annam?" Cheitiudao, surprised, asked how Lydium knew. Lydium explained that Annam and Lai Annam were popular among the pirates in Namdoam, and every time the court cracked down, they retreated to Annam to hide. Therefore, Annam was considered the main base of the pirates, and even during the coups, Annam had close ties to the notorious Truongha. Then, Lydium whispered to Cheitiudao, "I've sacrificed Namte Lado from Chimduk, and I've also gained some memories of Thean Baotu. It's strange not to recognize my subordinates." Lydium looked down at the boy. "Tell me who sent you," he said coldly. The boy remained stubborn, closing his eyes in silence. At that moment, a long horn sounded, and a Yemsuanlian sailboat approached, its bow about 20 meters away. On the ship's bow, a boy aged 10, 13, or 14 saw Lydium and quickly finished the cake in his hand before shouting, "Theanbao, stop playing around. There's trouble at home." Lydium patted Cheitudao's shoulder, quickly tied a board between two ships, and swiftly boarded the other ship. "They were planning to kill me just now," he said as the boy lying on the ground was left for Cheitiudao to deal with. Hearing Lydium's words, Cheitiudao looked at the axe behind him and approached the boy. As he got closer, the black blade of the axe was raised high. The boy panicked and shouted, "Chuban sent me." But before he could finish his sentence, blood sprayed as Lydium boarded the ship. Turning back, Lydium asked the dying boy what he wanted to say before he died. Cheitiudao was also surprised, taking a moment to think before saying. He said pig trotters. Lydium suspected that this boy possessed formidable strength, and there was definitely an issue at hand. He activated the Hong Hat Kin Fiem technique, entering the Kwaikali state, one of the 800 high-level demons of the 5 leagues, specializing in naval warfare with an 80% red threat level. Cheitiudao looked worried and hesitant. "Even a kid with a red threat level is dangerous," he murmured. The danger posed by this fruit exceeded imagination. Suddenly, Lydium came up with an idea. He instructed the sailors on the ship not to provoke any more trouble and to help them throw the bodies of the scoundrels into the sea. As for those killed by mistake, let the ship's owner handle it. Many bodies were tossed overboard like stuffed pillows. Lydium called Truongvi and Hak Tu back, 2 skilled deep-sea divers who were undoubtedly masters of their craft. "You two dive down and carefully observe if anyone retrieves the bodies. If they do, follow them closely, gather information about their backgrounds, and report back," Lydium ordered. The two immediately jumped into the water. Tiube returned to the ship and asked Lydium and Cheitiudao where they were going. Lydium responded casually, "We're going to play Banuong together." Tiube was irritated. "Cheitiudao, why are you quiet? I'm asking Theanbao, not you. Which is better, playing cards or roasting pigs?" At that moment, another sailor chimed in, "You should ask your mom. How many people does it take to play Banuong?" He jumped on a crate, stuffed a piece of cake in his mouth, then coldly looked at Tiube. "I don't understand your insult," the sailor said, before turning away. The ship fell silent, a bit embarrassed. Another sailor tried to console Tiube. "No one is cursing at you." After hearing this, Tiube turned to Lydium. "Theanbao, how many people usually played Banuong?" Lydium waved his hand, mumbling, "Probably just one person. You'll understand in a few years." Then he lifted a crate and threw it to the deck. "You guys figure it out," he said as Tuba's group rushed to grab the object. Lydium thought to himself that even without Songoe-san, relying solely on Kohochu's power, he could exert tremendous force. When testing this power against each other, the outcome was uncertain. They reached the conclusion that brute strength alone wasn't enough to guarantee victory. Their ironclad bodies possessed extraordinary power, but it took skill and strategy to be truly formidable. Lydium shared the recent information with Cheitiudao, who looked serious. directly confronting Mado Kwaikali was no small feat. Legend had it that he had sown calamity along the southeastern coast until Thienfa Mado subdued him, making him the subordinate of the Holy Mother, a position higher than the 3 Emerald Masters in the southeastern region. He could be said to be the most influential deity in the Taoist pantheon. If Mado could inherit this legacy, it would be the most prestigious lineage Lydium had ever witnessed. Since entering Diemfu, the stronghold of the Red Gang, the ship was packed with countless swords, guns, and barrels of ammunition. As Lydium stepped onto the ship, the system's female voice rang out, announcing the successful completion of a static cargo delivery mission. This time, the value of the cargo was immeasurable. Suddenly, a giant one-eyed man charged towards Lydium. Thienbao, Thafunhan won't make it through this. Lydium's expression turned serious. He quickly gave orders to clear the way. "You're done," he yelled, leading the charge. Lydium and Chaitiudao swiftly darted into the forest towards the house. Observing the group ahead, Lydium quickly analyzed the situation. The execution team of the Honkaibang had over 100 members, all Kaolikwai, with over 200 in total under Thafunhan's command. These were crucial factors for her to control the gang. In the courtyard, a girl aged 7 or 8 hubbed an embroidered ball, running towards Lydium. "Thienbao, Thafunhan is bleeding a lot," she cried. Lydium realized she was the daughter of the Bang Honki leader. He lifted her and asked gently why Tuanai was sad. The girl cried, "Thienbao, my mom is bleeding a lot." Looking into the house, Lydium gently stroked Tuanai's hair before stepping in. Chaitiudao tried to follow but was stopped by a red scarf member. "What are you doing?" Chaitiudao intervened. "I forgot, I'm just a lackey now," he joked before turning back. Over 10 years ago, a newborn baby was found in a wooden basin, drifting from a storm to the island. Fortunately, the pirates on the island found it, believing it was protected by the Great Holy Mother, which was why the child survived. Thus, Thin Baotu gained his nickname. At the age of 3, Thin Baotu grew up among the pirates. Thanks to his courage and determination, he was adopted by the leader of the Honki gang, which elevated his status within the gang. After 10 years of countless battles, Thin Baotu became renowned far and wide, though still regarded as a newcomer compared to the seasoned veterans steeped in blood within the gang. However, the situation suddenly changed 2 years ago when the leader of Honki, the alliance chief in Hukitrin, passed away abruptly in a shipwreck. With no son, only a 5-year-old daughter named Honki, the situation became chaotic. At that moment, his wife, Thafunhan, stood up resolutely. Seizing the opportunity amidst the turmoil, she utilized the forces of Thien Baotu, her adopted son, to eliminate nearly all dissidents. Simultaneously, she raided several large merchant ships belonging to Taegoam, winning over the hearts and minds of the people. In the following 2 years, the Honki gang not only did not weaken but became even more powerful. Although Thafunhan was talented, she remained a widow, with few trusted allies. The person she trusted the most was Thien Baotu. To the younger generation, Thien Baotu was a righteous figure deserving of leadership. For nearly half a year, Thafunhan handed over all major and minor affairs to Thien Baotu. Despite joining the gang just over 10 years ago, he had already proven himself as a capable successor. At this point, Thien Baotu's credibility within Honki was sufficient to sway everyone. If Thafunhan were to step down, he would easily assume power with just a piece of paper. Lydium had seized control of the entire Honki organization, with tens of thousands of people and hundreds of ships under his command. He had garnered widespread support under the identity of Thien Baotu, positioning himself to potentially become a pirate leader renowned in the Namhai region. While Lydium's actions were indeed commendable, it takes more than just power to succeed. No matter how strong one's influence, it must translate into tangible benefits. Ascending to power still required strategic maneuvering. However, when Lydium stepped forward, 10 guns were suddenly aimed at him. Before he could retreat, the one-eyed guide pointed a gun at Lydium's side. "Thien Bao, I'm sorry, but we're just hired hands," he said. "You'll have to sort things out with Thafunhan yourself." Lydium glanced at the knife calmly, without panic, and looked directly at the bed behind the curtain. Mom, I'm a little late, forgive me, he said. Fafanhan sighed in disappointment, her eyes filled with resentment. La Nuong, my son, you've returned late. Haven't you already compensated them? Why the need for knives and guns? Lydium heard the tone and felt puzzled. In Thin Baotu's memories, he called Fafanhan Mom. Wasn't that the case? But Fafanhan's reaction was different. However, he remained silent. La Nuong, big fortune, big life, very lucky. Just a few bullets grazing me, and you're back late. Why the need for guns and knives? Fafanhan laughed coldly. When he was alive, he always ordered you to chase after them. Now that he's dead, and you're calling out La Nuong, dear son, do you want to bite me to death? Haha. Then she turned her body forward, her eyes full of ferocity, looking at Lydium. Thien Bao, why did I point the gun at you like this? Lydium stood up abruptly, his voice hoarse. Why like this? Fafanhan remained calm, buttoning up her coat. Abusing the power of the yin-yang too early. This time, we've been exposed. This time, I can't hold on anymore. Thien Bao, I'm about to die. Before I die, do you agree to marry me? Lydian was stunned. Thien Baotu and Fafanhan had a fundamental relationship. The truth was dramatic. Seeing Lydium silent, Fafanhan continued. From childhood, Tonhai called you big brother. Now it's hard to change. But Tonhai can't call you father. I'm about to die, and it's hard to rest assured. Lydium, before I die, can you agree to marry me? Lydium silently thought. These two had been in love since before Trinakwe's death. He was the one who found it hard to close his eyes. Fafanhan grabbed Lydium's collar. You don't want to marry me, just say so. Do you need to hold a knife to me? The man beside her held a rough knife, waiting for an answer. Did Trinakwe's death happen because of you? Lydium quickly analyzed the rumor. Trinakwe's death was due to the shipwreck, but with the current information, Thien Baotu was the logical culprit because he benefited the most from that death. However, the truth was irrelevant. Whether Thien Baotu was insane or innocent, it had nothing to do with Lydium. He just needed to clean up. While Lydium hesitated, Danong's voice suddenly rang in his ear. General, you must trust me, she said. Follow my lead. Lydium complied, knowing he had to listen to Danong. Fafanhan's eyes narrowed as she tightened her grip on Lydium's collar. After a moment of silence, she smiled brightly. You are indeed clever, she said. I thought you were just a fool. But even if you say so, I know that Nakwe did not die because of you. Firstly, I understand your personality. Secondly, even though you shine brightly now, when I kidnapped you, you were still wetting the bed. If you had truly killed him, I would have investigated long ago. Lydium realized he couldn't keep up with this woman's thoughts. He didn't understand what she was plotting before her death. Fafanhan slowly walked to the table and asked Lydium to heat water for her. Soon after, she soaked a towel in the basin of water, wiping her body while unbuttoning her coat. She spoke calmly, reminiscing about their past love. We fell in love because of me. The affection gave birth to Tuni, and we were both happy and sincere. Honestly, I don't feel guilty towards Nakwe. He was useless and couldn't satisfy me. When he died, I had to build him a grave out of respect. I held 8,900 of the over 1,000 Kalikwai of Honki when they were just 10 years old. I started to manage the gang of tens of thousands of people in Honki. Everyone recognized me, but no one knew his face. We've been dreaming together for 20 years. I treated him kindly, but you didn't think so. For the past 2 years, I've mentioned our marriage, but you kept avoiding it, even sleeping outside the camp several nights to avoid me. Do you feel guilty towards Nakwe, towards his nurturing? Have you ever thought about my feelings, besides boasting that Thien Baotu is so magnificent? Why are you so timid with me? But today, you've done well, making my heart feel lighter. Perhaps you understand my feelings and want to comfort me. Sometimes I think if there truly is a man who dared to kill Nakwe and stay by my side, it would be good. But let's leave that for the next life. For now, I just hope you take good care of Tuni. Lydium listened silently as the woman poured out her feelings. It was difficult to understand why she would feel happy if Thien Baotu had truly killed Nakwe. He asked Danuam, but she just gave vague answers. He didn't understand women's psychology. Thafonhan's next words sent chills down Ladium's spine. My possessions are too unpredictable. I don't want to leave them to Tunny. After I die, you take my 6 vertebrae and soak them in Yemsuayan lion's blood for days and nights. Then grind them with the blood and drink it all. That way, you'll get half of my strength. Thienbao, you have courage. I trust you to take care of them while I'm still alive. I'm just angry at your coldness over the past 2 years. Now looking back, it's meaningless. I just hope to meet you again in the next life. I have to find someone who can subdue me, whether it's Natquay or you. The debt of this life belongs to you too. If it's someone from the next generation, so be it. I just hope you take good care of Tunny. Ladium silently took the blood-stained cloth from her hand, deeply contemplating his first encounter with this woman. There was no chance at all. Although he wasn't Thienbao too, he still couldn't fulfill her wishes. All he could do was help her depart peacefully. He gently wiped the blood from her body with the cloth, and everywhere the cloth touched, the woman trembled. Please don't close your eyes for 2 more days, she said quietly. The woman didn't say anything else, just glanced meaningfully at Ladium before quietly retreating, closing the door behind her. She turned to the 10 guards outside the door. Thapnuam, let them in, she said. They glanced at each other, letting Ladium step into the room. Ladium looked at Chetiudao sitting on the ground, then sat down beside him and smoked a cigarette. About an hour later, the one-eyed leader of the Kaleidoscope-like spoke to Ladium with a trembling voice. Mrs. Thienbao has a message for you, 112, he said. Ladium stood up and asked who the government official was today. To Trayan he hesitated before answering. Traco Hung, the Spray Frontier governor. Ladium listened to his plan with everyone, advancing into Kwangdong, attacking Homan, breaking the Sarak fortress, and attacking Homan. Ships crossing the water. In the camp, everything was as calm as usual. Ladium sat on a bamboo chair, analyzing the coastal defense map of Kwangdong. Although the map was from 4 years ago, the actual defense of the court was not much different. We have tens of thousands of green boats, countless ammunition, and even shipyards in Daivosan. If we just steal 10,000 taels of silver as requested, the Namduong event won't be difficult. But that's still not enough. In this stormy sea area, the court's navy and pirates from Taedong will surely benefit. Attacking Homan is just the beginning. Looking at Chetiudao sitting across from him, Ladium decided to be clear. Let's cooperate, it's easier to handle, he said. You know I plan to attack Homan. The Dianfu event can be shared. Do you want to join? Chetiudao thought for a moment before speaking. I don't have any issues, but the pirates actively attacking the court. This is the first I've heard of it. Are you sure about this? It's quite risky. Ladium shook his head and explained. In this sea area, the court's power is probably the easiest to deal with in the world. The court is weakened, and the Spanish pirates have occupied Macau for over 200 years. Their giant Catholic fleet is terrifying, with ships carrying over 100 cannons, surpassing even the Honki era. The pirates also have their own tactics, difficult to deal with. Only the court, though seeming powerful, is actually weak. The corrupt navy is called the Great Fleet, but mostly just fishing boats. Ships longer than 10 meters are rare. The influence in Namdong is not as significant as imagined. After listening, Chetiudao also saw the logic. Throughout history, it's always been officials ruling the people, never the other way around. This would definitely be a shocking move, but if Ladium was determined, he would join in. Ladium then asked Puivanho, who had used his shape-shifting technique to deceive him before, if he could still do it. Chetiudao nodded, confirming that Puivanho indeed possessed that ability. He then explained the process of swallowing characters to activate the transformation effects, emphasizing the need to swallow the human face, Peach Blossom character to unlock the identity transformation effect. Killing the target would create a fake body identical to the target's appearance, while killing the target and transforming would change the user's appearance, but without copying the target's appearance. The user must pay attention because controlling the fake body restricts their own movement, and if they move freely, they can't control the fake body. After hearing this, Ladium asked about the process of swallowing characters. Chetudeo explained that swallowing one character required 200 DMFU points, and swallowing 1,000 DMFU points designated the current character he had swallowed as Baxnan Dao. So the human face peach blossom transformation hadn't been unlocked yet. Li Dim immediately offered to lend him 2,000 points, as this ability would be very useful, but he emphasized that he would choose the spoils of war at Homon first. Additionally, this time, it was thanks to Lutu for lending him points in exchange for a 4-to-6 split. Chetudeo smiled and agreed, sealing the deal. Feeling that everything was settled, Li Dim confidently stated that they would depart tonight to attack the Homon coastal gate, killing Tratohung and igniting a torch to light up the dark night. Over 10 boats were lined up along the shore, ready to be transferred onto the ship's deck. The crowd cheered as they boarded the boats, filled with excitement. Inside the bamboo room, Li Dim spoke to Fafunhan. Over 100 Kaliquai are your people, but they are also my force. I haven't contacted many people in Honki, and Tony's sister has already left. I'm not sure if I can handle it. This time, cutting off the head of the governor of Homon is either for revenge for you or to show the court's convenience for future matters. Fafunhan's face turned paler as Li Dim spoke at length. The future will be very difficult, he said finally. Li Dim walked out, leaving Fafunhan alone in the room, murmuring to herself, I want to say something gentle, but in my heart, I still feel like I haven't lived enough. But I have to leave. The sea wind howls, and dark clouds gather. At the entrance, the Homon Sea Gate is the gateway guarded by the Guangdong court. Here, not only are there soldiers guarding, but there's also the Yemsayan Lin with a large cannon stationing at Vientui. Vientui hasn't fired a shot in over 10 years, but its scale is still formidable. Near the second floor, the flower shop near the sea gate is full of exquisite dishes on the table, hosted by Trakoham. Forgive me, Mr. Truong, Li Dim said. I just returned from defeating the pirates. This banquet is temporary. When I return to Guangzhou, I'll definitely invite you to a famous restaurant for a feast. Sitting across from him was Truong Dong, a close confidant of the new governor, Luong Quang. Mr. Truong is too modest, he said. You destroyed Bakaktu in Taijiang, terrifying the pirates. I'm just a coward, too afraid to accept the invitation from the esteemed gentleman. Truong Dong nodded as if understanding, but deep down he knew well. Half a month ago, Lam Su was granted the title of governor by the king, becoming the supreme guardian of the sword. He took office as Luong Quang, overseeing both military and civilian affairs in 2 provinces. His purpose in coming here was twofold: to crack down on corruption within the military and the government, and to suppress pirates to protect Nandong's commerce. Trakoham, though the highest-ranking military official present, was only a county-level general and couldn't compare to the court officials. That's why he showed humility towards Li Dim, a disciple of Lam Su. So when Trakoham spoke, he said, Don't be modest. I've heard of you for a long time. Speaking of which, Lam Dai in hand is sick and may be delayed a few days. Do you know where he is now? Truong Dong smiled knowingly, understanding that he was only answering vaguely. Lam Su won't be delayed according to the royal decree. He won't be long after this meal, Truong Dong said confidently. Mr. Lam has already met with him. Trakoham looked uncomfortable and glanced at the old man beside him. Truong Dong, reproaching him for being insensitive to leave the 2 of them dining alone. Though annoyed, he couldn't say anything. Truong Dong noticed his gaze and changed the subject, pointing out the Yemsayan Lin window, where the 8 major river mouths converged into the sea, the #1 sea gate of Taijiang, dominated by Lam Su. The gentleman has the talent to control the 5 sea gates, truly a gatekeeper whom no one can surpass. Truong Dong flattered. Trakoham waved modestly, and Truong Dong continued, asking about the rumors of Thien Bao Tu pirates in the west, their powerful fleet, and hundreds of cannons. Upon hearing this, Trakoham slammed the table, raising his voice. Thien Bao Tu. Mr. Truong, you don't know anything. Thien Bao Tu is just a bunch of hangers-on. If they truly had that many people and cannons, why haven't they attacked Homon yet? The sound of cannons roaring suddenly pierced through the air, terrifying everyone's ears. In the dimly lit night, streaks of fire tore through the sky, and the continuous sound of cannons from the distant fortress resonated. The cannons fired several shots, sinking the guarding ships in the sea, painting the sea and boats red with fire. Soldiers fell into the sea one after another, disappearing forever. The entire Homon Sea Gate now became half sea, half fire. Tuba sat cross-legged on the bow of the ship, smiling sinisterly. At that moment, the female voice of the system rang out, activating the hidden event of capturing Homon. The event involved capturing Homon for 2 hours, killing the chief naval officer, Trachohung, defeating the naval defense, and staying in Homon for 1 hour. Completing the event would expand purchasing rights and provide special rewards. Note: Thin Botu has a fleet, so it shouldn't be difficult, right? Red flags flew, and cannonballs whizzed past the heads of the soldiers on the wall, barely giving them time to react before their vision blurred in the sea of red flames. In just a few breaths, the sea was filled with corpses and broken ship fragments. At that moment, from amidst the sea of fire and black smoke, a small boat emerged. The person on the boat shouted to the soldiers on the wall, "Open the sea gate quickly." The guards stood stunned, their faces filled with horror, as the figure of a military official emerged, covered in blood and soot, yet they still recognized him as Trachohung. Truly, with the sound of the opening gate, thousands of pounds of water were gradually lifted, and the Homon Sea Gate was fully opened. The small boat sailed through the gate, and the man on the boat suddenly raised his hand. Countless cotton balls flew off his fingertips, slipping into the gaps of the gate, locking it tightly. The gate guards stood frozen, their faces full of horror, looking at the decrepit figure. At that moment, the figure suddenly revealed himself to be Chetyudao, having used his identity transformation technique. He then broke down the door, jumped down, and brandished 2 axes wildly. In just a few breaths, all the guards beside the door were annihilated, and Trachohung's mind was in chaos, looking at the fleet on the sea. The sound of gunfire ringing in his ears made his heart tremble. If the governor knew about this, his career would be over, charged with neglecting his duty. This was enough to cost him his head. No mad pirate would dare to attack a port controlled by the court. This was no longer robbery or smuggling. It was a genuine rebellion against the Honki regime. Truongdong's eyes gradually turned cold. "Is this the Bang Honki, sir?" Trachohung, in agony, pretended to be drunk and hurriedly left. Seeing Trachohung leave, the old man beside Truongdong wiped the corners of his mouth. He was none other than Governor Luongquanglam, disguised in the prefectural palace. Truongdong read the decree, violently attacking fortifications, openly opposing the court, rebellion, major rebellion, no mercy according to the law, without distinction. All must be executed. Family members are not allowed to worship or mourn. Men aged 16 and above, regardless of residence or escape, along with sons under 15, will be exiled 3,000 miles. If wives and children of criminals are unaware, they will be forced into servitude. Officials must repent for 1 year, and officials above a certain level will have their tenure suspended for 6 months. All levels of the court must be resolute in their punishment. Lam Su Truongdong couldn't help but shake his head. The crimes were rampant on the pirate ship, with the air thick with a pungent scent. The once bustling kitchen now lay empty, with only a few drops of water and some pieces of meat left. The preserved meat, once consumed, increased one's skill by a maximum of 15%. The Honkai pirates now devoured the preserved meat like wild beasts, raiding and pillaging the royal troops. In that moment, Trachohung, filled with rage, charged forward without a word, swinging his sword to knock down a red scarf pirate. His sword sliced through the air, aiming directly at Trachohung. Trachohung quickly parried the blow with his vertical sword, causing Tuba to stumble back a few steps, surprised to see that his opponent was just a child. Trachohung gritted his teeth and advanced, their 2 large swords clashing with a resounding clang. Tuba's eyes filled with determination. He swiftly launched 2 lightning-fast strikes, shaking Trachohung's wrist. Trachohung, feeling the pain, found his arm numb. He couldn't believe that this skinny kid possessed such extraordinary strength. He swung his sword upwards in response, a bright light flashing as it sliced through Tuba's sword, shattering it into countless pieces. Ba couldn't believe his sword had broken, narrowly avoiding a fatal blow. With one hand, he grabbed a piece of the broken sword flying through the air and used it to deflect a strike from Trak Ho Hung, while the other hand held a dagger, aiming straight for Trak Ho Hung's eye. At that moment, a sword flashed like lightning, pushing Ba back. The sword continued its relentless assault, driving Ba backward. In just 2 rounds, Trak Ho Hung was forced to retreat continuously. Suddenly, Trak Ho Hung's eyes widened with anger. As he thrust his sword upward again, a bright light illuminating the scene. Lai Diem, irritated, stepped forward, using his sword to parry before stepping back a few paces, admiring the technique. Trak Ho Hung couldn't believe it when he saw Lai Diem still calm and composed, not flinching at his attack. Meanwhile, Trong Dong, worried, urged Lam Su to leave quickly. However, Lam Nguyen Phu remained calm, stating that the Hong Kai pirates didn't know their faces and that they should only be concerned about the master. Trong Dong chuckled nervously, expressing concern about the current situation. He wanted to see how their coastal defense held up, questioning Trong Dong about their plan to address the enemy's aggression. Trong Dong pondered for a moment before replying that they needed to address corruption within the Navy, train and recruit soldiers, establish a navy, mobilize skilled workers, and suppress the fierce pirates. The old man, with a serious expression, agreed that everything Trong Dong said was correct and necessary. However, he emphasized that defeating the pirates couldn't be accomplished overnight, and reminded them of the historical methods used by the court to suppress enemies. Trong Dong suddenly realized the gravity of the situation, appearing resolute on the surface, while internally feeling bitter. He acknowledged that peaceful methods alone wouldn't suffice and that they needed to employ force as well. In the end, he emphasized that disasters wouldn't discriminate against descendants, referring to the court's leniency towards those who betrayed them, ultimately leading to their downfall. Then, in front of the Tanho Palace, Ba casually entered the main hall and asked the innkeeper Truong Kwai if he needed anything urgently. Seeing Ba's pirate demeanor, Truong Kwai trembled with fear, asking what he needed. Ba lifted a head in his hand and loudly proclaimed that it was the head of Governor Ho Man, demanding salt to preserve it. He then tossed the head to the ground, leaving Truong Kwai shocked and cowering. Li Diem cautioned everyone not to linger, instructing his group not to plunder the streets, temples, schools, or businesses. They could take whatever they needed and to leave after an hour. 1 hour later, they returned to Dai Vo Sun, where Cha Tiu Dao volunteered to take command. Lai Diem felt relieved as he leisurely walked into Hung Ho Tower, hungry and ready to eat. If questioned by authorities, he advised telling the truth. He sheathed his Hoang long sword, and the innkeeper marveled at its vanishing act, wondering if it was witchcraft. Meanwhile, Lai Diem noticed 2 people eating on the 2nd floor and went up with Ba. Seeing Truong Dong's worried expression, he whispered to Lam Su about what to do. Lam Nguyen Phu calmly scooped up the soup, instructing Truong Dong to remain silent and not draw attention to them. Truong Dong cursed silently, feeling unlucky to have just joked about disguises and then encountered a dilemma within the year. As Lai Diem approached the 2 individuals at table 2, he slapped Truong Dong's shoulder. The old man flinched and replied, identifying himself as Truong's second younger brother, a foreigner who came to trade. Hearing his voice, they realized he was a trader from Jeontu and asked about his business. Lam Nguyen Phu chuckled slightly. Indeed, you are from Jeontu. Your pen and ink only deal with small trades. This year, ink sales have been booming in Guangdong. The market is wide open. Li Diem smirked, glancing at the old man, then continued to inquire. I've heard that trading ink is quite interesting. Could you enlighten me on the market prices? The old man replied smoothly. Lion Don Key has good prices. The quality is as good as Ngok-backed banana leaves. Ngok Thien's ink is as clear as Kim Ho Na. A few hundred taels of silver can still be sold. However, Nguyen Thiep Diem's smooth ink is difficult to sell in Guangdong, priced at around 80 taels. Li Diem tapped my head gently. Even your head is worth only 500 taels, just enough to buy 1 inkstone. Well then, farewell, gentlemen. Your profession is truly respectable. I'd like to invite you to Dai Tu Sun as guests, to teach us how to get rich through trading ink. What do you think? Hearing this, Lam Nguyen Phu stammered, "Please, sir, don't jest. I am over 60 years old and cannot withstand the storms at sea. I hope you'll show mercy. If something happens to me, my wife and children will starve to death." Li Dian remained silent, looking at the old man. Seeing this, Trong Dom was about to speak but was interrupted. "We don't need to ask this old man. I don't want to waste any more time," said Li Dian decisively. Lam Nguyen Phu fell silent, slowly taking off his hat to reveal his silver hair. "If you insist on taking me, then so be it. But I must return to my family," he said. Li Dian placed a green bean in front of me and muttered, "If you disappear suddenly, someone will take your place without worry. No need to report to the family. The officials will automatically bring 10 taels of silver to find you." Hearing this, both of them were startled. They didn't understand how Li Dian knew their true identities. Truong Dong stood up, but the old man held him back. "Just ordered another table." "I'm not full yet," Lam Nguyen Phu replied. Li Dian smiled and nodded. When receiving Raz's identity, Li Dian intended to kill him immediately. It would earn him a high score. Although killing him might not be the best option, it was certainly the simplest and safest. However, he changed his mind due to Phu Dian's suggestion. He activated a special event, the notorious pirate kidnapping Lam Nguyen Phu to Dai Tu Sun, using him as a hostage to force the court to pay ransom. The higher the ransom, the higher the score. Completing the event would expand the purchasing power and offer special rewards. Note that no pirate has ever kidnapped high-ranking officials of the court and demanded ransom. This was a great opportunity for fame. So why think of killing him so simply? On the end's deck, Li Dian asked Chad Tiu Dao if there was any news. Chad Tiu Dao laughed and said, "At the private school, we found a military book. After reading it, we understood only one word: war. Everything useful is here. This treasure can exchange for 200 Diem Phu points or worth 1,000 taels of silver as offerings for military aroma. The rare double-edged sword has the property of penetrating flesh 100%. The frog mesh and red-tailed kite cannot be taken out of the event. This event can produce high-quality fish with a high chance of picking rare frozen seafood. The red-tailed kite can open Diem Phu events on a large scale." Li Dian quickly agreed without hesitation, saying, "Don't divide the net and red-tailed kite. I'll take the jewelry and you take the sword." Hearing this, Cha Tiu Dao asked happily, "So what's my profit?" Li Dian replied straightforwardly, "If your fat jump wall materials are enough, give me a portion, it will be helpful for me." When Cha Tiu Dao agreed happily, Li Dian asked curiously, "Your martial skills, can they be combined with anything else?" Cha Tiu Dao excitedly replied, "Before determining the best direction for inheritance, it is best to develop complementary skills. My abilities still support a lot. I intend to combine 10,000 miles without retreat with something. Surely it is an assassin's trick." Li Dian thought for a moment before saying, "What do you think about winning 100 battles? On the calm sea, sometimes a few fish jump." As the two conversed and relaxed, Cha Tiu Dao asked, "Are you really planning to kidnap that old man and extort the court?" Li Dian responded, "In the Diem Phu event, it's written like that. But forcing the court to compromise with pirates is as difficult as reaching the sky. I know the court will definitely strike first, but they won't strike back. Then they will come back to negotiate with the 10 of us. The biggest problem for me now is not the court, but Thap Phu Nan. From here to Dai Tu Sun takes less than a day by boat. Perhaps I can still meet her. But that woman must die. She's cautious and cruel, influenced by the assassination techniques in her bones. She's cold and ruthless. Despite appearing resentful and expectant when facing Thien Bao Tu, she cannot hide the threat from Thap Phu Nan. The biggest threat to me is her, greater than the court and any other pirates. Almost all of the old Hong Kai have died. Thap Phu Nan is the true leader. She is the only one who can push Thien Bao Tu out of the leadership position. If she finds out I'm not her foster son as she thinks, her kindness to me will turn into cruelty. This woman can capture her lover and swallow her spine to get the assassination technique. She wouldn't even dare to ensure her own safety, let alone mine. I quickly attacked the external anal sphincter, aiming to establish prestige and explore, mostly because I didn't know how to deal with this woman. It's better to stay away. Lai Din was lost in thought when Cha Tiu Dao, beside him, lowered the fishing net into the water, watching the fish swim swiftly. He pulled it up forcefully, but only caught a little water. Seeing this, Lai Diem couldn't help but suppress a laugh. He took the fishing net and tried it, looking serious as he glanced at the sea. Though he didn't know how to fish, he was skilled with firearms, dancing gracefully. The raging waves turned the dark fishing net into gumflowers. Then Lai Diem pulled it up sharply and discovered a human head in the net, with blood dripping from it. Chai Tiu Dao looked uncomfortable. Suddenly, a sailor pointed to the sky and shouted loudly. Everyone looked in that direction, seeing countless white carp jumping on the surface, forming a white bridge on the sea. The sailor on the ship stared blankly at the scene, which was considered a miraculous sign from the heavenly goddess crossing the sea. Chai Tiu Dao quickly turned to Lai Diem and asked, "What is the heavenly goddess crossing the sea?" Lai Diem looked up at the sky and explained, "That heavenly goddess crossing the sea is a miracle. It will last about a day. Once it appears, some ships will come to try their luck. It's a famous legend in Nam Dong." At this moment, everyone abandoned their work and focused on the white carp flying in the sky. When the swift boat passed by, both Lai Diem and Chai Tiu Dao were amazed as the inherited power within them reacted, filling them with vitality. The wounds on the pirates' bodies healed. Even old scars from years ago disappeared. All the pirates knelt down, praying to the school of carp. Lai Diem and Chai Tiu Dao looked at each other, feeling something unusual. A crane flew up into the sky, looking down at the swift boat under the sea. Through the crane's eyes, Lai Diem saw a giant black shadow lurking under all the ships. This giant carp was so powerful that a growl nearly killed Chai Tiu Dao. Just now, Toto transmitted images to Lai Diem, showing the black shadow rising to the surface of the water, but it disappeared in a blink of an eye. Lai Diem thought for a moment and then ordered Toto to fly higher for a wider view. At this moment, the giant black shadow reappeared, covering the entire fleet. Lai Diem was horrified to realize that he had mistaken it earlier. It wasn't a single mass but hundreds of them. He didn't know what it was, perhaps a sea monster. Meanwhile, a black shadow gradually appeared in front of the ship's bow, with numerous plate-sized bubbles rising. Thanks to the crane's vision, Lai Diem saw everything clearly. Suddenly, his pupils shrank, and he couldn't remain calm. He shouted to the sailors that something was wrong, turning the helm and firing the cannons. The sailors immediately turned the warship, skillfully avoiding it. The cannons aimed straight ahead, and there was a loud bang. A four-tiered black ship emerged, with many parts shattered, its cabin torn apart, and the deck covered in seaweed. Then, a sailor reminded Thien Bao Tu that cannons shouldn't be used in the heavenly goddess crossing the sea, or else they would be punished. Ignoring the sailor's words, Lai Diem activated his most critical move, but Dien Phu only showed a question mark, not knowing anything except the ship's name, Vong Van. Chai Tiu Dao walked up and asked, "Why are you so timid this time? Take a look, it might be useful." Lai Diem, pointing at the black ship, also said, "Who knows what that black ship is? But what if it's nothing?" Dien Phu only showed a clear question mark. "What are you afraid of? Just go see. It might be helpful," Chai Tiu Dao murmured. Dien Phu only showed a clear question mark. "Why are you afraid of bad luck? Just go. What's the worst that could happen?" Hong-Ki boats quickly passed. Huge black ship. Continued towards Daetusan throughout the journey. After that, the strange things almost never stopped, occasionally bumping into old wooden crates. Not sure where it came from, largely empty, but there are also barrels full of white silver, pearls, and other precious items. All precious things with meat can all be used as offerings to the soldiers. Under the moonlight, the sea was as quiet as sheets on the deck. Everyone looked at the wooden barrel that had just been picked up. Lydium signaled the old man next to him to open the lid of the box. A knife swung down and the barrel burst open. A giant purple octopus appears before everyone's eyes. The Tevok 2 move continuously. Sharp teeth grow all over the suction ring. Suddenly Abzuktu rushed straight into the old man's temple. Elder Maid responded quickly ducked down to escape the attack sailor next door, deftly threw a can of kerosene at the octopus. Then 4 years later another torch flew. The octopus immediately burst into flames into a Confucian fireball. The giant soon died silently. "This old man is bothering me, saying he wants to see you," said Tiuba, holding a brush made of branches. Cha Tiu Dao was surprised and asked, "Does the old man dare to bother you?" Even though he's only 14 years old, Tiuba is already a notorious demon of Hong Ki Bang. Since childhood, he has wandered on pirate ships. At the age of 5, Tiuba clashed with the gang and was nearly beaten to death. Fortunately, he met Thien Bao Tu passing by and saw Tiuba trembling on the ground, biting his ear. This scene left a deep impression on Thien Bao Tu, as if seeing himself in the past. He was especially interested in and introduced Tiuba to Thap Fu Nan Kaleidoscope-like, the secret technique of Nu Ki throughout Hong Ki Bang. Only Thap Fu Nan could train for 2 years to create a bronze kaleidoscope, extremely powerful. Others in the gang were somewhat afraid of this unfamiliar child. Cha Tiu Dao murmured, "Even though this old man isn't very eye-catching, he still doesn't dare to face Tiuba." Lai Diem looked at Tiuba, half smiling, half not causing trouble. "I guess he's sick." Tiuba nodded and repeatedly signaled that he wouldn't touch anything related to the old man. Lai Diem turned to Tiuba and instructed him to send the old tiger doctor to see the old man first. Then tell the Lam family that if they couldn't catch the governor alive, hanging his corpse on the mast could also make Hong Ki Bang famous. If the old man had already died, then kill the young man next to him. There's no place for useless people on the ship. Tiuba nodded and left. Cha Tiu Dao asked Lai Diem, "Are you really not afraid of him dying?" Lai Diem calmly looked at Cha Tiu Dao and said, "What's there to fear if he dies? We're pirates, not jesters." As night fell, thick fog covered the sea. Sailors tied iron chains to the ship's tail and connected them to prevent separation in the bones. Cha Tiu Dao stretched his shoulders and pulled up the net, catching a large golden fish. He shook the fish lightly, which was longer than Yem Zion Lion, and suddenly, the fish sprayed a stream of water. A faint cry, like that of a newborn baby, echoed from its mouth. Cha Tiu Dao felt dizzy and pain in his ears. Blood spurted from his ear, rupturing his eardrum. The unexpected incident shocked him. The super fish seized the opportunity to escape from his hand, floating in the air and saying human words directly to Thien. Before he could speak the third word, Lai Diem skewered the fish, causing it to struggle and die silently. Cha Tiu Dao wiped the blood from his hands, still dizzy, and asked what kind of monster it was and how it could speak human language. Lai Diem activated the Red Bell Immortal Disc, one of the 3,000 types of heavenly crossings. Its cry resembled that of a newborn baby. According to legend, it's the soul of a sailor who died unjustly at sea, transformed into a clinging spirit through the cycle of reincarnation, especially used as food to increase soul strength. Its summoning skill can recognize the summoner. Lai Diem thought, there are 3,000 types of crossings. At that moment, a lookout on the ship suddenly shouted, "Something's coming." Lai Diem looked carefully and saw a shining golden shark in the glistening foam, the Ho Kim shark, one of the 3,000 types of heavenly crossings. It's a species of heavenly crossing fish raised by fishermen, incredibly powerful. Its precious flesh can increase vitality and bone density. Some related recipes can fully maximize its food value. Lai Diem and Cha Tiu Dao were excited, but as the Ho Kim shark approached, they both were astonished to discover its suffering. A rope pierced its back, floating on the surface. At the end of the rope was a man wearing a black vest, a high hat, and a yellow mustache in the mist. The man paid attention to Lai Diem's gaze, took off his hat, and bowed politely. Lai Diem chuckled and mimicked the gesture of a Western pioneer, then turned back and ordered the sailors that the fish belonged to them. Fire the cannons, and shoot the man falling into the sea. Seeing the sailors loading cannonballs, Lai Diem reconsidered. Heavenly crossings shouldn't be used for artillery, right? Then shoot arrows. In no time, several Honkai pirates with wooden bows aimed at the white man on the sea. When they saw a few Dong's archers aiming at them, the man exclaimed and cursed loudly, calling Talaran, saying he would make them pay for their rudeness. Then he quickly drew his sword, cutting off the arrow that was about to hit him. Talaran winced, his sword striking hard, breaking a gap in the arrow and tearing his palm. He quickly swung his sword, cutting off the exhausted arrow, then smiled triumphantly at Lai Diem, who also smiled back when he saw the ships approaching. On the ship, hundreds of Dong's pirates, with black bows, formed a ring. Dark arrows covered the hero's sight, with numerous arrows piercing his body. Blood seeped slowly around him, leaving only his hat floating on the sea in the white fog. The white sails fluttered, and a giant steel ship, 400 meters long, emerged from the sea, with 70 large cannons, all bearing the glorious badge of Dong and Company, belonging to Mason, the mercenary leader, who punched the table hard. Inside the cabin were various chests, full of Washington's demons. Mason angrily warned that the ship might only carry a highly pure addictive substance, like high-purity opium. Therefore, the so-called rejuvenation was just his speculation. The man with the silver shook his head, saying that this lovely white thing couldn't be a demon. It was the greed in their hearts that led them to death. He firmly held the silver and continued, "The heavenly crossings are simply the favor of the spirit, the god Vien Dong. Do you know what I found on an old drifting ship? I've never seen such beautiful porcelain before." But Mason, furious, retorted, "But that ship also took the lives of more than 40 of our soldiers. Furthermore, Washington, I warn you, that thing could be just an addictive substance, like high-purity opium. So the so-called rejuvenation is just your speculation." Washington replied, "No matter what you say, we will decide whether to leave this sea area or not in a proper manner. You cast a vote. I cast a vote to stay, Lauren. What about you?" Washington looked surprised at the empty seat. Where did Ren go? At that moment, a beautiful watch engraved with the Dong and Company logo fell from the sky. Lydium quickly caught it. "What's the relationship between your Dong and Company and the celestial beauty crossing the sea?" Chetyudao was ready to dissect the golden shark, wielding his knife skillfully, causing everyone to be amazed. In a moment, the hundreds of kilograms of shark flesh were reduced to mere bones. Chetyudao took the softened bones of the shark and said to Lydium, "The bones of this shark can be used as ingredients for the fat jumping wall dish, so I will keep them for now." An hour later, a hot and fragrant soup was prepared, and when the shark meat was added to the pot, a delicious aroma filled the air. Lydium asked Chetyudao with interest, "I heard that shark meat cannot be eaten because it contains heavy metals and toxins." Chetyudao arrogantly retorted, "Can any of you in the gang cook? Our elders say that shark meat is good medicine, capable of relieving swelling and inflammation, and a tonic after severe illness. It's not easy to catch, but now, we're just throwing it back into the sea." Lydium kept the shark liver to fry, but it turned out that the shark meat couldn't be eaten, which was quite amusing. Below deck, Truongdong looked at Lan Duanfu with a pale face, silently thinking that Honkabang wasn't treating them well. Lan Duanfu, on the other hand, thought, "I am a high-ranking court official, appointed by the king, and now Luongquang's governor. If I die on your ship, aren't you afraid? Why don't you love me enough to let me go? It would be easy to negotiate if we meet, but this guy chooses to let me die on my own." On the deck, a scholar, Men, jumped onto Chetyudao's back with a rope. "Pick me a piece of jade," he said. Chetyudao, addressing the boy, replied, "Did you hear what Thienbao said? It's poisonous, yet you dare to eat it." But Tuba didn't argue. "Your cooking skills are known to everyone in the gang. I'm sure it's not poisonous." Suddenly, Lydium looked serious. "Tuba, did I say everyone knows your skills?" After receiving an answer, Lydium asked Tuba how long they had known each other. Tuba replied, "It's been a long time, I can't remember." Lydium asked the other sailors, "How long have you known me?" Some answered 5 years, some 7. The ship's doctor, who had known Lydium the longest, said it had been 15 years. Chetyudao glanced at Lydium, understanding. He asked why a fisherman like him had cooking skills. Lydium looked at the old tiger and continued to ask, "Do you know what I like and what I'm good at?" The tiger thought for a moment and murmured, "You don't have anything special, just like to have fun." Lydium casually waved his hand. "Who doesn't like fun? But you've never appreciated anyone in the academy. At most, 20 or so years, but you still managed to maintain some appeal." Chetudeo cut across the conversation, serving the shark soup to Lamb, who was drinking it for nourishment. The old tiger reacted, accepting the remark. "Bring the soup over quickly," he said. Chetudeo patted Lydium on the shoulder and said, laughing, "Think about it. Than Bautu is 18 or 19 years old now. Living with a foster mother for so long, he's still childish. I'm telling you this because it's either a shadow or liking someone younger and not yet mature. Do you understand, or do you want to taste the marrow to know the flavor?" At that moment, Lydium felt a chill around his neck from the money pouch. Danuong inside seemed angry, ready to explode. Sensing Danuong's anger beneath his shirt, Lydium looked coldly at his side, seeing the icy glare from Danuong. Chetudeo knew it wasn't okay and hurried away. But Lydium wasn't easy to forgive. Lydium chased after him with his martial arts skills, quicker than Chetudeo. In just a few seconds, he had subdued him. Chetudeo said seriously, "I know you want to confirm something. I met Chu Tam." Hearing that, both stopped struggling. Chetudeo recounted the encounter with Chu Tam after Chu Vo's death. The traces of his existence in the real world seemed to have been completely erased. Everyone around Chu Tam thought she was the only child. But from Chu Tam's eyes and her loss, Chetudeo realized she knew everything. Compared to disguising her death as an accident, this made people shudder. Lydium silently thought and said it very clearly. Diemfu is indeed a parallel space with reality. After Hanta Diemfu arrived, even without using artifacts to improve their identities, the upbringing and environment in this reality were all based on investigation. So, why is Thean Baotu identical to Hanta? Does this person really exist, or is it a mysterious imposter disguised as Diemfu, or has Diemfu edited everyone's memories, forcing them to identify themselves as Thean Baotu? Chadaotu is indeed Chatudao, which is also incorrect. The cost is too high. If Diemfu has such capabilities, there's no need for them to cause trouble in their own world, attracting attention. There's no need to use an organization like the Ring to handle us. It's enough to directly manipulate us. Ultimately, does Diemfu have their own personal will or not? In the end, what is the law between each reality and the Han-Ta crossover? Who is Diemfu? When I arrived at Thean Baotu, I disappeared completely. I replaced Thean Baotu. Chuvo's death left no trace of existence. The truths behind the cover-ups are still shrouded in mist. Lydium seems to have caught a thread leading to the truth but is still stuck. At that moment, Chetudeo brought food and said not to think too much. Eating beforehand would increase soul strength. After eating the steamed fish and shark soup, the strength of the bones and blood circulation increased. After finishing eating, Lydium stood on the bomb, looking at the dense fog, murmuring, "The Dongnan Company ships should be like the Honky Gang, falling into this dense fog. Lauren is probably ahead of the wave, losing contact with the main force. It's late at night, and everyone in the cabin is fast asleep." Then Tuba gets up, grabs the long knife on the table, and goes out. The cold wind blows, waking two people up. Lam Guanfu closes his eyes, asking Truongdong to see what's happening. Truongdong, his hands bandaged, walks out in pain, feeling angry. Just because he argued a few words with the old man, Tuba broke his arm. These pirates are all deserving of death. On the bomb, everyone is busy and tense. At this time, two teams of ships appear around an island. On the left is a team of armed transport ships, smaller than Honky's pirate ship. From the flag on the mast, it's clear that it's the pirate team of Taijiang, the most notorious being Sukuban. On the right is a two-story ship hundreds of meters long, with 4 masts, 3 triangles at the bow, and 9 black flags on the ship's wall. It's the legendary pirate team from the old Kwangtae region. Before the ship is a dinghy, on which someone holds a head. Seeing the birds, they curse loudly. The people of Honky are also involved. The man on the dinghy throws the head into the sea and looks up at the ship. As the ships approach, a pirate next to Lydium shouts loudly, "Are you pirates? Say a few words." The Chubontin responds, "We're sailing together. Right now, the Chu family is in charge, so call us that for convenience." Hearing the shouts, Chetiudeo looks at Lydium with a vague expression. Lydium explains his indifference. On the left is Chubon of Taejiang, nicknamed Ngayathai. On the right is the counterpart of Nuki, the beloved pirate Trauma. 2 years ago, to escape Nuki's pursuit, he unexpectedly transformed into the commander-in-chief of Annam. He has since become intimate with his brother. Seeing Lydium's signal, a man steps forward from the Nuki ship, bowing to Lydium. The person is Thean Bao, the boss of the Nuki Alliance. "Why, do you remember me?" he asks. "I'm Loikam. Last year, Thean Bao drank with our boss. My brother and I went with him." Lydium smiles and nods. "Of course, how could I forget? You're quite lively, Loitam. What's all this excitement about?" Seeing Lydium remember him, Loitam smiles and says, "Thin Bao boss is also following along, Paul Sidon. Boring days these past few days. The authorities are searching for trouble on my Lentau island. Thafunhin ordered me to provoke them. I just brought the people back, killed the Navy Admiral of the Homon, Trachohung, and he's on his way back. Does anyone believe that Loikam didn't ask? Madam told you to kill, you killed successfully, right?" Lydium raises his hand to his hip and says, "Can I be angry? The order is to bite the bullet and charge. The head of Trachohung is still hanging on the mast. If you don't believe it, there's an agency on the ship to check." Loigam shakes his head, not meaning that. "The Alliance boss says we have to help them chase Trauna's gang, and we'll split the loot." Lydium looks out to sea, where a net is being pulled up between the two ships. Inside are piles of shimmering gold and a few fish scales sparkling on the surface. Suddenly, Lydium and Chetiudao notice something emerging. It's a knife, sharpened into powder, with the ability to increase the awakening rate of any inheritance by 1%. Lydium and Chetiudao look at each other and smile, their eyes determined to seize the treasure. At that moment, a man steps out onto the Black Flag ship, with a beard like a wolf. He shouts loudly, saying that even the people of Inyuki want to get involved. "Just follow the rules. Whoever wants to be recruited comes up. Let's fight. One person fights until they die, then throw them into the sea and move on to the next. When there's no one left, stop. There will be a dawn before 100,000 people arrive." Lydium looked down, nodding in contemplation. The small boat was cramped, with no space to move. 2 people held their weapons, risking their lives. A few moves could determine life or death. It might sound slower than 1,000 people not reaching Yemsuienlian Island, but it could truly result in wiping them all out. Lydium generously said to Loitam, "Let's do it this way. Win 1 battle, claim a part. Whoever wins more takes more. We split up. Some of us charge towards Yemsuienlian. How shall we attack?" Loitam, with a serious expression, nodded in agreement. Lydium patted his chest. "You go first, and I'll support you." Loitam made an unwilling face. "I'm not fooling around. You look out on the sea. This arm, this leg, the bald one has killed many of my comrades before on the Trauma ship." The man said Thafunhan is here, so he's cautious, but Lydium doesn't have that courage. Chetiudeo moved his wrist and said to Lydium, "Or let me go." "You're the leader, you certainly can't go first." Lydium calmly smiled, switching to a black flag, then jumped onto the mast, shouting loudly, "To go up, you must risk your life in battle. Are you afraid of being crushed to death in the first battle?" Without waiting for an answer, Lydium spun and tossed the flag. A strong gust of wind cut through the opponent. The man on the deck staggered, nearly falling into the sea, his cold sweat soaking him. It turned out that the flag was mistaken for a cannon. On the black flag was a 4-clawed dragon tattoo, black like the Daemon flag. Within 100 meters of it, all our teammates recovered. The man on the deck asked in suspicion, "What flag is this? It's not your gang's old flag." Lydium stared at him and replied, "Nuki's predecessor was the naval force of the Trin family's treasure island. This is Longki, the Orthodox Navy of the Ming Dynasty. What's your opinion? Listening to Leviathan, the man fell silent. When Chetudao drew his double swords to prepare to jump, Tuba wielded his sword and charged out. Tuba stepped barefoot onto the deck, his face indifferent, then made a demon face. Chetudao got annoyed, but Lydium shrugged and agreed with Tuba's action. The man on the deck raised a long sword from under the sea, without saying a word, and stabbed straight at Tuba's head. Tuba dodged, chopping off the opponent's sword with a sideways swing. Blood sprayed as the pirate, who was supposed to be invincible, was cut in half and fell into the sea. The cold and dark atmosphere rose as everyone on the ship watched Tuba, blood-soaked. Suddenly, another pirate jumped down, swinging his curved sword at Tuba. Tuba advanced and cut off half of the man's head, but he also received a slash on his hip. Tuba retreated a few steps, then advanced and thrust his sword into the man's chest. The man staggered back and fell into the sea, unable to breathe. Tuba dodged the next attacker's strike, snatched a sword from the deck, and kicked it into his opponent's side, severing his artery. Blood sprayed like a fountain. Another pirate jumped down, and Tuba retreated but was still hit on the arm by a long slash. His eyes gleamed with murderous intent as he charged forward. The man, Trondom, looked astonished at the scene of battle unfolding beneath him. In just a few moments, Tuba had defeated 5 men. Chetudao watched the battle attentively. This Kaoliqui's strength is indeed remarkable. He has already defeated 5. Tuba knelt on the deck, blood flowing from his stomach and shoulder. He knew he couldn't be complacent. The next opponents would be even stronger. Suddenly, a giant man nearly 2 meters tall, with broad shoulders, jumped down. He kicked forcefully, pinning Tuba down. Tuba staggered, pushed up, and was struck in the abdomen with a sword. It was urgent. Tuba dropped his sword and tightly grasped the opponent's blade. The sword flashed, blood gushing as it pierced deeper into Tuba's abdomen. The giant man felt something was wrong, but Tuba clenched the blade harder, blood flowing down his stomach. He looked up at the man, laughing mockingly, then with all his strength, pulled the sword back, causing the 300-pound giant to stagger and fall. Seeing him fall, Tuba jumped up and bit straight into the man's neck. The man screamed in agony as blood spurted all over the ship. The dark sea was dyed red, and everyone on the boat looked on in horror, uncertain of the outcome. They only saw the corpse of the giant pressing down on Tuba, blood spreading everywhere. They didn't know who won or lost, only witnessing the bloody scene. Tuba, realizing the urgency, pushed the corpse off him, staggering to his feet. The sword struck his abdomen directly. Tuba grabbed the sword handle, trying to pull it out gently, but then stopped. He knew he couldn't withdraw it. If he did, he would die immediately. Nguyen stared intently at Tuba on the deck, pondering deeply. Kwaikali, every one of them is a sharp character of Nuki. Even considering casualties, we're down to just 400 people left for Lean. That doesn't even include Nuki's scope outside. Among those who washed their hands and wield swords, there are over 100,000. They're all skilled sailors and deadly marksmen, killers and plunderers. It's careful selection among this crowd that truly qualifies one to become Kwaikali. Tuba has shown potential. He just took down one Kwaikali. The secret art of training, Kwaikali, has been passed down from the families on Fok Osa Street, and very few know its mysteries today. Only Thafunhan of Hongki and Quach Bay of the Dark Faction are known to possess it. Adding to the difficulty is the rigorous training, making it extremely complicated. Killing isn't just cutting grass. It's not a martial arts contest or a game of strategy. Being a leader means not letting subordinates seek death. It's not about playing games with lower-ranked opponents, but bringing out truly strong individuals to deal with them. Thinking so, Nguyen called a man wearing a black headscarf with 2 white stripes, named Mammon. Mammon leaped over the mast with a sharp knife in hand, landing on the deck to signal Tuba. Kwaikali has encountered a few of them before. Tuba is now weary, not as spirited as before. The wound on his stomach has caused significant damage. Lydium still looks down at the crowded deck with a serious face, turning to look into the distance through the mist. He feels something is about to happen. Chetudeo said to Lydium, Tubat is not his match. How do we play by these rules? The first person is almost guaranteed to die. Even if they fall into the sea, no one will rescue them. The scent of blood attracts sea monsters. Jumping into the sea will tear them apart. Even if they're rescued, they'll likely be crippled. It's a pity for this kid. I quite like him. At this moment, Lydium didn't know what to do and had to say to Chetudeo. He himself wants to fight first. What can I do? We have to see how he handles it. If it's really not okay, then later, we avenge him on the deck. Tuba's stomach wound still bled as he took hold of the knife. A murderous aura emanated from the ground. They all said they had never played with women. Living this life is meaningless without it. I've eaten meat several times, fish, chicken, wild boar, and today, even shark meat is edible. But just haven't played with women. I want to be first. Thabin's simple text includes 48,000. Small ones enter the academy. Large ones announce Sun and Tran High, without any exclusions. Just now, Tuba looked at Mammon and emitted a fierce aura, regardless of his injuries. He swung his knife at Mammon's head, but it seemed to hit a rock and couldn't penetrate. Mammon stepped back, as if his soul had escaped, leaving another Mammon standing still with a knife. Thabin's first form greeted the opponent's attack with astonishment. Tuba stared in disbelief as the wide blade struck Mammon's head like hitting a rock, unable to penetrate. Mammon's soul seemed to surge forward, merging the two into one. The curved knife and Tuba's sword pierced straight into his throat. Blood spurted as the blade plunged deep into Tuba's neck. The hilt stuck in his throat, unable to advance further. His eyes flickered with a golden light, secretly pleased that the knife in his neck could still save him. But once it was pulled out, no one could save him. Then he tightened the curved knife, quickly pulling back. Tuba realized he couldn't let the knife be pulled out and had to follow Mammon forward. As the knife's tip approached the back of the deck, its poisonous essence from Bada seeped into the wound, not only causing numbness but also rapidly diminishing combat effectiveness. Mammon smiled, lifting his right leg to forcefully kick the knife deeper into Tuba's abdomen. The curved knife pierced deeply into Tuba's belly, and he tightened his belt, pushing it into him. Mammon intended to pull the curved knife out of Tuba's neck, but Tuba clenched the blade, surprising Mammon. He couldn't understand why the kid still had such great strength. Now it was too late to evade. Both hugged each other and fell into the sea, waves crashing loudly. Compared to the corpses that had just fallen, they drew the attention of large sea creatures. Several dark figures circled the pirates on the deck, almost simultaneously furious about the life and death battle on the deck, which was a separate matter. But this situation seemed to be an external intervention. Ngainemin didn't hesitate, swiftly jumping down with a bamboo pole, aiming straight for Tuba. The pirates of Honki immediately grabbed their bows, aiming at Ngainemin, and fired 7 or 8 arrows. Ngainemin remained silent, using Thabin's basic form to deflect them all. When they were about to hit Tuba, it turned out that Lydium had also joined the fray. After a few strikes, he managed to push him out.